In the province of Beijing, deep within Shang, a man lies motionless atop an ancient altar. The murmurs of concern grow louder around him. Voices questioning if he truly wants to go through with the ritual. Emperor Chushu cuts through the tension with an unwavering command to proceed at once. The man on the altar is Eunuch Su, the shadow behind the throne, the silent architect of the Ming Empire's power. Though hidden from public view, his grip on the empire's authority is absolute. His name carries weight, fear, and infamy. History brands him as its most sinister manipulator, a villain who twisted the empire's fate for personal gain. And yet, he is our protagonist. Through relentless effort, he elevated a powerless third empress to sovereign ruler. Yet for all his cunning, there is one thing he has never been able to grasp. In his chamber, flipping through a book of combat forms, he mutters in disbelief. The poses are familiar, but meaningless to him. As a eunuch, he knows he can never engage in this type of combat. This intimate duel of yin and yang. The silence shatters. Someone barges in, calling him an idiot and shouting for the old man. It's her. Third Empress Yuanhua. Her voice trembles as she demands to know why he insists on leaving this world behind. She kneels before him, begging him to abandon this mysterious ritual. She pleads to understand why the union of yin and yang matters so much. Why can't he simply live with her by his side? She insists that if it's money or power he wants, she will give him all of it, anything, as long as he stays. But Chushu tells her his decision is final. He asks her to forgive him for this betrayal. He says he cannot remain by her side until the end. The question lingers like smoke. Why does this man, of all people, care so deeply about yin and yang? Most wouldn't understand. But to him, it is everything. Because he carries a reincarnated soul. In his former life, he had also died a virgin. He's still a virgin now, over 50 years into this new life. A freak accident, the infamous reincarnation truck, killed him at 28. He was reborn into this martial world as a 12-year-old. It didn't take long for disaster to strike again. The moment he arrived, he was abducted by a madman. Not just any kidnapper, a butcher who castrated his captives to sell as eunuchs on the black market. Chushu spent decades trying to reverse what was done. He climbed to power with a single obsession: restore his manhood. He elevated a powerless princess to empress just to gain access to a legendary physician. He trained until his martial prowess reached transcendence. He became the strongest fighter in the imperial palace. And yet, when a kneeling man told him it was impossible to create something from nothing, Chushu understood. The man explained that only through rebirth could he regain what was lost. That day, Chushu realized. All the power, all the money, all the mastery, it meant nothing if he stayed a eunuch. That's when he decided to reincarnate. To start over. He longed for a new life, one where he could experience true combat, on and off the battlefield. He was born for close quarters fighting, and he refused to go on without it. As he prepares to depart, he orders the empress removed. She leaves in tears, devastated. She asks how he could choose to die so meaninglessly. She calls him father. He had raised her since childhood. To him, she was family, a daughter, or at most, a little sister. Her sobs nearly shatter his resolve. But the decision is sealed. She will have to grieve, as one does for a parent. A man in a turban approaches the altar with a warning. The reincarnation ritual, he says, is forbidden. Out of every 100 who try, 99 die. He asks Chushu if he truly wants to risk it. Chushu lowers his gaze and says that if this is how he must live, then he would rather die. He orders the ritual to begin. He has already conquered all there is to conquer. He's enjoyed every luxury strength can buy. Now, he seeks rebirth. For that, he's ready to gamble everything. As his body starts glowing pink, he glimpses a blurry old man calling to him from the void. Chushu opens his eyes slowly, disoriented, rising to his feet. The old man smiles and says he's glad to see the boy awake. Kyushu's heart drops. He knows that voice, that face. It's him. The cursed bastard who castrated him 50 years ago in the imperial palace. In his former life, Chushu had tried to hunt this monster down, only to learn he died at the hands of random bandits. But now, it's clear. This wasn't reincarnation. It was a regression. Time has rewound. He assumed he'd wake up in a new body. But as he checks down his pants, reality hits. The old man asks if he's injured. Chushu grins with a mad glint in his eye. He thanks the old man for saving him, then apologizes. As the old man offers herbs and healing, Chushu snaps his finger in one brutal motion and demands to know if he plans to kidnap him again. The man stares, confused, asking how Chushu knows about that. Chushu grabs his arm. twisting it without mercy. Though just a boy again, he remembers everything, every technique, every strike. The top martial artist of the imperial court doesn't need a grown man's body to kill. He locks the old man in a chokehold and mutters that, in his last life, he was disappointed to learn the man had died so easily. But this time, Shushu would be the one to end it. He squeezes. The man goes limp. The corpse collapses. Shushu spits on it. The journey has been long, he reflects, but he's finally reached this moment. Last time, power and wealth couldn't bring him joy, but this time he's different. Call it reincarnation or regression, he doesn't care. From now on, he will live for pleasure, you know the kind. And so begins the tale of the second eunuch, who took his manhood back. 2 months passed since Shushu strangled the cursed old man to death. Now, in biting cold, he walked across a narrow bridge, his breath fogging in the air. Snow whipped around him, but he pressed forward toward the province of Gamsik, each frozen step a reminder of his determination. He told himself that the suffering was nothing compared to the life he envisioned, one of ultimate pleasure. Despite his inexperience, he believed that pleasure was more than skin deep. If it were only physical, he said, he could easily throw money at the problem and arrange some cheap, private combat sessions. But he wanted more. He wanted genuine intimacy, emotional resonance, a deep connection with breathtaking women who could match him in both soul and body. The kind of love that left both sides breathless and fulfilled. Salivating at the thought, he declared that this was the ideal pursuit. Still, he knew desire alone wouldn't feed him or clothe him. Money and food were necessary. That's why he decided to step into the martial world not as a villain, but as a hero. He had once believed he'd reincarnate in the future, so he buried treasures with his corpse. That plan was useless now. Still, his advantage remained. He knew the next 50 years of history. With his unmatched martial skill, gaining fame and wealth would be easy. First, though, he needed to fix his old habit of laughing like a lunatic eunuch. He swore that from this point on, the legend of the future harem king, Lee Chil-Su, would begin. He pointed toward a large building and called out, asking if anyone was inside. From within, someone stirred at the sound of a child's voice and stepped out, bewildered that anyone could scale a mountain during a blizzard. Chil-Su took a deep breath and announced with resolve that he had lost his family to bandits and was seeking strength. He proclaimed that he wished to become a disciple of the joint clan. This sect, the Gong Dong, was known for blending Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism to stand against the dark forces of Django. Outsiders, however, often labeled them as either a demonic cult or lowly bandits. An old man hurried toward him, scolding him harshly for climbing the mountain in winter. Chil-Su replied that joining the clan was all that mattered. The old man paused, asking to see his arms and hands. He pressed his fingers to the boy's wrist and noticed something remarkable. The natural energy in the boy's body was already expelling impurities. It meant Chil-Su had instinctively used the correct breathing technique to survive the climb. The old man praised him, remarking that this feat alone showed potential. He asked if Chil-Su had any martial background, or if his family had trained him. Chil-Su confirmed that they had, though he omitted the detail that he'd honed his craft over 5 decades in a former life. Introducing himself as Zhang Yang, the leader of the Gong Dong sect, the old man explained that joining required several steps. However, given Chil-Su's latent talent, he said he'd make an exception. Chil-Su felt victorious. Things were going exactly as he planned. He had come to this place precisely because he knew the sect was teetering on the edge of collapse. That meant they'd accept almost anyone. As he wandered around the grounds, he performed subtle pelvic stretches in anticipation of his grand future. But what he saw disturbed him. The condition of the sect was worse than he remembered. Not a single building was intact. It made him question how such a place could eventually become one of the 5 great sects of the martial world. Zhang Yang mentioned that there was someone he needed to meet, the master of the disciples. Chil-Su considered this further confirmation that his timing was perfect. The more broken the sect, the greater the glory he would gain by reviving it. They stopped in front of a battered temple. Zhang Yang called out for someone named Ru Yi, announcing that a new disciple had arrived, Lee Chil-Su. Snow pelted down as Chil-Su shielded his face. A figure rushed out of the temple and warmly greeted him. He braced himself for a stern elder, but instead found someone around his own age and annoyingly handsome. Chil-Su froze. According to ancient texts, Ru Yi was supposed to be hideous. Instead, the boy before him looked like a divine sculpture. If this continued, Chil-Su's future would be in jeopardy. Ru Yi asked if he was all right, to which Chil-Su answered curtly that he was fine. He then reached out and told Ru Yi to drop the formalities. After all, they were brothers now. But as Ru Yi grinned and reached out to grab his hand, Chil Su recoiled, irritated by the contact. He didn't like being touched by this dazzling enigma. He demanded that Ru Yi not touch him like that, and then, as he studied Ru Yi's features again, a new doubt crept in. He wasn't sure anymore. Was Ru Yi really a man? Confusion took hold. Ru Yi apologized, explaining that it was the first time they had a new disciple, and the excitement had gotten the better of them. Chil Su also apologized, admitting he overreacted. Inside, he reminded himself not to mess up this opportunity. Hu Yi, who had been quietly watching from a distance, observed the interaction with interest. The snow kept falling, and Zhang Yang gazed up at the sky, remarking to himself that perhaps winter was finally ending in this place. He silently hoped Chil Su would get along with Hu Yi. 10 years earlier, he had taken Hu Yi in as an orphan. After discovering her extraordinary talent, he had nurtured her carefully. The truth, unknown to most, was that Hu Yi wasn't a boy at all. She had spent her life in disguise, walking the martial path in a man's world. Zhang Yang's only wish was that her secret wouldn't be discovered, especially not by Chil Su. That night, Chil Su lay in bed, reflecting that tomorrow would mark the start of his legendary journey. But so far, the experience had been miserable. He blamed everything on that irritating Jin Wei. Earlier, Jin Wei had introduced herself, apologizing for the sect's ruinous state. She said she hoped to show him the true legacy of Gongdong, even after the massacre that occurred 50 years earlier. She explained that the Riyang Palace still housed the sect's master, a living symbol that the joint clan had not yet died. Chil Su told her he understood, but asked her not to get too close, claiming he was shy. She respected his request, and he noticed she seemed weighed down with guilt. He reassured her, saying that mistakes happened and there was no need to feel so discouraged. He even suggested that if she wanted to share the history of the sect, he would listen. Jin Wei brightened instantly. Chil Su knew he had said exactly what she needed to hear. He found it easy to comfort people like this. Just tell them what they longed for. What confused him was how clingy this boy was. Back in his room, he scribbled angrily on the wall, writing that he was tired of being hugged by this overly affectionate boy. After 50 years of celibacy, he couldn't bear being touched by men anymore, especially not someone hailed as a genius, a boy who, rumor had it, could rebuild a broken sect with ease. In his previous life, whispers claimed this prodigy had rejected every woman because he pursued only martial perfection. Now, Chil Su was convinced of something else. He was certain Jin Wei was gay. What he didn't realize was that Jin Wei was a woman. He remembers catching glimpses of Jin Wei within the castle in his past life, always thinking the boy looked a little too pleased with himself, as though enjoying some odd private joke. At the time, it never occurred to him that Jin Wei was struggling beneath a disguise, hiding her true self from the world. But now, with the truth just out of reach, Chil Su swears that in this life, he will not be denied. He will wield the weapon he always dreamed of, his own body, restored and alive. Still, today, that weapon feels strangely dormant. It's as if even his most private ambition has caught the winter blues. He decides to warm up with a few familiar exercises, quietly stretching and flexing in the cold air. Somewhere else in the compound, Jin Wei sits alone in her room, stewing in her thoughts. She reflects on the way she behaved toward the new disciple and questions why she was so forward. She admits to herself that the excitement of finally welcoming someone new overwhelmed her. She replays the moment when Chil Su offered to listen to her story. Though he seemed indifferent, he had cared enough to ask. That memory soothes something raw inside her. She wonders if this is what having a younger brother feels like. At the very least, she hopes to become close enough that a simple hug won't feel awkward or strange. The next morning, Chil Su finishes scrubbing a battered pot. He sets it down with a grunt and looks around the ruined kitchen, half expecting it to collapse on his head. It feels absurd for someone like him, reborn martial prodigy and future harem king, to be doing this kind of chore. But he knows appearances matter. Building a good reputation with the sect's master and senior disciple is part of the long game. As he scrubs and collects vegetables, he doesn't skip a beat with his unique pelvic exercises. Out of nowhere, Jin Wei appears. She asks what he's doing in the kitchen. He stiffens and quickly explains that he's preparing breakfast. She praises his initiative and flashes a bright smile, leaving him internally groaning about how annoyingly beautiful she is. He answers that losing his family forced him to grow up fast. Jin Wei softens and says she understands. She's also an orphan. She says she admires his strength. Chil Su finds it odd how often this person apologizes or says they get him. It's like they're trying to establish a connection he didn't ask for. Jin Wei offers to help prepare the vegetables, and he considers the future. He knows that in time, this person will become a towering figure. Celebrated, beautiful, and powerful. For now, he figures it's smart to stay on their good side. He thanks her and turns to wash the greens, all while reminding himself to keep a safe emotional distance. Suddenly, the kitchen shelf buckles and collapses. Jin Wei shouts a warning as debris falls toward his head. He reflexively shields his face, then lowers his arms to find Jin Wei right next to him, asking if he's okay. He answers that he's fine but can't ignore the growing discomfort in the pit of his stomach. Jin Wei casually remarks that he's lighter than expected, which makes Chil Su flush, especially as he catches a subtle, floral scent on her clothes. Panicking, he snaps out of it and yells, demanding to know where his senior brother thinks he's touching. Jin Wei stammers that it wasn't intentional and pleads for him not to misunderstand. Flustered and annoyed, he tells Jin Wei to stop blushing because it's making things worse. Jin Wei apologizes again and offers to leave, suggesting he rest. As she walks off, Chil Su watches her go, convinced this cursed senior might accidentally get him killed with this nonsense. If Master Zhang Yang had walked in, he probably would have been strangled on the spot. He declares that Jin Wei should stop helping with chores and that as the junior, it's his job. Jin Wei nods, visibly uncomfortable but accepting. Then she hesitates, picks up a small pot, and gently asks if just a little help is okay. Chil Su sighs in defeat and allows it. 2 months pass. Master Zhang Yang gathers the disciples and asks them what they believe true martial strength is. Some argue it comes from consuming elixirs and absorbing external power. Others believe it lies in disciplined physical training. Zhang Yang explains that real power is the union of both. Only those who master internal and external energies can truly connect with the world and themselves. Jin Wei listens intently, nods, and tells Chil Su to keep training hard. He grins, saying to himself that even if no one ordered him to, he would give it everything. A superior body meant superior vitality, and he had big plans for both. He watches the sweat drip to the ground and smiles, satisfied with the effort. He compares the feeling to gym rats lifting heavier weights after weeks of struggle. In his past life, he hated his body. No matter how hard he trained, he always looked too cute, too soft. It was the price of mastering a technique tailored to eunuchs. He had no idea at the time that it would halt his development permanently. He had even destroyed nations looking for elixirs to fix himself. The more he remembers, the more furious he becomes. This time, everything will be different. This time, he will be masculine, powerful, and irresistible. As if summoned by fate, Jin Wei approaches. She asks why he hasn't returned yet. He replies that time flew by. He didn't notice training had ended. Frustrated that the days feel too short, he follows her down the mountain, still silently seething about his limitations. She watches him, her expression unreadable. That night, high on the mountain paths, Chil Su trains alone. He's realized something is missing: endurance. Without cardiovascular strength, he'll never thrive in the garden of pleasures. The sect leader had warned against overtraining at his age, but Chil Su refused to listen. These nightly runs, as he calls them, are essential to becoming the king of vitality. From a distance, Jin Wei watches. When he finally notices her, he trips over a rock and tumbles downhill. Embarrassed and angry, he demands to know why she's spying on him. Jin Wei asks why he snuck away alone, reminding him that overexertion could hurt him. He curses his inability to detect her presence and worries she might report this to Master Zhang Yang. Still, he can't afford to abandon his training. Desperate, he shifts into performance mode. He apologizes dramatically, claiming he's weak, untalented, and forgetful. He says he trains harder because he's scared of falling behind and being left alone. Tears gather in his eyes as he begs not to be expelled. Jin Wei, shaken, rushes forward and hugs him tightly. She says she didn't know he was carrying so much pain. This was the opposite of what Chil Su wanted. As he squirms, she tightens the hug, telling him not to cry. He is mortified. This was supposed to be a sacred milestone, his first real hug, meant for a beautiful woman, not a man in disguise. And yet, here he is, caught in an iron embrace. While Jin Wei smiles contentedly, he notices something soft pressing against his head. It's subtle, but undeniable. A memory floods in, of a young girl surrounded by dead animals, called a monster by villagers. She had glared back in defiance. Then Zhang Yian had appeared, offered her rice cakes, and told her they were both human, born under the same sky. He had knelt and asked her to come with him. Back in the present, Jin Wei tells Chil Su not to worry. The master won't abandon him. Now that he's joined the sect, he's family, and family always stands together. Chil Su pulls away, still stunned. For the first time, he feels a flicker of sympathy for Jin Wai. Despite all the rumors of greatness, all the brilliance, Jin Wai carried something else too. Gynecomastia. A condition some men had. A faint, almost invisible chest. That, he decides, must be what pressed against his head, nothing more. Feeling a wave of pity toward the confused soul, Chil Su convinces himself that there's no doubt left, Jin Wai is a man. The palace confirmed it long ago, and there's no room for delusions. Time passes. How much, he's not sure. Then, the sect leader gathers the disciples and announces that they've completed their external body training. Chil Su's muscles are well developed, sculpted from months of rigorous conditioning. Now it's time to begin internal training. Jin Wai claps excitedly, congratulating him with beaming joy. Chil Su flushes with irritation. He's grown tired of how much Jin Wai inserts herself into everything he does. The leader picks up on his discomfort and asks if something is wrong. Chil Su brushes it off, claiming it's nothing serious, all while silently thinking that he has far greater concerns than this overly affectionate senior. He thanks the leader and requests not to reduce his external training schedule. The master's expression hardens slightly. He knows that excessive external focus is inefficient at this stage. Beginners only need enough physical training to stay in shape. The rest of their energy should go toward internal techniques and weapon forms. But Chil Su's goal isn't efficiency. He wants a body that turns heads, a body that commands awe and desire. He's competing with someone like Jin Wai, after all, someone who naturally outshines him in appearance. The leader questions his persistence, asking why he insists on this unusual path. Chil Su explains that while he may appear gifted, he's actually slow to develop. He says that if he can't be the most talented, then he'll be the hardest working. He wants to contribute more than anyone else to the sect's revival. He admits that the route he's chosen isn't optimal, but argues that even a small increase in strength can make a difference in battle. Two people may use the same technique, but the one with more raw power will win. He adds that with this strength, he'll be able to protect the sect, and eventually impress a remarkable woman drawn to his might. With a confident smile, he asks for permission to continue. The leader sees something in his eyes, determination that refuses to fade. He reflects on the sect's long decline and how many traditions were lost along the way. Perhaps this kind of stubborn resolve is what's needed to rebuild. He hands Chil Su a scroll, stating that it contains the core formula for the Yang symbiote martial art. Chil Su blinks, unsure if this means his request is approved. The leader elaborates, saying that the martial world is harsh to those without talent, but open to those with courage. He grants permission for Chil Su to continue external training, on one condition. He must also master the technique within the scroll. Grinning, Chil Su thanks him, eager to prove his worth. The leader then infuses energy into Chil Su's body, instructing him to guide it according to the scroll's diagrams. The warmth of the Yang energy flows through him, unlike the cold, bitter currents of the Eunuch techniques he once mastered. This is Yang Kai, pure, vital, and life-giving. The leader praises him for entering the realm of internal energy. Chil Su places a hand on his chest, pride swelling. He's no longer just a eunuch who clawed his way to power. Now, he's someone reborn. A master in the making. Jin Wei watches with joy, clearly proud of his progress. That night, she approaches the leader and expresses her desire to join Chil Su in external training. She explains that as the senior disciple, she wishes to lead by example, just as he does. The master, moved by her sincerity, agrees. Even if it doesn't produce results, he says, it will be a meaningful lesson. As he gazes out at the mountain sky, he feels a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the dreams of the sect's founder might still be realized. The next day, Chil Su works through his drills. His fists crack through the air as his body begins to respond to the new energy. But something feels off. He still carries the remnants of old habits. His familiarity with the eunuch techniques distorts the sensations of the Yang energy. His thoughts drift back to the sect's emblem, a reversed Taiji symbol. It represents their ancient method. Mastery of inverse yin-yang. He resolves to embrace this energy fully. Mastering the dual flow, he believes, is the key to achieving his ideal self. This form of cultivation, harboring both yin and yang, is seen by others as unnatural, even heretical. That's why many have labeled the sect as demonic. But they are not like the real demonic factions. They use their power to destroy evil, not spread it. He reminds himself not to be swayed by rumors. He's lucky to be here. Defeating true demonic sects will only elevate his status in the martial world. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. A boy stands there, crying and desperate. He begs for help, saying that his grandfather needs them. He pleads, claiming that if the sect truly stands for justice, someone must help the old man who has supported them for years. Jin Wei appears and asks what's going on. Chil Su explains the situation. The boy says someone, or something, stole his grandfather's goats. The master isn't around, which leaves them unsure of what to do. The boy elaborates, saying the goats didn't vanish because of a thief. The tracks left behind and the damage to the area suggest something unnatural. He explains that his grandfather raised the goats to sell and donate the money to the sect. But now they're gone. The boy admits he can't offer payment but begs for help anyway. Chil Su thinks it over. He reasons that anyone who climbs the mountain in winter deserves at least an answer. He agrees to investigate. At the base of Gongdong Mountain, the boy shows them the scene. Chil Su inspects the tracks. Long, sinuous, unmistakably serpentine. But the scale is wrong. This wasn't a snake. It was a monstrous one. He asks Jin Wei if any legends mention a giant serpent in these mountains. She says she's never heard of such a thing and insists that if it existed, their master would have dealt with it. Chil Su knows better. Accumulated energy in Gongdong could mutate wildlife, creating new threats without warning. He also knows this is a rare opportunity. If he kills the beast, he can absorb a wealth of vital energy. He declares that he'll handle it himself. Jin Wei protests, saying they should inform the master. Chil Su counters that stirring panic is unnecessary. Helping villagers is their duty. She concedes, and the boy brightens with hope. Chil Su instructs her to guide the child back while they follow the creature's trail. Leaping through the forest, Chil Su traces the path of destruction. Jin Wei follows, still questioning the wisdom of acting alone. Chil Su assures her that helping people can't be wrong, even though his true motive lies in gaining power. Suddenly, the trail disappears. Perched on a branch, Chil Su tells her to stay alert, but before he can finish his sentence, the giant snake lunges from above. It slams into his chest, launching him backward. Blood spills as he hits the ground. Jin Wei screams his name and rushes to his side. A voice, distant and prophetic, recalls an ancient tale, how a saint once got lost in Gongdong Mountain and uncovered sacred relics, techniques thought to be lost, and an elixir of legend. For a beast to become demonic, it must consume vast spiritual energy. This snake, it seems, was a product of such energy. Clutching his side, Chil Su grits his teeth. He tells himself that if he survives this fight, he'll grow stronger, recover the sect's forgotten techniques, and finally break free of his past. Jin Wei draws her sword and charges. Her blade glances off the serpent's scales without effect. She's too inexperienced, and the creature's tail slams her aside. Chil Su curses her mistake. She had panicked. Grabbing a branch, he leaps forward, driving it into the snake's eye. The beast recoils, writhing. But the venom already courses through his veins. Jin Wei staggers to her feet, asking if he's alright. He says they need to focus. They've fallen into the creature's trap. He asks if she noticed the toughness of its scales. She nods. It's like stone. The only way to kill it is by severing its head. But the creature moves too quickly for that. Chil Su glances at Jin Wei, noting that she still has a long journey before reaching her true potential. The real concern, however, lies with him. Though his past life's mastery of martial arts remains intact, the venom spreading through his body has already weakened him. He knows he can't hold on much longer. If Jin Wei, still green and untested, were to be poisoned as well, their fate would be sealed. Determined to buy them both time, he tears off his belt and tells her to get ready. When the moment comes, she must release all her destructive yang energy in one strike. There won't be a second chance. Jin Wei hesitantly asks how he expects to accomplish anything in his current state. He tells her that hesitation has no place now. Demonic beasts, no matter how formidable, always have a weakness. He roars as he narrowly dodges the serpent's next strike. Then, with a burst of reckless speed, he loops his belt around the snake's neck and slides beneath its writhing body. At his signal, Jin Wei leaps high, her blade glowing with condensed yang energy. She brings it down in one clean slash, severing the creature's head from its body. The snake crashes to the ground, lifeless. Jin Wei lands, astonished. As she catches her breath, she remarks that the neck truly was its weak point. She's even more surprised by how Chil Su had recognized it and directed her toward it so decisively. Then she sees him collapse. His body trembles violently. Heat radiates off him in waves as the venom spreads through his system. The legends were true. Jin Wei rushes to his side and cradles him. Chil Su smiles faintly, thinking it's not as bad as it seems. He plans to circulate his energy. draw the venom inward, and slowly purge it. Looking into Jin Hui's panicked expression, he feels certain he'll recover, but she thinks differently. She blames herself for relying on him again, and, in a desperate attempt to save him, pulls him close and vows not to lose him. Laying him down, she leans forward without hesitation and presses her lips to his neck, drawing the poison out with her mouth. Chil Su jolts awake, completely disoriented, feeling something soft against his skin. Realizing what's happening, he flails wildly and yells at her, demanding an explanation. Jin Wei quickly sits up, spitting out the venom, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chil Su furiously calls her reckless. She brushes off his scolding and insists that she had to make sure he would be all right. Later, as they warm themselves by a fire, Chil Su sits brooding. Jin Wei, now cheerful again, comments that his pulse has stabilized, though she finds it odd that he suggested eating the meat of the demonic snake. Chil Su explains that some snake species are known to have incredibly nutritious meat. Jin Wei wonders if the master might enjoy it too. Chil Su mutters under his breath, irritated that she's thinking about the master in a moment like this. He says that after eating, they should search the snake's lair. The real rewards are likely hidden deeper. After a short trek through the forest, they find the cave's entrance near the mountain's peak. Jin Wei notes the immense spiritual energy radiating from within. Chil Su is impressed. Her instincts are sharper than he remembered. Had she used this sense in her past life to find this place as well? Inside, Jin Wei is awestruck. She remarks that she never imagined the Gongdan sect had a place like this. She theorizes that the energy might be tied to a lost manuscript. Chil Su agrees. It could have been a secret training ground or a retreat where a great master ascended. If so, then elixirs must be nearby. Jin Wei spots a cluster of pills, but they're dull, likely already drained of their energy by the snake. They push deeper, eventually stumbling upon a hidden temple. A low table sits before them, books stacked neatly. Jin Wei approaches and identifies them as sword techniques. Both realize they've found something significant, the lost martial arts of Gongdan. Jin Wei can barely contain her excitement, claiming this must be where the ancient masters trained. Chil Su, having expected as much, stays calm, though inwardly he's just as thrilled. She exclaims that fate has smiled upon them, but Chil Su quickly suggests they split up to search for more treasures. The moment she turns her back, he sprints into the cave's depths, determined to find the true prize first, the elixirs. Eventually, he spots it, a single floating pill glowing faintly in the dark. He stares in awe, drooling. This is it. His key to leaving behind all humiliation, to finally stepping into his future as the harem king. But before he can claim it, Jin Wei calls out from another tunnel. She's found a bathing spring and mentions something strange. Before she can finish, she hears Chil Su scream. She races to his side and finds him collapsed before a frozen altar. Her eyes widen. She recognizes it immediately. Medicine Su, the legendary elixir of life. Formed over thousands of years, it holds unimaginable yin energy. While priceless for cultivating feminine power, it's disastrous for someone like Chil Su. His entire path is built on cultivating pure yang energy. If he consumes it, the balance within him would shatter, and his body would regress to the same delicate state he fought so hard to escape. Tears run down his cheeks. Jin Wei asks why he's crying, and he responds that they're tears of joy. Smiling weakly, he insists she should take it. He explains that it can awaken unimaginable power and would benefit her far more than him. Jin Wei protests, saying that he found it, and therefore should be the one to use it. Chil Su grits his teeth. The elixir is poison to him. But for her, it could be transformative. He argues that giving it to someone like him, who develops slowly, would be a waste. Split between two people, its effects would diminish. He pleads with her to take it and grow stronger, for herself and for the sect. Jin Wei, touched, argues that precisely because he lacks innate talent, he should take it. With this, he could finally reach her level. Chil Su's patience thins. He can't understand why she's so stubbornly righteous, refusing to accept a gift. He knows he has to manipulate the situation. He gently takes her hand, lowers his voice, and asks if she could grant a humble request from her junior disciple. Jin Wei blushes, startled. Chil Su continues, saying he offers the elixir not out of weakness, but out of deep admiration. Cornered by emotion, Jin Wei relents. She agrees, saying that if he insists, she will accept it. Chil Su smirks internally. A few words of heartfelt respect were enough to break through her wall. Jin Wei reminds him to be careful when absorbing energy. She thanks him and sits beside the scrolls, flipping through them rapidly. Shil Su watches in awe. She absorbs knowledge with shocking speed. Only someone with such a rare physique and mind could do that. Soon after, she declares that she's ready and walks toward the elixir. Holding it reverently, she reflects on Shil Su's kindness. Out of respect for his choice, she vows to absorb its power completely. But as soon as she consumes it, a deep chill floods her body. Her heart feels encased in frost. Shil Su asks what's wrong, but she collapses, overcome by the immense yin force surging through her veins. A violent gust of wind erupts from the cave. Shil Su watches in alarm. Her body is freezing. This wasn't the result he expected. Inside her mind, Jin Wei drifts through a surreal dreamscape. She realizes she's entered a mental realm, the consequence of absorbing such a powerful elixir. A presence emerges, dark, swirling energy that takes form. She attempts to absorb it, but instead is hurled into a maelstrom of memories. She recalls a brutal moment from her childhood, a crow slaughtering smaller birds. Enraged, she had killed the predator. Yet the people who found her labeled her a monster. They judged her for defending life, not understanding her pain. Then, from the shadows, another figure steps forward, an ominous version of herself. This distorted reflection sneers, then attacks. Jin Wei braces herself, knowing that the greatest battle is no longer physical. Outside the cave, Shil Su stands still as a silent storm rages before him. He watches the turbulent waves of energy spiraling from Jin Wei, a violent manifestation of the demon trapped within the elixir she consumed. He had believed her rare talent would let her conquer the internal battle alone, but now he sees how deeply he underestimated the price. Her body is locked in a trance, and her mind is under siege. Grumbling under his breath about how much he hates unnecessary physical contact, Shil Su steps forward anyway. He places a steady hand on the back of her neck and pulls her into a stabilizing embrace. He channels his yang energy directly into her, hoping to create enough warmth and clarity to anchor her in the present. Inside her mental world, Jin Wei hears his voice cut through the chaos. He tells her to guide the foreign energy through her meridians, that if she allows the chaos to consume her, she'll lose herself completely. The temperature plummets in the cave, yet her body hasn't frozen. Shil Su marvels at her resilience. But he knows if she falls here, all hope of rebuilding the sect with her will be lost. In her vision, the demon mocks her, feeding off her doubts and insecurities. It taunts her with her past, twisting painful memories into weapons. In response, she grabs a nearby rock and strikes the creature, fleeing deeper into the storm of her mind. But she knows running won't be enough, it feeds on her fear. Shil Su's voice returns, firm and unwavering. He urges her not to quit, telling her that pain is a signal, a passageway. The golden glow of his yang energy floods into her subconscious. It steadies her, grounding her. Despite the growing risk to himself, Shil Su continues funneling energy into her, refusing to let her face the demon alone. The beast lunges again, but this time Jin Wei meets it with a thunderous punch. The impact sends it crashing back. She staggers, blood trickling from her lips, but she doesn't fall. She understands now. Shil Su isn't just helping her digest the elixir. He's helping cleanse the demon itself from her mind. She mirrors his energy flow, sitting cross-legged and matching her breathing to his rhythm. Yet the demon reemerges from the rubble of her thoughts. It rises, screaming, refusing to vanish. Outside, Shil Su senses the final wave coming. He fortifies her with thick shields of yang energy. He yells for her to end it. This is her chance. As the demon charges one last time, Jin Wei opens her eyes, fury and clarity blazing within them. Her spiritual form lashes out, overwhelming the beast in a burst of radiant energy. The demon convulses and disintegrates into dust. The cave finally stills. Shil Su slumps back, drained but satisfied. He congratulates her quietly, proud of her victory. In her mind, Jin Wei reflects on every moment that brought her here. Shil Su's kindness, his support, his selfless sacrifice. He had not only offered her a priceless treasure but endured the storm beside her, never asking for anything in return. A newfound resolve rises within her. She promises herself that she will repay him, no matter the cost. Even if the entire world were to turn against him, she would remain by his side. Shil Su watches her begin to absorb energy in earnest, sensing that her breakthrough marks a critical step in restoring the fallen sect. He stands, stretching his weary limbs, and mutters that the ordeal, while painful, was ultimately worth it. Still, he grumbles about how unfair the cave had been. Instead of a yang-based elixir that could help him recover the strength of his former life, he got front row seats to a yin explosion. Exactly what he didn't need. Scanning the cavern, he spots something, a faint red glimmer tucked behind a jagged rock. He approaches and uncovers a small crimson plant radiating pure yang energy. Not as rare as the elixir, but still potent. With no hesitation, he pops it into his mouth and begins cultivating on the spot. Rather than focusing the energy solely into his core, he lets it flow through his entire system. Muscles, bones, nerves, he feeds every cell, reinforcing his body. For the first time in years, he feels robust yang energy coursing through him, free from distortion. Though he hasn't matched Jinhui's leap in advancement, his body now brims with vitality and resistance. He smiles. He may not be ahead, but he's no longer stuck in his past. Later, he stretches and guesses Jin Wei has gone to bathe. This place, sacred to Gong Dan's lineage, surely has at least one bathing spring. Not far off, Jin Wei soaks in the warm waters, sighing at how rejuvenating it feels. From a distance, Chil Su calls out, asking where she is. Jin Wei panics and tells him not to come closer. He stops, sitting by a rock and saying he'll wait. Jin Wei silently thanks him, heart pounding, knowing that had he taken one more step, he might have seen more than she could explain. As she relaxes, her thoughts drift. She thinks about how close Chil Su came to discovering her secret. She's spent her life disguised as a man to avoid trouble, as her master once advised. But this moment, after what they've just endured, feels different. The way Chil Su stood by her, gave so freely, and never hesitated to act. She can't help but wonder about the strange warmth blooming in her chest. She blushes, unsure of these new emotions. She imagines walking through a quiet garden with him, hand in hand, supporting him just as he did her. She jolts back to reality, scolding herself. Chil Su is her junior disciple, nothing more. Her duty is to protect him and restore the sect, not to indulge in foolish fantasies. Outside, Chil Su shifts uncomfortably. He mutters about how long it's taking. A man's bath shouldn't require so much time. Looking around, he marvels at the glittering walls of the cavern, pearls and mineral veins shimmering in soft light. This place, he realizes, holds the true wealth of Gondong. He recalls that in his past life, after the sect was wiped out, only one man survived, the swordsman John Young, who would later lead the sect. Though branded the Demon Slayer, the title was steeped in ridicule. Many believed he had fled while his comrades perished. The name, in truth, was a scar. Chil Su clenches his fists. Recovering the lost martial texts here could change everything. This place was still intact now, but in his past life, it had already collapsed. That alone suggested that what destroyed it wasn't time or erosion. It was deliberate. Just then, Jin Wei emerges from the mist, radiating a soft glow, her aura steady and refined. She cheerfully tells him to go wash up. Chil Su stares too long, then punches himself in the face, trying to snap out of it. In the bath, he growls at himself, slamming his fist into the water. Why is this guy getting more beautiful every day? It's driving him insane. When he returns, Jin Wei is already sorting through a pile of ancient books, organizing them by theme and technique. She explains that she's preparing the martial texts for study. Chil Su's eyes light up as he flips through the ancient texts. These were foundational scrolls, rich with techniques, histories, and training philosophies vital to Gondong's revival. Yet, something was missing. He furrows his brow and turns to Jin Wei, asking if these 7 books were all she had found. She confirms, adding that none of them resemble the famed Demon Slayer technique. That leaves Chil Su puzzled. In his past life, the legendary blade technique had originated from this very cave. Its absence suggests one thing. Mu Ju Che, the celestial sword lord who transcended mortality, hadn't recorded it in writing. This complicated things. If a technique of that caliber was hidden here, it had to be preserved differently, encoded in something that couldn't decay with time. Jin Wei suddenly gasps. She points ahead and shouts that she's found something. Without waiting, she bolts forward. Chil Su follows closely behind. She stops at a stone wall, where deep, deliberate cuts mar the surface like ancient battle scars. Chil Su examines the markings. The moment his fingers touch the stone, he senses a lingering current of energy. He declares that it's not merely decorative, it's mechanical, likely crafted over 3 centuries ago. He explains that it's designed to open only when struck with precise force and energy. Any misstep could bring the entire cave down. Jin Wei theorizes that without the authentic Demon Slayer technique, the structure is locked. Chil Su agrees, but believes there's still a path forward. He explains that while he never fully mastered the technique, the imperial palace had studied martial arts from every sect, especially the famous ones. The Demon Slayer technique was definitely among them. He feels certain that the secret to mastering Mu Juche's swordplay lies beyond this wall. Trailing the engraved slashes, Chil-Su begins studying the pattern of movements. Jin Wei watches, puzzled, until she notices faint paths etched into the stone beneath their feet. The paths guide their positioning, almost like a silent dance meant to retrace the sword's journey. Eventually, Chil-Su stops before another vine-covered wall. With one swift motion, he slashes through it, revealing unfamiliar symbols etched into the stone. He calls Jin Wei over, asking if she can decipher them. It takes 2 grueling days to make sense of the inscriptions. Piece by piece, they decode the embedded technique. It stretches from one end of the cave to the other, a massive sequence of movement, force, and intent. Using the martial tools they'd found earlier, and reverse engineering the sword marks, they correct each motion, refining it stroke by stroke. Jin Wei often asks if her form is correct. Chil-Su grumbles in response, adjusting her footing, redirecting her posture. He's annoyed, not by her incompetence, but by the nagging thought that his first teachings in this new life were meant for a soft-spoken, adoring beauty. Instead, he's stuck with Jin Wei, who outshines any woman he imagined in both grace and power. When hunger strikes, they chew on energy pills, refusing to stop. The excitement of unlocking the sect's lost legacy outweighs the fatigue. Finally, the day arrives. The technique is ready. Chil-Su, caught up in the moment, nearly embraces Jin Wei in celebration, but remembers just in time. Jin Wei steps forward, sword in hand, and asks if the final step is truly hers to take. Chil-Su nods. He reminds her that the master had once said the Demon Slayer technique requires a celestial foundation. She hesitates, admitting she isn't confident she meets that requirement. He reassures her. The structure has weakened over 300 years. He's already manipulated the flow of energy inside, easing the resistance and softening the seals. All that remains is her final strike. He reflects to himself that where he lacks yin energy, she overflows with it, and where she lacks yang, he fills the gap. Together, they're perfectly balanced, an unintentional harmony. Jin Wei exhales, tightening her grip. She leaps into the air, sword flashing, and sends a resounding strike into the wall. A shockwave echoes through the cavern, and the wall slowly creaks open. Jin Wei runs to him, overwhelmed. She asks how he knew it would work. Before he can answer, she bursts into excited praise, exclaiming that the lost techniques must lie beyond. She calls him a genius, smiling wide with gratitude. Chil-Su remains calm, reminding her that they haven't seen what's actually inside. It's too early to celebrate. They step into the darkness. Suddenly, Chil-Su stumbles, collapses, and everything fades. When he opens his eyes, he's chained to the ceiling. Panic strikes immediately. The room, the scent of incense, the sterile cold, it's too familiar. A man in glasses steps forward, asking if this is the child. An older man responds, confirming that this is the stray from Haidong City, one who will fetch a fine price at the palace. The bespectacled man turns to Chil-Su and casually greets him, telling him he's finally awake. Chil-Su's heart plunges. This was the day, the beginning of everything, the moment he lost his manhood and was sold into servitude. But this isn't real. He realizes he's trapped in an illusion, an advanced mental realm, a test left behind by Mu Juche. A sick final trial. Rage rises in his chest. He grits his teeth and swears he'll make that ancient bastard pay for dragging him back into this nightmare. A child's voice echoes nearby, claiming that life in the palace isn't so bad. He says a eunuch can still become powerful enough to change the world. Chil-Su's blood boils. In his past life, he had done exactly that. He had become the second most powerful man in the empire, second only to the empress, and yet, he lived hollow. That version of him, he now loathes. His anger ignites. Though his internal energy is far from what it once was, his mind remains sharp, his body restored. Spiritual pressure bursts from him, shaking the illusion. The captors around him demand to know how he's doing this, but their words freeze, faces distorting, before shattering into dust. This realm was built to test the heart, and Chil-Su's heart is impenetrable. He looks down at the broken symbols on the floor, symbols that once represented his shackles. Anger surges again. These were men he already killed. He refuses to be haunted by them a second time. A gentle voice interrupts. It praises his strength. He turns to see a group of breathtaking women approaching, one leaning in for a kiss. But he narrows his eyes. He's lived a lifetime dreaming of such illusions. That's all they are. He summons his ki and vaporizes them on the spot. Even with his desires, he won't be controlled by temptation. Not anymore. He knows he didn't survive to indulge fantasies, he survived because of his unshakable will. Then, the shadows shift. A tall figure steps forward, sword at his side, eyes glowing with celestial energy. Mu Ju Che, the celestial sword lord himself, stares down at him and finally speaks. He says that Chil Su has exceeded every expectation. His voice carries the weight of centuries. Chu Su opens his mouth to respond, but he doesn't even get the chance. A blade of lightning erupts from Mu Ju Cha's hand, cleaving through the air with terrifying speed. The ancient celestial sword lord declares that he wants to see if the boy can handle the real thing. Caught off guard by the sheer force and pressure, Chu Su summons his energy, constructing hasty barriers as he twists and dodges across the cavern. But he's not fast enough. One strike lands cleanly across his abdomen, sending him flying back and slamming into the cave floor. The pain rattles his bones, and as he gasps for air, he realizes the truth with complete clarity. This isn't just some lingering illusion or guardian remnant. This is Mu Ju Cha, the man who single-handedly ended the demonic invasion 3 centuries ago. A living legend in the flesh. And he's now staring Chu Su down like an enemy. Chu Su scrambles up, shouting that he's not here to fight. He insists that Mu Ju Cha must recognize him, that he's not the enemy. But Mu Ju Cha cuts him off with biting sarcasm, asking if Chu Su thinks he's a fool. He says the boy carries the mental poise of a grandmaster, yet lacks the martial refinement of even a first-tier cultivator. Worse, he says, is the aura of rebellion clinging to his skin, proof, in his eyes, that Chu Su is an infiltrator from the blood demon cult. Chu Su collapses under the pressure, unable to mount a defense. Another attack is already coming when he suddenly bows deeply, offering his name and title, Li Chu Su, disciple of the Gondong sect. Then, with deliberate reverence, he welcomes the celestial master as his ancestor. The energy shifts. The strike curves midair and narrowly misses. Then, in a startling twist, Mu Ju Cha begins to laugh. He says the boy is clever enough to use a sect-specific technique that only a true Gondong disciple would know. That move alone spared his life. He then introduces himself formally as the celestial swordmaster of 3 centuries past. He says it's rare to meet someone walking the path of reversal and immortality. Chu Su responds coolly that time travel is no issue, as long as he remains a true disciple of the Gondong sect, the rest is irrelevant. Mu Ju Cha nods with partial agreement. He muses aloud about fighting fire with fire and suggests this boy may be the heavens' answer to future calamities. An anomaly to face another anomaly. Chu Su, however, is completely lost in this cosmic reasoning. He hadn't come here to fulfill divine prophecy. All he wanted was to reclaim his masculinity. He explains that his reason for being here is far more personal. He's not chasing secret martial legacies or immortality. He stumbled into this place searching for power, and now he's certain the final piece of that power lies here. He says that if Mu Ju Cha is the guardian of that legacy, then he has a request. He asks the celestial master to teach the sword technique not to him, but to his companion, the boy who accompanied him. It's a smart move. Chu Su has already earned Jin Hui's trust, and this arrangement would let the celestial master rebuild the sect while someone else bears the burdens of leadership. Chu Su's ambition is clear. Remain second in command, wield significant influence, but stay free of responsibility. Live leisurely, laugh freely, and enjoy the rewards without bearing the crown. Mu Ju Cha considers his words and says perhaps fate did bring him here. But he also says Chu Su is still foolish, he hasn't realized what's coming. A calamity approaches, one as terrible as the war of old. Chu Su, now genuinely worried, asks if the blood demon cult is returning. He thought they had been wiped out centuries ago by Mu Ju Cha himself. But the master gives a cryptic response. He says he cannot reveal more, divine law forbids it. This leaves Chu Su stunned. He knows the blood demon cult is the extremist branch of the demon sect, an organization obsessed with chaos and destruction. The last time they struck, they turned the Gondong Mountains into a river of blood and drowned the Wang dynasty beneath their cruelty. It took Mu Ju Cha's divine intervention to end that nightmare and forge the Merim Alliance, which later birthed the Ming dynasty. The martial sects were rewarded with political power in exchange for their aid, creating a pact of non-interference. Since then, the demon sect had remained dormant. But now, the old patterns seem ready to repeat. Chu Su begins to panic, not out of fear for the nation, but for his own future. If war returns, if people are starving and broken again, How could he build his paradise of pleasure? How could he charm women if they're too busy mourning sons and husbands? He imagines a desperate woman crying over her dying lord while he stands in the corner, heartbroken that no one is paying him attention. That future is intolerable. He concludes that if war is coming, then he must become strong enough to stop it, if only so he can live as he wants. Not to be a hero, not to save the world, but to protect his dream of leisure and laughter. He thinks of the emperors he once helped shape, of the dynasty he propped up from the shadows. He vows to prevent the demon cult from laying waste to the land again. Mu Ju Cha watches him quietly. Then, with a slight nod, he says the boy appears ready. He asks if Chu Su now wishes to learn the unified sword technique. Chu Su blinks, surprised. He thought the whole point was to pass it to Jin Wei. He asks what would be required of him to learn it. Mu Ju Cha replies that he knows the boy's mind is impure. He asks, flatly, if Chu Su doesn't want to use these techniques to indulge in carnal desires and call it enlightenment. Chu Su pauses for a moment and then answers honestly. He says his intentions aren't impure, at least, not in the way villains twist them. The union of yin and yang, he argues, is a sacred principle. It is the foundation of harmony in the world. He's not seeking domination or manipulation. He's seeking balance, beauty, bliss. He reminds the master that he overcame the illusion trap through sheer will. That alone should prove he's not some power-drunk hedonist. He says he wants to achieve enlightenment not by abandoning desire, but by embracing it honestly and respectfully. Women, to him, represent love, care, and beauty. He wants to uplift them, not use them. He wants to make them happy, not collect them like trophies. That, he claims, is worlds apart from being a villain. Mu Ju Cha stares at him, stunned by the twisted sincerity of his philosophy. He shakes his head and mutters that he's unsure what sort of karmic punishment a woman would have to endure to end up involved with someone like this. Chu Su assures Mu Ju Cha not to worry. He promises that he'll take responsibility for everything, he always intended to. If he wasn't willing to carry the consequences, he never would have started this journey. Mu Ju Cha studies him for a moment, then chuckles. He admits that he's impressed the boy is so bold and driven, even if his reasons are unique. He says that ambition like Chu Sus deserves a little credit. But he warns him, if he truly wants to learn the unified sword technique, he must first let go of every martial foundation he's ever built. Chu Su doesn't hesitate. He says that won't be a problem. In fact, he welcomes it. The yin-based cultivation from his past life disgusts him. It never suited him. Satisfied by his resolve, Mu Ju Cha declares that the training will begin. Chu Su will now embark on the path to mastering the celestial art of dual harmony, the supreme martial legacy of the Gondong sect. The name alone sounds excessive to Chu Su, but he holds his tongue. They suddenly appear in a vast, surreal expanse. It's like floating in a sea of stars, the horizon swirling with shifting currents of black and white. Chu Su is disoriented, unsure where they are. Mu Ju Cha calmly explains that this is the depth of yin and yang, something Chu Su will only truly understand if he masters the technique. Back in the real world, his body remains motionless in the cave. In that suspended state, he hears the master's voice urging him to dedicate himself to learning the art of dual harmony. Moments later, he awakens, jolting upright. Jin Wei is beside him, just beginning to stir. He calls out, nudging her shoulder. She groggily asks what happened, saying she saw the master disappear and the pavilion engulfed in flames. Chu Su quickly explains. They were both caught in the celestial master's illusion. He managed to endure it and discover what was hidden within, the technique itself. It had been stored in the box all along, waiting to be found. Before they can process it, the cave begins to quake. The walls groan and crack, the protective force keeping it intact is gone. Mu Ju Cha's power had been preserving the space, and with his departure, it's collapsing. Chu Su rushes toward the box, yelling that they need to grab it before it's lost forever. Jin Wei points to a glowing exit marker, and the two sprint out, the stone walls crumbling behind them. Just as they reach the entrance, Chu Su turns and sees the faint image of Mu Ju Cha lingering. The celestial master gives him one last silent look before vanishing. Chu Su doesn't say a word. He just keeps moving. Outside, the sunlight nearly blinds them. Jin Wei sighs, marveling that she'd almost forgotten what fresh air felt like. The cave collapses completely behind them. There's no going back. At least, she says, they recovered some of the lost martial arts. That alone makes the trip worth it. Chu Su agrees, but says they're not done yet. They need to return to base, but there's somewhere he must visit first. Far away, in a modest home in the city, a small boy stirs awake. His mother urges him to hurry. His grandfather's health is fading fast, and it's time to leave this place. The boy apologizes, saying he's already packed everything. The old man emerges, hesitant. He asks if they truly have to leave. The woman replies that with no money left, and their home ruined, there's nothing more they can do here. They have to start over somewhere else, anywhere they can make a living. It's been a week since the boy last saw the two strangers from the Gondong sect. He wonders if they're alright, or if he put them in danger by asking for help. Just then, a knock comes at the door. A voice calls out, asking if anyone's home. It's Chu Su and Jin Wei. The mother opens the door, confused. Jin Wei explains that they've returned as promised. Her son had asked for help, and they found the culprit who devastated their home. The grandfather and mother are skeptical, unsure if these two really handled such a thing. The boy doesn't hesitate. He drops his bag and runs forward, hugging them both tightly. Chu Su grumbles that the kid should have left an address. It wasn't easy tracking him down. But he adds that thanks to the boy, they were able to slay the beast and prevent it from hurting anyone else. Chu Su reaches into his robes and produces a glowing stone, the core extracted from the demonic serpent. He says it must be properly refined and administered to the grandfather. If done correctly, it will restore vitality and dramatically improve his health. The boy sobs his thanks, overwhelmed. The old man steps forward, hands trembling, then begins to cry as well. Later, the family waves goodbye as the two martial artists prepare to leave. The road ahead is long. Chu Su, standing quietly, says he wishes he were stronger, strong enough to do more for people like that. Jin Wei agrees softly. Chu Su glances at the road and starts walking again. He says they've got work to do. Gondong isn't going to rebuild itself. Jin Wei follows without a word. They walk together in silence, their hearts heavy with duty but lit with renewed purpose. The encounter with the boy had given them more than closure. It handed them responsibility. Chu Su reflects on his past life. Back then, he never managed to awaken the divine fusion technique. The cave had already collapsed when he arrived. That meant someone else had entered it first, someone who retrieved the legacy and, perhaps, destroyed the evidence. If that person had ties to the Blood Demon sect, it made sense. They would want to erase Gondong's history, to ensure no one could challenge them. One thing was clear, something dark was already in motion. The question now was how to explain all of this to their master. As they climb the familiar stairs back to the sect, their master appears behind them. His voice cuts through the air, asking if it's really them. They turn slowly, awkward smiles plastered on their faces, asking how he's been. Without a word, the master storms forward and smacks both of them across the head. He demands to know where they've been, what they were thinking, and why they disappeared without permission. Later, after explanations are given and the truth laid bare, the master stands silent. Jin Wei confirms everything. Chu Su adds that the luminous pearl was retrieved from the cave. The master opens one of the books they recovered. His hands begin to tremble. Tears fill his eyes. He declares that these are real. These are the lost techniques of their ancestors. He breaks down, overcome with emotion, saying that this must be the ancestors' blessing. For all they'd done wrong, they had still done something extraordinary. Despite the severity of their disobedience, he decides not to punish them. What they accomplished was too important. But he warns them, this kind of recklessness can't happen again. Finally, he pulls them both into a rough, proud hug and welcomes them home. Later, they're seen writing meticulously in the manuals. Jin Wei is assisting the master in organizing the recovered techniques. The leader remarks that the recovery of the luminous pearl is not just a symbolic triumph, it will be of great help in practical terms. At the very least, it means they won't go hungry for the time being, and they'll have the resources to begin stabilizing their sect. At this, Helsu raises a concern. He suggests that perhaps it's not wise to reveal their discovery to the public just yet. The leader raises an eyebrow and asks if Helsu means they shouldn't sell the pearl. Helsu confirms. He says that peace is more valuable than a bit of recognition. To him, the luminous pearl represents more than just rare material wealth, it's a beacon that could draw the wrong kind of attention. He reminds the leader that the reincarnation technique he used in his previous life was born from forbidden magic, an art tied directly to the demon sect. That same cursed legacy is likely related to the strange mark Mu Ju Cha saw on him. Helsu reflects on how he and the Empress had wiped out the demon cult in his previous life, believing they had truly ended it. Yet clearly, forces had remained hidden, even from them. If he, in all his past influence, never uncovered their full reach, then he knows they're still dangerous now. For that reason alone, he insists that their priority should be to grow stronger before the world takes notice of them. He turns to the master and states bluntly that rebuilding the sect has only just begun. Showing off treasures they can't yet defend will only invite ruin. The luminous pearl is far too valuable, and far too visible, to risk exposing. The leader takes a moment to consider his words. Then he nods in agreement. He says that Helsu is not wrong. In fact, it aligns with something he's been worried about himself. He mentions that the Shadow Society has been gaining power throughout Gansu province. Jin Wei appears confused at the name, unfamiliar with the group. The leader explains that it started as a lowly bandit network, but over time it gained momentum and influence. Now, it's far more than a criminal ring, it's an underground force spreading its reach rapidly. And in a province weakened by the decline of the Gongdong sect, it's becoming a legitimate threat. For now, the leader says, they'll keep the pearl hidden. No one outside the sect needs to know about it. Then, with a smile that breaks the heavy tension, he opens the door and tells them to follow him. After everything they've been through, it's time to eat. He leads them toward the Gongdong Inn. Helsu immediately perks up. That name sparks something in him. He knows the white lonely flower resides there. Finally, he thinks, he'll be able to meet Su Heron. But as they walk through the city, Helsu's excitement dampens. The streets are lined with the hungry and the desperate. Beggars lean against crumbling walls, and silence has replaced what should be a lively marketplace. He starts to doubt there could be any sort of inn operating here. The leader catches his look and explains the decay. He says this decline is the price of weakness. When the sect lost its prestige, so did the city. Gongdong once thrived, streets alive with traders, music, and wealth. But now, the shadows loom heavier every day. Still, the leader adds, one bright spot remains. The Gongdong Inn has never closed its doors. It's the heart of this place, and somehow, it endures. Helsu, now salivating, declares that as long as the inn stands, the world can burn. He praises the inn as a symbol of resilience, saying no other place carries the name of Gongdong with as much pride. The leader chuckles, grateful for his enthusiasm, and tells him to go inside. Inside, the mood is surprisingly warm. The streets outside may be quiet, but the inn hums with life. Patrons speak in low tones, and a gentle buzz of hope lingers in the air. Helsu is stunned. He didn't expect to feel this level of energy in a dying city. A man appears from behind the counter and greets the leader with a wide smile, saying it's been too long. He introduces himself as Shiwan Wang, owner of the inn. He guides them to a table and welcomes them like family. The leader comments that the place hasn't changed a bit. Shiwan laughs and says he's just being kind. Then he gestures toward Helsu and asks who the young man is. Helsu introduces himself proudly as a new disciple of Gongdong. Shiwan immediately praises him, saying he radiates strength and purpose. He declares with confidence that this boy will surely help bring Gongdong back to its former glory. Helsu thanks him but remains suspicious. The man seems too kind. Then he notices something. The entire room has quieted. People are staring at him, whispering about the arrival of Gongdong martial artists. Their eyes shine with admiration. Helsu is confused. He's not famous. Not yet. Why all the attention? Shiwan explains. These people aren't just customers, they're allies. Many of them oppose the rise of the Shadow Society. The inn has become a haven, a gathering point for those who still believe in Gongdong's return. These people see hope in the disciples of the sect. That's why they're watching him now, not out of curiosity, but out of belief. Suddenly, a man runs over, clutching a handful of coins. He offers them to the leader, begging him to accept them to aid in restoring the sect. The leader thanks him and assures everyone that with disciples like these, Gongdong will rise again. Helsu sits there, stunned by the wave of love and support. He didn't expect this. Not here. Then the leader leans toward Shiwan and asks about his daughter. Shiwan says she's out on a mission but will return soon. He calls her Heron. At that moment, Helsu's heart skips a beat. This was the moment he had been waiting for. In his past life, Su Heron became one of the sect's greatest figures. Alongside Jin Wei, she led Gongdong's restoration, Jin Wei with her strength, and Heron with her mind. Her nickname, the Lonely Flower, suited her perfectly. Mysterious, elegant, and deadly. She was also known as the Ice Blade Princess. Her beauty was legendary. Even martial artists wrote her fan letters begging to be cut down by her sword. And now, Hellsu, with his masculinity restored, couldn't miss the chance to meet her again. Just the thought sends his heart racing. The door creaks open. A flicker of white hair enters the room. His breath catches. Could it be? But no, it's a child. A little girl walks in, cheerful and innocent. He's stunned. He forgot. He's in the past, many years before Heron's rise to prominence. She's still a child. She tells her father she's back from her errand. Hellsu can't help but smile awkwardly, reprimanding himself internally for getting carried away. She's cute, sure, but she's just a kid. Looking at her now, he feels the same way he once did looking at the Empress as a child, protective, like a big brother. Shiwan gestures to her and tells her to greet the sect's disciples. She waves and offers a shy greeting. Hellsu introduces himself warmly, but before he finishes speaking, she stares for a second, then turns and walks away. She slams the door behind her. Inside, she wondered how he could smile when he couldn't protect a single soul. The Gongdong sect had proven useless, and her hatred for them ran deep, so deep, it extended to the entire martial world. Of course, the moment she left, her father apologized, explaining that his daughter was shy around strangers. Zhang Yang responded that it was perfectly fine. After all, she was just a child. Hellsu, knowing her story, wasn't surprised. A skirmish between sects in the region had ended with her mother's death. That day, not even the Gongdong sect had been able to help. That helplessness had planted her resentment. Still, it saddened him to see someone so young already sealing herself off from others. Later, at least, the food was excellent. He finally got some decent protein after what felt like forever. Glancing to the side, he caught a glimpse of Heron rushing past him. She bolted as soon as she saw him. Then, out of nowhere, Jinwei appeared right in front of him, asking if he enjoyed today's outing. Hellsu replied that he had, though he couldn't stop wondering why Jinwei always got so uncomfortably close when he spoke. Jinwei beamed, expressing joy that Hellsu had liked the trip. Hellsu remained stunned by how good-looking the guy was. No wonder Heron had clung to him in the past life. If things kept going this way, Hellsu wouldn't even manage to become her older brother. He needed a plan to surpass him. He slammed the table and told the master they should go out like this more often. The trip had opened his eyes to the people's support and their expectations for Gangnam. It motivated him. He declared that he wanted to become a real martial artist, someone worthy of that support. When the master said they'd visit once a month, Hellsu thanked him with genuine appreciation. Fueled with purpose, he swore he would make Heron his little sister. He wouldn't lose to Jinwei again. As night fell and they returned to the sect, Hellsu admitted he had been neglecting what made him impressive. He pulled out a small stone tied to a rope and announced it was time to resume hanging exercises. His pants dropped, and the intent became obvious. The exercise was meant to strengthen the male organ, an essential part of his training to increase virility. Now that he was advancing with the master's martial techniques, he needed to train every part of himself to peak condition. As his eyes opened, the stone began to swing. It felt like night turned into day as he stood there, the stone swaying back and forth. A whole year must have passed. He laughed to himself, claiming he had finally become a real man. Reaching that level in just a year made him a legendary master of virility. He sat down, savoring the sensation, and began focusing his energy. Suddenly, a golden glow began to emanate from him. He grew confused. Ever since he merged with that strange technique from the cave and combined it with these unusual practices, something bizarre had been happening. Each time he activated his powers, something below reacted, something rose. He had no idea how to manage this new complication. At this rate, everyone would start labeling him a pervert. Just then, Jinwei called out to him. Poor Chu Su, startled, scrambled to cover himself. Why did this guy always show up at the worst possible moment? He opened the door, covering what needed to be covered, and asked Jinwei why he was there. Jinwei said that today was their travel day and he'd been sent to fetch him. The master had instructed them to head to Hujiang County first, so he needed to hurry. Chu Su felt relief wash over him. Jinwei hadn't noticed anything. Still, he had recently started finding the guy's behavior odd. Maybe puberty was messing with him. At the inn, Heron poured tea for the two of them. The moment Chu Su thanked her, she dashed away again. Though she still avoided him, at least it wasn't as extreme as before. But something didn't feel right. The inn was unusually empty. Jin Wei noticed it too and said it aloud. Suddenly, Wan Guang appeared, greeting them warmly. He reintroduced himself, and Shu Su asked how he was doing, though it quickly became clear that something was off. Wan Guang asked if they wanted their usual order, and Shu Su confirmed. But when Wan Guang turned to fetch it, he stumbled. Heron screamed for him. Shu Su rushed over and asked what had happened. Wan Guang assured them it was nothing, just his health acting up. Shu Su then asked about the inn's emptiness. Wan Guang admitted the truth. He said he would soon have to close the place. He explained it was all due to the Shadow Society villains, who had grown stronger and more ruthless. They'd been extorting the entire city. Months ago, they began preventing merchants from trading with the inn. With constant fighting outside, people stopped coming in. Bills piled up, and now he feared for Heron's safety. It was time to shut down. Now it made sense to Chu Su. Heron had joined the Gondong sect because her father hoped she'd be protected, even though she hated martial artists. The Shadow Society might have just been thugs, but they had backing from the Black Dragon of Siquan. Looking at Wan Guang, Shu Su realized how hopeless it was for normal people to fight against such forces. Suddenly, someone pounded on the door. A voice shouted Wan Guang's name. 3 bandits burst in, demanding that he pay his debts. They gave him 2 options: money or the inn as collateral. One of them grabbed Heron and declared that if they wouldn't hand over the inn, they'd take her instead. Jin Wei stood up as Wan Guang tried to charge at them. The man holding Heron said that she would now work for the Shadow Society to repay her father's debt. Heron cried, pleaded, and tried to break free before dashing away. Just then, Shu Su's voice rang out. The man froze when a pair of chopsticks flew through the air and pierced his hand. Screaming, he dropped his weapon. The other 2 bandits drew their swords and demanded to know who dared to interfere. Shu Su replied that the girl had said no. One look at his robe and they realized he was from the Gongdong sect. They mocked the dead sect's audacity to challenge them. But one of them warned the others to be careful. They were dealing with madmen now. They pointed out that Shu Su looked unusually armed. Shu Su, still covering himself, burned with embarrassment. His energy had leaked out again. Heron rushed to her father and hugged him tightly. From behind, Jin Wei called out, asking if Shu Su's martial technique was designed to confuse enemies. Shu Su responded sarcastically, complimenting Jin Hui's insight. The bandits burst out laughing, saying they'd never seen anything so ridiculous. They joked that Shu Su and Jin Wei seemed like a perfect couple, but now realized the boy was packing serious heat. One raised his sword, declaring that now, blood would pay for their insolence. Shu Su crouched and told them to take their shot, but warned that if they missed, they'd lose their most precious jewels. The bandit warned him to watch his tongue. Shu Su told Jin Wei he'd take care of it and asked him to protect Heron and her father. Jin Wei agreed and moved toward them. The father asked if they could really leave it to the boy. Jin Wei reassured him, saying Shu Su was stronger than he looked. At that moment, one bandit charged with a sword. Shu Su ducked, grabbed a twig, and struck each bandit right in the groin. Precision hits. The last one, watching in horror, began to panic. Shu Su stepped forward and declared he would crack 6 eggs with 1 spoon. Blood sprayed. Moments later, a leader from the Gongdong sect arrived, surveying the wreckage and broken bodies of the defeated bandits. He asked if everyone was all right, his eyes narrowing as he examined the scene. Gazing at the carnage, he demanded to know what exactly had happened here. Shu Su stepped forward and offered a formal apology, explaining that he had caused unnecessary damage in the process of trying to restore order. He admitted that things may have gotten a little out of hand. Wan Guang interjected with gratitude, expressing that if not for these boys, they would have lost everything. The leader acknowledged the increasing boldness of the bandits, remarking that they had now gone so far as to try robbing the inn in broad daylight. He declared with conviction that the Gongdong sect would finish them off once and for all. But Wan Guang pleaded against it. He reminded them that everyone knew the Shadow Society had the protection of the Black Dragon. He said he didn't want Heron to suffer more pain, not again, not because of him. The leader softened and agreed. He promised that, as far as the Gongdong sect was concerned, Heron would be well cared for. But before the discussion could end, Shu Su stepped forward, requesting that the leader wait. He said that if things continued this way, Heron would become a sect disciple, just like in his previous life. However, he argued that forcing a child to walk a path against her heart was not right. He said the better choice was to give her the freedom to choose her own destiny, a future not forged in pain. He insisted that what had been seen could not be unseen. If they turned away from the suffering of someone so close, then the Gongdong sect would never truly recover its honor. The leader paused, considering the weight of his words. He admitted that it would be wrong to ignore the selfless actions of a disciple. But he asked what Chu Su planned to do about the Black Dragon. Chu Su responded that he would send a letter, a direct challenge to the Black Dragon in the name of the Gongdong sect. The leader seemed skeptical and asked if they would even accept such a proposal. Chu Su explained that they'd present an offer so tempting, the Black Dragon sect would be unable to refuse. The scene shifted to the stronghold of the Black Dragon sect. The challenge had bypassed the Shadow Society completely, going straight to the heart. One member sneered, saying that the Gongdong fools didn't know their place. The challenge was a 2-on-3 fight. If Gongdong lost, they would close their gates for 50 years. If the Black Dragon lost, they would abandon the region entirely. The Black Dragon sect's leader scoffed, saying the terms were too generous. It was obviously a trap. Yet he remained confident. After all, they had Wei Soyoung, the Death Black Dragon. While he considered the challenge, someone interrupted. A stunning woman entered the room, her presence silencing everyone. She said there was no need for concern. Her name was Yu Yueryong. Known across the martial world as the Tiger of the Blade, Yu Yueryong announced that she would take care of the matter personally. She'd heard rumors. Talk of a Gongdong disciple who humiliated 3 Shadow Society members without drawing a blade. The weapon of choice had been a spoon. That rumor, of course, came from none other than Chu Su, who had been loudly repeating the story to anyone who would listen. He spoke with flair, boasting of how weak the Shadow Society truly was. According to him, if they were pathetic, then the Black Dragon sect had to be even worse. In a meeting room, one man apologized to Miss Yu for underestimating the threat. She placed a calming hand on his shoulder and told him not to worry, she would handle it. Then she asked for confirmation. Was the loudmouth's name Li Chu Su? Meanwhile, Chu Su was profiting handsomely from his tale. People recognized him as the righteous hero who stood against the Shadow Society. He already imagined the adoration of countless women who would swoon at his feet. In his head, they were already calling him a noble savior. Unaware of the storm approaching, Chu Su continued shadowboxing and loudly proclaimed that nothing charmed a woman more than a man fighting for justice. His energy surged, and once again, he had to cover himself. That particular problem just wouldn't resolve. But this time, he told himself, he had to stay sharp. He was dealing with villains. Even if he had offered them a fair duel, he knew something shady would happen. These people didn't play clean. As a martial artist, he knew they'd likely hired an assassin, masked and dangerous. Looking to the sky, he sighed and mused that evil people must suffer from an illness that made them die if they didn't cause trouble. That's when he noticed someone approaching. The assassin had arrived, and she was lethal. What caught his attention first was, naturally, the fact that she was a woman. In his past life, he had fought the Shadow Society 4 years from now. Not once had he encountered a woman among them. But this was different. His jaw dropped. She wasn't just a woman, she was flawless. Every curve, every move, seemed calculated to distract and destroy. She stopped directly in front of him and asked if he was Li Chu Su. Blushing, he confirmed it, declaring himself the hero everyone had heard about. She looked puzzled by his reaction. Without warning, she launched an attack, saying that he would pay the price for daring to challenge the Black Dragon sect. They exchanged blows, fast and furious. She admitted he had decent skill for someone his age, but said it wasn't surprising. She assumed they thought they had a chance just because the genius Jin Wei was on their team. Chu Su struggled. She was far stronger, physically dominant, and every strike reminded him of it. He tried a counterattack, but she leapt through the air with balletic grace and landed like a whisper on the ground. Her movements were too refined for any ordinary sect. Who was she? She smirked and teased that he moved like a frightened little mouse. Then she shifted her stance, and something clicked in his memory. He asked if she was none other than Yi Ruyong, the blade of the tiger. She confirmed it with a smile. Chu Su's heart dropped. He knew the stories. Yi Ruyong wasn't just dangerous for her swordplay, she was infamous for her twisted challenges and the scarred veil she wore. She had a habit. After beating a man, she would pull back her veil and ask if he thought she was beautiful. If he didn't answer with sincere conviction, if he didn't mean it, she would accuse him of lying and turn him into a eunuch. No man had ever passed that test. Out of all the disasters Chu Su could have imagined, this was the worst. She walked toward him slowly, saying that since he recognized her, he must know the test was coming. He admitted he did, trying to hide his panic. She lifted her veil. Then she asked him to describe how beautiful she was in his eyes. Chu Su took a moment to think. He understood that this situation demanded more than flattery. Empty compliments wouldn't work on a woman like her. What moved someone like her was sincerity, raw, undeniable sincerity. And in his mind, there was only one way to prove a man's true heart. So, like a complete fool, he ignited his internal energy. Letting it flare, he declared with full conviction that she was truly magnificent. Startled, Yuyong demanded to know what kind of absurd madness he was pulling. Chu Su calmly explained that he was simply answering her challenge. She had asked, and he was giving her the most honest truth his soul could muster. He praised the clarity of her eyes, described her hair as silk touched by moonlight, and said that her figure could make flowers wilt in jealousy and even the moon blush with envy. That's why, he proclaimed in the name of the Gongdong sect, she was stunning. Yuyong stood motionless, stunned beyond words. She was 60 years old, a fact Chu Su didn't know, and she had challenged countless men throughout the years. Yet never before had she met someone who spoke with such blazing, unmistakable sincerity. Watching the aura glow around him, she found herself hesitating. Her usual trick of calling someone a liar didn't come easily this time. Chu Su, thrilled that his gamble had struck home, silently celebrated. He had long suspected that Yuyong's infamous challenge wasn't just a cruel game, it was a defense mechanism. She wasn't just an eccentric martial artist. She was, in truth, Jukao, the demon of 1,000 faces and the most elusive figure within the Shadow Sect. Her power allowed her to change her body, her age, even her gender at will. She spent her life assuming countless disguises, using each new face to explore the martial world under a different identity. Yuyong was one such persona, and Chu Su believed this one had been born from pain. From a young age, Jukao had been pursued by men who only wanted her for her looks. That trauma had led to her challenge, a method to test whether any man could see beyond the surface. And even though she could detect lies with her unique eye technique, she still struggled to believe anyone could mean the words Chu Su had just said. Yet, there he stood, glowing, grinning, earnest. Chu Su stepped closer, confident he had passed the test. He reminded her of the terms: those who passed the challenge were granted a wish. Yuyong blushed deeply, her heart thudding at the sight of this bold, reckless boy approaching, still carrying that persistent and embarrassing physical reaction from earlier. He was audacious, and worse, he wasn't repulsed by the scar on her face. Chu Su, unwavering, insisted again. He had passed the test, and now it was time for his wish. Her blush deepened as she imagined what sort of inappropriate favor he might request. He leaned in close and whispered his wish, something we aren't yet allowed to hear. Yuyong's expression changed instantly. She snapped, calling him a bastard. Only in the next chapter would his request be revealed. As it turned out, his whispered wish was exactly what most people would have assumed. On a moonlit night, he wanted to lie beside her and explore the mysteries of yin and yang. Or at least, that's what he truly desired. But he didn't ask for that. When Yuyong asked what he meant by couldn't, Chu Su explained that, as a disciple of the Orthodox sect, he couldn't let himself be driven by worldly desires. He said that his true wish was simple: she must return the challenge letter to the Black Dragon sect and guarantee that the upcoming duel would proceed fairly. Yuyong, who had braced herself for a completely different kind of request, was furious. She screamed again, calling him a bastard, and accidentally unleashed a burst of internal energy. The force shattered his sword, sent him flying backward, and slammed him into a tree. The tiger blade's roar filled the forest, a sound he never expected to be on the receiving end of. Dazed and broken, Chu Su lay crumpled, wondering what he'd done to deserve this. Seeing him like that, Yuyong approached in a panic, apologizing. She hadn't meant to use her martial power, it had been an accident. As he coughed up blood, Chu Su realized she had dropped her disguise for just a moment and reacted as a true martial master. Her regret was clear: she hadn't wanted to hurt him. Taking advantage of the moment, Chu Su played the wounded victim. He asked how someone could treat a younger disciple so cruelly, especially one who had just admired her beauty with such sincerity. When she acknowledged her mistake, he asked if she would still fulfill his wish. Flustered, she agreed. Victory! Chu Su silently cheered that his strategy had worked. She placed a few recovery pills on the ground and turned to leave. Watching her climb a nearby tree, Chu Su knew he'd walked away from the situation with more than he had bargained for. Then someone shouted his name. He scrambled to collect the pills and swore to keep everything that had just happened a secret from both Jin Wei and the master. Meanwhile, Jin Wei was racing through the forest, her heart pounding from the energy blast that had shaken the entire mountain. She feared the worst had happened to her junior. When she found him lying under the tree, she dropped to her knees and cradled him, asking if he was all right. Still groggy, Chu-Su claimed that masked attackers from the Shadow Society had ambushed him. He said the battle was quick but intense, and that he managed to protect the sect. Jin Wei, now trembling with rage, cursed the Shadow Society and vowed never to forgive them for what they'd done. Chu-Su, thrilled with how everything was unfolding, thought to himself that this had been perfect. Now that Jin Wei was furious, she would surely give her all in the duel. Jin Wei promised she would protect him, her grip firm, her emotions raw. Night gave way to dawn. After resting and taking the pills, Chu-Su was feeling much better. Yan Zhong and Jin Wei checked in on him. He, of course, exaggerated his weakness, claiming he had circulated his energy and was slowly recovering. The master, sensing his excitement, asked what kind of food he liked. It seemed Chu-Su still needed proper nutrients. That caught his attention. Food in the sect was always limited to plants. Jin Wei leaned in close, offering to get him anything he wanted. Chu-Su said he'd love some braised pork belly. He also considered oysters but dismissed the idea, knowing they were too pricey. He then stood up and told her not to worry, she had already done enough. Sprinting through the forest, Jin Wei felt a deep sense of guilt. She blamed herself for everything that had happened. She resolved to grow stronger, to become someone capable of protecting him. But every time she got close, her heart betrayed her. It beat faster, pulling her toward a role she wasn't ready to accept. It made her want to be more than just a martial artist, and that terrified her. That weakness had led to Chu-Su's injury. She had to let go of such emotions. She needed to be stronger, for the sect, for herself. Meanwhile, back at the table, Wang had already heard what had transpired. Embarrassed, Jin Wei shyly asked if she could request some pork. He smiled and reassured her. Of course, he said, they'd never ignore someone who got hurt protecting them. She expressed her gratitude with a soft nod. Then, unexpectedly, Heron slammed the table and called out to her. Heron asked if she could take her with her to the main sect, confused. She asks why would Heron suddenly want to come along and that she could take care of her junior herself, so why go through the trouble? Heron, resolute, declared that as his future wife, it's only natural that she does this. This revelation shocked her tremendously as she asks what Heron means by future wife. Guang Yuan explained awkwardly that he'd told Heron she should definitely find someone like young Master Li if she was looking for a husband. Just a few days ago, Guang Yuan had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol over the Shadow Society's attempt to seize the inn. At that moment, Heron appeared with a teacup. She asked her father whether he was all right, and whether, even if the Gongdong sect came to help, he was still very worried. Guang Yuan fell silent for a moment. If they lost the martial arts competition against the Black Dragon Gang, not only the inn and their family, but even the Gongdong sect would be implicated. Mentioning this made him smile abruptly and change the subject. He asked Heron what she thought of young Master Li. Heron considered it thoughtfully and said that he was a good person, but Guang Yuan nodded in agreement. He added that young Master Li had been very brave when he fought the Shadow Society. A man as outstanding as him was qualified to be his daughter's future husband. Hearing this made Heron blush. She said she didn't object to her father's suggestion, and that was why she had declared herself his future wife and wanted to take care of him. Realizing her intention, Heron spoke again. Young Master Li had been injured because of their inn, so it was only right that she should go and take care of him. This left Guang Yuan momentarily speechless, although he recognized her point, and yet, he felt unhappy. At this moment, Guang Yuan broke the deadlock. He asked whether, if young Master Lu didn't like Heron taking care of young Master Li, he could take her up the mountain to see him. In the end, Lu Zhenghui agreed. Since the streets had been in a state of panic ever since the Shadow Society caused trouble, the mountain was safer. Meanwhile, Li Qiaosu lay in bed, wondering why he was alone with Master at such a good time. He thought that if a beauty came to examine his body and perform some, let's say, hardware softening tasks with him, that would be the best way to take care of a patient. Just then, a sound came from outside the door. Master guessed it was Lu Zhenghui returning and prepared to go out to check. After being left alone in the room, Li Qiaosu continued to practice Tai Gang Yun Dong. He had been doing this exercise for a while now. Seeing his erect manhood push up the quilt, he instantly recalled memories from his past life. In his previous life he often fantasized but ultimately couldn't relieve himself. Thinking of this, an idea popped into his head. Why not take advantage of being alone now? Relieve himself in secret. However, just as he was cleaning up, Haran opened the door without a sound. She greeted him, saying it had been a long time since they'd seen each other, which threw Li Qiaosu into emotional turmoil. But his mouth still managed to ask her why she was here. Haran explained that she was going to stay temporarily at Gongdong sect to take care of him. Then she took out a towel and was about to wipe his body. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Before he could agree, she lifted the quilt, and he shouted uncontrollably for her to stop, calling out, "Quick, quick, stop." At the same time, Yu Jinwei was cooking in the kitchen, but his face showed a hint of sadness. He thought it unfair that Haran could openly say she wanted to be his junior brother's wife. She was very beautiful and would only become more so with age. But he, Yu Jinwei, could only ever be a man. Since he couldn't like his junior brother as a woman, and yet the junior brother was his most important person, he decided he couldn't let him casually marry other women. Even Miss Haran would need to pass his verification. Just then, Haran entered with a dejected expression. She said that Li Qiaosu had said men and women should not be intimate, and that he wouldn't let her wipe his body. She asked young Master Lu if he could help. Hearing this, Yu Jinhui's face brightened and he hardened. On the other side, Li Qiaosu had just regained his senses as Yu Jinwei rushed in. He said that since Haran was female, it was inappropriate for her to wipe his body, but since they were both men, Li Qiaosu could entrust his body to Yu Jinwei. Li Qiaosu panicked and insisted firmly that he didn't need such help now. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Jinwei eagerly began pulling at him. The quilt tore, even his clothes were shredded. Yu Jinwei again and again gave him his first intimate massage. Yu Jinhui's technique was extraordinary, but Li Qiaosu lay on the bed afterward. Worried, Lady Dayan wondered whether that kid was seriously injured, whether he had fallen and couldn't get up again. She realized it felt wrong. As the #1 Xinjing master in Shippei, the reclusive, highly desired beauty of all men, why was she so concerned about an unknown junior from the Gongdong sect? Could it be that she was really smitten by Li Qiaosu? She quelled the thought and reminded herself she was simply fulfilling a promise. She summoned the leader of Xianwei and told him she was going to the Black Dragon Gang's headquarters. During her absence, she ordered him not to cause trouble. Along the way, Dayan denied to herself that she could be falling for that person. She was just keeping her promise. She displayed her true power as the once reclusive champion of Shippei to facilitate a martial arts duel. Just as Yu Jinwei finished giving Li Qiaosu that body massage, he asked how Qiaosu felt. Qiaosu said it was very comfortable, though inwardly he wanted to die. Every part of his body had been touched by a man. Hearing his words, Yu Jinwei was overjoyed and said he would give him acupressure massages every day from now on. This startled Li Qiaosu into sitting up. He insisted no, this session was enough. But Yu Jinwei refused and promised he'd do anything if the junior brother could get well quickly. He cheerfully offered to get him some water to drink. Although Li Qiaosu felt unhappy, he admitted that Yu Jinhui's massage had indeed improved his condition. His body felt significantly better. Still, being touched by senior brother every day was clearly unacceptable. They needed to quickly arrange the martial arts competition. Although Dayan had promised to persuade the Black Dragon Gang, that alone wasn't enough. They needed someone fair to officiate and publicize the results, to prevent Xu Feng from lying about who won. The biggest problem was finding someone highly respected and impartial. With the decline of the Gongdong sect in Gan province, only Xiaomun clan fit the bill. But Xiaomun clan, who disliked meddling in others' affairs, would surely refuse. All Qiaosu could do now was wait until his body recovered, then pay attention to Xiaomun clan's movements. Just then, Yu Jinwei returned with a cup of water. Li Qiaosu asked him if he had nothing else to do. Yu Jinwei happily nodded. Then Qiaosu asked, if he took care of him, who would cook? When he learned from Yu Jinwei that it was Haran, he spat out the water he'd been about to drink. His pork was ruined. Haran couldn't cook at all. Scene change. Inside the Black Dragon Gang, Dayan tells the leader that the Gongdong sect wants to use Zhonghu custom to settle things with Xianhui. She told this to the Black Dragon Gang leader, Wei Tianming. Wei Tianming was displeased that for such a small matter, He'd been summoned alone. As he spoke, powerful internal energy erupted, transforming into a fierce-looking black dragon. Yet Dayan remained unmoved. Gathering all his internal energy into a scroll, Wei Tianming threw the scroll at Dayan, but Dayan easily unraveled it. Wei Tianming was astonished. He'd clearly added internal energy. Suddenly, Dayan tore off her disguise, revealing her true appearance. She asked when she had allowed him to be presumptuous in front of him. Wei Tianming hurriedly kowtowed. Alliance leader Lian. Why are you here? At this moment, Dayan looked displeased and called Li Zishou a big scoundrel for having revealed his true appearance. Then she directly said that they should accept the martial arts challenge from the Gongdong sect. Wei Tianming replied weakly that agreeing to this competition seemed to offer no benefit. Dayan laughed at his narrow thinking and pointed out that there was still Xiaomoon clan. Hearing this, Wei Tianming suddenly understood. Xiaomoon clan. Those despicable fellows had been waiting for an opportunity for hundreds of years. Gan province had always been the stronghold of the Gongdong sect. If the sect were to rise again, it would only be a matter of time before Xiaomoon clan would be suppressed. That was why Xiaomoon clan had consistently turned a blind eye to the affairs of Xianhui. The sudden decline of the Gongdong sect was something they welcomed. Once the righteous sect fell, they planned to use revenge as a justification to battle the Black Dragon Gang, securing their own status as the #1 sect in Gan province. At this point, Dayan interrupted the discussion, stating that if the Black Dragon Gang completely obliterated the Gongdong sect through the martial arts competition, then Xiaomoon clan would lose any opportunity to intervene. Hearing this, Wei Tianming quickly assured Dayan to rest easy. He declared that he would win the martial arts competition and then completely crush the foundation of the Gongdong sect, cutting off their final lifeline. However, Dayan firmly rejected the idea. She ordered not to destroy Benshin. Wei Tianming was clearly confused by this order. What he didn't know was that Dayan was thinking privately. Before Li Qiaosu came of age, he would still need a place to live. Meanwhile, Li Qiaosu was racing toward the kitchen in a panic. The idea that Haran had been allowed to cook such precious pork sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. Based on the intelligence gathered by Imperial spies from his past life, anyone who had eaten Haran's food had nearly died. It wasn't that it was poisoned, it was just inedible. Li Qiaosu desperately hoped nothing would happen to the pork. When he arrived, the situation was far worse than he expected. Not only was the pork at risk, it looked as if the entire kitchen might go up in flames. Yu Jinwei saw the chaos and quickly ran off to get water. But Li Qiaosu grew even more worried. If the kitchen was in that state, then where was Haran? Could she still be inside? Inside, Haran was in a panic. She just wanted to grill some meat for Li Qiaosu but now risks burning the place down. If she doesn't do anything soon, the fire might spread and cause more damage to the Gongdong sect. She turns, looking for something to extinguish the fire. Seeing the water container, she quickly fills a bucket and rushes to the fire. But because of the smoke, she starts getting dizzy and lost control of her body. Just then, Qiaosu pushed open the door without hesitation and found Haran lying on the ground. The moment Haran saw him, her eyes filled with light, he immediately picked her up and carried her out. Just after he rescued Haran from the burning kitchen, Haran looked full of guilt and said that she had to go back to put out the fire. Li Qiaosu rejected the idea right away, insisting that the kitchen was not what mattered right now. What mattered was her. He told her to remember that she was the most important. Hearing those words, Haran's eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed red. Just then, Yu Jinwei returned, dropping the bucket the moment he saw the scene. He asked why Li Qiaosu was holding Miss Su. That startled Li Qiaosu. He tried to explain himself, saying that he was just saving her from the fire and had no other intentions. He swore he hadn't done anything improper. Seeing how eager Li Qiaosu was to clarify their relationship, Yu Jinhui's face also turned downcast, leaving Li Qiaosu even more confused. He wondered what had just happened. Then, suddenly, a possibility struck him. Could the rumors from his past life be true? That Yu Jinwei, the man hailed as the #1 swordsman in the world, avoided women because he had a secret, unspeakable relationship with his junior sister, Haran? The thought stunned him. He realized he had nearly made a grave mistake. He concluded he must separate the two. So, he picked up the bucket and walked over to Yu Jinwei, saying that thanks to his senior brother's massage earlier, he was feeling much better. He suggested that they clean up the mess in the kitchen together and then go train. Hearing this, Yu Jinhui's heart filled with joy. He asked excitedly whether that was really true. Seeing his senior brother so happy, Li Qiaosu felt helpless. If he didn't want to lose to his handsome senior brother, he had no choice but to become an exceptional person himself. This martial arts competition would be the first time the world saw the reformed Gongdong sect, and he was determined to change everyone's perception of it. Scene change. Wei Tianming, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, convened a meeting to discuss the martial arts competition ceremony. An elder brought up that the Gongdong sect had formally issued a martial arts challenge. He questioned why they should accept it. Another man with a long beard added that they should ignore it and ask the leader to give him the order so he could go and slice those arrogant challengers into pieces. Wei Tianming raised his hand to signal for silence. Then, he announced that they would accept Gongdong sect's martial arts challenge. This decision puzzled the elders. Wei Tianming then elaborated that although challenging the Gongdong sect seemed unreasonable, accepting their proposal would benefit them. As he said this, he suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He explained that if the Black Dragon Gang defeated Gongdong sect through proper, orthodox means, then even the Xiaomoon clan faction couldn't find any excuse to interfere in their affairs. The elders of the new overlord sect applauded and praised him, agreeing that he had made the right decision. Then someone asked who should be sent for the challenge. Wei Tianming paused for a moment to consider. He finally concluded that, since it was a battle among the rising stars, the young master should be the one to handle it. Scene changed to the Black Dragon Gang's training grounds. The young master of the Black Dragon Gang, Wei Soryun, stared straight ahead with a focused expression. Suddenly, several muscular fighters charged toward her with swords. With a single elegant thrust, Wei Soryun dispatched them all effortlessly. She scoffed and called them a bunch of idiots, questioning whether this was all they had to offer, even when using real swords. Just then, a subordinate ran over and reported that the sect leader had assigned Wei Soryun a task. Later that evening, Li Qiaosu sat cross-legged in meditation outside the door. At that moment, Wei Soryun also arrived at the location as ordered. She looked around in disgust and complained aloud that it was pathetic to be sent to such a shabby, beggar-like sect. She demanded that he call the sect leader immediately. Hearing this, Li Qiaosu slowly opened his eyes and thought, so she had finally arrived. The number one rising star of the evil sect, Wei Soryun, was now here. Noticing she wasn't getting a response, Wei Soryun grew impatient. She asked once more what the delay was and told someone to quickly call out the sect leader. Perhaps it was because Wei Soryun had been the rising star of the evil sect since childhood that she carried herself with such arrogance. Rumors painted her as a tomboyish beauty, but Li Qiaosu hadn't expected her to be so outright rude. With that thought in mind, he responded bluntly, saying that he wasn't willing to obey. Wei Soryun's expression turned furious. She demanded how he dared to defy her orders. At this, Li Qiaosu gave her a knowing smile. Just as he had expected, someone with such pride couldn't handle being provoked. With that realization, he put on a smug look and mocked her, saying that a mere young gang leader daring to command the leader of a righteous sect was laughable. He questioned where she had found such courage. Then he told her that if she apologized now, he might consider going easy on her in the martial arts competition. Wei Soryun laughed loudly and said that the idea of Gongdong sect competing with the Black Dragon Gang was laughable. Hearing this, Li Qiaosu's expression immediately went cold. He called her overconfident and proposed a bet on the martial arts competition. Wei Soryun replied by asking why she should make a bet. Li Qiaosu smiled and asked if she was afraid. That remark only added fuel to her fury. Sensing the perfect moment, Li Qiaosu pushed further. He said the Black Dragon Gang not daring to wager was no different from a group of limp earthworms. Then, he finally laid out his terms. If Gongdong sect lost, he would become her manservant. Wei Soryun, still brimming with anger, agreed on the spot without hesitation. She stated that although she wouldn't lose, if by some chance she did, she would call him brother for the rest of her life. Hearing that, Li Qiaosu licked his lips with a devilish grin and thought to himself, from brother to dear, from dear to husband. Just thinking about it made him happy. Just as the argument with Wei Soryun ended, the sect master appeared. Having heard the commotion, the master came out and asked whether she was the person sent by the Black Dragon Gang to deliver the message. Upon seeing the elder, Wee Soryun immediately corrected her stance and formally introduced herself as the young master of the Black Dragon Gang, sent by the sect leader to deliver an official reply. This polite behavior shocked Lee Chialsu. He hadn't expected the rude girl from earlier to suddenly act with such decorum. He began to wonder whether her earlier provocation had been deliberate. Meanwhile, the master slowly opened the sealed letter. The message declared that the martial arts competition would take place at noon, half a month from now, in Hiding County. In full view of the public. This announcement surprised the master. He asked if there were really no additional conditions and whether the Black Dragon Gang was truly willing to accept the challenge. Wee Soryun confirmed this and said that their sect would act as the Black Dragon Gang's impartial judge. She requested that Gongdong sect also find a neutral party to act as their own judge. The master fell silent for a moment before reassuring her. He said that their sect intended to invite Seomoon clan to serve as the impartial judge. Before leaving, Wee Soryun once again asked that Gongdong sect secure confirmation from Seomoon clan. As Wee Soryun turned to leave, she cast a sharp, cutting glance at Lee Chialsu. Not to be outdone, Lee Chialsu responded with a mocking grimace. The exchange left Wee Soryun blushing with a mix of shame and fury. After letting out an uncontrollable curse, Wee Soryun vanished on the spot. A moment later, Yu Jin Wei rushed out in a panic and asked the master what the commotion had been about. The master calmly explained that someone from the Black Dragon Gang had just left and instructed Yu Jin Wei to go deliver a letter to the Seomoon clan as well. What none of them realized, however, was that the Seomoon clan strongly disliked the idea of the martial arts competition. Sending such a kind and honest senior brother alone might result in him getting bullied. So Lee Chialsu immediately proposed to accompany him on the trip. He said that since this was Yu Jin Hui's first time stepping into the world of Zhonghu, he, as the junior brother, wanted to be by his side. Hearing this, Yu Jin Wei was visibly moved. He beamed with joy and said that his junior brother was truly thoughtful, then suddenly pulled him into an embrace and expressed his deep gratitude. The next morning, after packing their things, Lee Chialsu sat by the door and couldn't help but feel a wave of anticipation. Lanzhou City, where the Seomoon clan resided, was the largest city in all of Gan province. And now, finally, he was taking his first step into the world of Zhonghu. Just then, Haran appeared with a concerned expression. She said she had heard that he was headed to Lanzhou, and mentioned she hadn't yet thanked him for what happened in the kitchen. She reminded him that this was already the second time he had saved her, and every time it was because of her own incompetence. She apologized, saying she always caused him trouble. Lee Chialsu signaled to her not to feel guilty. He reminded her that during the time he had suffered internal injuries, it was her care that helped him recover. He added that Miss Su always worked very hard and that she shouldn't blame herself for being useless. As he spoke, he placed a hand gently on her head to comfort her and told her that if she truly wanted to change her fate, she should formally join the Gongdong sect. He encouraged her to learn martial arts and said that maybe she could one day become the #1 woman among women. He emphasized that to grow stronger, one must first value oneself. Haran nodded and said that although she had never thought about such things before, since young Master Lee had said it, she would remember it. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Yu Jin Wei called out and asked what his junior brother was doing, urging him to come out quickly. This abrupt interruption made Lee Chialsu's heart skip a beat. He thought that Yu Jin Wei really had a talent for ruining the moment. Before their departure, the master gave them a final reminder, telling them to be extremely careful, since this was their first true journey into Zhonghu. Later, as they passed through the bustling market of Hiding County, Yu Jin Wei suddenly stopped at a vendor's stall after spotting some candy. He insisted on buying some. This left Lee Chialsu speechless. He reminded himself that he wasn't a child anymore and wondered how Yu Jin Wei could still get so excited over candy. But what stunned him even more was that this act of eating candy somehow attracted the admiration of several women nearby. Still, Lee Chialsu didn't let down his guard. Ever since they had entered Hiding County, he had sensed that someone was following them. Although the man didn't seem to have martial arts skills, his movements were careful and precise. Lee Chialsu suspected that if the man wasn't a thief, then he was likely connected to the Haomans. He began to wonder if this was part of a plan orchestrated by Dayan. Judging by Dayan's southern Chan temperament, that possibility didn't bode well. But if that was really the case, then perhaps it could be turned to their advantage. So, without hesitation, he seized the opportunity and caught the suspicious man on the spot. He scolded him loudly, accusing him of stealing his wallet. Then he warned that he would be lenient this time but wouldn't let it go easily. With that, he drew his sword and demanded to know who was behind him. He ordered the man to lead them to the one pulling the strings. Soon after, the man took them to an inn. This immediately made Li Qiaosu alert. The inn looked ordinary from the outside, but it was unnaturally quiet, and there were no signs of customers. Just then, a man emerged and said that the inn wasn't open yet and asked what they needed. Li Qiaosu didn't hesitate. He directly asked if this was the Haomun's hideout in Hiding County. The man shrugged and said he didn't understand what Li was talking about. But before he could continue, Li Qiaosu tossed a copper coin straight at him. The result was immediate. The man dodged it with unnatural reflexes. That confirmed Li Qiaosu's suspicion. He exclaimed that the man was indeed a martial artist. Seeing his cover blown, the man dropped his act, drew a thin, long weapon, and prepared to attack. Li Qiaosu recognized the weapon instantly. It was poison dart, a highly dangerous technique. Fortunately, Yu Jin Wei reacted just in time. And without even bragging, he took the man down with a single punch. The commotion drew 3 more men from inside the inn. Yu Jin Wei stood his ground and fought again. His immense strength sent smoke billowing from the area. Watching this, Li Qiaosu couldn't help but be impressed. He had known Yu Jin Wei was powerful, but not to this extent. As Yu Jin Wei defeated the last of the attackers, Li Qiaosu quickly intervened before things escalated further. He signaled Yu Jin Wei to let him handle the rest. He then grabbed the innkeeper by the ear and scolded him, asking why he had escalated the situation, had them followed, and even used Shuini emotion in the inn. He added that his senior brother had been terrified. The manager quickly apologized. But Li Qiaosu refused to accept an apology. He demanded to be taken to the boss, or else he wouldn't let the matter go. Just then, a calm voice entered his mind. It asked him to stop bullying the poor manager and invited him to come up to a private room on the 2nd floor for a chat. That made Li Qiaosu instantly wary. He hadn't expected that an ordinary inn in such a remote area could hide someone capable of using sound transmission. And curiously, the invitation had been extended only to him, not to Yu Jin Wei. Could this, too, be Disha's doing? With cautious curiosity, he headed toward the 2nd floor. When Yu Jin Wei realized he was going to meet a master from Shaman alone, he immediately tried to stop him. He said it was too dangerous, that it might be a trap. Li Qiaosu reassured him and said this was a perfect chance to find out what their true plans were. Seeing his resolve, Yu Jin Wei relented and told him to be careful, saying he would wait downstairs. Soon, Li Qiaosu reached the room. Before he could knock, the door opened by itself. A soft, flirtatious voice welcomed him, saying how delightful it was to meet him here by chance. When he saw who it was, he couldn't help but blush. Though he had already known it would be a Qinglu woman, he didn't expect it to be Lin Yuexiang, the top beauty of Sichuan. Men across the land would travel far and go bankrupt just for a drink with her. But Lin Yuexiang was no ordinary courtesan. Her true identity was Disha's second persona and the #1 figure in the Shipai. Though she claimed this was a coincidence, Li Qiaosu knew she had summoned him out of obsession. As he sat down, Lin Yuexiang's face also turned slightly red. She thought to herself that she had finally caught him. Although he had passed the test of Huamian Hujian, it was likely due to his lecherous nature. She reasoned that she couldn't fall for a man like that, so she decided to test him again. If he failed, she would make him pay dearly. First, she removed her veil. Then, she activated charm arts, an art designed to tempt and cloud the minds of the opposite sex. Her expression turned confident. Her charm arts had already reached the first-class realm, capable of disrupting reason and overpowering the will. As the seductive aura grew stronger, Li Qiaosu began to feel heat spread through his body. When the moment felt right, Lin Yuexiang touched his hand and asked him why he had come to Shaman. But just when she thought he had fallen into her trap, he suddenly pushed her hand away and said he was here to ask some questions. She was stunned. Her charm arts had no effect on him. Li Qiaosu pressed forward. He accused her of stalking Gongdong sect disciples, implying that Shaman planned to sell information to the Black Dragon Gang. He said that if the Black Dragon Gang knew their whereabouts, they could send assassins to kill them and avoid the competition altogether, eliminating Gongdong sect in the process. Though he made the accusation, he knew the Black Dragon gang wouldn't stoop so low. The truth didn't matter. What mattered was that she had shown weakness. He intended to crush her with it. Even if her charm was powerful, it wouldn't affect him. His body might be young, but his spirit, inherited from his previous life, had already reached the heavenly stage. If Desha had appeared in her main persona, things might be different. But Lin Yuexiong was just a mere courtesan. She couldn't shake his focus. Thinking this, he slowly formed a wicked smile. Not only had they followed him and his senior brother, Li Qiusu now confronted Lin Yuexiong with cold eyes. He accused her of resorting to such a petty trick as charm arts and demanded to know how she planned to beg for forgiveness for such a deliberate offense. In response, Lin Yuexiong immediately explained the reasoning behind her actions. She stated that the martial arts competition between the Black Dragon gang and Gongdong sect had already stirred immense attention across the martial world, and that her sect, which survived by intelligence gathering, had no choice but to act. She followed her explanation with another round of sincere apologies. She admitted fault and insisted that the Black Dragon gang had nothing to do with her actions, asking that young Master Li not misunderstand the situation. Still, she could not hide her confusion. She thought to herself that the more intelligent a person was, the more easily they should be affected by her charm arts. So why, she wondered, had her martial arts proven completely ineffective against him? With doubt thick in her voice, she asked him whether he felt even a trace of feminine charm from her. Li Qiusu denied her firmly but honestly. He stated that she was indeed a peerless beauty and that it would be a lie to say she wasn't charming. But he explained that the reason he remained unmoved was because he held no romantic feelings for her at all. These words left Lin Yuexiong stunned. Her face flushed red. No feelings. Not seduced by her. Could it really be that he was a man truly unmoved by desire? Since he had passed her test, she concluded that perhaps he now deserved a reward. At that moment, Li Qiusu continued. He said that seeing her remorse was genuine, he would forgive her rudeness. However, he had a proposal from Gongdong sect that he hoped she would convey to the leader of the Shaman faction. The proposal, he added, was tied directly to the upcoming martial arts competition and to the role of Xiaoman clan. Meanwhile, within the walls of Xiaoman clan, a steward reported to the family head that the Black Dragon gang had officially accepted the martial arts challenge. But the steward expressed concern that if Gongdong sect were defeated in a formal competition, their own sect would have no grounds to make a move. Family head Xiaoman Hyunqian, however, told him not to worry. He explained that throughout Gan province, all martial artists ultimately looked to Xiaoman clan for leadership. He assured the steward that without their endorsement, Gongdong sect would never secure an impartial judge. Later, he and Yu Jinwei had finally arrived in Lanzhou. Gazing at the bustling marketplace, Yu Jinwei exclaimed that the city truly lived up to its name as the largest market in Gan province. Even the local townsfolk quickly recognized them by their attire. Someone mentioned they had heard Gongdong sect was preparing to confront the Black Dragon gang directly, and that the sect had recently uncovered long-lost martial arts techniques. Hearing this, Yu Jinwei expressed his surprise, saying he hadn't expected their presence to be known here. But Li Qiusu wasn't surprised. Though Gongdong sect had faded from glory, it was still the oldest and most respected sect in Gan province. Eventually, the two of them arrived at the gates of Xiaoman clan. A guard stationed at the entrance stopped them and asked if they had an appointment. He wanted to know if they were also visiting the main family. Li Qiusu explained the purpose of their visit, stating that they carried a personal letter from the leader of Gongdong sect. He said they had come to discuss the martial arts competition in detail with the head of the family. The guard, however, remained indifferent. He replied that regardless of which sect they came from, those without appointments must queue. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinwei became flustered and suggested they get in line before it was too late. But Li Qiusu stopped him immediately. He told his senior brother not to worry and said he would handle it. Turning to the guard, he raised his voice angrily and declared that the letter they brought was of great importance to the martial world. He demanded to know how a mere guard could ignore a communication from Gongdong sect. Confronted with Li Qiusu's firm stance, the guard's tone softened slightly, but he still explained that only those with scheduled meetings could be admitted. Before the man could finish speaking, Li Qiusu cut him off. He warned that the guard's decision might have serious consequences across Gan province and even the martial circles of Sichuan. He asked if the guard could really take responsibility for such a choice. The pressure worked. The guard suddenly panicked and said he would report to the head steward at once. Seeing this, Li Qiusu allowed himself a small victorious smile. The tactic of applying pressure had worked. Before long, a man emerged from within the estate. He welcomed them and introduced himself as Feng, the head steward of Xiaoman clan. He apologized on behalf of the guard and invited both young heroes to come inside. Once seated in the designated room, Li Qiusu asked directly when they could meet with the family head, great hero Examen. The steward replied politely that the family head was currently preoccupied with both official matters and personal cultivation, so he couldn't say when they might meet. Li Qiusu immediately saw through the intent. Despite the polite manner, it was clear the steward, like the guard, intended to delay their meeting indefinitely. But Li Qiusu knew he couldn't allow Gongdong sect to be put at a disadvantage before talks had even begun. With that, he crossed his legs and leaned back confidently. He asked the steward to convey a message to great hero Examen, Qin Xuanjianwang. He warned that if the family head didn't meet him immediately, he would miss a golden opportunity. The steward, clearly startled by the words, quickly agreed to deliver the message. Once he left, Yu Jinwei leaned in, full of curiosity. He asked what golden opportunity Li Qiusu had meant. In response, Li Qiusu simply changed the subject. He suggested they take advantage of their current setting and indulge a bit. After all, they were in a wealthy household. But just as they began to enjoy their meal, the steward suddenly returned and announced that the family head wished to see them immediately. Soon after, Li Qiusu and Yu Jinwei were brought before Xiaoman Hyunqian. They had barely begun to introduce themselves when Xiaoman Hyunqian sharply interrupted them. He said there was no need for formalities and immediately demanded to know why they were choosing to compete against the Black Dragon Gang. Li Qiusu replied calmly that they aimed to restore the righteous spirit of Zhonghu. But Xiaoman Hyunqian pressed further, accusing them of colluding with the Haomans to spread rumors. Li Qiusu feigned complete ignorance and said he didn't understand the accusation. Xiaoman Hyunqian, visibly angry, elaborated. He said that recently, strange rumors had been spreading at an alarming rate. The martial arts contest between Gongdong sect and the Black Dragon Gang was being framed as a clash between righteousness and evil, with the winner positioned to dominate all of Zhonghu. He noted that letters had been sent to Zhu Pai, Yibeng, and Luduman Pai, inviting them to act as impartial judges. He asked whether all of this could really be a coincidence. Li Qiusu felt secretly satisfied. Dian had done a thorough and efficient job. His previous proposal to the Haomans had indeed been to ask them to spread rumors, to let the entire martial world know about the competition, and to ensure that letters reached the major sects to secure neutral judges. Lin Yuexiang also quickly understood his strategy. She said that Li Qiusu's intention was to amplify the situation to such a scale that Xiaoman clan would be forced to serve as an impartial judge. But she added that the Haomans never did business at a loss. Even if she agreed, the supreme sect leader might not. Li Qiusu had anticipated this. He calmly produced the promised payment and asked her to pass it along to the supreme sect leader. Lin Yuexiang's interest was clearly piqued. She commented that although the reward was small, a luminous night pearl of such purity was extremely rare. She agreed that the transaction was fair. The Xiaoman leader thought that Tangmen, Qingcheng, and Amei had all agreed to act as impartial judges. As the top sect in Gan province, if Xiaoman clan refused, it would be a disgrace. Thus, Xiaoman clan could be pushed into a position where agreeing became inevitable. At that moment, the leader voiced his conclusion. He said that no one spread rumors better than the Haomans, and it was obvious to him who had stirred this fire. Through the swirl of rumors, Xiaoman Hyunqian concluded that the only one truly benefiting from the chaos was the Gongdong sect. He speculated whether the sect had been colluding with the Haomans. But even as suspicion built, Li Qiusu remained fearless. He responded by asking whether Xiaoman Hyunqian had any actual proof. He said that without evidence, such accusations were nothing more than slander. Then, with a sly grin, he added inwardly that since Supreme Sect leader Dian had acted personally, it was only natural that no traces would be left behind. As expected, Seoman Hyuncheon immediately denied the implication, but pointed out the risk the rumors had created. He said it was now widely believed that the competition was a battle between righteous and evil sects. If Gongdong's sect were to lose, the entire righteous faction would be thrown into turmoil. As he spoke, his right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. In the next moment, he slammed it down onto the table with explosive force. He then declared that if they wanted a martial arts competition, he would personally test whether Gongdong's sect had what it took to challenge the Black Dragon Gang. As a senior figure in Zhonghu, he said it was necessary to teach the younger generation a lesson, that there were always stronger people in higher mountains. Before he could process it, Seoman Hyuncheon, enraged by their earlier conversation, suddenly erupted with power. He said he would now test their strength himself. Known as a Huajing master, Seoman Hyuncheon had mastered Tiwang, Balagong, and Qin Chuan Wengjian techniques. Though he used only a tenth of his internal power, it felt to Li Chiolsu like his body was being crushed beneath the massive press. Was he truly trying to kill them? While Li Chiolsu struggled to understand his intent, Yu Jinwei managed to stand up, fighting against the pressure with everything he had. He firmly stated that even though Gongdong's sect had declined, they had not lost their strength to resist evil or their courage to battle heretics. Witnessing this, Li Chiolsu was stunned. His senior brother had withstood Seoman Hyuncheon's chi blast. A true genius indeed. Even Seoman Hyuncheon appeared momentarily impressed. He acknowledged the strength but asked if they really thought such ability was enough to earn his recognition. As he spoke, he brought down his left fist. A second wave of powerful chi crashed from above, shattering the ground beneath them. Li Chiolsu could not help but curse him under his breath, wondering if the man truly meant to crush them both. The strength was overwhelming, far beyond what even Yu Jinwei could handle. As the pressure increased, Yu Jinwei quickly searched for a solution. He thought through various techniques: Shaoyang Shinfa, Sanyan Junwei, Miliu Songshugang, and finally Shungang. Seoman Hyuncheon shouted, asking where all their previous momentum had gone. He warned that if they kept standing there in a daze, they would soon be dead. But Yu Jinwei refused to be shaken. He believed there had to be a way. He recalled that the martial arts of Gongdong sect, when yin and yang were reversed, could produce a tremendous burst of power. He also knew that their arts weren't only strong and marvelous, they were inherently adaptable. Remembering a strange encounter in a cave, he considered that some Gongdong techniques resembled demonic arts, but their essence lay in reversing yin and yang. He understood then. The more one trained in Shungang, the more flexible and versatile it became. He realized that by combining the core principles of Hun Yuan with the explosive quality of Shungang and the stability of Miliu Songshugang, he could forge something new. So, gathering his chi, he formed a ball of energy and released it toward Seoman Hyuncheon. The pressure in the air dispersed instantly. Li Chiolsu watched in awe. His senior brother had just created a martial art on the spot. Seoman Hyuncheon, too, was visibly shaken. He observed the flow of energy and muttered under his breath, wondering if this youth could truly possess the Tianwujidi. Then Yu Jinwei spoke, asking whether Seoman Hyuncheon still believed they were relying on nothing but brute courage. Still muttering, Seoman Hyuncheon acknowledged that the old fox had cleverly hidden a little tiger without revealing it. His tone suddenly shifted, and he stated that he was now truly looking forward to the upcoming martial arts competition between Gongdong sect and the Black Dragon Gang. That night, Seoman Hyuncheon stood alone on the balcony of his pavilion. He whispered to himself that if one of Gongdong sect's disciples possessed the Tianwujidi, then it was only a matter of time before he became the #1 martial artist under heaven. He wondered if the Gongdong sect was truly on the path to revival. But as the leader of Gan province's top sect, he could not afford to lose. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Upon seeing who it was, Seoman Hyuncheon's stern face softened. It was his youngest daughter, Seoman Chianga. She asked if the Gongdong sect disciples had come. He replied that they had, and that they were not what he had expected. They had true backbone. He added that he had agreed to their martial arts competition with the Black Dragon Gang. Hearing this, Seoman Chianga blushed. She said they were indeed worthy of admiration. She then asked whether they had already left. Her father explained that it was too late, so they were staying overnight in the guest house. Hearing this, she immediately ran out. In her heart, She believed the vanguard disciples of the righteous faction, the heroes who stood against the demonic cult, had to be dashing and extraordinary. Meanwhile, outside the guest house, Lee Chiolsu was training quietly. He reflected that it was only thanks to senior brother that things had been resolved peacefully. Otherwise, Seoman Hyuncheon would surely have used the incident as an excuse to cancel the competition. Still thinking about how Yu Jin Wei had instantly created a new martial technique, he began to channel his own chi. But then he immediately stopped. As soon as he moved, his little brother sprang up again. He groaned internally, wondering what was going on with his body. Then he heard a strange noise from behind and quickly curled up. He wondered if it was senior brother again, but when he turned, the person screamed in shock. A female voice asked who had allowed him to behave that way. Lee Chiolsu's heart jumped. The girl watching him was a disciple of Seoman clan. He recognized her instantly as Seoman Cheonga, the youngest daughter of Seoman Hyuncheon. Encountering her here, so late at night, was unexpected. Before Haran appeared, Seoman Cheonga had been widely known as the most beautiful girl in all of Gansu. She had admired Gongdong's sect in secret and would eventually become an obsessive admirer of Yu Jin Wei. When her love went unreciprocated, she turned emotionally extreme, becoming a dark, intense character. Right now, Seoman Cheonga angrily accused Lee Chiolsu of practicing indecent techniques under the name of Gongdong sect. She said a disciple of such a righteous sect shouldn't do something so shameful. Lee Chiolsu immediately straightened up and demanded she retract her statement, but she continued scolding him. She shouted that he should first worry about hiding the shameful part of his body. As his chi calmed and his body relaxed, he began arguing. He said the rules of the martial world clearly prohibited spying on someone's training. Seoman Cheonga fired back, calling him shameless and insisting that what she had seen was no cultivation. With a serious face, Lee Chiolsu argued that true masters trained both internally and externally, and that he was simply refining his external technique. But Seoman Cheonga accused him of twisting logic. She said he had shown a woman something she never should have seen, and she vowed to hold him accountable. This pushed Lee Chiolsu to the edge. Like father, like daughter, he thought. He decided it was time to teach her a lesson. He suggested they resolve the matter the Zhonghu way, through martial competition. It was only right, he said, to determine responsibility through strength. Seoman Cheonga immediately agreed, suddenly brimming with confidence. She asked if he was truly challenging Zhongfeng Seoman Cheonga to a duel. He confirmed it, adding that he wanted the entire martial world to witness her rudeness. Then, seeing the moment was right, he proposed a condition. The loser would accept their wrongdoings and accept the victor's judgment. Seoman Cheonga accepted without hesitation, declaring that even if he begged during the fight, she would show no mercy. Watching her storm off, Lee Chiolsu allowed himself a smile of triumph. He thought this was the perfect chance to defeat her and bring glory to Gongdong sect. Even better, he might gain a proud and eye-catching maid. It was all coming together beautifully. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Yu Jin Wei, who was already on his way back to the sect. The visit to Seoman clan had gone well. Not only had they secured an impartial judge, but an official challenge with Seoman Cheonga had been established. But just as Lee Chiolsu was immersed in his thoughts, Yu Jin Wei leaned in and asked if he was smiling because something good had happened. Lee Chiolsu forced a grin and replied that thanks to his senior brother, they had indeed secured the impartial judge. And that, he said, was worth smiling about. Hearing this, Yu Jin Hui's face lit up with unmistakable joy. He said that he was genuinely touched by the compliment, and thanked his junior brother for thinking so highly of him. Lee Chiolsu responded by saying that all of it was only possible because Yu Jin Wei possessed the heavenly martial physique. He reminded him that he had even created a martial art on the spot. Yu Jin Wei modestly replied that the technique had been derived from Hanyuan Yikagong. He said he had given it the name Hanyuangong, though it was still just a prototype. Then he asked Lee Chiolsu if he wanted to learn it, suggesting that even before mastering the complete Hanyuan Yikagong, this form could be quite useful. Seeing the surprised look on his face, Yu Jin Wei continued. He said that since Lee Chiolsu was his only junior brother, he had even created a special mnemonic to make it easier to learn. With that, he began teaching seriously, going through the movements and energy flow with care. By his side, Li Qiusu watched closely and mimicked the techniques. In a short time, he was able to grasp the core principles. After successfully learning it, he expressed his sincere gratitude to Yu Jinwei. He noted that while Hanyuandong might not be as refined as its origin technique, it fit perfectly with Gongdong sect's swordsmanship. More importantly, as he thought about it, he turned his gaze toward his lower body. With this martial art, his little brother would no longer rise up at inconvenient times. He didn't understand the mechanics behind it, but it felt like a missing piece had been restored. Scene change. They finally returned to Gongdong sect. After delivering the good news, their master's face lit up with satisfaction. He said that seeing them complete their first Tianyu journey so successfully brought him great joy. He added that during their time away at Xiaoman clan, the sect had also received good news. As he spoke, he placed a stack of letters in front of them. He explained that for some reason, the martial arts competition between Gongdong sect and the Black Dragon gang had evolved into a symbolic clash between righteous and evil factions. Moreover, he said that Tangmen, Xingcheng, Amei, and even Hengshan sect had all agreed to serve as impartial judges. Hearing this, Li Qiusu was stunned. He acknowledged that it was logical for Tangmen, Xingcheng, and Amei to agree, since they had always been opposed to the Black Dragon gang. But Hengshan sect was a different story. They were the very sect that had replaced Gongdong sect among the 9 great sects. There should have been a lasting grudge. He wondered aloud if that meant Sword Empress Yin Shuilong would also attend. Upon receiving confirmation from his master, his face immediately shifted into a lecherous grin. He couldn't believe the opportunity had come so soon. Finally, he would meet his first official wife candidate. At the same time, within the halls of Hengshan sect, a disciple was passionately recounting stories about the sect leader. She explained that back when Yin Shuilong was just 16, during the Longfeng Dawei, a gathering for martial arts prodigies, she had boldly declared that she would marry any man capable of defeating her in combat. Anyone who could win would become her husband. Hearing this, the other disciples were filled with admiration. They exclaimed how rare it was for a woman to choose a husband this way, reversing the usual dynamic. They called her declaration bold, unique, and completely awe-inspiring. The woman went on to say that decades had passed, and still no man had managed to defeat her. Hengshan sect's rise to join the 9 great sects was, in large part, due to her unmatched prowess. She concluded by saying that everyone in the sect owed their gratitude to Sword Empress Yin Shuilong. Just then, a calm but commanding voice interrupted. A woman slowly walked over and instructed everyone to prepare for departure. She said they were heading to the Gongdong sect's martial arts competition. The speaker was none other than the sect leader herself, Yin Shuilong. One disciple, confused, asked why they needed to attend. She claimed that, compared to Hengshan sect, both Gongdong and the Black Dragon gang were insignificant. Before she could finish her thought, Yin Shuilong cut her off, saying that this competition had become a symbolic battle between righteous and evil forces. She said that as one of the 9 great sects, they had a duty to be present, not just for righteousness but for Hengshan's own honor. And so, the highly anticipated competition drew closer. Meanwhile, Li Qiusu was preparing to make a formal declaration before the event. Holding a letter, he approached his master and said he would deliver it himself, informing the Black Dragon gang that an impartial judge had been secured. Yu Jinwei immediately voiced concern. He pointed out that the ground was wet and slippery, and they couldn't predict what people from the Black Dragon gang might try. Li Qiusu felt uncomfortable at the sentiment, finding such deep emotional concern between men a bit much. He forced a smile, slowly removed Yu Jinhui's hand from his arm, and reassured him. He said that the competition was too close now for the Black Dragon gang to try anything reckless, even if they were demons or heretics. Hearing this, Yu Jinwei finally let out a breath of relief and reminded him to return quickly. Not long after descending the mountain, Li Qiusu revealed a sly grin. He thought to himself how fortunate it was that Yu Jinwei hadn't followed. Though he claimed to be delivering a letter, he had other plans. Scene change. Wei Sorian met him with a smirk and asked if he truly brought a letter from Gongdong sect. Li Qiusu confirmed it and said it was to inform them that an impartial judge had been secured. Wei Sorian hadn't expected a declining sect like Gongdong to secure so many judges. Her expression quickly shifted as she reminded him that he was about to become her servant and should start preparing. Li Chiolsu, annoyed by her arrogance, shot back that she should be practicing how to call him brother, because Gongdong's sect would definitely win. As he turned to leave, he gave her a playful wink and called her a cute little sister. Then he walked out, still feeling smug. He thought to himself how Wee Soryan had tried to act clever but ended up outplayed. Next came the real reason for his trip. He turned to a disciple nearby and said he wanted to meet their leader, claiming he needed to borrow money and had heard they were in the lending business. Soon after, his request reached the ears of Xie Inhui's leader, Wei Tianming, who was confused by the request. He asked why a disciple of Gongdong's sect would come to borrow money. Li Chiolsu responded by saying that businessmen shouldn't discriminate against customers. Wei Tianming laughed heartily and tossed him a cloth bag. He said it didn't matter to them, and handed over 50 taels of silver, though he warned that the monthly interest rate was 30%. Li Chiolsu gritted his teeth but accepted the money anyway. He cursed silently, knowing the rate was basically daylight robbery, but he had already run the numbers. It was still worth it. Soon, he arrived at Konyulu, the headquarters of the Haomans, carrying the borrowed silver. Since the martial arts competition had been declared a righteous versus evil showdown, it was inevitable that a betting pool would be involved. His plan was simple: bet on Gongdong's sect to win. With the odds stacked against them, the payout would easily cover the interest. He approached the front desk and asked for the manager to take him to the betting area. To his surprise, the manager told him a VIP room had been arranged again. He assumed it must be Lin Yuexiang who wanted to see him. But when he entered the room and saw the person inside, he froze in disbelief. Standing there was none other than Bai Mananduan, also known as Mei Jiliang, the sect leader of the Haomans. He was not only Xie Inhui's sole disciple but also infamously known throughout the world as the strongest gay man in the martial arts world. At this moment, Mei Jiliang was the first to speak. He said it was a pleasure to meet young hero Li and asked what business had brought him to their sect. In response, Li Chiolsu carefully handed over a cloth bag and explained that since the Haoman sect had opened a betting pool for the martial arts competition, he had come to place a wager. He asked about the current odds for Gongdong's sect. Mei Jiliang opened the bag, counted the silver, and confirmed that there were 50 taels. He said that if Li Chiolsu bet on Gongdong's sect to win, the payout would be 20-1. Then, leaning in close to his ear, he added with a soft, deliberate tone that it would become 300 taels. Startled by the closeness, Li Chiolsu instinctively pulled away. He said that if there was nothing else, he would take his leave. But before he could exit, Mei Jiliang handed him a wooden token and said that once the competition was over, he should present it to the manager to collect his winnings. After Li Chiolsu left the room, Mei Jiliang turned and addressed someone behind a screen. He said that the guest had gone far enough. A voice responded immediately. Dian stepped out and asked for his thoughts. Mei Jiliang confidently confirmed that young hero Li was not gay. Hearing this, Dian's face lit up with delight. She said that to become her partner, one must pass the strictest verification process. The following day, the highly anticipated martial arts competition between righteous and evil factions finally began. Just as Li Chiolsu was marveling at the sheer scale of the event, a voice called out from behind. The speaker was none other than Yin Shuilong, the leader of Hengshan sect. Seeing her, Master Quan Ying quickly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself as the leader of Gongdong sect. He said that it was a blessing of 3 lifetimes to meet the Sword Empress in person. Li Chiolsu, seeing her face up close for the first time, couldn't help but feel stunned. He thought to himself that she truly lived up to her title as the #1 beauty of the righteous faction. Yin Shuilong then addressed the two of them directly, saying she presumed they were the Gongdong disciples participating in the competition. She said she looked forward to seeing their skills on display. Blushing, Li Chiolsu made a bold promise. He said she should anticipate great things, that they would make the world see Gongdong's revival through this competition. Then, speaking with subtle mischief, he added that he hoped she would take special interest in him as her junior. Internally, he made a quiet vow. Even though he had been reborn into the past, his first official wife candidate would absolutely be Yin Shuilong. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the arena. The announcer stated that the martial arts competition was about to begin, and called for the disciples of each faction to take their places on the platform. With calm resolve, Lee Cheol-soo stepped forward. He told himself this was the first step. As a true Jonghu hero, this moment would be his debut. And not just in martial arts. Thinking this, he turned to face Yin Shuilong and made a public declaration. With full volume, he announced that once he came of age, he would challenge her, defeat her, and become her husband. Gasps spread through the crowd. The entire audience was left speechless. Lee Cheol-soo grinned with satisfaction. His operation, public confession, was a complete success. Though he had always been seen as an unremarkable disciple, he had just boldly challenged the Sword Empress of Hengshan sect. Many were shocked, but some recalled that Yin Shuilong herself had once said that she would marry the man who could defeat her. Still, the female disciples of Hengshan were furious. They said that for such a young brat to challenge the Sword Empress was pure arrogance. They declared that Yin Shuilong was a master-level elder, a pillar of the righteous path, and that such behavior was disrespectful to the entire sect. Lee Cheol-soo quickly clarified that he was being completely serious. He said that although he expected opposition, he was ready for a legitimate martial arts duel. His words only made their expressions colder. One disciple stepped forward and said she would test his strength immediately. Lee Cheol-soo was taken aback by how aggressive the reaction was. He hadn't expected her to escalate so fast. But before the situation worsened, Yin Shuilong raised her hand and told the disciple to step down. Then she turned her gaze to Lee Cheol-soo, studying him quietly. She thought to herself that his challenge was reckless, but also full of youthful passion. It reminded her of her own declaration years ago at the Longfang Dawei. Although childish, in the context of Hengshan sect's current circumstances, it might even be an opportunity. With that thought, she made her decision. She declared that she accepted the challenge from Lee Cheol-soo of Gongdong sect. The crowd instantly exploded. The Sword Empress of Hengshan had just agreed to a duel with a young upstart. Yin Shuilong added that any man from the righteous path could challenge her, and therefore she had no reason to refuse this one. However, she warned that if he was only toying with her, she would personally make him pay the price. Lee Cheol-soo smiled and promised that he would give it his all. He said that he would now demonstrate his sincerity and prove to the world that he was worthy of becoming her husband. But standing across from him, the Black Dragon Gang disciple looked on with disdain. He sneered and said that just as the rumors claimed, Lee Cheol-soo was nothing more than a reckless fool. He warned that he would teach him the cost of making a mockery of the platform. In reply, Lee Cheol-soo raised a hand and made a vulgar international gesture. He said that if the opponent had any guts, he should bring it on. He declared he had no interest in wasting words on weaklings. Provoked, the Black Dragon Gang disciple attacked without hesitation. He called him rude and said he would now pay the price. But as the smoke cleared, the disciple stood frozen, staring at the sword held against his throat. He looked stunned. He couldn't believe he had lost so quickly. From the sidelines, Yin Shuilong observed the entire exchange with sharp eyes. She noted that the way Lee Cheol-soo moved, fluid and evasive, was classic Gongdong light footwork, designed to counter heavy, straightforward strikes. When the referee raised Lee Cheol-soo's hand, it marked his official victory in the first round. With a cheeky grin, he told his opponent to stop standing there like a fool. He said that since he was the weakest, he should hurry up and get off the stage. The defeated fighter clenched his fists in rage, but a large hand clamped down on his shoulder. A deeper voice said he should calm down and reminded him not to underestimate others. Lee Cheol-soo blinked in surprise. Were they really blood brothers? The elder one was significantly more imposing. The older man introduced himself as Zhang Shuashan of the Black Dragon Gang. He said that anyone who insulted the Zhongshu brothers would pay dearly. With that, he launched a fierce strike. Lee Cheol-soo barely dodged it and quickly judged the situation. This brother was on a whole different level. Footwork alone wouldn't be enough this time. He realized he would have to use a special technique. He licked his lips and said again that he didn't have time to waste on weaklings. He dared Zhang Shuashan to come at him full force. The man obliged, stepping forward and slashing at Lee Cheol-soo's shoulder. But in the very next instant, his expression changed to horror. It had been an afterimage. Li Qiusu had used a precise combination of Gongdong body technique and Dongcheng's Zhongshuashu, an unpredictable move few could anticipate, even if they knew it. In the flurry of exchanges, Zhang Shuashan finally made a mistake, and Li Qiusu seized it. With a swift move, he pressed his sword to the man's neck. The referee immediately announced him the winner of the second round. The crowd roared in approval. Li Qiusu glanced behind him. The next match was the most anticipated one of the day, his battle against the young master of the Black Dragon Gang. Li Qiusu turned to face the final opponent. This would be the defining match. The duel with Hailong's Wei Sorian. Wei Sorian was the first to speak. She said that since they already knew each other, there was no need for polite formalities. In response, Li Qiusu flashed a wicked smile and thought that he would start by provoking him. He added with deliberate weight that they had a special connection after all. Hearing this, Wei Sorian's face immediately twisted with embarrassment and rage, but she forced herself to stay composed. She exclaimed that Li Qiusu was a shameless fool and insisted that she wouldn't fall for his tricks again. She admitted that she had previously underestimated Gongdong sect's martial arts, but said coldly that even with that adjustment, Li Qiusu was no match for her. Her gaze turned sharp as he declared that, as a true martial master, she would allow Li to make the first move. Not wasting a moment, Li Qiusu lunged forward. He reminded himself that in a match like this, taking the initiative was crucial. He decided to use his strongest technique to open the battle. With that thought, he sprang into the air, drawing power from his dantian, channeling it through his acupoints, generating explosive yin-yang conduction. This was Hunyuan Gong. His hips and lower back trembled slightly with the flow of energy. But as the smoke from the impact began to fade, Li Qiusu was stunned by the scene before him. His attack had been blocked, completely. Without pause, Wei Sorian counterattacked. She gathered internal energy into her left palm and pushed Li back, then advanced with her long sword gripped in his right. She scoffed and said that Gongdong sect's techniques were inferior, and compared to the Black Dragon Gang's Panlong sword technique, they were laughable. Under this sudden and fierce attack, Li Qiusu had no choice but to defend desperately. He knew full well the power gap between them. But this was no time to fall. Gritting his teeth, he mustered everything he had and unleashed a sweeping slash. Yet Wei Sorian evaded it with ease and sneered. SGE said the match was nearly over, and now it was time for Li to taste her full strength. Li Qiusu, in contrast, let a sly smirk cross his face. He thought to himself that he clearly had no chance of winning. But that wasn't the point. His goal wasn't victory, it was to go down in a way that would fulfill his plan. This was about disruption, not success. A glorious defeat would be far more valuable than an unexpected win. He told himself that if he somehow defeated Wei Sorian, his fame would overshadow his senior brothers, and that went against everything he had intended. From the very beginning, he had planned not to win, but to be defeated with flair. And more importantly, he had used the Hunyuan Gong that his senior brother had passed on to him, a technique that helped keep his little brother from rising in inappropriate moments. But just as he began circulating the internal energy required, the opposite happened. His lower half began to rise again, entirely on its own. Across the audience, many faces showed the same stunned reaction. On the platform, Master Quan let out an awkward laugh and remarked that Li Qiusu's energy was truly excessive, even for someone his age. Wei Sorian, caught off guard, lost focus. Her supposedly final blow missed completely. Infuriated, she grabbed Li Qiusu by the collar and demanded to know what game he was playing. She accused him of mocking the sacred martial arts platform with childish tricks. Was he really trying to humiliate her this way? Just then, Yu Jinhui's voice rang out from the edge of the arena. He called for his junior brother to regain focus and shouted that he must not abandon Hunyuan Gong. He reminded him to guide his energy properly, it would help control the uncontrollable. Hearing this, Li Qiusu snapped out of his daze. He muttered that the match was not over yet. He then apologized sheepishly to Wei Sorian. As compensation, he offered a new proposal. They would settle the outcome with a single decisive move. Wei Sorian, filled with disdain, agreed immediately. She said there was no need to waste more energy on someone so beneath him. Li Qiusu, now regaining composure, thought that his internal energy had stabilized, but he still didn't know when it might spike again. So before he made a fool of himself once more, it would be best to lose as quickly as possible. With no more words exchanged, both fighters charged at each other simultaneously. As their powers clashed in a violent explosion, Master Quan watched from the sidelines and let out a sigh. He said that Li Chiolsu's internal energy had grown impressively. Had it not been for the earlier disruption, he might have had a real chance against Wei Sorian. In the center of the arena, Li Chiolsu collapsed to the ground as expected. The referee's voice followed swiftly. The winner of the third round was the Black Dragon Gang's Wei Sorian. Wei Sorian sneered as she looked down at her fallen opponent. She mocked Li, saying that someone with such pitiful skills still dared to call himself an elder brother. But just as she finished the insult, her clothes suddenly tore open. Gasps rippled through the crowd. No one had expected such a dramatic ending. The final sword pressure had been that intense. Some spectators whispered that if Li Chiolsu had been just a bit stronger, Wei Sorian might have lost an arm. Others, however, were more critical. They said that even in martial arts combat, what had happened was excessive. Not only had Li risen again mid-fight, but now Wei Sorian had been publicly stripped of her dignity. Still, some voices in the crowd proposed a different view. They speculated that everything might have gone exactly as Li Chiolsu had planned. He hadn't fought to win, but to shatter his opponent's composure. One onlooker pointed out that Gongdong sect still had one more contestant. Shameful as it was, if this chaotic display had disrupted the Black Dragon Gang's rhythm, then only Li Chiolsu could have pulled it off. He might be shameless, but he was also clever. The eccentric hero of Gongdong sect had been born. Inside the arena, Yu Jinwei cradled Li Chiolsu in his arms. He said that his junior brother had done enough, and now it was his turn to finish things. Wei Sorian, standing tall, removed her ruined upper garment and remarked that Li's gaze had been surprisingly sharp. She said this was the match she had been most looking forward to. And so, the battle between righteous and evil approached its climax. Yu Jinwei stepped forward and ignited the atmosphere with Gongdong sect's ultimate sword technique. Wei Sorian, having just defeated Li Chiolsu, now focused entirely on the next match. Yu Jinwei drew his sword, his energy flaring as he simultaneously activated Sanyan Junwei, Jinju, and Shaoyang Shinfa. When the opposing energies of Ming and Yang reached their peak, he launched a forbidden technique against Wei Sorian. Before Wei Sorian could react, the arena quaked from an explosion. The shockwave sent debris flying in every direction. The spectators were stunned. Even Sword Empress Yin Shuilong looked visibly impressed. She whispered that the strength of Gongdong sect's disciples was not to be underestimated. She then turned to Master Quan and asked if he truly had confidence in his disciple. Quan Ying responded honestly. He said that compared to his own disciple, he was more concerned about his disciple's opponent. Back on the platform, for the first time, a trace of fear appeared in Wei Sorian's eyes. She realized that her opponent's speed and strength were overwhelming. If she hadn't instinctively blocked that last strike, she might already be lying unconscious on the stage. With the arena still clouded in smoke, she closed her eyes and relied solely on her chi sense. Moments later, Yu Jinwei struck again. Though Wei Sorian managed to react just in time, she barely blocked the attack with her saber. She muttered to herself that Lu's speed was unreal, his figure almost invisible. To make matters worse, Yu Jinwei vanished again. Wei Sorian knew that if this continued, she wouldn't survive. So, she began swinging her saber wildly, using the weapon's energy to clear the smoke around her. Then, from below the stage, a shout rang out. One spectator pointed and declared that the Gongdong disciple had reappeared, at the far edge of the platform. Wei Sorian scoffed. She taunted that Yu Jinwei must be scared of the Panlong sword technique and was trying to escape. But inside, Yu Jinwei was thinking something very different. He was determined to end this match. He refused to let the person who hurt his junior brother walk away unpunished. Just then, Wei Sorian completed her technique and charged forward. Yet Yu Jinwei remained calm. He said it was time to show the world that the Fumo sword technique of Gongdong sect had returned. As the two forces collided in a single moment of impact, flames and shattered debris exploded around them, lighting up the entire arena. During the stalemate, Wei Sorian was shocked. She exclaimed in disbelief that this was the demonic blade. She wondered when Gongdong had managed to obtain it. The realization unsettled her deeply. She questioned internally whether the Jujiesenlongdao of the Black Dragon Gang was on the verge of collapse. Her suspicion was confirmed in the very next moment when the Jujiesenlongdao shattered instantly. The residual force hurled her violently to the ground. She muttered to herself that calling this person a prodigy was absurd. This, in his words, was nothing short of a monster. At that moment, Yu Jin Wei fixed his gaze on Wei Soryan. He raised his long sword once again. He declared that it was still far from over. He said coldly that since Wei Soryan had made his junior brother cry, he would make her shed tears of blood. His eyes were filled with resolute fury as he cast judgment. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed across the martial arts stage. Wei Soryan cried out that she surrendered. Just as he spoke, the long sword stopped at her neck. Yu Jin Wei slowly sheathed his sword. He warned Wei Soryan that if there was a next time, he would not spare her. Then, the referee declared the result of the match. He announced that the winner was Yu Jin Wei of Gongdong Pai. As soon as the announcement was made, the righteous faction in the audience erupted into loud cheers. At that moment, Inshualong finally understood the words of her master. She realized why sect leader Quan had been so confident. She now understood that demonic blade had truly been discovered. She whispered to herself that this was indeed a blessing for the righteous faction. However, what surprised her even more was the identity of Gongdong Pai's senior disciple. She thought to herself that this was going to create a major stir in the martial world. 3 days later, in a dim grotto, a warrior dressed in red blood-colored garments came forward to report. He greeted respectfully, addressing him as Blood Demon Supreme. As soon as the words were spoken, the blood pool began to bubble and boil. A moment later, a red-haired, fair-skinned handsome man emerged. This was the cult leader of the Blood Sect. At that moment, the man in red reported softly that Gongdong Pai had defeated Hailong Bang in the martial arts competition. He continued, stating that demonic blade had appeared during the battle. He added that it was said a disciple had the heavenly martial physique, and they had also discovered the 100 Origin hidden cave. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed through the Blood Demon Supreme's blood-red eyes. He remarked that it was truly interesting. He then ordered for the operation to be accelerated. He muttered darkly about those who were slow. As he spoke, he merely lifted his hand. The blood within the claws instantly solidified into a short blade. The next second, it flew straight toward the red-robed man's neck. He reiterated that all the slow ones were to be killed. The red-robed man acknowledged the order and left immediately. As he did, a chilling smile curled on the Blood Demon Supreme's lips. He murmured that even the appearance of a heavenly martial physique would not change the outcome. He declared that once their plan was complete, the world would belong to them. As he slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually cleared, revealing a familiar figure. It was Haran. He acknowledged that he had troubled Miss Haran again. He asked how long he had been unconscious. Upon learning it had been 3 days, he urgently asked her about the outcome of the martial arts competition. Haran gave a faint smile. Haran said that the martial arts competition had ended with Gongdong Pai's victory. She continued, stating that the martial world now referred to young Master Ning and young Master Lu as the Gongdong twin heroes. Hearing this, Li Chiolsu felt instantly overjoyed. He thought to himself how powerful and stirring that title was. Just hearing it could cause women across the world to swoon. Haran went on, saying that 2 heroes had emerged from Gongdong Pai. The first was Gongdong Xingxia, Lu Zhongwei. The second was Gongdong Guixia, Li Zexiu. Li Chiolsu was stunned. He questioned internally why it wasn't Gongdong Zhengxia. Then he remembered that during the martial arts competition, it was his younger brother who stood up. So, people had used the character, Guai, meaning eccentric or strange, to describe him. He felt unwilling to accept it. That character, he thought, was typically reserved for martial world scoundrels. Still, there was at least one thing to be glad about. Gongdong Pai had won. According to the agreement, he was now Wei Xiaonian's older brother. After meeting with his master, the master praised their performance and publicly announced Haran's induction into Gongdong Pai. Hearing this, Li Chiolsu glanced secretly at her. Sure enough, she had accepted his proposal. Soon after, Haran completed the formal discipleship ceremony. Li Chiolsu then suddenly spoke, informing his master that he might have to compete with Seoman clan. After briefly explaining what had happened, his master sighed lightly. He stated that Seoman Chionga had peaked at his martial arts practice, and an argument had followed. He admitted that the martial arts competition was now inevitable. He added that although Seoman Chionga was not as formidable as Hailong, the #1 prodigy of the evil faction, he was still a rising talent with the title of Longfang. Li Chiolsu then gestured for his master not to worry. He assured him that if he had thought he would lose, he never would have agreed to the match. He asked for his master's trust. Faced with this unavoidable duel, the master had no choice but to agree. However, Yu Jin Wei was displeased. He voiced his concern, saying that junior brother's body had not yet recovered. Li Chiolsu smiled with practiced ease. He responded that it was all right and that he needed to stand on his own. He vowed that in this martial arts competition, he would prove that he was not a burden to the sect. He noted internally that his senior brother, handsome entitled Gongdong Xingxia, could never understand how he felt. He resolved that he must present a brilliant performance, shed the nickname of eccentric hero, and win the admiration of the righteous martial world's beautiful women. But first, there was something more important. He asked Yu Jin Wei if he knew the whereabouts of Hailong Wei Xiaonian. Eventually, he arrived at Shanwei Manor, the location Yu Jin Wei had mentioned. Standing before the entrance guard, he confidently asked if the guard knew who he was. Upon seeing his face clearly, the guard was utterly stunned. The guard exclaimed angrily that the twin-blade pervert had the audacity to show up there. Li Chiolsu's face twisted at the mention of pervert. He asked if the guard was referring to him. The guard confirmed furiously. He said that during the martial arts competition, Li Chiolsu had been utterly disrespectful to their young gang leader. He questioned whether someone like that could still be called an upright and honorable disciple of the righteous faction. Li Chiolsu was instantly furious. He thought that being called eccentric hero was one thing, at least, hero was part of it. But, Sejian, or lewd sword, these bastards from the evil faction, he fumed, had gone too far giving such a suggestive nickname. Just as he was about to act, the voice of young Master Yuding came from inside the gate. Soon after meeting Wei Soryan, she spoke up first. She stated that according to the agreement, all the people from Shanwei had already been handed over to the authorities. She added that the silver Li Chiolsu borrowed had also been waived. Then, with a cold tone, she asked what more Gongdong could possibly want. Hearing that, Li Chiolsu's expression turned frosty. He noted to himself that Wei Soryan had actually used that wretched nickname. He wondered aloud if Wei Soryan thought he came for something so trivial. With that, he walked up to her directly. He reminded Wei Xiaonian that she had promised to call him Big Brother. This caused Wei Soryan's face to flush red instantly. Li Chiolsu questioned mockingly whether the world-famous young gang leader of the Black Dragon Gang intended to go back on her word. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Soryan reluctantly addressed him as Big B Brother. But Li Chiolsu deliberately pretended not to hear it. He demanded more loudly that he didn't hear it. Then, with her face still red, Wei Soryan closed her eyes and shouted the word, Big Brother. Satisfied, Li Chiolsu thought that should do. He winked at her with great satisfaction and remarked that next time they met, she would have to remember that. Then he left quickly. He thought inwardly that she's just pretending to hate it. Since she likes bad boys, he is certain that she will fall for him soon. Next, he thought to himself, it was time to collect the reward from the martial arts competition. But what worried him was one thing. Could it be that infamous strongest gay there again? However, when he opened the door, the sight before him left him stunned. A table full of delicacies, some rather revealing attire, and a captivating fragrance filled the room. He questioned internally whether this woman was planning to devour him. The woman proactively removed her outer garment, seemingly preparing to seduce him and trap his heart. But with a single flirtatious remark from him, she appeared completely thrown off. Just as he arrived at Kanhulu's VIP room to collect his winnings from the martial arts tournament, the scene before him raised alarm bells. A table full of food, clothes that looked too revealing, and that overwhelming scent, it all resembled a classic Hongman banquet. Then Lin Yuexiang asked him to sit next to her and personally picked up a delicacy. As he opened his mouth, ready to accept it, He snapped back to his senses the next second and knocked the chopsticks from her hand. He thought to himself she was truly a seductive vixen, and he had almost been fooled. He reminded himself that the top figure of the evil faction wouldn't be treating him kindly without a reason. Though he couldn't tell her true intentions, he believed she was testing his resolve. He swore he wouldn't fall into her trap. He decided to end things there. He stated flatly that he had only come to collect his winnings, not to flirt. Mingyu Shangqi, irritated, threw a pouch of silver. She stated that there were 200 taels inside and asked if they could now discuss business. As she spoke, she suddenly began to take off her outer robe. Startled, Li Qiusu questioned what she was doing. Lin Yuexiang explained shyly that she had made up her mind. She declared that in the 9 prefectures and 8 desolations, her only one was him, young Master Li. She said that as long as he was willing, she would give him everything. Hearing this, he was utterly astonished. He recalled hearing in his past life at a Dongcheng banquet that Lin Yuexiang had never shown her body to a man. He wondered if this woman truly had feelings for him. He asked her in disbelief if she would truly do anything for him. Lin Yuexiang nodded with anticipation. Seeing this, he immediately grew confident. He thought to himself that he had already captured half of Lin Yuexiang's heart. He knew he had to use this opportunity well. He requested her help in spreading a rumor in the Zhonghu martial world. Lin Yuexiang reacted angrily, demanding why he wouldn't play with her yet expected her to help spread news. He responded eagerly. He declared that Xiaoman Qianga, daughter of Xiaoman clan, and Gongdong sect disciple Li Qiusu would soon have a martial arts competition. He explained that the loser would become the servant of the winner. As he spoke, he leaned in close and gently played with a strand of her hair. He asked her, calling her Shangmei, if she was willing to help him spread the news. Lin Yuexiang was caught off guard by this. She repeated the name, Shangmei, in surprise. She stated that this was a term men used only for their lovers. He took the opportunity to press his advantage. He confirmed it with confidence and said once more that he could only rely on her, Shangmei. Lin Yuexiang, her face deeply flushed, turned her head away. She said that since it was his request, Shangmei would definitely help. At those words, a mischievous smile immediately appeared on his lips. Before she could say anything more, he offered another polite, "Please," and left quickly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuexiang's heart remained in turmoil. She repeated the word Shangmei to herself. She thought that the feeling was like being poisoned. Even if Li Qiusu proposed to the Sword Empress, it wouldn't matter. Because she, Lin Yuexiang, was now his first lover. She vowed to spread the rumor for her lover. But she cursed that boy in her heart, saying he was truly despicable for using her like that. Elsewhere, Li Qiusu was still feeling pleased with himself. He reflected that since defeating the Black Dragon Gang, Gongdongpi's prestige had soared. Xiaoman clan, concerned for his sect's honor, had no choice but to agree to the martial arts competition. And this competition had naturally become the arena to determine the strongest rising star among the righteous factions. But there remained one key problem. They needed a fair and impartial judge for the duel. Though such duels between righteous sects held no official weight, he already had the ideal candidate in mind. After a while, he arrived at the relatively intact reception hall. There, little Sword Empress Xian Zhaobing stood at the door, sword in hand, barring his way. She asked why Gongdong Sejian had come. Suppressing his irritation, he asked why they, who were not heretics or evil demons, used such a humiliating title for him. He suggested letting that matter pass for now and said he had something to discuss with Sword Empress. She replied coldly, saying she was sorry, but Sword Empress had gone out for a walk. She added that he should return tomorrow. However, she explained, they were heading back to Hangshanpai the next day, so he wouldn't have another opportunity to meet their master. At that moment, a voice came from behind. It was Ying Shuilai, who addressed him as young Master Li and asked why he had come so late at night. After learning that Li Qiusu had a favor to request, Ying Shuilin invited him inside. After some brief conversation, Li Qiusu got straight to the point. He said that he was about to compete with a rising talent from Xiaoman clan in a martial arts match and asked whether Sword Empress would be willing to act as the impartial judge. Ying Shuilin took a thoughtful sip of tea. She repeated that Li Chiolsu wanted to compete with someone from Xiaoman clan and questioned why she should be the one to judge it. Li Chiolsu quickly explained. He acknowledged that he could understand Sword Empress's hesitation. After all, he had once challenged Sword Empress publicly. But, he emphasized, when he said he wanted to become a man worthy of Sword Empress, he had spoken from the heart. He said this martial arts match was the first step in proving his sincerity. Then Ying Xualin raised another concern. She asked whether there wasn't a long-standing feud between the Gongdong sect and Hengshan Pai. She explained that Hengshan Pai had taken advantage of Gongdong sect's decline to force their way into the 9 major sects and that others mocked them for being opportunistic. Hearing this, Li Chiolsu felt a sinking certainty that the answer would be no. But to his surprise, Ying Xualin's tone shifted. She said that she admired the challenger's growth and was willing to serve as the impartial judge. However, she noted, she had one condition. She stated she would reveal it when the time was right. Li Chiolsu immediately expressed his deep gratitude. But inwardly, he was puzzled. He remembered that in his past life, Hengshan Pai was always shrouded in mystery, with very little known about them. He questioned silently what Sword Empress truly wanted from him. Meanwhile, in a different scene, Xiaoman leader questioned with a grave expression whether it was true that Xiaoman Xianga and that reckless youth from Gongdong sect had agreed to a martial arts duel. He stated that this news had already spread across the martial world. He added that the outcome of this match would decide who controlled Gan province. Then he asked in dismay why Qinghe had agreed to fight that man. Xiaoman Xianga expressed her deep regret and said softly that she never intended for it to happen. Seeing this, Xiaoman leader realized his words had been too harsh, so he softened his tone. He explained that as long as she could defeat Li Chiolsu, everything would turn into a blessing. He asked his daughter if she was ready, saying this was a great chance to crush the Gongdong sect. This immediately reignited Xiaoman Xianga's confidence. She requested her father to write the challenge letter at once. She swore she would drive that man out of the Gongdong sect. Chiolsu had entrusted Shizuyu to spread rumors. By now, that should almost be complete. Just as he was preparing to write the challenge letter, Yu Jinwei ran over with a face full of excitement. Yu Jinwei said that the Xiaoman clan had sent a challenge letter for the martial arts competition. He added that he had specially prepared something for his junior brother. He said this with a meaningful smile. Yu Jinwei then emphasized that they had to crush the Xiaoman clan without mercy. With that, he passed on the improved Hunyuan Gong to Li Chiolsu. Surprisingly, this time, it was much easier to use than before. What Li Chiolsu found hard to deal with, however, was how overly enthusiastic Yu Jinwei had become. At that moment, Yu Jinwei brought up the confession to Senior Sword Empress and asked if it had been sincere. Li Chiolsu was caught off guard by the question. He wondered silently how his senior brother could be so direct. He questioned if he had perhaps taken a major hit emotionally. Thinking that, he patted Yu Jinhui's shoulder and clarified that his confession to Sword Empress wasn't sincere. He explained that the martial arts match against the Black Dragon Gang had been a declaration of Gongdong sect's resurgence. He stated they had needed something that left a powerful impression. Hearing this, Yu Jinhui's face lit up with admiration. He said that he hadn't expected such deep thinking from his junior brother. Li Chiolsu offered verbal thanks for his understanding, but inside, he was thinking that his goal was to win the favor of the Tianwujidi. Still, Yu Jinhui's over-the-top joy was beyond anything he had expected. He questioned why this would make anyone so happy. A week later, after days of continuous practice, Hunyuan Gong became more refined. Yet what still caused him headaches was the damned Nilao Zhengsuaojing. To fully utilize Fumo Jinfa, one had to incorporate Nilao Zhengsuaojing. However, every time he attempted it, he ended up with an erection. He asked himself what he was going to do about it. He noted that the Xiaoman clan was taking this martial arts duel seriously. If he didn't prepare properly, he was certain to lose. So he concluded that no matter what, he had to master Nilao Zhengsuaojing. Just then, from the nearby bushes, came a rustling sound. Sword Empress Yin Xuelin appeared, walking slowly toward him. She commented that she hadn't expected to run into young Master Li while strolling through Gongdong sect. She asked why he was in such a remote area, suggesting he was practicing. Li Chiolsu quickly covered himself and responded. He explained that quiet places made it easier to concentrate. Sword Empress then observed that he seemed tired and asked if it was due to weak inner cultivation. Li Chiolsu replied that an important martial arts competition was coming up, making him anxious. After a moment's pause, Sword Empress remarked that meeting was fate and offered to lend a hand. She asked what he thought of the idea. For Li Chiolsu, receiving guidance from a Sword Empress was an extraordinary honor. He quickly assumed a combat stance and unleashed a full-power attack. To his surprise, Sword Empress not only blocked it with ease, but also identified several flaws. She then told him it was his turn to defend. As soon as she said it, she launched a fierce attack. The intense offensive forced him into a purely defensive stance. Sword Empress pointed out that young Master Li's Fumo Jinfa had a very weak defense. In the next instant, she slashed toward his chest. Her strike tore open his robe. Afterwards, Sword Empress highlighted the key problem. She explained that the way of yin and yang was the foundation of Gongdong sect. At its core was harmony between the two forces. But she said that young Master Li's martial arts were heavily imbalanced. He was stunned upon hearing that and reflected deeply. He realized that in this life, his focus had solely been on training. His cultivation had leaned entirely toward yang energy. He wondered whether this imbalance was the root cause of his lack of progress. Sword Empress reminded him again that focusing on yin-yang harmony could be his breakthrough. Suddenly, it all made sense to him. Because he had once been a eunuch, he had subconsciously rejected yin energy. That rejection had broken the balance of yin and yang and caused his erections. Only through balance could Hanyuan Gong and Nilao Zhengsuaojing coexist. He began by using Hanyuan Gong to increase his internal energy, then integrated it with Nilao Zhengsuaojing. Finally, he used Fumo Jinfa against Sword Empress. In his past life, this was the path of Fumo. Sword Empress blocked the strike with satisfaction and praised him. He hadn't expected to unleash Sword Kai, and more importantly, this time his body stayed calm. He realized he had stepped into the first-rate realm. Elated and exhausted, his body went limp. Seeing this, Sword Empress supported him in her arms. Still, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He thought again that tonight's moon was truly big and round. Later, lying in his room, he kept thinking about last night, the encounter with Sword Empress, their moonlit sparring, his breakthrough to the first-rate realm, and their unexpected closeness. Just thinking about it made his heart race. Suddenly, Haran burst into the room. She said she had heard many rumors about him in the marketplace. She said that people were calling him a two-timer. It turned out she had been buying fruit when she overheard gossip about the martial arts competition between Xiaoman clan and Gongdong sect. The rumor was that Zhanfeng Xiaoman Qianga and Li Chiolsu had been secretly in love. But because their sects were enemies, they had kept it hidden. Then, after a breakup, Li Chiolsu started dating Lin Yuexiang. But Xiaoman Qianga, unable to let go, had challenged him in a martial arts competition to win him back. Additionally, there were whispers that he intended to marry Lin Yuexiang instead of Sword Empress. These conflicting rumors were spreading fast in the martial world. Haran found them hard to believe, and that's what brought her storming into the room. Hearing this, Li Chiolsu was furious. He questioned how such ridiculous rumors could exist. Later, his master also approached him to ask what was going on. He warned that with the competition tomorrow, such rumors, true or false, would hurt him even if he won. Li Chiolsu clenched his fists and denied everything on the spot. But in his heart, he knew only Zishao could have spread those stories. He believed her goal was to publicly claim him as her lover. With tears in his eyes, he told his master a revised version of events. He claimed that during the righteous versus evil battle with the Black Dragon Gang, to meet with the impartial judge unnoticed, he had sought help from a Howman. He concluded that the evil faction, bitter from defeat, had resorted to rumors. His master rubbed his head in disbelief, saying that even for the evil faction, such tactics were shameless. Li Chiolsu reassured his master not to worry and vowed to clear his name. He then went to the tavern to verify things himself. But what infuriated him more was that people were treating the rumors as post-meal entertainment. Some even joked about his physical attributes. As he stood there, fuming but observing the scene, a voice caught his attention. Someone said that everyone knew it was Lin Yuexiang who started the rumor. They explained she was afraid Xiaoman Xianga and Li Zhexiu would grow closer, so she had it spread. The crowd quickly lost interest. Li Qiusu, meanwhile, was puzzled. He realized the narrative had started to shift. He wandered through the market a while longer and then reached a conclusion. Someone had intervened, changing the direction of the rumor. The new version, casting Lin Yuexiang's feelings as one-sided, actually worked in his favor. But he wondered who was secretly helping him. To find out, he went straight to the outskirts where the beggars gathered. Immediately, someone recognized him. They asked if he wasn't the infamous Gongdong Shijian. Though awkward, he wasn't surprised. The beggar sect, though poor in appearance, was a highly respected righteous faction known for its code of honor and vast intelligence network. He got straight to the point and said he had a commission. The lead beggar took him to a room and asked what the issue was. Li Qiusu took out a money pouch and made a request. He asked them to investigate a eunuch from the imperial palace named Zhang Yian. He stated that Zhang kidnapped boys and mutilated them, selling their parts to the palace. He called him a monster. The beggar sect members were furious. They said such a person deserved no mercy. They remarked that young hero Li was truly a righteous man for caring about such matters. What they didn't know was that Zhang Yian was the very man who had turned Li Qiusu into a eunuch. From the day of his rebirth, he had vowed to kill him. The beggars said it would take a week to get the information. Li Qiusu left with a heavy heart. Only Dongchang had the power to override rumors created by the Haoman. And only one person controlled Dongchang. That person was the emperor in his previous life. Though he wondered if his rebirth had created a delusion, he knew only the emperor could have covered up Zhang Yian's crimes. So, if he could confirm whether Zhang Yian was alive or dead, he would know if the emperor had intervened. He just hoped it wasn't her. In any case, the matter was now settled. All that remained was the martial arts competition against Xiaoman Xianga. On the day of the duel, Xiaoman Xianga is of course furious. She accuses him of spreading rumors of them having an affair. She vows to make him pay for that, calling him twin-blade pervert. Li Qiusu, irritated, argues that he's an honest gentleman, so how can she say such things? He pulls his sword and says that as long as he won, he could shift public opinion and finally get rid of that humiliating nickname. Before the fight even began, there were already people around asking if the rumors about the two of them were actually true, if they were really in a relationship or not. Others commented that seeing them argue like that was proof enough the rumors were legit. And this reaction, this exact one, was the father's reaction upon hearing people talking crap about his daughter. You know, funny thing is, he exclaimed that he would smash the behind of whoever it was that dared speak trash about his daughter right in front of him. And with that, the gossip started to die down. The empress beside him said that the condition of the loser becoming the servant of the winner was quite uncommon in duels like this. He replied that it was all the fault of that boy, for seducing and provoking his daughter into this duel. She asked if that was really the case and all, and he responded that it was pretty obvious. Switching topics, now with the man enchanted by the beauty of the sword empress. It's understandable, she really is beautiful. He commented that it had been a while since they last saw each other, and that her beauty hadn't changed a bit since back then. Curious, she asked if he was talking about that time, looking away as he changed the subject, saying it was time for the duel to start and all that. Now was the time for some real punches. Xiaoman Xianga called Li Qiusu disgraceful for getting excited in the middle of a duel and refusing to admit his mistake. That's why, she said, she would expose his shame in front of everyone today. She released all her energy, telling him to get ready. It was an immense and intense energy that filled the whole place. He, on the other hand, thought that her presence easily dominated the arena, since the family's martial arts relied on heavy sword techniques that channel internal energy into the blade. A powerful style that gives no room to escape. Finally, she charged at him, raised her sword gracefully, her sharp eyes locked in, ready for the attack. She struck a heavy and powerful blow toward Li Qiusu. As he defended, he thought it was a slow strike, but packed with overwhelming power. Pulling back, he reflected that when it comes to martial arts, he also has his fair share of techniques. From a short distance, Xiaoman Xianga asked if he had used the essence of the extreme demon subduing sword to neutralize the impact of her strike, acknowledging that he was indeed talented for pulling that off. Once again, she came at him, telling him to try blocking her next move too. Again, he defended, but to his surprise, wondered if that had been a feint. Suddenly, she grabbed him and landed a huge knee right in his face. In some way, he managed to block it. Honestly, he thought that the sect's sword style burned the enemy with pressure before delivering a single decisive blow, while the Gong Dong sect's sword focused on integrating attack and defense with an emphasis on powerful strikes. That's why, he thought, the two styles are incompatible, and that's why he intends to end this duel quickly, without getting tired. And so, the intense duel unfolded. Now it was Chiaosu who was putting on the pressure. His eyes were locked on her, following every one of her moves, surprising her with how his aura had shifted. Suddenly, Chiaosu launched an energy attack, and the blast caused a huge explosion in the arena. Changhe Yu Jinwei was over there in the stands, all happy, thinking that Li Chiaosu was amazing for holding his own. Just cheering him on. Meanwhile, on Changhe's side, she stood untouched, successfully defending against his attacks. Chiaosu asked how she had defended against that, and full of chuckles, she admitted that it hadn't been easy, but it still wasn't enough to bring her down. She raised her sword and asked what he was planning now, then rushed at him again, landing another heavy blow. Laughing, she asked if he was just going to keep defending. He already knew it wouldn't be easy, but she was even stronger than he had expected. He asked himself what he needed to do to turn the tables. Suddenly, something came to his mind. He remembered the Empress and the concept of yin-yang balance. Breathing in and calming himself, he wondered if he shouldn't just make things unpredictable. That's when Changhe shouted that she wouldn't allow it and charged at him, slamming the ground with full force. Surprised, she asked where he had gone. Well, with a martial art he specialized in during his time as an eunuch, Shadow Swan Steps has a great advantage in exploiting openings and launching surprise attacks. Even now, in his current state, he can use that martial art to momentarily fool Changhe's senses. Changhe, who's at the peak of the first line realm. By using one of the secrets of the martial arts from his past life, he recognized that Changhe was a strong opponent. Repositioning, he thought he needed to mix the essence of the demon subduing sword with the shadow steps. He charged at her, knowing his power might be reduced, but determined to destroy everything with one unpredictable blow. Seeing his movements, she focused, thinking it was obvious and that she only needed to defend that one attack, and it would be easy. Suddenly, he shifted his position, changing the trajectory of his sword. That move caught her completely off guard, and before she could react, she was struck hard by Li Chiaosu. Her father, from the stands, was shouting at the top of his lungs, and Li Chiaosu, having finished his attack, made her sword fall to the ground. And finally, right there in front of him, she gave in as well. With that, the victory of the Gong Dong sect was announced. The audience looked confused, which also left Li Chiaosu puzzled, wondering what was up with this strange atmosphere. Looking back, they questioned whether Changhe had been seriously hurt or something, and Changhe was standing there, completely red, wondering what was wrong with her clothes, because they were literally tearing apart bit by bit. Seeing that, Li Chiaosu started wondering what the hell was going on, asking himself why her clothes were ripping like that, thinking maybe it was because she hadn't managed to defend against his last attack. Poor thing, she started screaming as loud as she could, completely embarrassed, calling Li Chiaosu indecent, saying it was such a perverted technique. People in the stands were saying it was no wonder he was called the weird hero of the Gong Dong sect, that clearly, he only thought with his little brother. Nervous, he tried explaining that it wasn't on purpose or anything, but she didn't want to hear it, no way. Her eyes were tearing up, and she called him a pervert. He quickly took off his shirt and handed it to her, telling her to cover herself. Embarrassed, he apologized, thinking this only happened because of the shadow steps, which had spread the energy of the blow and ended up destroying all her clothes. Since he didn't want a fatal strike, he held back, now in tears, clearly furious, because this wasn't the outcome he wanted at all. And then we cut to the angry father-in-law, clearly fuming, shouting that he could not accept the result of this duel, roaring that the boy dared to insult his daughter and the honor of his family. That's why, he said, he would personally take responsibility for this criminal act. Right there on the ground, Li Chiaosu got scared, thinking to himself what was going on. But that's when the Empress stepped in, telling both of them to stop. She walked to the edge of the platform and said the match had already been decided. Serious, she asked him to just accept the result of this official duel. Outraged, he demanded to know why she was protecting that brat. She also released her inner energy and said that as a witness of the Gong Dong sect, it was her duty to stop anyone who refused to accept the result. He, still furious, asked how she could say that after what the boy had just done. And yes, she agreed, it is shameful when your skin gets exposed during a duel, but the guy had already apologized. She told him to let go of that old-fashioned thinking, saying that before being a woman, his daughter was a martial artist. Li Qiaosu, for his part, was happy, praising the heavens for having her by his side as a witness. This was expected from his future wife. Her father then brought up the confession Li Qiaosu made to the Empress during his last duel, asking if she had also fallen for him now. He shouted, asking if she was in her right mind, since the strange hero from Gongdong sect was young enough to be his son. Our MILF, no, Our Lady, told him to shut his mouth and stop saying nonsense. Then she commented on the confessions, asking if he himself hadn't also confessed to her some time ago. That caught him off guard. That also caught the attention of Li Qiaosu. And well, 30 years ago, during the Phoenix Dragon Assembly, he had declared he was in love with her. He confessed his feelings and challenged her to a fair duel to win her hand. But with a few quick moves, she had defeated him, called him an insignificant man, and ended that duel with a single blow. Now, with sharp eyes, she asked him if he still had feelings for her. Burning with embarrassment, he heard the chatter from the audience. Li Qiaosu couldn't help but laugh at the whole situation, since he didn't know anything about this juicy backstory. In the end, the most beautiful granny in all of manhwas asked if she should share more about her past. He shouted for her to stop, you know? Addressing Li Qiaosu, he said his actions were an unfortunate accident, and that he would let it slide this time. Quickly, Li Qiaosu thanked him for the pardon. Sometime later, after the duel, there was a meeting between the Empress and the Gongdong sect. Jeon Young thanked her for calming down the situation earlier. She said it was her duty as an officer, though Jeon Young refused to let her be humble, thanking her once again. In this case, she asked about the possibility of organizing an exchange tournament between their sects. That sounded great. Happily, Jeon Young agreed. Honestly, this came as a surprise to Li Qiaosu, curious about what might come next. In his past life, in the Empress's sword sect, she was isolated, closed off. Of course, they never organized an event like this. In the end, she and the Empress said their goodbyes. Looking toward Li Qiaosu, the Empress said they would meet again during the exchange event, and then they could talk more. He nodded to her, wondering if it was because of that favor she had mentioned earlier, about acting as an officer for this duel. Watching her walk away, he set those doubts aside, thinking he'd figure it all out during the exchange anyway. Either way, happy, he figured it was time to go claim his rewards for this duel. That said, we cut to the Seomoon sect, with Changhe now being the servant of Li Qiaosu. Her brother told her not to worry, and that if anything happened, she should contact the main family immediately. Finally, he addressed Li Qiaosu, cursed him out with every name in the book, and said that if he ever made their girl cry, he himself would make the guy cry blood. That was the stance Li Qiaosu had to deal with. In the end, he shouted. Li Qiaosu shouted back, he got called a pervert, but he won the argument. Yeah, no comebacks to that. Changhe, now baffled, asked how things ended up like this. In the end, he called for her attention, telling her to hurry up because they were heading to the Gongdong sect. Somewhere else, Changhe walked a bit behind, clearly reluctant, totally embarrassed, because she had ended up becoming the servant of the biggest pervert of all time. Finally, they arrived at their sect. He said they had something to discuss. That caught her by surprise. She wondered what was coming. Her mind already dirty, she asked herself what was going to happen at this hour. Just the two of them. This could only mean one thing. My God, he's going to pull her into his arms and tease her in every way possible. Then take her lips for himself. Then humiliate her in every possible way. And there's even a certain place. Thinking all this would happen, you feel me? Li Qiaosu looked at her and said that this place would work. That already had her thinking. Thinking those things, you know. If those wrong things were about to happen, she'd draw her sword right then and there. Li Qiaosu, completely chill, said that this was a perfect place to give out his orders. And so, to her disappointment, he told her to go to Huajian County, Ganharu, and collect the winnings from the bets on the duel. Anxious, she asked if that was all, if he wasn't planning to do this and that, with her in that dark and secluded spot, which was perfect for the arts of seduction. But no, looking totally blank, Li Qiaosu asked what the hell she was imagining with that filthy mind of hers. Completely mortified, my God, she ran off. And Li Qiaosu was left surprised that she had such a vivid imagination. In the end, something popped into his head, reminding him of our beloved girl Qixia Yu. He wondered if the girl had been spreading rumors around, and of course, seeing her happy about his victory, she said that this was exactly what she expected from her man. That's what she called him. Li Qiaosu burned with rage, saying that he wouldn't keep getting dragged into her little tricks anymore. The next day, Changhe told herself she never imagined she'd end up as the errand girl of a scumbag. She cursed Li Qiaosu, calling him the worst of the worst, the ultimate worst. That's when someone caught her attention, asking what brought her here. A bit red-faced, she answered that she came on behalf of Li Qiaosu to collect his winnings from the duel bet. The guy asked why he didn't come himself, which made her even more annoyed. Eventually, he pointed to the second floor of the building and said there was a VIP room where she could go and get the prize. The words, VIP room, caught her attention. She wondered what that meant, remembering Li Qiaosu saying that when she got here, they would show her a VIP room, and that she shouldn't be surprised, just grab the money. Surprised, she thought to herself that his words were true after all, even though, there was really no reason for him to lie about that, right? Upstairs on the second floor, our lil lady introduced herself as the boss of the whole place, acting as professionally as possible and asking Changhe to sit. This time, Changhe was red-faced because of all that beauty. Yep, the nun was really something. It wasn't for nothing that she was called the most gorgeous hostess in all of Sichuan. And in the middle of it all, there was that classic female rivalry kicking in. She thought to herself this was the skank who fought her man and tried to make him her servant. And yeah, that rivalry was felt. The poor girl sat there not understanding a thing. After a slight greeting, the hostess commented that she heard Changhe came to collect the winnings. But then asked if there wasn't anything else she wanted to say. Puffing her chest, she asked if Li Qiaosu hadn't sent any other message. No words, no letter, nothing. Those words left Changhe speechless, seeing the hostess act like that about Li Qiaosu. She wondered if those rumors about the two of them being lovers were actually true. Hesitant, she replied that actually, there was something Li Qiaosu wanted her to say. And that hit the hostess hard, caught her off guard, made her sweat. Changhe said that Li Qiaosu was very disappointed in her, for spreading false rumors. Poor Nung instantly got worried, asking what she meant by that. Then came the memory. When meeting the hostess, Changhe was supposed to tell her that he hated her more than anything else in this world, because he only liked honest people. Mouth wide open, she thought the hostess would be seriously shaken by that. And shaken wasn't even the right word. With tears in her eyes, she asked Changhe if he really said that. Changhe, clearly uneasy, confirmed it, saying that was all he had to say. In the end, the hostess placed the bet money on the table and asked her to take it. As she was leaving, she tried to cheer her up, seeing the girl was crushed, saying she would talk about her with Li Qiaosu when she got back. Then she left. The hostess was confused, unable to believe this was actually happening, especially since not long ago he and Li Qiaosu had called her my love. Poor thing, completely fooled. She imagined the possibility that he might never speak to her again because of the lies she herself made up, just to spice up the rumors. Desperate, she screamed no, 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 this couldn't happen. If she couldn't see him anymore, her heart would stop. Until now, she had thought it was all just a joke. But by the way Changhe reacted, it seemed like he was really upset, so she knew she had to do something to fix this. Back with Changhe, she thought it was strange. How could such a fine woman with a tiny waist be so into a jerk like Li Qiaosu? But then something hit her. Mana Yu Jinwei, Little Haran, Master Carvala, even the Sword Empress, all of them were friendly and seemed to like him. Confused, she started to question why everyone liked such a shameless pervert so much. Suddenly, she hesitated for some reason, her face turned completely red. She started thinking that maybe all the bad things she'd heard about Li Qiaosu had just been misunderstandings. She thought maybe he really was the one who defeated the Black Dragon Gang to protect his sect, who challenged the Empress of the Sword to restore the honor of the Gongdong sect, who fought against the powerful Xiaomun family. Lost in thought, she realized these were the actions of a true hero of the Murim world. And maybe, just maybe, that hero from the Gongdong sect she had always dreamed about wasn't anyone else but our Li Qiaosu. That's when someone called her attention. It was the man himself, Li Qiaosu, saying his servant had returned. And that's when all the magic of Li Qiaosu vanished. In the end, she handed over the money. He thanked her. But despite everything, she still couldn't help but think, maybe. Because even now, there was a tiny possibility he was really the one she had dreamed about. That thought caught her off guard. Blushing like mad, she apologized to him, saying she was really sorry for what happened. Li Qiaosu, totally confused, wondered what the hell she was talking about. Meanwhile, she took off running, embarrassed by the whole situation, calling him an idiot, a fool, a scumbag. She cursed him with every word she had. And Li Qiaosu, standing there, wondered what kind of wild delusions she was having. But that wasn't important now. What mattered was the money in his hands. But before he could feel the joy of that sweet cash, someone arrived at the sect, yelling if anyone was around. It was hostess Nung. She had come to make a generous donation. She walked up to Jaeon Young and asked him to accept her offering. That made him feel a bit awkward since the sect didn't really need such a big donation. Li Qiaosu walked over, asking what this was all about. Nung said she had heard the sect was suffering because of the scandal she caused with those rumors. And besides the donation, this was also an apology. She asked for a moment alone with Li Qiaosu, which caught him off guard. Jaeon Young thanked her and, seeing how persistent she was, said he would accept. And there was the face of someone realizing what he had done. He just wanted to mess around a bit with her, with Nung, playing a few games. But she had taken it all way too seriously. Sometime later, Changhe asked Yu Jinwei what was going on. Yu Jinwei answered that she had no idea. How could a total bombshell, among bombshells, feel this way? She said she was worried about what the other girl might want with their boy, and Changhe asked what the point was of even staying around then, saying that she had just come up with a great idea. Elsewhere, beside Li Qiaosu and Nung, who, poor thing, was sobbing hard, she apologized between hiccups, saying she didn't even have the words to express herself. That left him confused, wondering how things ended up like this. That's when Nung spoke from the bottom of her heart, saying that she did what she did because she liked him very much. Her words caught him off guard, thinking that they sounded genuine, and her reaction surprised him. He thought to himself that seeing her act like this was unimaginable in his past life, and if he kept playing hard to get with her, something bad might happen. So he accepted her apology and told her not to do it again. That made Changhe Nung smile. He thought it was actually pretty cute. No denying it. Not far off, behind some paper walls, the nosy trio stood in shock, mouths wide open, wondering what the hell was going on. Seeing Nung jump into Li Qiaosu's arms, they thanked him from the bottom of their hearts for accepting her apology. So indecent, was Changhe's reaction. Such shamelessness, was our other girl's response. Skank. Cow. Damned hussy. Shameful trash, and a few more words YouTube wouldn't approve of. Those were Yu Jinwei's exact thoughts as she watched Nung cling to Li Qiaosu, thrilled, saying she'd never do that again because her love for him was truly real. As the afternoon faded, we see Nung saying goodbye. Li Qiaosu told her to go back safely. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand in the most graceful way possible. There was no resisting her, and said that whenever he wanted to find her, her back door would always be open. He replied he'd be going often, though in his head he was thinking he'd only show up if he had business. That's just how it is. The thrill of the chase, the boredom of possession. With that, Nung let out a laugh and thanked him. Then she left. Meanwhile, Li Qiaosu was thinking about how annoying all this was, still unsure if her feelings were real or not. Stroking his chin, he let out a long sigh, wondering if Nung's obsession grew worse. It'd be one hell of a headache. Suddenly, someone called his attention, saying he looked pretty happy. It was the trio of jealous babes, led by Yu Jinwei. He replied that he wasn't in a good mood at all, wondering why they seemed so mad. Yu Jinwei, slightly irritated, told him to follow her. They had something to do. Later, we saw Li Qiaosu in training, exhausted. He said it might be better to continue the training the next day, but Yu Jinwei wasn't having it. She said he'd keep training even harder. He just went back to training, thinking he couldn't say anything anymore, just kept his mouth shut. That's when Yu Jinwei made a move and told him to pay attention. Poor thing. Though she acted that way, it hurt her inside to see him like that. But there was nothing she could do. It was all part of the plan to protect him. Hours earlier, Changhe had mentioned the hug between Nung and Li Qiaosu. Haran said they couldn't let someone like Nung steal their man away. Now was the time for the three of them to come together. Changhe asked if the situation was really that serious, and Yu Jinwei questioned why she was included, especially since she was technically a man. That's when the other girl said, she already knows. Yu Jinwei was caught off guard, wondering if her cross-dressing secret had been discovered. But no, that wasn't it. The girl said she knows how much she worries for the young master and asked if Eugene Wei was just going to stand there and let their man become the lover of a fox. Eugene Wei didn't know how to respond, though she wished she could say those words herself, but her current situation didn't allow it. Changha asked what their plan was to break up such a passionate couple. Haran answered that first, every time Chialsu had free time, they'd train with him so he wouldn't have time to think about anything else. Eugene Wei said they'd hold the training here for now, then continue at the main training ground. And that's how Li Chialsu reacted, running through the courtyard when someone called to him. It was Changha, asking if she could stay by his side. Haran also said she'd be staying too, putting their plan into action. During breaks, she and Changha would take turns watching him to make sure he didn't go visit Nung. Out of sight, out of heart. They'd keep Li Chialsu from seeing her until next year, during the exchange competition at Hangsan Sect. And that's how the plan was put into action. They literally kept Li Chialsu locked to Gongdong Sect. A year later, we cut to Li Chialsu, more fired up than ever. Looking around, he wondered when his sect's buildings had multiplied so much. Rubbing his stomach, he said to himself that money really was a beautiful thing. He was happy, proud to eat pork at least once a day. He said that after the duel against the Black Dragons, the Gongdong Sect gained a lot of fame, so visitors brought in a lot of money. The view now was completely different from when he first arrived. Still thinking, he told himself that to raise more funds, they'd need an investment presentation. And the best way to attract investors was to show results. That's when someone caught his attention. It was Eugene Wei, with a beautiful smile. No resisting that. She said a whole year had passed already, and it went by too fast. With a slight smirk, he replied yes, though he was thinking that the last year felt like being a prisoner. Later, we saw Li Chialsu's group gathered in front of Jaeon Young. He said they had worked hard to prepare for the exchange competition. He could see how much they'd grown, and that gave him confidence. Finally, they set out toward the sect of the Great Beauty, the Empress of the Sword. Li Chialsu, thinking to himself, said this was the moment. Thank God, he almost cried. He thought he would finally escape the strict surveillance and finally see the woman who would be his first wife, the mighty Empress of the Sword. At her sect, we saw Sobin saying that the bastards from Gongdong Sect were coming, and that's why she felt uneasy. Still, the Grand Lady said to prepare a good reception. Annoyed, the other one replied she wasn't so sure. Looking at her, they said her sect was strong enough even without some exchange tournament, asking if this event was really necessary. The Mighty One asked if she had forgotten the spirit Gongdong Sect had shown during the War of Justice against evil. That spirit would be useful for their sect too. A bit red in the face, she let out a few awkward laughs, saying Li Chialsu's performance had also been, well, excellent. The subordinate replied with a simple, understood, and asked for further instructions. Outside, we saw her fuming, irritated, thinking about that slight smirk the Empress gave when talking about the bold actions of Li Chialsu. She said it couldn't possibly be what she was thinking. Approaching all the disciples of her sect, she asked if they were all gathered. Puffing her chest, she shouted to deliver her orders. Everyone got excited to hear the words of the great Empress of the Sword. That's when the subordinate said that the Grand Lady had prepared the competition with the Gongdong Sect. She asked everyone if they knew what that meant. They all listened closely. With her eyes burning, she shouted that for the shameless guy, Li Chialsu, and his gang of a sect who dared act arrogant toward the Empress, they had a duty to teach them all a lesson. Everyone agreed, shouting that it was exactly that the arrogant punk had to be defeated. Raising their fists, they shouted as disciples of the sect, as sisters of the great Empress of the Sword. In unison, they repeated her words. The subordinate, radiating no-nonsense energy, screamed that they would reveal the true nature of the shameless, scheming rogue called Li Chialsu. In a mountainous place, we saw our squad. Eugene Wei didn't stop commenting on how many mountains and cliffs there were. Chialsu said it really was a famous mountain, worthy of being called the northern peak of the Central Plains. That's when a group arrived. A messenger from the Empress's sect, who asked them to follow her, as she would be their guide. Jaeon Young thanked her for the courtesy. Li Chialsu was full of cheeky chuckles. He said he indeed always wanted to go to the female sword sect even in his previous life. That sect had once been a gathering of a group of powerful female martial artists who gathered to protect a temple of Buddhist nuns. Although marriage wasn't forbidden, nor was interaction with men, after our mighty woman made her unprecedented declaration, to choose her partner through a duel among the disciples who admired her. Celibacy became an unwritten rule among them. Thus, the Hank-san sect, which turned into a man-free zone, became sacred ground for single masters. Full of smug giggles again, Shialsu thought about all that, since he would soon be stepping into a place full of fairies, flowers, toned physiques, etc. Suddenly, someone called his attention, saying his sinister stare hadn't changed a bit. It was the little sword queen, Sobin, commanding respect, puffing her chest out. He asked, offended, if she really planned on treating him so rudely after all this time apart. But she ignored him, told him to stay alert, and ordered him to follow her. That attitude left him furious, thinking she believed she could act like that just because of her pretty face. Later, while climbing the mountains, he commented that despite her rudeness, the path wasn't difficult. She replied that she couldn't lead guests through a hard trail. Switching topics, she asked if he still planned on challenging their mighty Empress of the Sword. He said that as a real man, he couldn't go back on his word. She said bluntly that no one expected anything from a demon who only thought with the head below, letting out a cheeky laugh and stating no one would be surprised if he backed out of the challenge. He got furious, shouting that he planned to succeed in his courtship and told her to drop those thoughts. At last, they reached the sect's gates. Sobin was still full of attitude while he thought that things would be tough considering his goals. She alone opened the gates. Then came a grand reception. The girls were stunned by the breathtaking view. This time, Shialsu thought that compared to the Forbidden City, the scale was still small, but the buildings stretching endlessly into the sea of clouds were spectacular. With that, the mighty Empress welcomed them. Jaeon Young expressed his thanks, saying their sect would never forget such hospitality. Politely, she replied that this was the least she could do for those who accepted her invitation. Extending her hand, she said they must not be tired and invited them to rest in the guest hall. Everyone thanked her respectfully, full of chuckles. Shialsu thought to himself that the mighty one just kept getting mightier over time. Suddenly, interrupting his thoughts, she told him she'd see him at the exchange competition tomorrow. He replied simply, thinking things were getting interesting. Later, walking through the sect after stuffing his face, he looked at the full moon and wondered if it was time. He told himself that the Empress's telepathic message earlier had been unexpected. She had asked if he could come to the pavilion under the next moonlight. Feeling cocky, he thought it was like going on a date, and that got him all giddy. Already at the pavilion, something caught his attention, silver hair glowing in the moonlight as the breeze lifted it. It was her, the one who carried the title that had to be carried, the mightiest of the mighty. No doubt now who the author's favorite was. Same for him. He thought it was amazing to see her beauty shine in that moonlight. Looking in his direction, she said she needed to say some delicate things, which was why she had summoned him like that. As she approached, she said there was a favor she needed, but first, something else had to be addressed. With a serious look, she explained that her sect was in grave danger. As he already knew, the disciples admired her deeply, but over the years, that admiration had turned into obsessive fanaticism. They declared celibacy in her name, cut all ties with the outside world, and even began holding secret rituals to worship her. Surprised, he asked if they were worshipping her like a religion, saying that wasn't good, though she did seem like a goddess. She said if this were exposed, the sect could be labeled a secret cult. She believed the issue stemmed from the sect's extreme isolation and asked him to show during the exchange that a vast, diverse world still exists. Confident, he replied with a sure thing. She gave a beautiful smile and thanked him. Later, as he walked through the sect, he thought about how he once found it strange in his past life, so closed off from the outside. Now he understood. The memory of Sobin came to his mind and what she said earlier. He muttered softly, thinking her actions made sense now. She was careful with him. Still, the strange phenomena in this sect weren't so simple, especially since they practiced anti-demonic arts. He wondered if these seemingly random events were warnings. Then someone called him out, asking if he wasn't the demon who only thought with his lower head from Gongdong sect. It was a girl from the sect. Shocked, he noticed her. Curious, he asked what she was doing out so late. She replied she was chasing a kitten and got lost. He offered his hand kindly and said he'd take her back. But she said no. He was lecher. She heard that touching him would bring 10 years of bad luck. He wondered where such absurd rumors came from. Brushing it off, he said he couldn't just leave her there and asked her to follow him. Suddenly, she bolted, catching him off guard. Looking around, he noted she was lost but couldn't have just run off like that. Besides, he sensed something, a spiritual presence. Then, a sound caught his ear. Near his feet, he saw a small hair ornament. Pushing aside the brush, he called for her, saying she dropped it. That's when something drew his gaze. Before him, water droplets sparkled on her toned body under the moonlight. Their eyes met. Then came the scream. She started shouting all kinds of insults at him, saying he really was a demon who only thought with his lower head, and that this was unforgivable. Shocked, he covered his face and yelled it was all a misunderstanding. He had no idea Sobin was there. Just then, other disciples appeared, rushing to her. Furious, she called him a pervert for spying. Then someone stepped in, telling him to stop being ridiculous. It was Changha Sobin, asking if she hadn't caught him, would he have kept watching her body? He apologized again, saying it wasn't like that, but she didn't want to hear it. She said apologies wouldn't fix anything. Pointing at him, she told him to take responsibility, leave the sect, and not join the exchange. He tried saying it was a mistake, that he was following a child. The disciples told him to shut it. There was no child there, and they weren't buying such a lame excuse. That's when something clicked in his mind. Thinking about it now, everything seemed off. Looking at the disciples approaching, he thought that when Sobin screamed, they showed up almost like they were waiting for it. Looking at Sobin, he thought she was demanding he leave the sect like it had all been planned. Putting the pieces together, he got irritated, wondering if they really thought he was that stupid. Sobin shouted again, demanding he take responsibility and go, but he refused. Surprised, she asked what he meant. He smirked slightly, saying she never planned on believing him anyway. Crossing his arms, he said they now had no choice but to settle this the Muram way. The next day, furious, Jaeon Young asked what he had done, if he was really spying on young Empress Sobin during her bath. Smacked upside the head a few times, he said no, that's not what happened. He saw her by accident, it wasn't intentional. Jaeon Young believed him, but said this exchange was meant to build friendship between the sects, and now it was a disaster. Nervous, Chialsu thought it was totally unfair, but there was nothing more he could say. That's when the Mighty One arrived and took everyone's attention. She walked up to Jaeon Young and said she heard about last night's unpleasant incident. He apologized immediately. But she said there was no need, her face was solemn. She said the truth of what happened was still unclear. She thought to herself that she wanted to believe in Sobin from the bottom of her heart. Still, she also knew about the obsessive impulses among her disciples. Sad to doubt them, but just as Chialsu had said, there might be another reason this whole mess happened. After those thoughts, she spoke to Li Chialsu, suggesting they settle things the Muram way. She asked if they could have a duel before the exchange competition to resolve the matter once and for all. Jaeon Young agreed with her. This time, Li Chialsu thanked her sincerely for giving him this opportunity. Hours later, in the arena, the father of Changha, you remember him, commented that it was strange for the Hang San sect to host such an event. A small monk beside him said it wasn't a big deal, just normal for righteous sects to bond. Either way, the father said that Li Chialsu always stirred up trouble wherever he went, and this time, he was about to duel as the opening act of the exchange competition. The great master from the Shaolin Temple, Wangguk, said that Li Chialsu was just at that lovely age of falling in love. That said, we cut to Sobin standing before Li Chialsu. He raised his sword and said that if he lost this duel, he'd leave the sect, but if he won, she'd help him prove his innocence. She raised her sword back and simply replied that it was all fine by her. Charging straight at him, she shouted that if she could expel him, any conditions would do. A brief exchange of swords began. He had expected that level of strength from her. Still, he had trained tirelessly this past year. Striking back, he pushed her away and quickly dashed toward her again. Another honest clash of blades followed. Wangguk commented that his skills were impressive, while Xiaomu noted that he clearly trained hard this last year. This time, Li Chialsu expanded all his energy, thinking this still wasn't everything he had. He lunged at Sobin with fierce intensity, wearing a focused expression. It worked well, and Sobin thought his movements were hard to predict. Yu Jinwei and Changhe were both surprised by his performance, commenting that he had improved a lot. Li Chialsu kept up the pressure on Sobin, asking where all that confidence of hers had gone. Laughing, he said that if she gave up now, he'd even accept her apology. That only made Sobin more furious. She told him to shut up and stop talking nonsense. Pushing him back with her sword, Li Chialsu was stunned, realizing her attack had gotten stronger. He wondered if she'd been hiding that power all this time. Sobin shouted that the Empress of the Sword was a flower too unreachable for someone like him to desire. and that she had to win this duel. She rushed toward him with everything she had, locking blades with him at full force. Watching her movements, he was surprised, asking himself if that was the supreme technique of the Hang San sect, the sword of the feminine style. But her moves were flashy and slow. He dodged all her strikes and thought maybe that was why they were so easy to avoid. Panting with fatigue, Sobin called him a bastard, and Li Qiaosu called her attention. He said that in battle, you lose the moment you lose focus. Raising his sword, he expanded his inner energy and said this ends now. Charging at her at full speed, his attack exploded with immense energy. And there she was, partly supported on one knee, her expression visible in the aftermath. Finally, Li Qiaosu stood as the winner, and it was announced. Changhe shouted aloud saying he had won. It was a victory worthy of a hero of the Muram world. Yu Jinwei shared in her joy. Qiaosu turned to Sobin and said that it had been a good duel. Sobin, on the other hand, was in disbelief. She told herself this couldn't be true. Li Qiaosu turned and reminded himself to focus on the upcoming event. He thought that this time, it was a truly splendid victory, and he hadn't even gotten excited mid-fight. Suddenly, a sharp headache struck Sobin. Her eyes rolled back, and a voice echoed in her mind, saying she was jealous. The voice pushed her anger further, claiming that bastard would steal her master. It asked if she really planned to just let him go. Suddenly, she stood and shouted that she wouldn't. Clenching her fists, she said she couldn't allow that to happen. Then she called out to Li Qiaosu, catching him off guard as she rushed at him, sword in hand. He asked her to stop, said the duel was over. He wondered if she'd lost her mind. But before he could finish thinking, she struck him with her sword, and a strange energy spread through his body. With a twisted smile, Sobin told him to die. Li Qiaosu fell to the ground. Yu Jinwei ran to him, caught him in her arms, and screamed, asking if he was okay. The crowd questioned whether Sobin had really used a lethal strike after the match had ended. They called it outrageous. Yu Jinwei looked at her and asked why. Sobin, now with a wicked look on her face, said that anyone who insulted the Empress of the Sword must die, no matter who they were. All the disciples shouted in agreement, saying the young Empress of the Sword had done the right thing. Sobin's fury grew strangely stronger. She declared that she'd finish off Li Qiaosu right here and now. But Yu Jinwei, while releasing her energy, said that if Sobin attacked again, she'd have no choice but to take her life. Then, something unexpected happened. Sobin was struck from behind. It was the Mighty One, who quickly rendered her unconscious. With a serious look on her face, the Empress turned toward the scene. Her disciples asked why she had done that. This was their best chance to eliminate that bastard. Enraged, she screamed for them all to shut up. After a few words, she approached Yu Jinwei and asked if Li Qiaosu was okay. Yu Jinwei held her back and told her not to come closer. That reaction shocked the Empress. She said she was only concerned, but Yu Jinwei didn't want to hear it. She replied that she couldn't let the Hang San sect anywhere near him. Suddenly, someone else spoke up, saying this had turned into a mess. It was none other than our man of the hour, Wangukan, walking toward them. He said that using a lethal technique during a duel was a serious matter. The Empress of the Sword apologized, saying it was due to her lack of guidance. But he replied that apologies weren't enough. She needed to explain in detail why this had happened. Wangukan said this with stern conviction. Later, in another place, a small meeting took place. She explained everything about the issue with her disciples. After hearing it all, Wangukan let out a soft murmur. He then commented that this obsessive worship leading to the incident fell off, which made the Empress curious. With a serious look, he said that earlier that day, someone could have died during what should have been a peaceful sect duel. His words made her ask if there could be another reason behind it all. She remembered how Sobin had been acting strangely. Not just her, but all the disciples, who defended such unjustifiable actions. He said he could sense a faint aura from them, an aura that was not at all from a righteous faction. He spoke seriously, saying it was demonic energy. That shocked the Empress. He added that this might be more serious than they thought. If it was tied to a demonic cult, then it had to be reported to the Muram Alliance. If that happened, he asked if she knew what kind of punishment her sect would face. With a melancholic voice, the Empress said that her sect might even be forced to shut its doors. That possibility hit hard. Sounding cold, Wangukan thought that would be worse than closing the sect under the Alliance's orders, because then, shame would follow her sect for all eternity. At last, Wangguken stood up and said he would give them 3 days to resolve everything. Looking straight at her, he ordered her to find out exactly what was happening, saying they couldn't afford to ignore anything beyond this. Changhu replied simply that she understood. Later that night, furious, she clenched her fists to the point of shaking, saying she couldn't tolerate this any longer. Yu Jinwei declared that she was going to challenge the little empress to a duel right now, even though Jeon Young told her to stop. He asked if she thought he felt comfortable about the situation as their own master, saying that if the Empress of the Sword hadn't intervened, he might have used his own strength. After the incident, the Empress apologized to them all. Still, since she had done that, they couldn't escalate things. He reminded them that conflict between righteous factions never ends well. Finally, he said that Chialsu's injuries weren't fatal, so once he recovered, they would return to Mount Gongdong, since holding the competition no longer made any sense. Haran said that something about all this was really strange, catching everyone by surprise as they asked what she meant. She said that both the little Empress Sobin and her disciples were acting odd, and with a serious look, she asked if the great Empress of the Sword would really teach her disciples to behave like that. Deep in thought, Jeon Young said it truly didn't make sense, prompting Haran to suggest maybe some unknown issue had arisen among the disciples. Jeon Young said that theory seemed to fit, as someone watched from afar. It was that same girl from earlier, the one surrounded by a vile aura, now wearing a wicked smile. Elsewhere, in the Blood River, we saw the elder of the demonic sect watching their actions. Grinning ear to ear, he said it was delightful seeing those righteous sect bastards turning against each other. Suddenly, someone approached, one of his disciples, asking about their preparations. He answered that years of effort had finally borne fruit, and the final phase was near. By mixing a small amount of blood energy into the rivers of the Hangsan sect, they had spread their influence, isolating the disciples from the outside world for years. The disciples of Hangsan, including little Empress Sobin, were now addicted to blood energy and were moving according to the will of the blood cult leader. There would be no issues in continuing operations. The elder warned not to lower their guard, not until the end. He said the Empress of the Sword would never realize what she was up against. His disciple commented that the situation involving Gongdong sect had been unexpected, but thanks to the plan, everything improved. By manipulating Hangsan's disciples and magnifying their resentment toward Gongdong, they provoked Sobin into using a deadly technique during a duel. He said this incident would confirm the sect's decline. For the righteous faction, avoiding closure would be tough, and if everything continued as planned. Clenching his fists, the blood cult leader shouted that this was only the beginning. The blood river boiled as he glared forward, screaming that the righteous sects would destroy themselves from within. The next day, the master said it might be best to cancel the competition. Though aware of the weight of the matter, she asked if he could reconsider. Jeon Young replied that the mere fact they weren't making a public scandal was something she should already be grateful for. She replied that she knew, but the truth behind the incident hadn't fully come to light, which made him curious. She said seriously that she didn't want to believe it, but maybe another organization's power was at work in her sect. Her words caught Jeon Young by surprise, who asked if that could really be. She answered firmly that there was a chance the demonic faction, or worse, the blood cult, was involved. Elsewhere, inside a cave, a group of disciples were whispering that Sobin had done a great job, that she could have taken down that bastard if the Empress hadn't stepped in. Still, they were relieved Gongdong sect would be leaving soon. Then someone approached them, saying she was thirsty. It was Sobin, the little Empress of the Sword. The disciples rushed to ask if she was okay. She said she was, and asked if there was water in the cave. A cup was handed to her, and she drank it, water tainted by the blood cult. After drinking, the demonic energy around her intensified. She said she felt much better now, asking what was going on. They replied that, unfortunately, Chialsu injuries weren't serious. With a smug grin, they said Gongdong sect had chosen to treat the incident as a reason to cancel the exchange and return home. Surprised, she asked if they were really leaving. They confirmed it, but her smile turned sinister as she asked where exactly all the Gongdong sect members were. Meanwhile, Haran was beside Chialsu, tending to him. She couldn't stop worrying, noticing how much he was sweating, saddened to see someone so bright look so pale. After receiving so much help from him, she now felt ashamed of her own helplessness, remembering every good moment they had shared. She said to herself that she wouldn't just stand around. This time, it was her turn to return the favor. With resolve, she thought that she'd discover the real reason behind his attack. After some thought, she went to a river. She had come to wash her clothes. Suddenly, something caught her attention. She asked herself if someone was about to appear. Something about that riverbank felt suspicious. The Hangsan disciples kept disappearing, always following that river path. No matter the time, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups, they walked that way. Looking toward it, she thought that if it was a secret route used by Hangsan, it was worth investigating. Suddenly, she saw one of the disciples walking nearby. Hiding in the trees, she told herself this was her chance. The path was long and rough, and she thought she'd been following the girl for a while now, wondering where they were going. As she followed carefully, a blur passed by her. It was a fox, making her wonder where it came from. But she refocused on the disciple, only to realize she had vanished. She told herself she'd lost her. Then someone called her attention, asking what she had lost. Swallowing hard, she wondered when this person had gotten behind her. She hadn't sensed anything. Suddenly, she was attacked and collapsed unconscious. The attacker was none other than the little Empress of the Sword herself, wearing a faintly wicked smile. In the end, the sound of a body being dragged echoed through the forest. A light rain began to fall. Back near Chialsu, slowly waking up, he asked himself if this was still the Hangsan sect. As he stood, a sharp stomach pain hit him. Then he remembered what happened during the duel with Sobin, wondering if she had actually struck him with a fatal blow. Looking around, he asked himself where everyone had gone. Then a noise outside drew his attention. Outside, he saw the disciples running frantically, shouting that they needed to find the little Empress of the Sword. Changhe ran over, and he asked what was going on. She replied that Haran had vanished. That caught him off guard. Then she added that the little Empress had also disappeared, so Hangsan sect was now searching for both. He was baffled that both had simply vanished. Recalling the duel and the strange blow, he realized something was definitely off with Sobin. He thought maybe Haran had been hurt too, and for that reason, he had to find her fast. Then, that small girl from before caught his attention. Looking at her face, he told himself it was the child who had lured him to the river where Sobin was bathing. Seeing her sneaking through the forest, he thought that if he followed her, he might find Haran's whereabouts. And so, with that in mind, he took off running. Deep in the woods, he wondered where she'd gone. Looking around, he feared he'd lost her again. But thinking it over, it was hard to believe a child could move so quickly. And for her age, hiding her spiritual presence was impressive. He told himself not to trust his spiritual senses and to find even the faintest trace. Then, a movement in a nearby bush caught his attention. It was that same girl from before. Chialsu smiled, thinking he had found her. He approached and told her to stop. But she ran off. He chased after her, and when he thought he had her, she turned and said he couldn't catch her. Desperate, he asked what the hell she was talking about. Then, the girl leapt off a cliff. He reacted instantly, diving after her and grabbing her arms. The fall was painful. They crashed into a tree. Quickly, he grabbed a branch and sighed with relief, telling himself she was alive. Later, after building a small fire to warm up in the rain, he was caught off guard when the girl said she didn't remember anything that had just happened. Nervously, she said it was true. Desperate, she said she was sure she'd been napping, and suddenly she was here. Chialsu asked what happened that day by the river. Confused, she said this was the first time she was seeing the demon who only thought with his lower head from Gongdong sect. She didn't seem to be lying. Surprised, he thought she truly had no memory. Pulling out something from his clothes, he revealed a hairpin. The girl gasped, saying it was one of hers. He told her it was proof they had met before. He asked if she had been hit or could recall anything. Anything would help. But she was still uneasy, saying she'd been told not to speak with him. He explained that one of his sect's disciples had gone missing that night, his precious younger sister. He said anything she could tell him would help. Uneasy, the girl replied that it was actually part of a secret event held among Hangsan sect's disciples. All of them gathered inside a certain cave in the mountain, worshipping the Empress of the Sword while drinking a certain red-colored water. Strangely, drinking that water not only gave them pride as disciples, but also a strong sense of reverence for the Empress, which seemed like a good thing. But from a certain point on, if they stopped drinking that water, an unbearable thirst consumed them. To quench that thirst, they began to drink more and more of the red water, and in recent days, their consciousness would simply shut off, just like it did today. Already within the cave, the little girl admitted that there were things she couldn't remember anymore. Chielsu asked if that was the place where they usually gathered, and the girl confirmed it, pointing toward a river and saying that's where the red water flowed. Hearing that, he walked over to the river and lightly touched it. He was immediately caught off guard, thinking that he remembered seeing this type of energy in his past life. When he once requested the great dharma of reincarnation from the descendants of the blood cult, they had been using this same red water. They asked him to drink it, saying it would strengthen the bond of the spell. This was the same energy he now felt flowing from that water. A realization struck him, recalling how even small amounts, consumed over time, could lead to addiction, just like what was happening to this very girl. And in more severe cases, it was even possible for their bodies to be completely taken over by the bastards of the blood cult. He thought that was seriously bad news. It meant the demonic claws of the blood cult were already gripping the sect of the Great Empress of the Sword. In his previous life, a brutal slaughter occurred within this very sect, known as the annihilation of the righteous faction. The cause of that conflict was the secret cave of the Empress of the Sword, where Hang San's ultimate technique had been hidden. Inside that same cave was a supreme anti-demonic martial art. Once the rumor spread that such a treasure existed inside the cave, the battle among martial artists escalated rapidly. In the chaos, the anti-demonic art was lost. So, in the end, the ones who benefited the most were the bastards of the blood cult. He thought seriously that in his past life, everything that happened had been orchestrated by the blood cult, and now, if the goal remained the same, they would surely try to intensify the conflict among the disciples of the Hang San sect. Looking toward the forest, he felt a growing concern. This could mean that the next targets were going to be disciples of the Gongdong sect. Elsewhere, we saw Changhe Yujinwei thinking to herself that she hadn't been able to do anything all this time. She thought she had to find Haran, no matter what. Suddenly, something caught her attention. A mysterious figure appeared, asking what a member of the Gongdong sect was doing there. With a cold aura, Yujinwei thought she'd never felt such a chilling energy before. It sent shivers through her entire body. That man told her she didn't need to know anything, raising his hands and saying she was going to lose her life anyway, and that her name would be erased from history. Suddenly, a group of beings surrounded her, demonic beasts. Shocked, she thought to herself. That man shouted that he would finish her right then and there, sending all those zombie-like creatures toward her. After leaving that cave, Chielsu told the little girl not to drink that water anymore and to go back and rest. The girl answered with a big smile, saying she now realized he was a good person, not like the rumors, and that she would tell her sisters. He replied that was great and asked if they could stop spreading those rumors about him, too. With that, they said their goodbyes, and he told her he would find a solution for the red water. Minutes later, near a stream, he said to himself that he now understood Subin's extreme behavior, still stunned that the Hang San sect was being manipulated by the blood cult bastards. Deep in thought, he said that to find Haran, he would need to understand the cult's plan, and his only clue right now was Subin's disappearance. The body of the little Empress of the Sword had been overtaken by the blood cult members, and it would be really helpful if Changhe knew what the blood cult was planning to do now that they controlled her. Then something occurred to him. To unlock the sealed path at the entrance of the Empress's secret cave, the Moon Maiden sword technique was needed. That technique was a martial art passed only to the sect leader and the top disciples of Hang San. And if the bastard from the blood cult had taken over Subin's body, then entering the secret cave of the Empress made perfect sense. Thinking to himself, he concluded that those bastards were setting up a major clash among righteous factions, just like what happened in his past life. And with those thoughts in mind, he went to a certain place, the entrance to that cave. Jaw dropped. He told himself this was insane, because the cave had already been opened. In his past life, it was only discovered and opened 8 years later. As he touched the cut carved into the stone, he couldn't help but think the intruder hadn't been gone for long. That's when someone arrived, asking if it was him. Curious, they asked what he was doing there. She approached and asked if he was okay. He replied that he was. Curious as well, he asked what had brought her there. The question left her a bit uneasy. She said the atmosphere within her sect was deeply unsettling now. For that reason, she had gone to the reception hall worried about his safety. But when she got to his room, she discovered he was no longer there. Blushing slightly, she admitted she had traced his aura and followed it to this place. He felt a warmth from that, secretly happy to hear it, thinking she had been worried about him. Changing the subject, she then asked what this cave was. Scratching his head, he struggled to answer. He asked himself how he was going to explain the secret cave of the Empress of the Sword. Still, running into her here and now might have actually been a stroke of luck. Inside that very secret cave, not only was the little Empress of the Sword present, but also the corrupted followers of the blood cult. Nervously, he thought to himself that even for him, handling this alone might be too much. In addition, Li Qiaosu so deeply needed the help of their revered Sword Empress. But the problem was he had to invent a plausible excuse that would explain how he learned all this, while hiding the fact that he had reincarnated. Catching her attention, Sword Empress asked if this cave was the secret Hang San sanctum, and to her surprise he affirmed that yes, it was. She then asked how he, a person from elsewhere, knew the location of this place, saying that until now the secret cave's whereabouts remained unknown and her sect had been seeking it. Our hero stepped closer, raised a finger and said that the story he was about to tell would be a secret just between them. The sudden intimacy made her blush a bit as she said she understood, no matter what he said, she would swear by the name of her sect that she would take this conversation to her grave. Then out of nowhere, without hesitation, he declared that he was the successor of the Sword Emperor Hong Yuan, the Mugoki master. His words left Sword Empress stunned and speechless. He claimed to be the founding master of the Muram Alliance. She replied that yes, that was correct. He explained he had inherited the martial arts from Mugoki's remaining thoughts left behind in Hongwan Cave, where Yu Jinwei discovered the Gongdong sect's manuscripts. So technically he hadn't lied up to that point. He continued. As she already knew, the Sword Emperor and the first leader of Hang San sect, Baekji Su, had been close comrades. Over 300 years ago, during the Great Panyang Lake battle, they joined forces to slay the Blood Emperor and the leaders of the Blood Cult. Afterwards, Baekji Su traveled the world seeking the lost supreme anti-demonic art of Hang San sect, and the divine sword technique Shin Ryong vanished. After she retrieved that treasure, she was ambushed by remnants of the Blood Cult who secretly followed her. Mortally wounded and near death, she created the secret cave of the Sword Empress and shared its location only with her closest friend, Sword Emperor Hong Yuan. So she told him, as her successor, that he could locate the secret cave, and thus he had come here. All these revelations shocked Sword Empress, leaving her in disbelief. Meanwhile, he played the part of proud advantage seeker, thinking a man should seize a truth-laden position. He reflected that in official and unofficial historical accounts, there had been suggestions that the Sword Emperor and Baekji Su were lovers, and perhaps that was why he omitted some details and lied about the romantic angle. Not because it wasn't rumored, but because it was only a rumor. Sword Empress thanked him, saying that thanks to him she now knew the location of the Sword Empress's secret cave, and she had no way to repay him. Changing topics, he asked about traces of the sword technique inside. He suggested that perhaps only the disappeared Sword Empress had triggered the cave's entrance mechanism using the Moon Maiden sword technique, and then entered. Confused, Sword Empress asked how Sobin had known this place. He responded, saying it must have been the work of the Blood Cult, and urged her to hurry and enter before something worse occurred. Inside the cave, they walked until they reached a crater. He said to Sword Empress that the passage was sealed. She observed that it was a cliff. Peering into the abyss, he concluded the secret cave must be underground. Sword Empress replied that the drop looked dangerous, but there was no other choice. He would have to jump in. They looked down. He realized it was much deeper than he thought and he couldn't see the bottom. Suddenly his vision clarified. The depths of the cavern suddenly loomed close. At that moment Sword Empress channeled her energy and shouted that it was dangerous. She swooped down, caught him midair, and carried him in her arms. She protected him from falling. Worried, she asked if he was okay while he reacted as a helpless princess, shouting, "Kya!" In his thoughts, he told her he was fine, letting her cling to him anxiously, asking him to calm down or he would just fall again. Then she looked toward the exit and expressed a desire to bring him to a safe place, and he only needed to rely on her strength to get there. At this point, the humbling realization struck him. Having a strong fairy like her carry him was one great perks. He got carried in her arms and begged his little soldier not to rise. But he would. His little soldier stood proud and asked how he was, if he was all right. The appearance of little Chialsu was, at this point, inevitable, causing her to stare, wide-eyed. The Sword Empress turned completely red in the face, and in a panic, hurled him far away with a loud, mortified shout. Underwater, still reeling from the embarrassment, the young man reflected that even though his yang energy was highly developed, that in itself was a bit of a problem. Feeling humiliated, he apologized to the Sword Empress, but neither of them could manage eye contact. Too flustered to face each other, The Sword Empress simply turned and began walking ahead, telling him to hurry up and leaving him behind as he laughed nervously, on the edge of losing his mind. He thought he was going crazy. There was no getting up from a situation like that. Sure, having all this testosterone might seem great, but right now, it was a problem. Looking toward the Sword Empress, he thought the rumors about him were already strange, but now she'd probably think he was a total creep. She, on the other hand, was stunned. Even though it was the first time she had ever seen yang energy in such a raw, pure state. If you catch the drift. It was a lot. Covering her mouth with her hand, she considered that, yes, he was young, but clearly, he was also a very healthy young man, if you know what she meant. She gave a playful twist to Lee De-sung's tail, drawing his attention and signaling for him to move forward. Fine, she replied calmly, as if nothing had happened. In another part of the cave, the mood still awkward between them, the path narrowed, leaving them with no choice but to walk close, shoulder to shoulder. Blushing, he kept thinking she had always been beautiful, but now, the image of the Sword Empress soaked and dripping wouldn't leave his mind. It was driving him insane. The Sword Empress snapped him out of it, saying there was a problem up ahead. She pointed to a bridge that once connected to the far side of the cave. She explained that it had been cut, and they couldn't move forward that way anymore. Looking over at him, she said she could probably reach the other side using her movement technique. Lifting her hand, she admitted it was a bit awkward, but asked if he could hold onto her. Li Qiaosu stroked his chin and said that if this was the only way, then they had no choice. Internally, he admitted to himself that this was amazing. Honestly, there was no other way to describe it. This situation was way too good. Once again, the scene unfolded of this lucky bastard living the dream, while the Sword Empress channeled her energy and asked him to hang on. And yes, at that moment, he felt like leaping from a Dakar rally car straight into a fantasy. As she activated her double dash technique, straight out of a video game, he admitted to himself that exploring this secret cave was turning out to be way more enjoyable than expected. But when he glanced down at his giant warrior, he reminded himself that he couldn't let that situation repeat itself. And for that reason, he closed his eyes and decided it was time to calm himself down, by quietly singing the national anthem in his head. At last, they made it to the other side. Li Qiaosu called out to Sword Empress and said there was a strange smell coming from that side. Sword Empress, surprised, sniffed the air and noted that it was the scent of blood. She remarked that this didn't feel like a simple situation. Then, they both noticed a trail of blood nearby. Li Qiaosu said that if there was this much blood around, something like a ritual must have taken place. Sword Empress pointed him toward the bridge cables, asking him to take a look. She showed him how the cross-section had been torn apart, explaining that it was the mark of undead techniques from a blood cult, the same kind she had seen among the records of her sect. That confirmed her suspicion that the blood cult was indeed present. Sword Empress, now sweating, said she thought all of them had vanished. Li Qiaosu replied that if they were using zombie techniques, they must have prepared thoroughly. He added that the situation was far more serious than expected, and for that reason, they needed to stay extremely alert from now on. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a zombie was lurking. That same creature lunged at Eugene Wei. She thought to herself that its skin was too tough, her sword couldn't pierce it. So she gathered her energy and shouted whether he could handle this now, striking the zombie with a massive blow to the head. The impact hurled it across the field, slamming it hard into the ground. The cult member behind the attack laughed, saying that she fought with brute force. He channeled his energy into his hand and questioned how long she would be able to last. Then all of his zombies charged at Eugene Wei. She dodged, leaping back from their attacks. But in that moment, one of them grabbed her foot. Off balance, she fell, slamming her head into the ground. The man commented that he had heard she had the celestial martial body, but wondered if that was all she could do. He said it was truly disappointing, and ordered all of his zombies to tear her apart. And so they did, launching themselves toward her all at once. Seeing them close in, Eugene Wei admitted to herself that nothing she tried was working. Shaking, she wondered if it would all end here. But then images flashed in her mind, of Li Qiaosu, of her master, of her junior sister Haran, of Changhe. She remembered that last battle, and how she could no longer see any of the Gangdang sect members. Haran was also still missing. And that's why she couldn't fall here. Steeling herself, her strength surged again. Her fellow disciples were still in danger. She thought that she didn't want to stay useless forever. What she truly wanted was to protect those around her with her own hands. That was what she believed as she focused her internal energy, which then burst out toward the zombies. One of them was thrown into the air. The blood cultist looked on, shocked, wondering where this sudden power had come from. Yu Jinwei screamed that she would cut them all down, then charged forward, slicing through the horde with her blade. This time, her attacks finally landed true. The cultist asked himself if this was key sword technique. He noted how her energy had become clearer, stronger. Furious, he questioned whether her martial rhythm had evolved this quickly. All of this played through his mind as he watched Yu Jinwei cut down the remaining zombies with precision and grace. Lifting her key sword, she raised her arm. Her eyes shone with absolute resolve. She declared that now, without a doubt, she would put an end to all of this. She shouted at him to tell her everything he knew, unless he wanted a painful death. She demanded to know why they were here. But the cultist struck back with a blade to his own hand. He answered that he had no kindness to offer to someone standing at death's door. With a manic grin, he yelled in ecstasy that the second coming of the blood demon was near, and the blood cult would soon rule the world. He begged the venerable blood demon to lend him power, even to one as insignificant as himself. Yu Jinwei, alarmed, wondered what this sinister energy was that had grown so strong, so fast. Then, the presence of the cult leader emerged. Speaking to the cultist, he said he would grant him the honor of contributing to his second life. Suddenly, the cultist's form began to shift, leaving Yu Jinwei stunned as she watched it unfold. The cult leader looked at her and said it was unfortunate, bad luck, that she had to meet him. Yu Jinwei could feel it instantly. Another being had taken over that body. She asked who he was. The cult leader, now fully possessing the body, said that her talent was both a blessing and a curse, but he told her to consider it an honor nonetheless. Catching her off guard, the cultist vanished from her sight. From above her head, he called her name, mocking her, and asked where she was looking. From that position, he struck the ground with full force, but Yu Jinwei managed to dodge at the last second. A fierce exchange of blades followed. His strikes were heavy, overwhelming, making her realize this was a completely different level from before. The man said he would love to enjoy this much more, but he feared time was short. Then, wrapping his energy around a strike, he landed a direct hit on Yu Jinwei. The blow flung her across the field and slammed her into a wall. She fell to the ground, trembling in pain. The cultist, now possessed, walked slowly toward her. He said that a budding talent like her must be crushed before it blooms. Back in the cave, the Sword Empress cut down a zombie. Chiaosu commented on how amazing she is, and she warned him that it's not over yet. As they were quickly surrounded by zombies, she continued chopping off head like cabbages while Chiaosu could only watch like a helpless princess. She got irritated at the zombies calling them vile for trying to hurt Chiaosu, calling that unforgivable. The headless zombies trembled on the ground while she told them to wait there so she could slaughter them soon. All of this was being watched by the Demon Supreme, who commented that he didn't expect her to show up there. He wondered how she knew the exact location of the secret base. He suddenly received a message from one of cultists informing him that all the blood zombies they brought had been defeated by the Sword Empress, and at this rate their plan could fail. Rubbing his chin, the Demon Supreme said that the fate he foresaw has begun to unravel. His eyes lit up as he deduced that someone is constantly changing destiny and wonders if he somehow overlooked some variables. The cultist said that he is ready to give his life to aid the resurrection of the Demon Supreme. The leader replied that there would be many chances to destroy the celestial martial body later, and that for now, he would lend him power. He explained that the secret cave plan was the real priority, and if the follower offered his entire life force and vitality, then even with his pitiful abilities, he'd still be capable of standing against the Sword Empress. That vassal screamed that the second coming of the blood demon was near and that the blood cult would soon rule the world. His shouts echoed through the dark corners of the mysterious cave deep within the forest. Meanwhile, the Sword Empress commented that the zombies were no longer in sight and warned that the cult's servant might appear at any moment, which meant they couldn't afford to lower their guard. That's when something caught her attention. Surprising her comrade, she lowered herself to the ground and used mental transmission to tell him there was an enemy presence ahead. She advised that a surprise attack would be the best way to end this quickly. Up ahead, in the distance, they both sensed a strange energy. They exchanged a brief look. They were about to move when something felt off. Out of nowhere, with no warning, she suddenly collapsed. Li Chiaosu felt the same energy. Without knowing why, he too dropped to the ground. Confused, he wondered what was going on. A strange force seemed to pull both of them down. Around them, A blood-drawn formation pulsed, and their consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, he woke up groggy, someone's voice asking if he was okay. It was his beautiful, radiant Sword Empress, saying she had been waiting for him. The alluring Nung said Li Chialsu belonged to her alone. The girl from the dragon sect called him brother shyly, Haran, calling him young lord, and, of course, Changha, who bashfully called him a pervert. Caught in that odd situation, he wondered what the hell was going on. He could understand seeing Haran and Changha, since they'd traveled together to the Hangsan sect, but Nung and the others showing up here? That made him question if he'd been thrown into some sort of illusion. That's when the Sword Empress walked up and, calling him her husband, said it was time for them to share a bed. Nung interrupted, demanding to know what nonsense the Sword Empress was spouting, saying that Li Chialsu would be sleeping with her tonight. All the women began to compete, each pulling at a different part of him. Irritated, he gave each one a quick smack on the head and asked what the hell they were doing. They all blushed from embarrassment over their behavior, which struck directly at the weakness of any man. The weakness that belonged to him, to all of us, because seriously, who could resist the soft, sultry voice of a gorgeous fairy? He couldn't stop thinking that this was basically his dream come true. 3 wives and 4 concubines. And yet, he still felt something was off. That veiled malice behind whatever had created this illusion. He gathered his internal energy and reminded himself that illusions of this level couldn't trick him, not after all he'd been through. He had experienced this kind of trap before. Releasing his internal energy, he shouted that he would not be fooled, freezing all the women around him. With that burst of power, the illusion shattered. Back in reality, near Eugene Wei, one of the cult's goons commented that the Sword Empress's attack had been far too swift, and they were forced to activate the illusion technique. That's why he needs to escape the area fast. He told Eugene Wei that she was lucky this time, but assured her that next time, he'd kill her for sure. With that, he disappeared, leaving her collapsed on the ground. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, she thought about how that beast-controlling warrior had left without finishing her off, and questioned why. Struggling to rise, she told herself that whatever the reason, she needed to move, fast. But it was difficult, given her state. She realized that taking such a heavy internal injury from just one palm strike had been unexpected, yet she had to act. She had to find Haran. But before she could finish that thought, she collapsed again. Just as her vision began to fade, she saw figures approaching. They were calling her name. It was her sect master, along with the female sect's disciples. He shouted for her to get a hold of herself. Meanwhile, Li Chialsu and the Sword Empress were still within the illusionary barrier. Then, Li Chialsu awakened. With effort, he stood, cursing the blood cult for daring to use such a despicable technique. That's when he noticed his dream wife lying motionless. He rushed to her, asking if she was all right. Seeing that she remained unconscious, he realized that the illusion had been so powerful that even she, a master at the mystical realm, had fallen victim. As he approached, he thought that the only way to wake her would be to use his spiritual elixir. Pulling the pill out, he muttered that he never expected it would come in handy like this. It was the spiritual elixir left behind for him, and now, he'd use it to restore the Sword Empress's key, offering the elixir to her. To his surprise, even while unconscious, she mumbled from beneath him, asking her husband to wait just a moment. Blushing, he wondered what kind of dream she was having, but decided it didn't matter now. He told himself to stay calm, and that calming her was part of what he had to do. Once she received the elixir, beloved the Sword Empress slowly woke up. Still disoriented, she asked where she was. Chialsu answered that they had been caught inside a blood cult illusion barrier, and he had to use an elixir to wake her. A little embarrassed, she got to her feet and asked if he was okay, and apologized for dragging him into the mess. Time was running out for them, and they had no choice but to hurry. As they moved forward, they noted how the scent of blood was getting stronger. That's when he muttered that the mastermind behind all of this would likely show up soon. Just then, something caught Chialsu's attention. He quickly called over the lady, pointing out the small sword queen and their Haran, both lying unconscious on the ground. They rushed toward them. The lady checked Sobin's condition and told Li Chialsu that, thankfully, the internal injuries weren't severe. Sobin slowly regained consciousness, clearly disoriented. The lady asked her if she was all right, which only left her more confused, unsure why she was even there. The Sword Empress stepped in and asked how Sobin knew the location of the Sword Empress's secret cave and why she had brought Haran along. Shocked, Sobin questioned herself, wondering if she had really done all that. As they talked, Li Qiaosu thought that she must have lost her memory. He realized it was the same condition affecting the girls whose bodies had been taken over by the blood cult. He called out to the Sword Empress Ul and explained that while investigating the strange behavior of the Rumsun sect's disciples, he had discovered something. When she asked what it was, he revealed that the blood cult had cast a spell on the sect's water source, causing its members to lose their minds. He said that once they lost reason, the cult could manipulate them and take control of their bodies. Outraged, the Sword Empress Ul cursed the cult, throwing every insult she could think of. Li Qiaosu then said their first priority was to get the girls to safety. But just then, a voice interrupted, demanding to know who had given them permission to leave. A member of the blood cult stepped out, saying he hadn't expected her to break through the illusion and make it this far. The Sword Empress Ul yelled, asking if he was one of the cult. At that moment, she used her ability to speak telepathically with Li Qiaosu, telling him that instead of fighting, they should retreat and focus on protecting the girls. The cultist snapped his fingers and asked mockingly if they really thought they could escape. A second figure arrived, the same one who had fought Yu Jinwei earlier. He said he had given up killing the celestial martial body to deal with this. That mention made Li Qiaosu wonder who he meant. Was it possible that Yu Jinwei had fought him? The cultist clapped his hands together and shouted that he would end their lives right here. In an instant, a swarm of undead rose up around them. Qiaosu, now cold with dread, muttered that there were far too many. The Sword Empress said she would handle the zombies, then asked if Li Qiaosu could break through and create an escape route. He turned to Sobin and asked if she could manage. She said she was feeling better. Handing Haran over to her, he explained that he'd draw the zombies' attention and she should use the opening to flee. Facing the swarm, he reminded himself that his martial skills couldn't overpower them all, but if that was the case, then... Slashing his own hand, he sprinted forward, using his light footwork techniques. He thought his blood scent would draw them in and help clear a path. Trusting his movement techniques, he darted between the undead. Sobin watched him, amazed at how fast he had opened the way. She told herself she had to move now. But just then, a cult member appeared before her, asking where she thought she was going and saying that trick wouldn't work. Sensing the end, she whispered that this might be it for her. But then, in a flash, a blade sliced through the cultist's hand. It was the Sword Empress, shouting that those filthy hands had no right to touch her disciple. With her energy flaring and her eyes burning with fury, she declared that every last one of them would regret picking a fight with the Hang San sect. Standing before Sword Empress's blade, the cultist stumbled, coughing out laughter. He said that she was clearly no ordinary person. Just as expected from the Sword Empress. Still, he claimed none of it mattered anymore. His eyes gleamed with dark malice as he said her efforts meant nothing. Sword Empress commented that despite losing an arm, he still dared to act arrogantly. She called it pathetic. The cultist raised his remaining hand and summoned his inner energy, saying it was perfect. There was blood everywhere for him to work with. As he chanted, the zombies rose again. He pointed at Sword Empress and roared that the real battle started now. She told herself these demonic beasts were incredibly stubborn, but that didn't matter. She leapt forward, blade drawn, shouting that she would wipe out every last one of them. Her comrade watched and thought she was immensely strong. Her sword technique was razor sharp. He smiled to himself, confident that with her power, she could easily deal with these cult members. He called out, asking her to conserve her strength and bait all the zombies into one focused strike. And just like that, he used his own blood to draw all the undead toward him. He called out the signal to Sword Empress, who took the chance and tore through them all with deadly precision. Excited, he shouted that she was incredible. She brushed it off, saying not at all. But the deeper they went into the cave, the lighter she felt. He wondered aloud if that had to do with Baek Chul Su's influence. She answered that this place held deep importance to the Hang San sect. She looked at him and explained that this was why she had to kill everyone who tainted this sacred ground. The cultist admitted that her abilities were stronger than he had expected. Taking his severed hand, he said that was exactly why he was giving her this glorious chance to face him. The Sword Empress asked if he was serious, when he was only a barbarian with pitiful strength. The man charged and shouted that soon enough, she'd understand how weak she truly was. But before he could finish speaking, a hand came out of nowhere, another cult member, grabbing him firmly. He claimed this was their chance to witness true power. In front of that chaotic scene, both of them were stunned. She shouted, demanding to know what the hell was going on. The cultist howled that, for the sake of the venerable blood demon's second coming, he was ready to offer his life. Without hesitation, he drove his blade into his own body. Chiaosu, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, asked aloud if he had just taken his own life. Then the bald one began screaming in ecstasy, saying he was honored beyond words. His eyes burned with high-level bloody energy. He declared he too would gladly sacrifice himself. And that's when the signs of the transformation started. His legs thickened, horns burst from his skull, and claws grew from his fingers, and just like that, he became that thing. Sword Empress commented that his body became grotesque. Li Chiaosu answered grimly, saying it was a spell that defied heaven itself. The transformed creature let out a monstrous laugh. Chiaosu warned the Sword Empress to be careful, saying this one was nothing like the others. She acknowledged that. Raising her sword, she said she was ready. She leapt from her position, channeling her internal energy into her blade, and launched herself at the monster. But before she could land a hit, the creature leapt off the ground, shaking the battlefield. He taunted her, saying it wasn't a bad move, and then in a blur appeared behind her, declaring that if she wanted to challenge him, she should show what she was really made of. He struck the earth with another heavy blow as she dodged, leaping backward to create space. Then, unexpectedly, her outfit started to tear. She questioned whether it happened from making contact with him. Another barrage of strikes came her way, forcing her to dodge again and again. The monster mocked her, asking if she planned to do nothing but evade. His next attack landed near her feet, destroying her balance. She fell hard to the ground. Before she could recover, the creature loomed over her, stating that the Hangsen sect would be annihilated that very day. But suddenly, someone shouted for the Sword Empress. The monster looked up and spotted a falling stalactite, crashing directly onto his head. It was the work of Chiaosu, who admitted his martial techniques weren't enough to handle this thing. He said he had no choice but to use the terrain to his advantage. The monster let out a furious roar that shook the cavern. Seizing the moment, the Sword Empress raised her sword and landed a clean, direct strike on the creature. Seeing this brought joy to the boy's face, until something else grabbed his attention. The monster had blocked the Sword Empress's strike with ease. He sneered, admitting that the move was decent, but not enough. Li Chiaosu was chilled. If a sneak attack from the Sword Empress, a master of the mystical realm, failed, then things were worse than they'd feared. The creature retaliated with full force, striking the Sword Empress. She was thrown to the ground, and he marched toward her, demanding to know how she had discovered the location of the secret cave. He said he was very curious about that. His gaze shifted to the boy, wondering if this was the unforeseen variable. Li Chiaosu asked himself the same. Could this monster really see through everything? Raising his hand, the beast shouted that he'd take the boy's life first. But the boy dodged. He crashed to the ground, groaning, struggling to rise. Before he could react again, the monster charged at him. Sword Empress, summoning her last strength, dashed to intercept. She cried out his name as she threw herself in front of the blow. The full force of the attack hit her, and she collapsed into his arms. He called to her in a panic, seeing her slipping into unconsciousness. He could feel her body going cold. He thought her wounds were worsening. The martial arts technique used by the monster was corrupting her blood, rotting it from within. The monster looked down at Sword Empress with contempt, calling her pathetic for shielding a mere subordinate. Chiaosu begged her not to move. Her wounds were too severe. But she told him not to worry. She said she was controlling her ki around the damaged area to contain it, to prevent it from spreading. She then asked him to go and bring reinforcements, saying she would buy him the time he needed. The monster laughed hysterically, mocking them as lovers, watching her struggle just to stay on her feet. Li Chiaosu clenched his fists, thinking that things couldn't go on like this. He was desperate. He told himself he had to find another way. The monster told them not to worry, because all of them would die here anyway. That's when something caught his attention. Looking at the cultist's hand, Chiaosu remembered, before that creature transformed, it looked like he had been sacrificed by someone. He recalled the exact moment everything had gone wrong. He suddenly realized someone was channeling power into that monster, most likely through the hand which was acting as a conduit. That's why he broke into a sprint. Worried, she asked him what he was doing. He replied that an idea had just come to him. He asked her to hold off the monster and not let it get close to him. The creature, enraged, charged at full speed. It shouted that it wouldn't let him act freely. But that's when the fierce and stunning Sword Empress stepped between them, declaring that she would be the one to fight him. Chialsu thought that if they could sever the monster's connection to the spell, Sword Empress might be able to handle it. Clutching the hand, he figured there was no other way. The spell's control was difficult to block, and for no visible reason, Chialsu collapsed to the ground. Sword Empress, alarmed, called out to him. But there was no time to pause. The clash with the monster was intensifying. Sword Empress gained some distance and glanced over, wondering if the boy was all right, especially after blacking out repeatedly. The creature lunged at her again, but she dodged. She noticed that ever since Chialsu passed out, the monster's attacks had become less refined. She slashed across its body and wondered if the boy's strategy had actually worked. She recalled his words, that he was the successor of the Sword Emperor. If that was true, then he must have had a plan. Encouraged by that thought, she pressed forward, determined to give her all. Meanwhile, deep within his mind, Chialsu stirred back to consciousness. He got up, dazed, and questioned where he was. Looking around, he suspected he'd been pulled into an illusion. Had he entered the spell's core himself? That's when a voice echoed around him, the voice of the blood cult's leader, who suddenly appeared before him. He asked who he was, and in response, the figure exploded with demonic energy, shouting that only he was allowed to ask questions here. Chialsu wondered how a master brimming with such heaven-defying mental energy could exist in this world. Smiling ear to ear, the leader called him a brat. He mocked how willingly the boy had walked into his illusion. To himself, Chialsu noted that this was no ordinary illusion. It was on an entirely different level than the one they had used before. Even a mystical realm master wouldn't escape unscathed. The leader said he felt an energy that defied the heavens radiating from the boy. He then declared that he had challenged fate itself, taking Chialsu by surprise. The reincarnation technique used in his past life was a forbidden martial art of the blood cult, one that defied the heavens. Only one person had ever seen through that heaven-defying nature, the Sword Emperor himself. Which meant that the person standing before the cult leader now had to be at least on par with the Emperor. Within the blood cult, only one had power equal to the Sword Emperor. That was the demon god of blood devouring. Looking at the cult leader, Chialsu thought that just like him, this demon had used some high-level reincarnation technique. But he questioned why such a being would be hiding in the shadows. Why would the demon god of blood devouring act from the dark? The cult leader roared, demanding to know who he really was. Chialsu replied that he has nothing to say to a mere illusion. His defiance brought a twisted smile to the cult leader's face. He said he was genuinely being challenged. In a state of manic excitement, the leader asked if he really believed he could survive. Chialsu, piecing things together, concluded that the cult leader still had a physical body. If he had to guess, the demon god had been killed by the Sword Emperor in the past. And although he had reincarnated, the process was likely incomplete, leaving him unable to move freely. Standing face to face with the cult leader, he told himself that now everything made sense. He then called the demon a coward who did nothing but run his mouth. With a grin stretching ear to ear, the cultist asked if they should have a real fight then. Li Chialsu noted that his opponent's aura was terrifying, clearly a master of life and death itself. But in a battle of minds, it wasn't impossible. He could also draw from his past life. Catching the cultist off guard, Li Chialsu's hair began to grow. His usual form faded away. In its place stood the greatest master of the imperial palace, the flamboyant and deadly eunuch, Li Chialsu. Graceful and fierce, the twink invited the cult leader to fight him if he had the guts. He challenged him to prove he was a real man. Enraged, the cult leader shouted that Li Chialsu was now neither man nor woman. He shouted, asking what kind of freak this even was. Then he hurled a wave of energy in his direction, but Chialsu channeled his inner strength and managed to block the blow. That's when the demon's words echoed again. The man reminded him. He just claimed he wasn't a man or woman. Then he asked if his corneas had flipped inside out after reincarnating. He was furious. Visibly. Completely unhinged. He screamed that of course he was a man, and that the wretch standing before him was now dead. Chialsu suddenly cast his gaze downward. He already sensed it, that hollow void pressing against his spirit. The demon supreme, radiating murderous intent, remarked that the aura he felt could only belong to the Qianhua manual, then asked if Chialsu was a lackey of Princess Taping. Chialsu coldly answered that it was none of his concern, his irritation rising. Even though he reminded himself this was only a spiritual realm, his patience had worn thin. He glared ahead, seething. Why force him back into this form? Without hesitation, Chiaosu unleashed his power and warned that the Demon Supreme had best be prepared to die. At once, glaciers erupted across the battlefield. The Demon Supreme widened his eyes in disbelief, stunned that such sorcery, reserved for masters of the mystic realm, could be wielded so freely. Chiaosu ground his teeth and muttered that he would annihilate this filthy blood sect scum. Excitement surged through the Demon Supreme as he exclaimed that Chiaosu was no ordinary foe and declared that they should settle life and death in one decisive battle. He charged forward with vicious speed. Their clash shook the void. The Demon Supreme struck violently while remarking in astonishment that a master of such caliber had hidden within the palace without his knowledge. He admitted the surprise, but boasted that Chiaosu's strength was still insufficient. With a single blow, he sent Chiaosu flying backward. Chiaosu crashed hard, coughing repeatedly and thinking bitterly that just one strike had left his insides rotting. Truly, this enemy was worthy of the title Blood-Eating Demon. The Demon Supreme sneered and asked if this was Chiaosu's full power. Chiaosu clenched his jaw, calculating rapidly. In this spiritual realm he could release his pre-sword strength without limit, yet his opponent, merely an incomplete form born of sorcery, still wielded terrifying might. The Demon Supreme continued to mock him, declaring that a mere eunuch dared to stand in the way of his grand cause and would not be allowed to run wild any longer. Chiaosu snapped back in fury, demanding what he had just been called. The Demon Supreme smirked, saying he had only spoken the truth. Enraged, Chiaosu roared that he was no eunuch but a true man, a hero, before hurling himself forward. In the same instant, the Demon Supreme's strike slammed into Chiaosu's stomach. Blood spilled from his lips as he clutched his belly in agony. With gleeful malice, the Demon Supreme remarked that excitement only exposed openings, but Chiaosu caught his arm and countered with a crushing blow, retorting that underestimating an opponent only revealed one's weakness. He thought grimly that prolonging this fight would end in disaster. Retreating to advance, finishing it quickly, was his only option. The Demon Supreme grew suspicious, shouting whether Chiaosu was merely feigning anger. Chiaosu frowned and roared that his fury was real, vowing that one day he would find him and tear him into hundreds of pieces. He pressed his palm against the demon's forehead. In an instant, the enemy's head froze into solid ice. Shock filled the Demon Supreme's eyes. He had not anticipated such power. Yet the advantage was fleeting. Time favored the demon. The ice shattered. Far away, in the depths of a cavern, the Sword Empress leapt aside to dodge a strike from a blood-drenched demon. She forced out broken words as she regained her footing, realizing that, strangely, the enemy had ceased his assault. She noted that young Master Li's method had taken effect. Without hesitation, she dashed forward and cut him down. The demon fell lifeless. The Sword Empress rushed to Chiaosu's side, shaking him frantically and shouting that he must wake. Chiaosu groaned in pain. She quickly assessed his condition, her heart sinking. His internal injuries were severe. Without medicine, they could not return to Mount Hansen in time. She had to improvise. Her eyes drifted toward a dark corner of the cave. Perhaps within the relics of Lord Bhikshu Shao lay something of use. She carried Chiaosu to a massive stone door, noting aloud that a blood sect spell had been carved into its surface. Once the relics were discovered, purification would be necessary. The Sword Empress lifted her sword decisively and struck. The door groaned open, revealing an expansive chamber. At its center hovered a radiant sword. The Sword Empress exclaimed in awe that it was the Heart Emperor sword. Around it lay scriptures. The asterisk one-word mantra, the Buddha light sword art, and the asterisk demon banishing wisdom sword. Each a long-lost treasure of demon-slaying lore. On a table sat a small vial. Lifting it carefully, she recognized the sky-cleansed crystal dew, a 1,000-year elixir distilled from the essence of heaven and earth. She glanced at Chiaosu. The dew could heal him, yet in his condition he could not drink. Only one method remained. Without hesitation, the Sword Empress swallowed the elixir herself, then leaned close to pass its power to him. She pressed her lips to his with flushed cheeks. Soon, Chiaosu stirred faintly and whispered broken words. The Sword Empress cried out in relief that he was awake. He blinked in confusion, addressing her as Sword Empress, then urgently asked what had become of the monster. She explained that after his fall its strength waned and she struck the final blow. Chiaosu exhaled heavily, remarking that his method had succeeded. Yet he asked where they were. The Sword Empress explained that this was the treasure cave of Lord Bhikshu Shao. Xiaosu smiled, declaring that they had uncovered the legacy of Hang Mountain sect. He congratulated her, but she turned and said it was thanks to him. Holding a letter, the Sword Empress explained that their ancestors' words confirmed everything young Master Li had told her. She reflected aloud that their entry into this cave might have been fated. Xiaosu echoed the word, stunned. He read the letter, which contained the ancestors' final wish. To see the transcendent, even from afar. One last time. The Sword Empress gazed at him softly, recognizing him as the heir of the mixed-origin Sword Emperor while she herself bore the lineage of great Bhikshu Shao. Xiaosu laughed heartily, declaring that their ancestors could now rest in peace. The Sword Empress smiled quietly, admitting to herself that she had never cared for any man before, but perhaps fate had arranged their meeting. She asked if she could call him benefactor. Xiaosu flushed, repeating the word nervously. Her cheeks also reddened as she explained that thanks to him, the sect's wish had been fulfilled, and that she would not hesitate even to give him the rare spirit stone elixir. He protested in shock that such a treasure, left for future generations, was far too valuable. But she countered firmly, saying that without him the blood sect would have stolen it long ago. Only if he accepted it would her heart be at ease. Reaching for the Sword Empress declared it was time to purge the remnants of the blood sect. Xiaosu exclaimed that she had already mastered the demon-resisting supreme art. She confirmed that while he slept she had read the secret manual and gained its essence. She admitted that the sect had been deceived, nearly losing its ancestral cave, but vowed the Hang Mountain sect would forever remember how Gong Dong had stood with them in hardship. She slashed fiercely with her sword. Energy roared outward, purifying the crimson taint of blood chi. The treasure cave of the Sword Queen was cleansed. Watching, Xiaosu finally understood. The blood sect feared this supreme art untouched by corruption. As they moved forward, a voice called out, addressing the Sword Empress as Sword Queen. Disciples rushed in, asking anxiously if she was unharmed. She raised her hand calmly, assuring them she was fine. A maiden pointed to two figures resting nearby and reported that the little Sword Queen and Lady Zio had been safely tended. Xiaosu supported Zio Haran by the shoulder, asking gently if his junior sister was all right. The Sword Empress approached Sobin and called her name with hesitation. Tears streamed down Sobin's face as she confessed that she felt utterly ashamed for being used by the blood sect, unable to lift her head before young Master and the Gong Dong brothers. She begged for forgiveness. Xiaosu placed a hand lightly on her shoulder, lifting her up. He told her softly that her apology was enough, that he knew she had not acted by choice, and that they were all safe now. His face bore cuts and bruises, yet his words shone like light. Truly, he showed the heart of a man who overlooked the small mistakes of others. Sobin stared at Xiaosu blankly, her heart softening with each word he spoke. She felt that as long as he remained safe, nothing else mattered. Afterward, the Sword Empress issued a command to her, instructing her to take Lady Xiao back for treatment and await further orders. Sobin answered immediately that she would obey. At that moment, a loud shout broke through the air, making Xiaosu turn his head. Yu Jinhui rushed forward and embraced him tightly, asking with anxious urgency if his junior brother was unharmed. Xiaosu leaned back slightly in discomfort and answered awkwardly that he was fine. Inwardly, he muttered to himself that there was no need for so much worry, though he admitted reluctantly that he was beginning to grow accustomed to such manly embraces. When Yu Jinhui released him, he pressed again, asking whether Xiaosu was truly unharmed. His aura glowed so radiantly that Xiaosu thought it painful to the eyes, reflecting that the dazzling presence of such a handsome man was something he was still unprepared for. Catching sight of the bandages around Yu Jinhui's head, Xiaosu asked with concern why his senior brother was injured. Yu Jinhui scratched his head and explained that during the search for Lady Xiao, he had clashed with blood sect remnants in the mountains. Xiaosu widened his eyes in shock and muttered that the blood sect still lingered nearby. Suddenly, a deep laugh echoed from one Gook, who remarked mockingly that so the blood sect still persisted. Then his expression turned grim as though demanding an explanation. The Sword Empress bowed respectfully and asked permission to recount everything. The group gathered within a house, where the Sword Empress explained the full chain of events. After hearing the story, Jian Yang declared that so it was. The disciples had been forced into battle with the blood sect because of these circumstances. The Sword Empress's voice softened with guilt as she apologized once more, bowing her head lower and confessing that their failure to uncover hidden threats within the sect had left the Gongdong disciples gravely wounded. Jianyang nodded, acknowledging that he understood, adding that as long as it had not been the will of the Sword Queen or Hangmountain sect itself, he could accept it. One Gook sipped his tea and then burst out laughing, saying that the Blood Sect's revival was no small matter. The Sword Empress replied that their enemies must have been plotting within Hangmountain sect for a long time, and surely their schemes had not ended. One Gook added that perhaps the Blood Sect's claws had already spread across the 9 provinces and 8 desolations. His face darkened as he declared that preparations must be made with the Martial Alliance leader to confront this threat. 2 weeks later, Xiaosu stood in the training yard, his movements flowing with streams of pale blue qi. He rejoiced inwardly, feeling his body brim with spiritual energy. He reflected with rising excitement that thanks to the Spirit Stone cultivation method, he had reached the peak realm. Drawing back his fists, he chuckled quietly to himself, imagining the glory of the Dragon Phoenix tournament and the day he would claim the title of Sword Dragon. He blushed at the thought, touching his nose and imagining countless maidens cheering for him. But suddenly a familiar voice called out, breaking his daydream. Startled, Xiaosu turned to see his senior brother approaching and softly acknowledged him. Annoyance flickered in his heart. He wondered why it was that whenever he indulged in pleasant fantasies, his senior brother always appeared to ruin the moment. Yu Jinhui walked forward with a forced smile and congratulated him on reaching the supreme realm, saying it with laughter. Xiaosu modestly bowed and replied that his own accomplishments still fell far short of his senior brother's. Yu Jinhui shook her head, closing her eyes with a sigh, admitting that she herself was still far from strong enough. Her heart ached as she thought of how helpless she had been when her junior brother had faced danger. Then her tone grew solemn as she revealed that she had come to say something important. Xiaosu rubbed his chin, curious since it was rare for Yu Jinhui to grow so serious. He asked what it was. Yu Jinhui's eyes brightened as she declared her decision. She would wander the martial world alone to temper herself through real combat until the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The words shocked Xiaosu, who exclaimed in disbelief and asked if she truly meant to train alone until then. Yu Jinhui nodded, confirming that she had already reported to their master and now wanted him to know as well. Though a tear clung to her eyelid, her spirit was alight with determination as she said that through this journey she would bring honor to their sect and grow strong enough not to shame herself as his senior brother. Xiaosu, still worried, asked if she was certain. Then, realizing his own reaction, he wondered why he was fussing so much over a grown man. He quickly justified his concern, reasoning that Yu Jinhui was too naive and easily deceived, and also his valuable partner in business. Therefore it was only natural to worry. Collecting himself, he clasped her hands and said that the martial world was ruthless, urging to accompany her. But Yu Jinhui gripped his hands firmly and refused, saying it was time she stood on her own. Xiaosu sighed and reminded her that if she had decided, he would respect it, but if danger arose, she must send word. Yu Jinhui smiled and nodded, thanking him. She shifted her feet and said it was time already. As she walked away, head bowed, she murmured that the cremation ceremony of the former sword maiden would soon begin. The scene shifted to the gathering. A crowd stood solemnly before a great fire. The Sword Empress bowed with clasped hands, praying for the departed to reincarnate into eternal bliss. Xiaosu watched quietly, reflecting that in his past life Bhikshu Shao's cremation had not carried this dignity but instead had been drowned in bloodshed among the righteous sects. Now, what stood before him was a solemn memorial. He looked down at his own hand and muttered whether fate had already shifted, wondering if it was he himself who had changed it. Ash scattered with the wind across his palm, stirring a thought that since the blood-sacrificed demon god had been confirmed, his destiny must change with it. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to become stronger. His gaze shifted to the Sword Empress with her eyes closed in prayer, then to Xiaoman Chenga, and finally to Miss Shu, promising in his heart to protect the women by his side and become a true man. The fire's heat seared his skin, igniting the flames of his determination. He murmured that he must rise beyond his past life, to the level of a peerless master. That night, beneath the moon and stars, lanterns flickered with their own light. In a pavilion, a eunuch reported to Princess Taepyeong about the meeting between Gongdong sect and Hangmountain sect. He said that the Sword Empress's secret cave had been found and the long-lost techniques and sacred artifacts restored. In response, a clear, cheerful laugh rang out, startling him. She smiled faintly and remarked with amusement that no one would have expected Hangmountain sect's legacy to be reclaimed now. The eunuch bowed and added that traces of the blood sect had also been discovered. Without turning, she ordered him to step down, praising his efforts. Elsewhere in Shanxi, a sly man sneered at Chiaosu, mocking that the young master looked pitiful. Chiaosu, irritated, told him to speak plainly and say what he had come for. Dropping his mocking tone, the man reported gravely on the matter Chiaosu had entrusted him with, investigating eunuch Zhang Aihian's movements. He said that he had been investigating for some time, but word had spread that Zhang Aihian had already hanged himself. Before his death, he had left a confession admitting to abducting children, castrating them, and selling them to the palace as eunuchs. Chiaosu's eyes stared blankly into the fire as he muttered at the news. Then his expression hardened. For he knew there was only one other person, besides himself, who truly understood Zhang Aihian. In his heart, Chiaosu was certain. Just like him, the Empress had returned, Princess Taepyeong. Rain hammered the forest as a man crawled through the mud, begging for help. Behind him, a cold-eyed raider closed in with a sword while the rest of his crew stuffed stolen goods into sacks. The leader lifted his blade and ordered that his men take everything of value and capture whoever was left. Before he could strike, a voice rang through the downpour telling him to stop. A lone figure stepped out of the shadows. When the villain demanded to know who she was, she introduced herself as Yu Jinwei and said that robbing the innocent and taking their lives was an unforgivable crime. She rushed forward without hesitation. Her clean, sharp movements cut through the bandits before they even understood what was happening. In moments, the entire group was down. Breathing out a tired sigh, Yu Jinwei sheathed her sword and returned the stolen silver to the terrified villagers. They bowed deeply and said that thanks to her, their lives had been spared. She answered that it was nothing and urged them to leave quickly. They ran off while she stood watching their retreating figures, exhaustion clear as she pulled off her hat and wiped the sweat from her face. Still, her mood lifted. Doing something right always steadied her heart. Thinking of her junior brother, she wondered aloud whether he was still doing well these days. The scene shifted to Hua County after a martial exchange with the joint mountain sect. A year has passed. In a tavern, two locals talked. One mentioned that the young master had appeared like a brilliant light, and both pictured Yu Jinwei's junior brother. Another explained excitedly that he had reclaimed the lost sword manual of the Gagong sect, and together with Yu Zhenjia had crushed the Black Dragon Gang. He had even forced the Seo clan to bow and later saved the joint mountain sect from disaster. The man opposite widened his eyes and said that he had heard people call him the twin-blade flash sword. A man in a purple robe nodded with pride and said that thanks to the young master, Hua County had been reborn. Those around them agreed with quiet admiration. Footsteps sounded as someone entered. Seo Wen Guang looked up to see his daughter, Seo Ha Rin, returning to the inn. She greeted him and asked after his health. Surprised by her sudden appearance, he asked why she had come back. She replied that she had business along the road and decided to stop by. He then asked about Li Chiaosu. At his question, Seo Ha Rin's cheeks reddened. She said that her senior brother seemed taller lately. The scene moved to Hyang Mi's tavern. Li Chiaosu stepped inside and called out her name. Seeing him, the woman who loved him lit up with joy and welcomed him warmly. She quickly poured tea. Holding the letter she had gathered for him, Li Chiaosu read and thought that it had already been a year since his senior brother had declared his independence and begun wandering the martial world. Because that man was reckless, he had asked Hyang Mi to collect news from everywhere. He noted that there was little information about the emperor, but believed the day of reunion would come. Meanwhile, Hyang Mi leaned close to him with obvious affection while his expression turned distant as he wondered why he had been feeling oddly empty since his senior brother left. He wondered if he had become more attached than he realized. Then the next line in the letter caught him off guard. It stated that his senior brother had fought Seo Ryan and Wan, and that he was now traveling from Sichuan toward Henan. Another detail surprised him: the repeated mention of a figure called the One-Sword Wanderer. He wondered who this person was. Every place his senior brother visited, that swordswoman appeared as well, punishing corrupt officials and demonic sects, distributing seized wealth to the poor, and gaining fame across the martial world. Seeing his curiosity, Hyang Mi teased him by asking whether young Master Yu might be in a relationship with the One-Sword Wanderer. Chiaosu's jaw dropped as he repeated the word lovers to himself. Rubbing his chin, he admitted that it did sound suspicious, almost as if Sword Saint Yu Jinwei's future had split into another person. His expression stiffened. He wondered aloud if his senior brother might have disguised himself as a woman. Before he could chase that idea further, his eyes bulged at the next line. His senior brother had befriended the mad doctor Dang Yang Nyong. His face drained of color. When Hyang Mi asked why he looked as if he had seen a ghost, He wiped his sweat and mumbled that he had a reason. He refused to say that in his past life, Dang Yong Nyom had once accidentally cut off his most precious part and told him to meditate so it would grow back, truly the greatest quack under heaven. The scene shifted again, this time to a quiet cave. Inside, Yu Jinhui had just finished bathing. Her expression was soft and thoughtful, her cheeks slightly warm as she reflected on the fact that she had finally rebuilt her body. Feeling both shy and proud, she told herself that with her current strength, she no longer needed anyone's protection, she could finally protect her junior brother herself. From a distance, Dang Yong Nyom entered and asked if she was finished. Seeing Yu Jinhui restored, she exclaimed with delight that with just a small hint, Yu Jinhui had already reached the transformation realm. She called it incredible. Yu Jinhui smiled cheerfully and asked her to check her pulse. Dang Yong Nyom examined her carefully, then sighed and said that Hyang Mi remained infertile, just as before. Yu Jinhui's expression dimmed as she said she had expected it. She still could not overcome the heavenly curse. Dang Yong Nyom assured her not to worry. She reminded her that with the title of One-Sword Wanderer, she had already slain the notorious villain of Hunan, survived a grave wound that left her drifting to Daunting Lake, and recovered far beyond expectations. She added with a wink that there was always a solution, especially with the top physician in the land at her side. Yu Jinhui thanked her softly. Dang Yong Nyom laughed and said there was no need for gratitude, explaining that she had only joined because she wanted to study Yu Jinhui's heavenly martial body, and that traveling together felt natural. She then mentioned that she had heard Yu Jinhui had no further destinations in mind. She suggested heading to Shaolin, since the Dragon Phoenix assembly would soon begin. She added mischievously that Yu Jinhui might meet the person she secretly admired if she hurried. Yu Jinhui flushed and quickly insisted that it was not like that. She said it was only because her senior brother would be there. Dang Yong Nyom chuckled and said she understood, then suggested they depart for Shaolin at once. Back at Jumo Pavilion, Li Qiaosu finished reading all the information gathered so far and frowned. He muttered that his senior brother was getting close to that quack Dang Yong Nyom again. Although he found the man infuriating, he admitted to himself that the doctor had an eye for talent. Seeing his growing interest, Hyang Mi suggested that if both the Gongdong hero and the Mad Doctor were heading toward Mount Song in Hunan, they must be going to the Dragon Phoenix assembly. Hearing that, Li Qiaosu smiled with satisfaction, gently touched her cheek, and told her that her intelligence work was exceptionally useful today. With a warm look, he added that the Dragon Phoenix assembly was about to begin. He told her that the journey might be long, and that while he was away, he would entrust Hua County to her care. Hearing this, Nangwal Hyang's eyes shone as she promised to follow his command without fail. Then Li Qiaosu set off. From the upper floor, Nangwal Hyang watched his silhouette shrink along the road, longing softening her gaze. She admitted to herself that the more she saw him, the harder it became to steady her heart. Staring at his disappearing figure, she sighed and thought that a full year had already passed, and it still warmed her that he visited her so often. Those brief moments beside him made her genuinely happy, and she wished she could close the narrow gap between them. She grumbled to herself that at this rate, the pride of the woman once called the most beautiful in the world would crumble completely. Her face flushed as she nibbled her finger, torn between duty and desire. She still wanted to attend the Dragon Phoenix assembly, but he had entrusted her with the care of Hua County. Embarrassing thoughts slipped in. If she carried out the task flawlessly, perhaps he would reward her with something sweeter than a gentle pat on the head. Then she remembered Yun Xiaolan and muttered that the assembly had nothing to do with a woman with a ruined reputation like herself, yet that troublesome sword queen would surely be there. Jealousy flickered. She wondered why every woman around him seemed so young and dazzling. The envy gnawed at her. At that exact moment, a carrier bird swooped down and startled her. She removed the letter from its leg, muttering that Haiyu Gate was already sending its regular report. Something inside the message caught her eye. After reading it, she smiled slyly and murmured that the timing was perfect, as if heaven itself had just handed her an opportunity. The scene shifted to the Gongdong sect, where Jian Yang was lecturing his disciples. He reminded them that the Dragon Phoenix assembly was for the sect's disciples alone, a chance to prepare for the day they would walk the martial world independently. He urged them to treat the journey as a rehearsal and to move with caution. Li Qiaosu, Xiaoman Chenga, and Xiao Ha Rin answered as one that they understood and were ready to depart. Shaolin Temple, pillar of the righteous path, home of the greatest monks of the age, opened its gates wide to travelers from every direction. The mountain now swelled with guests gathering for the assembly. Xiaoman Chenga looked around and exclaimed that there were far more people than she expected. Li Qiaosu agreed, thinking that the energy and excitement made the event feel like a true festival of youth. Suddenly a shout rose from the crowd, calling attention to him as the so-called Gongdong eccentric hero. Another voice eagerly searched for him. Li Qiaosu tensed, recognizing the nickname. Two men behind him whispered that he was more of a lustful scoundrel and claimed he tore his opponent's clothes after every duel. Instead of anger, pride curled across his mouth as he thought that the long era of humiliation would end at this very assembly. Seeing that smug grin, Xiaoman sharply slapped his back and scolded him for smiling like an idiot while people mocked him. The stinging red mark made him wince. He asked what was wrong with smiling and wondered aloud if his smile was truly that bad. Watching them bicker, Xiao Ha-rin blushed and admitted softly that she found his smile rather charming. That made him beam, insisting that she understood him, but a loud complaint nearby interrupted them. Someone shouted in irritation, telling another person to stop following. The trio turned and noticed Sobin locked in an argument with a man. The suitor clung to her hand, insisting that she join him for a meal. He claimed that he, Namgung Cheng, had admired her for so long. Li Qiaosu recognized him immediately as the shameless young master of the Namgung clan, a notorious flirt in both this life and the last. Sobin shook off his hand sharply and said she'd had enough. When she spotted Qiaosu, relief washed over her, and she declared to Namgung Cheng that she had urgent matters to attend. She marched toward Qiaosu and, without warning, threw herself into his arms. Still confused, he listened as she told him to play along. Namgung Cheng froze at the sight, stammering in disbelief. Xiaoman and Ha-rin shouted at the scene, unable to process what was happening. Li Qiaosu tried pushing Sobin's face away, asking what she was doing, but she whispered that pretending was the only way to shake off that persistent pest. While Namgung Cheng stood stunned, Sobin raised her voice firmly and told him to go back. In desperation, he insisted on his sincerity and asked how she could betray him when she had never accepted any man before. Annoyed, she snapped back, demanding to know what gave him the right to decide that. He fell silent under the blow. Trying to regain composure, Namgung Cheng introduced himself to Li Qiaosu and asked politely whether he and Sobin were truly bound by love. Qiaosu scratched his cheek nervously, searching for a safe answer. He reasoned that from Sobin's perspective, rejecting someone of Namgung Cheng's status outright was troublesome, but indulging him was equally pointless. He waved his hand and explained that Sobin had misunderstood. There was nothing serious between them. Namgung Cheng brightened instantly and asked if Qiaosu would then step aside so he could continue pursuing her. But Qiaosu calmly shut him down, saying that as long as he carried such arrogance, he would never win her affection. He told him he should stop here. Namgung Cheng shouted in frustration, demanding to know why. Behind Qiaosu, Sobin stepped in and said that compared to him, she far preferred her benefactor, young master Li Qiaosu. Namgung Cheng tried to argue, pointing out that Qiaosu himself claimed it was a misunderstanding, so why interfere? Qiaosu answered that the man was making her uncomfortable, and he refused to simply watch. The argument had now drawn a crowd. Namgung Cheng stroked his chin and said he finally understood, then smirked with challenge. He declared that he wanted a duel at the banquet before the Dragon Phoenix assembly to prove his devotion. Qiaosu rubbed his chin, thinking that it was perfect. He needed a chance to cleanse himself of the cursed nickname of perverted Kirin. He grinned darkly, inwardly calling Namgung Cheng a dead man for offering such a convenient opportunity. He accepted the challenge on the spot. Sobin looked startled by his quick agreement. Qiaosu added that if he won, Namgung Cheng must swear never to bother her again. Namgung Cheng agreed with arrogant confidence, promising to meet him at the banquet before walking away. Sobin's cheeks warmed as she bowed shyly, thanking him. Just then, a familiar voice clicked its tongue and praised Qiaosu's bold display. Yu Jinhui and Dang Yongyang appeared, leaving him momentarily stunned. After taking in the situation, Yu Jinhui frowned and asked why he had agreed to duel someone over a young lady, wanting to know what was going on. Dang Yongyang crossed her arms and teased that it had been ages since they met and that he certainly knew how to make an entrance. Qiaosu, confused by her casual tone, wondered why someone already at the age of heavenly destiny still called him junior. Seeing everyone's uncertainty, Yu Jinhui introduced Dang Yongyang as the #1 physician under heaven and explained that she had been her companion during her travels. Qiaosu bowed respectfully, greeting her with proper courtesy while wondering privately why the elder sister of Dang Qin, the Tang clan's leader, was sticking so closely to his senior. Amused by his politeness, Dang Yongyang urged him to clarify the situation before rumors spread. Qiaosu immediately shifted into his innocent mode and pointed at Sobin, explaining that she and Namgung Cheng had a dispute, and he had simply been dragged into it against his will. Hearing her junior's explanation, Yu Jinhui softened, her cheeks warming as she said she understood. Without warning, she rushed in and wrapped her arms around him, saying she had missed him dearly. Startled, Li Qiaosu managed a stiff reply, admitting he had missed her as well. Satisfied, she leaned in and whispered that she had finally reached the transformation realm and asked him to keep it secret for now. Her words stunned him. He thought that reaching such a realm at 17 was faster than even Sword Saint Yu Jinhui in his previous life. They talked for a moment longer. Yu Jinhui said she had refined several of the sect's techniques over the past year and promised to teach him once they returned to the inn. Li Qiaosu congratulated her sincerely. At that moment, the Sword Empress appeared, calling out brightly and drawing every eye. She looked shy as she turned to Qiaosu and said it had been a while, addressing him as her benefactor. Sobin immediately ran to her master's side, and Dang Yongyang shifted her gaze toward the Sword Empress with interest. Recognizing Dang Yongyang, the Sword Empress greeted her happily and asked why she was there. Dang Yongyang frowned and asked sharply who allowed her to call her sister. She insisted she was not related to the Sword Queen. She then turned to Yu Jinhui, almost tattling. Yu Jinhui scratched her head awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Seeing the awkward tension, the Sword Empress whispered nervously that perhaps she should stop teasing because young Master Yu seemed flustered. Dang Yongyang huffed and looked away, saying fine. The Sword Empress then returned her focus to Li Qiaosu and asked if he was also attending the Dragon Phoenix Assembly. He answered yes and asked where the Sword Queen was staying. She explained she planned to rest at the Shaolin Temple guest hall. Qiaosu found it odd that Mount Hangzong's delegation was staying at Shaolin instead of their usual quarters, then reasoned that the sect had been reorganizing since last year. He clasped his hands respectfully and said it was an honor to stay near the Sword Queen. The Sword Empress blushed lightly and insisted that she was the one honored to be near her benefactor. She then departed with Sobin, saying she would see him atop the mountain. Qiaosu agreed. The scene shifted to Shaolin Temple's guest hall, where countless martial artists gathered to register. When their turn came, a senior monk greeted them politely and asked where they came from. Bowing, Li Qiaosu introduced himself and his companions as disciples of the Gongdong sect. The monk stood in surprise, saying the abbot had instructed them to report immediately once the two young heroes of Gongdong sect arrived. Qiaosu blinked, wondering if he had heard correctly. Soon another monk appeared announcing that the Grand Master wished to meet them. Qiaosu turned to Yu Jinhui, telling her that Grandmaster Wanjik wanted to see them both. He remembered that in his past life, he had never met the great monk, who later handed over the title of foremost righteous master to Sword Saint Yu Jinhui before retiring into seclusion. They were led into a quiet cave where a monk announced their arrival. A deep voice invited them in. Yu Jinhui, visibly uneasy, asked her junior to hold her hand. Qiaosu sighed inwardly, feeling as though she really did see him as a child, but he obeyed. A faint light guided them to where a solemn high monk sat beside a tea table. He introduced himself calmly and invited them to sit. Both disciples bowed deeply. Yu Jinhui introduced herself with full respect, praising him as a guiding torch of the righteous path. Qiaosu followed with his name. The monk chuckled gently and said such grand titles meant little to him. He urged them to sit. As he poured tea, he explained that he had grown and picked the leaves himself and hoped the taste suited them. Yu Jinhui asked why he had summoned them. The monk replied that he wished to repay a debt owed to the Gongdong sect from 10 years ago. He then placed an old, worn book on the table. Yu Jinhui lifted it with shock. It was the primordial Wanchi manual, though only half remained. Grandmaster Wanjik explained that when he reached the Gongdong sect a decade earlier, the demonic cult had already slaughtered everyone and plundered everything, leaving only this manual behind as if heaven had intervened. As Qiaosu looked at the scripture, he recalled that before the death of Bixian, the master of the current sect leader, a pact had been made with Grandmaster Wanjik. The manual would be kept safe by him until the sect regained its strength. Wanjik continued, saying he now believed the sect was strong enough to reclaim the art. He wished to return what he had safeguarded and finally settle the debt that had weighed on him. Yu Jinhui bowed deeply in gratitude. Qiaosu silently celebrated. Even if only half the manual remained, he believed his senior would fully restore it. Then he wondered why he himself had been summoned as well, if the matter concerned the sect alone. Once the formalities were done, Wanjik politely asked Yu Jinhui to step outside, saying he had private matters to discuss with Qiaosu. She looked confused at the request. The monk reassured her, saying it concerned the Sword Queen and that he merely wished to exchange a few words with the young master. Still uneasy, she agreed and stepped out, but sent Chiaosu a discreet voice transmission telling him to call her instantly if anything happened. Chiaosu sighed but found her concerns strangely comforting. Once she was gone, Wanjik spoke. He said the Sword Queen had told him that Chiaosu helped purge the blood cult from the Hangsheng sect. Chiaosu's expression stiffened. He forced a humble response, saying he had only lent minor help. The Grand Master lowered his teacup with a soft laugh and asked what Chiaosu's true identity was. The question struck him like lightning. Wanjik added that through his heaven-earth perception, he could see clearly that an aura defying the heavens clung to Chiaosu's very soul. He closed his eyes, voice resonant, and urged him to speak honestly. Then Grand Master Wanjik opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, and asked once more who he truly was. He added that the Heaven and Earth Society was an esoteric group of masters unconcerned with righteousness or wickedness. They hide in the shadows of the Jianghu and rise only when the blood cult threatens the world. Li Chiaosu understood why the monk was wary. He himself carried an aura that defied heaven, and Wanjik was not only the Orthodox world's foremost master but also the hidden leader of the Heaven and Earth Society. With that in mind, Chiaosu finally answered aloud, saying he was the successor of the Heaven-merging Sword Emperor. Wanjik frowned at that, repeating the title with disbelief and accusing him of arrogance for looking down on an old monk while carrying such an anti-heaven aura. Chiaosu's heart jolted. He realized with dread that he might have stepped into Vashui Vicheng, the monk's mental world. Thanks to Wanjik's heaven-piercing perception, he had peered into Chiaosu's past life and dragged him into a realm where thoughts themselves could be destroyed. Chiaosu muttered inwardly that he had not expected to witness this dangerous spiritual technique here. Wanjik examined him gravely and said he now understood. Chiaosu truly possessed a power that defied the heavens. Something in Chiaosu hardened. He thought that the monk had forced this out of him, and that such insolence could not be forgiven. He unleashed the freezing heart technique and struck out. Wanjik snorted and raised a hand, dismissing the attack as mere trickery. He countered with the divine finger sound, a legendary Buddhist art. Chiaosu felt tension race down his spine. He realized this monk had reached a realm even higher than his own had been in his previous lifetime, one of the 9-stage unified platforms. He had no choice but to retaliate. He struck again with Yin Ice Annihilation. Wanjik's roar met the attack head-on. The two forces collided and burst apart, the shockwave throwing Chiaosu across the mental plane. Blood dripped from his hand as he cursed, lamenting that he hadn't even experienced proper worldly pleasures yet before dealing with this stubborn monk. Wanjik pressed him again, demanding he reveal his true identity. Another attack flew toward him. Chiaosu gritted his teeth, knowing his soul would shatter at this rate. He had to do something. In that moment, fragments of an ancient mantra surfaced, the one hidden inside him since the Emperor's blessing. He realized it belonged to the Hanyuan Vyu Wadao, the supreme art of the heaven-merging Sword Emperor. The world shifted. The Sword Emperor's image appeared before him, telling him that now he finally understood. Even Wanjik recoiled in shock at the apparition. A brilliant golden radiance surged forth as the Emperor stepped ahead of Chiaosu to block the incoming strike. He taunted him lightly, then urged him to watch closely. Two streams of yin-yang energy burst out, clashing with Wanjik's force. The resulting backlash forced both Chiaosu and the monk to spit blood. Only then did Wanjik concede. He said the claim was true. Chiaosu really was the Sword Emperor's successor. Ashamed, he admitted he had been rude and offered an apology. Chiaosu answered coldly, asking whether the monk thought such a simple apology could settle things. Wanjik scratched his cheek awkwardly, realizing he needed to offer compensation. He suggested a great pill and 3 minor pills. Chiaosu evaluated the offer. A great pill was a peerless treasure that fortified vitality, and minor pills each restored inner strength. Valuable, but not enough. The resentment that Wanjik's suspicion had stirred in him weighed heavily. He acted wounded, insisting that what the monk had done had left a scar no medicine could truly heal. He even lamented dramatically that such emotional trauma could disrupt his inner force and harm his future cultivation. Wanjik listened to this shameless plea with a blank expression, covered in metaphorical spittle, then sighed that he genuinely pitied him. He asked what more Chiaosu wanted. Chiaosu demanded another great pill and a formal alliance between Shaolin and the Gongdong sect. Wanjik paused, contemplating the request. Inside, Chiaosu smirked. If Shaolin, the pinnacle of the Orthodox world, formed an alliance with Gongdong, his sect's reputation would rise beyond reproach. After a moment, Wanjik agreed, but he added that the anti-heaven aura within Chiaosu still unsettled him. Chialsu sat and explained calmly that the Sword Emperor had once told him a truth within the mental realm. To destroy the anti-heaven calamity, one had to confront it with paradox. Wanchuk's expression grew solemn as he listened. He lowered his head, pressed his palms together, and murmured Buddha's name before declaring that since Li Chialsu had been personally chosen by the heaven-merging Sword Emperor and had glimpsed the ultimate void path, he would no longer question his past. He then asked how much Chialsu knew about the blood cult. Chialsu answered seriously, explaining that the sect was led by the ancient monster Hyatt, a demonic tyrant who slaughtered innocents in pursuit of ascension and domination. He added that the cultists were fanatics who valued no life but their masters. Wanchuk confirmed this. He explained that Hyatt had lived for over a millennium and used the anti-heaven art to reincarnate repeatedly, trying to outrun his fate. But even if someone could evade destiny, heaven's punishment always followed. Each rebirth eroded his soul until all humanity was lost. Eventually Hyatt realized that if he conquered the world and stole heaven's mandate, he might escape the curse forever. Thus, to stop him and end the cycle of anti-heaven rebirths, the Heaven and Earth Society had formed in the shadows. Wanchuk said the only way to counter the blood demon's contradiction was with another contradiction, an anti-heaven soul capable of mastering immortal arts. Only someone who could carry both within one body could accomplish this, and he said that person was Chialsu. The revelation struck Chialsu deeply. He had understood the concept before but never truly accepted it. He realized he walked both the anti-heaven path and the immortal way, and therefore he alone could reconcile the paradox. Heaven, in its strange logic, had allowed him to defy fate. Wanchuk congratulated him gently on reaching enlightenment. Just then a frustrated voice drifted from outside, complaining about the suffocating atmosphere and declaring she would enter whether Wanchuk liked it or not. Chialsu and the monk looked up as Jiok Sao Wal strode in. Chialsu was bewildered. He hadn't expected her here. Not long ago, at Guanhua Pavilion, Jiok Sao Wal had rejoiced after receiving a summons from the Hao clan. She'd muttered that it had been ages since the Heaven and Earth Society last called her, and she took it as a sign of luck, eager to attend the long Phoenix branch meeting. Now she appeared before them, as impatient as ever. Wanchuk teasingly remarked on her personality, while she snapped that monks were simply slow. Chialsu recalled that the society did not distinguish orthodox from unorthodox. Anyone capable could join. That explained her presence. However, his own goal remained unchanged. Protect his emperor and realm, cut down the blood demon himself, and eventually live as a hero with glory, and a romantic entourage fit for his ambitions. If the Heaven and Earth Society could be used along the way, all the better. Jiok Sao Wal then asked Wanchuk how Chialsu's test had gone. Chialsu inwardly scoffed at her attempt to hide her secondary identity. Wanchuk poured tea and announced that Chialsu had passed. Jiok Sao Wal doubted it and demanded to know how. Wanchuk simply said the details were a secret he had sworn to carry to his grave, which only irritated her further. She said she did not trust Chialsu yet and would conduct her own test. Chialsu replied casually, mentioning an elder sister he knew, sword successor Yan Yang, and asked if Jiok Sao Wal knew her. She flushed instantly and claimed ignorance. Chialsu mentally snorted at her poor lies. He then asked what her test was. Jiok Sao Wal straightened, adopting a soft, almost teasing demeanor, and asked if he knew who she truly was. He stared blankly, internally noting that someone who lied this much didn't deserve flowery respect. He responded coolly, asking why it mattered. Her face twisted, but she declared proudly that she was Radiant Sovereign Jiok Sao Wal, head of the Unorthodox Alliance and supreme leader of the Hao clan. Chialsu immediately saluted respectfully. She then explained her test. He simply had to hold her gaze and not look away. Chialsu thought that no matter how many glances he took, her beauty remained overwhelming, almost dangerously so. After touching up her hair, she asked what he thought of her looks, urging honesty. He calmly answered that she truly deserved to be called the greatest beauty under heaven. Her eyes sparkled as she asked how he felt inside, saying she wouldn't scold him even if he admitted falling for her at first sight. Chialsu replied flatly that he was only calculating how long the test would take because it was painfully dull. She froze in disbelief, unable to understand how anyone could call her boring. He kept a bored expression and asked whether he was required to swoon just to satisfy her ego. She stood there stunned. Wanchuk finally announced the time was up and asked for the result. Jiok Sao Wal grudgingly declared that he had passed. Wanchuk proceeded to state that the human order seat of the society would be filled. With the heavenly and earth order masters already recognizing him, Chialsu was now officially part of the Heaven and Earth Society. Chialsu expressed his thanks. Inwardly he noted that the titles were clearly divided into heaven, earth, and human. So the human seat likely belonged to the unorthodox side. Wanchik then placed several items onto the table and handed Chiaosu one last object. Chiaosu picked it up, puzzled to be given a whistle. Wanchik explained that it was a token proving membership. At the crowded Long Phoenix gathering, if he found himself in danger or surrounded by suspicious individuals, he was to break it. Chiaosu accepted and put it away. As he rose to leave, Jiok Sao Wal sulked silently, still wounded by his blunt words. Wanchik tried to soothe her, remarking that he had never seen her so unsettled. She threw back her tea in one gulp, insisting a monk could never understand her difficulties. Wanchik pondered quietly as the tension settled around them. Even Jiok Sao Wal, long hailed as the unorthodox world's second greatest beauty, had lost her composure. Wanchik found himself wondering what on earth had happened between the young hero and that formidable woman. Jiok Sao Wal was a top master, someone of near Xuanzhong rank, a woman who had carried the title of unmatched beauty for over 40 years and who claimed to see straight through men's desires. Yet in front of Li Chiaosu, she had been shaken. Amused, Wanchik remarked that perhaps she was fascinated simply because he was the first to pass her test. Jiok Sao Wal slammed the table in outrage, shouting that she'd never be interested in a hypocritical orthodox brat. The teaware shattered, but Wanchik remained unbothered. He advised her to be honest with herself so events could unfold naturally. She snapped that she was leaving and stormed out, muttering curses. Outside, she fumed that Li Chiaosu should be grateful she hadn't punished him personally. She repeated his insult, boring, with disbelief, yet admitted he was different from other men. She complained that he made her feel emotions she didn't understand. She resolved that since she had seen his face, she wouldn't let fate waste her time. Inside the cave, Wanchik watched her go, strangely moved. He wondered aloud if that might truly be love. Then he reminded himself that an important guest was arriving. A royal carriage approached. The embroidery made it unmistakable, someone from the imperial clan. Princess Yuanhua descended with a bright smile, asking if the old monk was still well. Outside, Yu Jinhui spotted Li Chiaosu and hurried toward him, saying she had worried because he'd been gone so long. She asked if anything had happened. Chiaosu replied that thanks to Master Wanchik's guidance, he had gained new insight. She pulled him into a warm hug and celebrated that his realm had deepened. Her scent brushed against him, and for a moment he felt disoriented. Then he pushed her away quickly, scolding himself, reminding himself that externally she was male and he needed to stay alert. Trying to distract himself, he announced the good news that Shaolin and the Gongdong sect would form an alliance, and that Wanchik would give them 2 large perfect pills and 3 small ones. Yu Jinhui's face lit up. She admitted she had been afraid he might be punished. He assured her it was only a misunderstanding. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying it was getting late and they should head back. They walked hand in hand through the crowded temple grounds. Suddenly, a voice slipped into Chiaosu's ear, calling for the young hero of the Gongdong sect. He recognized it as the soundless transmission used by the Eastern Workshop. The voice added that Her Highness the Princess wished to see him at the Great Hero Hall. Chiaosu sighed inwardly. Royal visits to temples were ordinary. Perhaps the workshop simply wanted to summon him. Yu Jinhui noticed his hesitation and asked what was wrong. Chiaosu said he had left something at the Dama cave and told her to return first. She wanted to follow, but he refused and disappeared into the crowd. At the Great Hero Hall, he paused at the doors, heart stirring. Behind them waited someone dear to this body. He remembered childhood, shared meals, shared struggles. Even when his body had lacked male attributes, she had treated him as family. It was the first time he had known true belonging, something he never had in his modern world life. A gentle voice called from inside, inviting him in. He stepped through the doorway and knelt, introducing himself formally. Princess Yuanhua turned, recognized him instantly, and rushed into his arms. She said she had missed him terribly. He embraced her in return, half teasing, half sincere. As they spoke, he thought privately that the rumors Nangwal Hyong spread must have been silenced by the emperor. Yuanhua confirmed that she had handled them to ease his burden. She asked if his life with the Gongdong sect was stable, if his restored male body had regained strength, and, embarrassingly, whether he had enjoyed the pleasures he once longed for. Chiaosu answered that he had not. She was surprised and asked why. He replied gently that he was not of age and that true closeness required more than physical impulse. It demanded 2 souls in harmony. Yuanhua's eyes widened with sudden understanding, repeating the idea of souls blending. Chiaosu then asked why she had undergone the Great Rebirth rite. She explained that after he disappeared, she waited decades for him to return. Then one day calamity struck. The heavens fell, the earth split, and countless died. When she realized the world was ending and there was nothing she could do, she performed the rite out of desperation to meet him again. She insisted such devastation must never occur again. Chialsu held her to comfort her. She trembled with joy in his arms, saying she missed the way he held her, and that he had always been her lord, sometimes like a parent, sometimes like a senior brother, sometimes like a master. She confessed inwardly that she loved him deeply but said aloud that her current body was still too young to express everything. Her strange behavior made him ask what she was trying to say. She quickly denied having anything to confess, secretly vowing to grow into a stunning beauty one day and declare openly that she loved him more than anyone and would never leave him, not even in death. They eventually stepped outside. She said she would stay at Shaolin until the Long Phoenix Sub-Association concluded and might enter the main rounds. Chialsu agreed, adding that he too would participate and would train harder to win for her sake. The princess silently repeated his intention to dedicate victory to her and felt warmth bloom inside. Before leaving, she handed him a gift, the core pill of the 10,000-year fire vase. Chialsu was startled by how valuable it was. She laughed brightly and said she eagerly awaited his performance. At dawn, Yun Xiaolan appeared in the square, causing a stir. People whispered excitedly as the famed swordswoman passed. Yun Xiaolan glanced around, thinking longingly of Master Yun, wishing she could see him again. Just one more glimpse, but he is nowhere to be seen. A sudden voice rang in her head like a love-sick maiden, longing to see him, which caused her to pause walking beside her. Sobin sensed something off and asked if she was all right. Yun Xiaolan jolted, pretending nothing was wrong, and hurried toward the lodging hall. Her face burned as she thought, horrified, if the strange and shameless longing voice in her head had truly been her own. Sobin hurried over again and asked what was wrong. Yun Xiaolan gave no reply, her gaze unfocused as her thoughts drifted. All she wanted was to see Yun Gong again. She questioned what this strange, rising feeling truly was as the lustful voice within her stirred once more. She admitted to herself that Yun Gong was undeniably handsome and felt the urge to look at him longer. She tried to steady her mind, reminding herself to remain rational and dignified as a sect master. Yet the memory of his growth from a boyish youth into a refined young man with a noble bearing continued to unsettle her. She wondered if waiting for him to mature, even to the point of defeating her one day, would make everything even more complicated should they ever wed. At that moment, the crowd ahead stirred. Someone announced the arrival of Nangwal Hyang. It seemed she had come to watch the Long Phoenix Grand Tournament. As she approached, Sobin questioned her identity. Nangwal Hyang smiled brightly and exclaimed that she was fortunate to encounter the Sword Empress, Yun Xiaolan, in person. Yun Xiaolan bristled inwardly, irritated by the courtesan who always lingered around Lord Yun. She found Nangwal Hyang's beauty and youthful charm especially grating. After a pause, Yun Xiaolan remarked that she had mistaken her for a stranger and now realized she was Dim Kai Nong, Gamsuk's top courtesan, and asked why she was at Shaolin Temple. Nangwal Hyang replied casually that she had come to offer incense and pray. Inwardly, she mocked the Sword Empress for growing arrogant after a single public challenge and wondered whose beauty truly deserved admiration. Yun Xiaolan questioned whether praying was truly her only reason. Nangwal Hyang answered sweetly that she had also heard Li Chialsu would participate in the tournament and wanted to watch him perform. Yun Xiaolan's expression soured at the way she referred to him as Li brother. Nangwal Hyang deliberately emphasized that term again, deepening the provocation. Yun Xiaolan's face darkened as she demanded to know what relationship Nangwal Hyang had with Lord Yun. Seeing her reaction, Nangwal Hyang grew even more pleased and feigned confusion, suggesting it was odd for Lady Yun to pry into private matters. She privately sneered, suspecting that the famed Sword Empress might truly be falling for a young man. She reasoned that Yun Xiaolan's past remarks were already a silent challenge, especially with the duel still undecided. Yun Xiaolan clenched her fist and told herself that her bond with Lord Yun was nothing more than gratitude and duty. Her transcendent cultivation, her position as Hengshan's leader, and her title as Sword Empress all felt like heavy burdens. Sobin watched her master anxiously, sensing that her heart had shifted toward the young noble. Even so, Sobin could not tolerate a courtesan openly mocking her master. Sobin stepped forward and declared that even if her master said nothing, she would not stay silent, as she too admired Li Chialsu. She criticized Nangwal Hyang for casually calling the man she admired brother while disregarding propriety. Nangwal Hyang froze, caught off guard. The crowd fell into stunned silence, shocked by such a bold confession in public. Whispers spread that during the last Hangshan clash, Li Qiaosu and Sobin had grown close, and perhaps his duel with Namgung Qing was for her sake. Hearing this, Nangwal Hyang felt deeply irritated and dismissed the idea that Li Qiaosu would fight for a mere sword maiden. After a brief pause, she sighed and pointed out Sobin's high status as part of the West Mountain Gamsik Trading Guild, questioning whether declaring affection so openly would invite gossip. Sobin replied calmly that such matters were none of Nangwal Hyang's concern, and instead pressed her to clarify her own relationship with Li Qiaosu. Cornered, Nangwal Hyang hesitated. She dared not claim to be his lover for fear of disappointing him if false rumors spread. Realizing she had tried to trap others only to be ensnared herself, she abruptly decided to end the confrontation and announced she had business elsewhere before leaving. Yun Xiaolan and Sobin watched her depart, annoyed but unsure what more could be done. Sobin hurried after her master and asked whether she had handled things well. Yun Xiaolan responded coldly and ordered them to return to their rooms to rest. Her thoughts were in chaos, troubled by the fear that master and disciple falling for the same man was an impossible situation. Night fell at Li Qiaosu's residence. Yu Jinhe greeted him, saying he had been waiting. Li Qiaosu confirmed that he had found what they were seeking. Yu Jinhe relaxed and explained that while Li Qiaosu was away, he had visited the abbot, who had given him the spirit pill along with the covenant promise. Since the pill belonged to Li Qiaosu, its distribution was his responsibility. Li Qiaosu accepted the wooden box with a smile and suggested gathering everyone together, which Yu Jinhe agreed to. By morning, Su Ha Rin pushed open the door and announced that Senior Li had summoned them. Chun Ka and Yang Yang followed, grumbling about chores and jokingly asking for a share. Li Qiaosu handed out sweet candies, puzzling Yang Yang, who wondered if she was being treated like a child. Once everyone was seated, Li Qiaosu presented the wooden box and thanked them for coming. He explained that the spirit pills had been granted to him and that he intended to give one to each of them. He stated that Yu Jinhe had already reached the transcendent realm after using Amitabha sacred water, so a minor restorative pill to heal severe injuries suited him best. Yu Jinhe accepted it cheerfully. Li Qiaosu then offered another pill to Qing Ha, explaining that as a noble lady familiar with elixirs, the minor pill was appropriate for her. Qing Ha questioned why such a precious item was wasted on her, calling him foolish. Li Qiaosu scolded her, reminding her she was his personal handmaiden and that giving it to her was his duty. Embarrassed, Qing Ha flushed and retorted that he would regret it later. Turning to Oha Ren, Li Qiaosu explained that she needed to unblock the Ren and secondary meridians, so she should take the major restorative pill. He instructed her to call for him when she took it, as someone would need to guard and guide her vital qi. Oha Ren blushed deeply and asked if she could take it immediately. Li Qiaosu was surprised, and Yu Jinhe jumped up, warning that men and women should avoid intimate contact and questioning how such a technique could be performed casually. Oha Ren replied firmly that Yu Jinhe was also a man, and since outsiders could not be trusted with such an important process, only Li Qiaosu could assist her. She reminded them that Li Qiaosu had promised to help refine the spirit elixir and requested his aid with the Truging Guayul. In her heart, she reflected that the great restorative pill was a priceless Shaolin treasure, one that could drive even blood siblings to violence, yet Li Qiaosu had given it to her without hesitation. She resolved to devote herself fully to him, not merely as a junior sister but as a woman, mindful that she was of marrying age. She took his arm and urged him to fulfill his promise and perform the Truging Guayul with her. Li Qiaosu glanced at the box and realized only one great restorative pill remained. After a moment's thought, he decided that the final pill would be offered to their master. Once the pills were handed out, everyone was told to return to their rooms to rest. He added that junior sister should follow him. Yu Jinhe sighed inwardly, thinking that once again he had yielded his own share, just as he had done before at Guangjing Dantang with the sacred Amitabha water. He thought that junior brother always put others first, and he told himself that he should do something in return, yet now his feelings had changed. He admitted to himself that he also wanted to lean on him as a woman, not as a disciple of a sect leader but simply as a woman. Yang Yang watched him quietly, pondered for a moment, then held out her candy and said that he should eat a little. He accepted gratefully and thanked her, and she added that sweetness helps with a troubled heart. Qing Ha suddenly stood and said that she would return to her room and that everyone should rest early. Back in her room, She fumed that he had dared speak of responsibility to the porcelain daughter of the Xianmen family and told herself that even in 100 or 1,000 years it would not be his turn. She scolded herself that men and women should not touch and wondered how the Trugong Guahiu could be done, saying it was shameful, yet she also felt jealousy rising despite herself. The scene turned to the pair. Li Qiaosu entered the training chamber as Shu Rin said that this was the room and that Shaolin had been very thoughtful to lend it. She took out the pill and said that she only needed to take the great restorative pill and lie down. He scratched his face and said that she should think again, that he only needed to guide her vital energy without fully performing Trugong Guahiu. She gave no answer, swallowed the pill, and said that he should begin. She began undressing. His face burned as he covered it, startled, realizing the rumors about her beauty were not exaggerated. She asked if she looked terrible, and he hurriedly denied it in embarrassment, saying that she looked beautiful. She sat and said that she begged him to perform the Trugong Guahiu. He agreed in thought, deciding that since she was resolute he would go along with it. He reflected that the method was essentially meridian massage with internal energy transmission, a therapeutic qigong requiring direct contact at key acupoints. He thought that a lecherous man would abuse such a chance, but he reminded himself that true mastery meant setting aside desire, focusing entirely on treatment and the woman's well-being. With that in mind, he positioned himself over her and said he would begin, stirring his energy. She let out soft sounds from discomfort as she felt a powerful current through her body. He warned seriously that he would guide her vital force while channeling the pill's energy into blocked meridians and told her to endure using the Tam True method. He increased the pressure. She was overwhelmed, saying that he was too strong, but he urged her to hold on a little longer. The energy built, the channels strained, and then at last they opened. She suddenly sat up, sweating, confused about what was happening to her body. He explained that her Ren vessel had cleared and impurities were being expelled and said he would wipe her down. She asked if it was finished. He said that it was not and that the remaining energy still had to be absorbed, then gently pressed her back down and told her to endure a little more. After some time, the process ended. She dressed again, and he said they should leave and that he would walk her back. He added that he had only wiped her briefly and that she should wash thoroughly when she returned. She held his arm, thinking that he had now seen her as a grown woman and wondered if he would start seeing her that way. She reminded herself that he had once said her fate rested in her own hands and told herself that her fate was him. The scene shifted to Neng Huang. She walked alone, replaying the clash with the two sword queens and seething. She thought that those women had humiliated her more than at any time in her 62 years and vowed that the one who would win Li Qiaosu's heart would be her. She thought that he had dared injure the pride of the world's greatest beauty and declared that for that insult she would hunt him down without fail. She believed no one could evade the detection of Jiak Sawal, foremost villainous of the sects. As Li Qiaosu and Shu Rin walked, a voice called him brother. Neng Huang hurried up with feigned surprise, saying that she was happy to meet him there. She acted so naturally that no one could suspect her intentions. Shu Rin asked who she was, confused. Li Qiaosu was also puzzled, wondering why she had appeared and whether something about his trial still needed to be verified, surprised that Jiak Sawal would even appear under a false identity. He greeted her, saying he had not expected to meet again, and she replied brightly that she had come to offer incense and pray for his luck. He introduced Shu Rin as his cherished junior sister from Gongdong. Shu Rin responded politely, saying that it was nice to meet her. Neng Huang introduced herself as commonly called Yam, while in her thoughts she repeated that she was famed as the world's #1 beauty and the true legend of the Zhonghu. Yet she stared at Shu Rin, realizing with shock that this newcomer with average skill had a fuller figure than her own despite being 40 years younger. She told herself she had always believed age was just a number and had lived by that motto, but now the sight of those youthful curves pierced her pride. For the first time in her life, she felt a bitter sense of inferiority. Shu Rin noticed Neng Huang fall silent and tightened her hold on Li Qiaosu's arm. She says that she has long heard of Miss Neng and says that people say Miss Neng likes her senior brother. At that, Neng Huang's face darkened, irritation flaring. She thought that the girl was reckless and says to herself that this is Shaolin, the pillar of the orthodox sects, and even she as the famed beauty must restrain herself. She then smiled coldly and says that she did not expect such a young girl to act so boldly, pressing against a man's arm in broad daylight in Shaolin's courtyard. Shu Rin answered without concern, smiling, and says that whatever affection exists between senior and junior is none of Miss Neng's business. Anger surged through Nanghul Wang. She thought that the girl was rude toward an elder, but also that arguing further would only cost her face. She recognized in Shuha Rin the same unshakable gaze she had seen in the Dharma cave and told herself that, no matter how striking the girl looked, she was still only a passing role. Li Qiaosu finally stepped in, saying that they should stop and that his intention had been to let them meet, not quarrel. He felt weary inside, thinking that he only wanted to return to his room and absorb the 10,000-year fire chalice. He thought that, no matter how gently Joxa Wall pretended to act, her nature would not change. He then says that though he would like to sit and talk with Miss Neng after so long, he is busy and cannot keep her company. Nanghul Wang looked genuinely wounded and asks why. Li Qiaosu answered gravely, asking why she had come to Shaolin, and says that she had promised to guard Weijiang Prefecture and that he had not expected her promise to be so light. She froze. He thought back to the favor he had asked before the Dragon Phoenix gathering, asking her to watch over the Gongdong sect's gate. He felt that while the evil sect co-leader Joxa Wall might appear anywhere, Nanghul Wang should not be here, and that despite their closeness she still did not trust him. Nanghul Wang's eyes filled as she tried to speak, but before she could, he turned and says that he believes she has her own reasons and tells his junior sister they are leaving. She watched his back recede and sobbed, asking how he could treat her like that. He escorted Shuha Rin back to her room, then returned to his own. Closing his door, he stilled his senses, ensuring no one was nearby. At last the time to absorb the 10,000-year fire chalice had come. He placed it in his mouth, and fierce energy surged through him. He thought that he could feel extreme yang blazing, the realm of patriarchs and leaders capable of ruling territories, and that mastering this power was now effortless. When it was done, clarity returned, and a sharp smile formed as he thought that this was true peak vigor and that in Gokai Land his enemy would surely die tomorrow. At the same time in Danyang County, in the Moyang household, a woman with a pipe sat by the window and sighed that the Dragon Phoenix banquet would open the next day. She says that Li Qiaosu of the Gongdong sect is truly impressive and that she herself wants to test him. She was Yana, the Moyang master's favored concubine, and the image of his quiet figure lingered in her mind. She wondered what Nanghul Wang truly intended. Meanwhile, Nanghul Wang was in turmoil, tugging at her hair. She could not forget the coldness in his eyes. Her mind was blank as she recalled why she had gone to the monk earlier to ask for temporary refuge in the temple. At that time, Master Mu Jiok had said that the Buddha's house shows compassion without discrimination and that she could stay until her heart settled, leaving the rest to fate. He had also said he would pray so her wish might be fulfilled. Back in the present, she slammed her cup on the table, feeling humiliated, blaming everything on Li Qiaosu. She remembered him asking why she had abandoned Hoden County after promising to protect it and thinking that he believed her promise meant nothing. The more she remembered, the more wronged she felt, telling herself that she had agreed because of him. She also thought bitterly that someone of her stature should not be tending to small matters, and yet she could not ignore them either. She could not reveal that she had sent the white-faced Yin Lord in her place, because admitting that would expose that she and Joxa Wall were the same person. She feared that if he discovered her identity now, he would ask why she had deceived him and that he might never forgive her. She told herself that now was not the moment. First she must win his heart completely, make him unable to live without her, and only then explain everything. Her expression hardened as she decided that until then she would continue as Nanghul Wang and capture his heart. Elsewhere, someone reported to young Master Li that at the Dragon Phoenix banquet that day he would duel the Jade Killen. Zhang He said that since the invitation had been accepted, defeat was unacceptable. Chaozu replied lightly. Horan said that he felt sorry for his junior sister, saying the invitation had originally been for senior brother Lei and Miss Shaman and that the other attendant should have been senior brother Yu instead. Senior brother Yu thanked her quietly. Chaozu clapped and says that they should be off and first go meet Miss Tian. On the bustling market street of Dangfang County, Sobin waited nervously, wondering why he was so late. She thought that even though Chaozu owed much to him, she still felt awkward facing him, and that Namgung Cheng was the greater nuisance. She thought that just hearing his name gave Miss Tian a headache, since he always pestered her without shame. She told herself that, if only to end his pursuit, she must act as if she had already given her heart to young Master Li. At that moment, she saw him arrive with his companions, and, flustered, she thought that he looked unusually striking that day. Li Qiaosu smoothed his hair and apologized for arriving late, smiling warmly. His refined appearance made Miss Tian blush at once. Sobin hurriedly steadied herself. scolding her wandering thoughts and forcing a composed expression. She says that he was indeed late and urges everyone to head to the banquet without delay. Li Qiaosu then introduced Yu Jinhe as his senior brother. Sobin nodded in understanding and formally greeted Yu Jinhe, saying it was an honor to meet him again. Yu Jinhe returned the courtesy, saying the honor was mutual, though inwardly she felt displeased. She believed the woman clearly had no real affection for Li Qiaosu yet pretended otherwise, which she found distasteful. She reflected sadly that until she resolved her infertility, she could never stand beside him as an equal woman. Though she knew she had no right to interfere, as his senior brother she still resented anyone who deceived him. Sensing the tension, Cheng He quickly urged everyone to stop lingering in the street and move along. Miss Tian eagerly volunteered to lead the way. Along the path, word spread that the young hero Li of the Gongdong sect and his companion Yu Jinhe had arrived. At the gate, the guards announced that the smiling sword lady Tian and sword phoenix Xiaoman had confirmed their invitations. After verification, they were welcomed inside, and Sobin bowed lightly before leading the group in. The Dragon Phoenix banquet was crowded and lively. Li Qiaosu surveyed the hall, noting tables filled with fine wine and rare delicacies such as golden ginseng broth and rosy phoenix jelly, remarking inwardly on how packed the gathering was. As rumored, many distinguished heirs from the 9 sects and 6 great houses were present. Nearby guests whispered, recognizing him as the famed Li of the empty cave lineage, especially with Lady Tian and Xiaoman at his side. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, saying that today Li Qiaosu, the Jade Qilin, and Namgung Cheng would contend for supremacy. Chaozu heard the murmurs and smiled to himself, thinking that if he defeated Namgung Cheng today, his name would resound across the martial world. Just then, Namgung Cheng approached with his entourage, deliberately blocking his path. He remarks that Li Qiaosu arrived earlier than expected. Chaozu responds politely, thanking him for the invitation. All eyes turn toward them, the meeting of 2 famed young masters. Chaozu sneered inwardly, resolving to teach this slanderous rival a lesson. Namgung Cheng then turned his attention to Xiaoman, greeting her familiarly. She recoiled and made it clear she had nothing to say to him. Namgung Cheng persisted, teasing her and hinting that she would soon have words for him. At that moment, an announcer stepped forward and declared that the duel between Namgung Cheng of the Namgung clan and Li Qiaosu of the Gongdong sect was officially permitted to begin. The two took their places in the arena, tension thick between them. Namgung Cheng laughed and says that, as agreed, they would decide who was superior and worthy of Xiaoman. Li Qiaosu tightened his grip on his sword, his resolve firm, thinking that he must win not only for her but for himself. He calls for a fair acceptance of the result. Namgung Cheng scoffed, drawing his sword and declaring that he would accept defeat gracefully if it came. Li Qiaosu announces that he would let his sword speak and that he would not rely on Gongdong sword techniques to shatter Namgung Cheng's style. This stung Namgung Cheng's pride, and he demanded to see whether Gongdong's reputation was deserved. With that, Li Qiaosu lunged forward. Namgung Cheng surged to meet him, and their blades collided with a loud clang, igniting the battle. The crowd erupted, following every exchange. After a fierce flurry, both retreated. Namgung Cheng frowned, sensing something amiss. The technique felt lighter and stranger than the empty cave methods he knew. Li Qiaosu attacked again with a sharp, ruthless slash that forced Namgung Cheng back, his body trembling from the impact. Namgung Cheng, shaken, questioned whether Li Qiaosu had used his full strength. Li Qiaosu answered ambiguously, further enraging him. Realizing he was being underestimated, Namgung Cheng's killing intent flared. Li Qiaosu inwardly mocked him, thinking that his opponent was finally growing restless. Namgung Cheng unleashed the endless sky sword, sending a streak of blue sword chi tearing through the air. Li Qiaosu remained calm, recognizing the move's power. He knew that unleashing his full strength would easily crush Namgung Cheng, but he could not reveal his true realm. With chaos already brewing in the Central Plains, he decided to win using only pinnacle-level skill and Gongdong techniques. He charged forward head-on. The swords collided again with explosive force, shockwaves rippling outward. Namgung Cheng was stunned that his ultimate art had been countered so cleanly. He realized Li Qiaosu had been probing him all along. Both fighters surged forward, exchanging rapid strikes. Namgung Cheng struggled to keep up, teeth clenched as he endured the relentless assault. Overwhelmed, Namgung Cheng was driven back, stabbing his sword into the ground to steady himself. He was incredulous that he, a Namgung master, could be pushed so far. Doubt crept in as he wondered if his opponent was hiding a higher realm. Refusing to yield, he launched himself forward again. The clash resumed with unbroken ferocity. Sparks flew, steel rang, and suddenly a thin cut appeared on Namgung Cheng's cheek. He froze, finally understanding that Li Qiaosu's cultivation far exceeded his own and that he had yet to reveal his full strength. Cornered, Namgung Cheng abandoned restraint, pouring everything into his attacks, his pride as a genius refusing defeat. Li Qiaosu felt heat surge through his arm and knew the moment of decision had arrived. Namgung Cheng raised his sword, gathering vast sword chi for a finishing strike. The crowd trembled as they recognized the king's sword form, one of the greatest techniques under heaven. Clearing his mind of all distractions, Namgung Cheng focused solely on the life and death battle before him, determined to decide everything with this final blow. Seeing his opponent finally go all out, Li Qiaosu sneered inwardly and wondered if Namgung Cheng had lost his reason. He felt fortunate for having absorbed the 10,000-year transforming fire core pill, which had hardened his body to an extraordinary degree. He decided to stop defending altogether. The countermeasure was ready, and he intended to turn a single spark into a storm. He surged forward, sword blazing, determined to end the duel. A roar rang out as Namgung Cheng's side shouted that a Namgung sword might fail but could never be broken. Li Qiaosu ignored it completely. He shouted back, questioning who truly deserved to be called a brother, and swung his blade without hesitation. In that instant, a memory surfaced. He recalled how his senior brother, Yu Jinhe, had once said he would show him a martial art he had personally refined. While restoring the primordial unified chi technique, his senior brother had fused it with a move derived from the demon's abducting sword art. When they reunited after a long separation, Li Qiaosu had been stunned to learn that this had evolved into a brand new school of swordsmanship, the supreme art of the Kangdong sect, known as the Nine Purging Demon Sword, created by a once-in-a-millennium genius. Li Qiaosu released that technique in full. Waves of jade-green sword chi burst forth, completely overwhelming the long-haired swordsman. He leapt into the air and directed the razor-sharp energies into a sword array that sealed the arena, boxing Namgung Cheng into a corner. From the perspective of the onlookers, the entire stage seemed submerged beneath Li Qiaosu's sword chi, leaving no path of escape. Namgung Cheng froze in shock, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. He had never encountered a sword style like this and panicked inwardly, realizing that the intelligence he relied on was completely wrong. The spectators were equally stunned, watching an assault as fierce as a wildfire, unable to predict the outcome. Countless sword phantoms surged forward, suffocating Namgung Cheng. He clenched his teeth and endured with all his strength as the two torrents of sword chi collided, sparks flying and pressure distorting the surrounding space. He told himself that if he endured the last phantom, he could counter. But before that thought could settle, a presence appeared behind him. Panic seized him as Li Qiaosu, moving with unbelievable speed, had already slipped to his rear and struck through his defenses with a decisive blow. Namgung Cheng stood rigid as a cold blade pressed against his throat. Li Qiaosu stood firmly behind him and calmly declared his victory over the Jade Qilin. Namgung Cheng could only release a hollow sound of despair as he realized that while he had been distracted by the storm of sword images, his opponent had seized the opening and ended everything in a single motion. Before the countless eyes of the arena, Namgung Cheng bitterly admitted defeat. The stands erupted in shock. People exclaimed that the Gongdong Purging Demon technique was an unprecedented supreme art and that even the Jade Qilin had fallen. Gongdong's reputation was instantly transformed. Spectators openly marveled that Li Qiaosu's strength far exceeded all rumors and that this decisive victory had overturned every prior judgment. After the duel, Namgung Cheng stepped forward and conceded graciously, saying it had been an enjoyable match. Li Qiaosu replied modestly. Only then did Namgung Cheng suddenly realize something felt wrong. He discovered that the back of his robe had been sliced open at some point. A startled cry escaped him as he realized his trousers had slipped completely down, exposing what should never be seen. Li Qiaosu stood frozen in disbelief, caught in a moment of sheer slapstick embarrassment. The scene shocked everyone, especially the women, who stared in disbelief. Qinghua reacted with anger and mortification, shouting that Li Qiaosu's bad habit had resurfaced yet again. The crowd exploded into chatter, joking that Lord Namgung had been stripped in public and wondering whether the Gongdong Odd Hero's strange hobby extended to both men and women. Li Qiaosu broke into a cold sweat. cursing inwardly at the fresh misunderstanding. To salvage the situation, Namgung Ching quickly addressed the crowd, explaining that his clothing mishap was merely an accident that could happen to anyone through carelessness and asking that no one make more of it. He laughed loudly, declaring that he did not consider torn garments an insult and proudly displayed his magnanimity. He then grasped Li Chiaosu's hand, openly conceding and announcing that he would never pursue Miss Sobin again. Raising Li Chiaosu's hand high, he proclaimed that the lady's heart belonged to him. The sudden gesture stunned Li Chiaosu. The crowd gasped in admiration, praising Namgung Ching for his chivalry and grace in defeat. Applause thundered through the arena as people applauded his sportsmanlike spirit. Namgung Ching thanked Li Chiaosu for the opportunity to experience Gongdong swordsmanship. Li Chiaosu replied sincerely, saying it had been a great duel. When Li Chiaosu returned to his table, Yu Jinhe and the other seniors congratulated him. Yu Jinhe smiled and remarked that his troublesome habit truly could not be cured. Li Chiaosu looked irritated and muttered that he had no idea how to explain himself. Meanwhile, Ching Ha leaned toward Sobin and quietly remarked that Li Chiaosu had kept his promise to her. Seeing Sobin's troubled expression, Li Chiaosu asked why she seemed unhappy after his effort. Sobin stepped closer, her face filled with embarrassment and concern, and said that he did not need to go so far and that she was truly fine. Li Chiaosu was stunned, not understanding her mixed gratitude and guilt. Sobin then confessed bashfully that she had used him to escape an awkward situation and asked why he had still done so much for her. Li Chiaosu smiled gently and explained that he had acted simply because she said she disliked Namgung Ching. His straightforward sincerity made Sobin's heart skip. He scratched his head and added casually that a real man helping a beauty in trouble was only natural and not worth overthinking. Overwhelmed, Sobin stood abruptly, saying she needed some air. She bowed once more in thanks and hurried away. Li Chiaosu watched her leave, utterly confused. Chiaosu sighed and told Ching Ha and Miss Xiaoman to follow Sobin and see what was wrong. Ching Ha immediately chased after her, not forgetting to scold Li Chiaosu affectionately for being an idiot. Yu Jinhe then teased Li Chiaosu, noting that women's hearts were truly difficult to understand. At that moment, a long-haired man stepped forward and congratulated Li Chiaosu on his victory, addressing him by name as the Gongdong Rogue. Hearing his real name spoken aloud made Li Chiaosu pause in surprise. He turned and asked who the man was. The stranger calmly introduced himself as Miang Yi of the Miang clan, saying he had heard Li Chiaosu was quite the connoisseur of romance. He stepped closer, smiled meaningfully, and asked whether Li Chiaosu might be interested in the Serene Tea Assembly. Li Chiaosu found himself face to face with his greatest enemy, Miang Yi, the eldest son of the Miang clan. Memories from a past life surged forth. This was the man who had manipulated the righteous martial world, driven him to ruin, and hunted him relentlessly through schemes and deceit. It was Miang Yi who had provoked the Namgung clan, Qingcheng sect, and Dem Thuong sect to join forces and ambush Yu Jinhe on his way to compete for the title of greatest under heaven. Returning to the present, Li Chiaosu saw Miang Yi approach with the same calm, inscrutable expression as ever. Yu Jinhe sensed something unusual beside Chiaosu, but Chiaosu confidently reassured him. Li Chiaosu observed this and reflected that after the last incident, even the ringleader of the righteous martial world had personally sought him out. It was clear he had drawn special attention. Li Chiaosu stepped forward and hinted that he wanted to ask Miang Yi about the Serene Tea Assembly. Miang Yi readily agreed and explained with a knowing expression that the gathering was meant for ambitious men who appreciated refined pleasures, especially those who had distinguished themselves in today's contest. He further implied that a young hero who had won the favor of a famed courtesan should naturally enjoy even more exclusive delights. Li Chiaosu showed brief surprise at the phrase and immediately understood from the tone that this was no proper banquet. He recalled that in his previous life, the Serene Tea Assembly had been tied to a major incident. Though suspicious, Li Chiaosu accepted with interest, as such gatherings suited his tastes. Miang Yi handed him an invitation and added that the event would take place after the Yan Long Phoenix banquet and that only male-female pairs would be admitted. After that, Miang Yi departed. Li Chiaosu studied the invitation in silence. Yu Jinhe asked with concern if he was all right, while Chiaosu insisted nothing was wrong. Li Chiaosu then asked his senior brother for a favor, saying there was something important he needed help with. Elsewhere, Sobin wandered aimlessly, her thoughts tangled around Li Qiaosu. She knew he was foolish and that she had used him, yet he still risked everything to protect her. She blamed herself for always dragging him into trouble and could not understand why he treated her so well. Sitting down heavily, she felt conflicted. She disliked how effortlessly he defeated every enemy, because it made her feel unable to escape the situation. More troubling still was that Li Qiaosu was the only one who had moved their master's heart and had even openly proposed marriage. Sobin tried to convince herself that her racing heart was only anger toward someone trying to steal their master. Just then, Zheng Yi approached anxiously after noticing her pale expression. He explained that Li Qiaosu had asked him to check on her, saying she did not need to come in person. Only then did Sobin realize that Li Qiaosu truly worried about her. On the way back, her thoughts would not settle. Each time she thought of him, her emotions grew more chaotic, yet she could not deny a growing truth. The Li Qiaosu of today was dazzling, and her heart fluttered despite herself. At the Yan Long Phoenix banquet, celebrations officially resumed. Li Qiaosu and his companions took their seats. Soon after, Sobin and Zheng He arrived. Li Qiaosu cheerfully beckoned them over, playing the gracious host. At the table, Namgung Xing urged Qi Alsu to drink, but Qi Alsu declined, explaining his poor tolerance. Namgung Xing laughed and said tea would do just as well. Li Qiaosu wondered privately why Namgung Xing addressed him with such familiarity. The reason was simple. Namgung Xing had acknowledged him as a true man of honor. Li Qiaosu then asked whether Namgung Xing had also received an invitation to the Qing Dam gathering. Namgung Xing laughed loudly, remarking that it seemed Li Qiaosu was also included, since only men of taste belonged there. He then paused, realizing he had spoken too freely. Li Qiaosu asked why Namgung Xing seemed to discourage him from going. Namgung Xing admitted that although he could not fully explain it, he also sensed something amiss about that place. Still, he assured Li Qiaosu it was nothing to worry about. He enthusiastically promised that when the Namgung household hosted a banquet in the future, Li Qiaosu must attend. Li Qiaosu readily agreed. Afterward, Li Qiaosu pulled Yu Jinhe aside to speak privately. Yu Jinhe asked if it concerned the favor mentioned earlier, and Li Qiaosu confirmed it. He reminded him that the Serene Tea Assembly required a male-female pair and revealed that he had already chosen his companion. Yu Jinhe himself, disguised as a woman. Memories flooded Li Qiaosu's mind. In his previous life, the Qing Dam gathering had been far more than a drinking party. It had turned into a den of depravity filled with aphrodisiacs, hosted by Miang Yi and supplied by Madame Zhu, a concubine of the Miang family head. With the Hanxian sect nearing destruction by the blood cult, Li Qiaosu could not allow such trade to continue unchecked. Back in the present, Yu Jinhe admitted that he too distrusted Miang Yi's invitation. Li Qiaosu then explained that he needed urgent help. Yu Jinhe blushed but immediately agreed, saying he would do anything. Li Qiaosu suddenly asked whether the wandering swordsman identity was actually his. Yu Jinhe was shocked and flushed deeply, fearing his disguise had been exposed. Li Qiaosu explained calmly that after his senior began traveling alone, he had quietly investigated out of concern. Li Qiaosu pointed out that Yu Jinhe had deliberately hidden his whereabouts and disguised himself as a woman. Yu Jinhe admitted this, saying he had followed his junior's advice and created that false identity. Li Qiaosu praised him and said this made matters much easier. He explained that the Serene Tea Assembly was full of shady dealings and that refusing an invitation would be rude. He said he could not bring his junior sister, nor trouble outsiders like Miss Zimin or Senior Duong. He stated sincerely that aside from his senior brother, there was no one else he trusted. Those words stunned Yu Jinhe. His heart raced as he thought that his junior truly needed him. He recalled that he had created the false identity partly for safety, but also for a selfish reason: to one day walk proudly beside his junior as a woman. He then agreed firmly, saying that if it was his junior's request, he would do it. Elsewhere, Xing Ha asked in surprise after hearing that Li Qiaosu would return later. Li Qiaosu instructed everyone to head back to the inn first and announced that he had received an invitation to the Serene Tea Assembly. Before leaving, he reminded Sobin to be careful on her way back. Sobin replied awkwardly that they no longer needed to pretend to be lovers. Li Qiaosu turned and left, and the girls watched him go, silently wishing him well. Yu Jinhe observed from afar, thinking the time for preparation was shorter than expected. As night fell, lanterns lit the streets, heralding a lively festival evening. Li Qiaosu waited alone, muttering that his senior brother was late, though he reasoned that preparing a disguise would take time. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed over the cobblestones, drawing closer as the surrounding crowd stirred. A shout rose from the crowd as someone pointed ahead and says that it is the one-sword wanderer. Hearing the name, Li Qiaosu turned, startled. A graceful figure in women's dress ran toward him, bright and lively, calling him junior brother. It was Yu Jin-hee in the guise of the one-sword wanderer. Smiling shyly, she asks if she is late. Li Qiaosu was stunned, unable to reconcile this elegant woman with the muscular senior brother he knew, blinking in disbelief and wondering where that former figure had gone. Overcome, he bent closer and asks what was wrong with himself for reacting like this. Under the temple eaves another presence drew all eyes. Nangwal Hyang, Zamsu's most celebrated courtesan, appeared, her beauty dazzling as always. She had come, she says inwardly, to offer incense and pray, believing that sincere devotion toward the one she loved was the most beautiful offering. She thought any man with spirit should recognize her charm. Yet winning the stone-faced Li Qiaosu felt strangely difficult. She decided perhaps she was not suited for playful pursuit and turned away, reminding herself that praying for her brother's success at the Long Phoenix gathering was her duty. She suddenly stopped, recognizing a familiar aura. She silently names the woman as the Sword Fairy of Hangshan and realizes it is Sol Lan, leader of the Hangshan sect. She wondered why she was here. Light footsteps approached. Sol Lan, white-haired and serene in flowing robes, appeared holding a pink lotus, otherworldly in bearing. Nangwal Hyang smiled politely and pays respects, though a faint displeasure pricked her. Sol Lan says that it has been some time and asks if Nangwal Hyang has also come to pray. Nangwal Hyang confirms it and says she could not miss the chance today for her brother. She glanced at the lotus and asks what wish Sword Fairy has entrusted to that flower. Sol Lan answers calmly that she simply prays for the gathering's smooth completion, yet Nangwal Hyang senses something unspoken beneath the words. The air tightened between them. Sol Lan resolved not to be drawn into Nangwal Hyang's teasing. Nangwal Hyang, however, believed she had already seen through her and thinks that Sol Lan has come because of Li Qiaosu. She remarks lightly that her own flower is for the world and suggests Sol Lan entrust her feelings to it instead. Stunned by the boldness, Sol Lan felt insulted. She gripped the lotus, feeling that her sincere devotion to her benefactor was being belittled. Shaken, she prayed inwardly for forgiveness for her jealousy and small-mindedness, then chose plain speech. With composure she says that Nangwal Hyang should stop trying to entice her benefactor. Nangwal Hyang laughed, saying she seduces no one and is only admiring in a proper way, then turned toward the altar as if to resume prayer, adding with feigned hurt that Sword Fairy had twisted her innocence. She added that someone unrelated to her brother had no right to interfere. The words pierced Sol Lan. She repeated inwardly that there was no relation and felt a sharp ache. Nangwal Hyang pressed on, asking what their relationship truly was and implying that the famed Sword Fairy of the orthodox path might harbor feelings for a man 30 years younger. She turned away with a victorious smile, certain she had struck the deepest nerve. Sol Lan stood stunned, the hidden truth laid bare. Nangwal Hyang continued that in the orthodox world reputation meant life itself, so even a renowned sword fairy could not admit affection for a much younger junior. Sol Lan felt a pang of envy at Nangwal Hyang's youth and freedom, able to pursue love openly while she could not. A memory surfaced. A child's voice calling Sword Fairy and Li Qiaosu's bright gaze when he had said he would challenge her once grown. She remembered asking shyly to call him benefactor and felt that sweetness warm her. Returning to herself, Sol Lan thanked Nangwal Hyang for the concern and states firmly that whatever her feelings, the fact remained that her benefactor once challenged her. She adds that she will always accept that challenge. She placed the lotus into the vase with steady hands, her heart clear, and then departed. Nangwal Hyang watched her leave, emotions tangled. In the vase the two flowers stood together. Nangwal Hyang muttered that there was supposedly no deceit and snorted softly, unconvinced. On her way back, Nangwal Hyang's words echoed in Sol Lan's mind, especially the question about loving someone 30 years younger. Sol Lan sighed and admits to herself that perhaps she can no longer deny it. Meanwhile, in Tangfu County, another scene unfolded. Madame Ju, concubine of the Miang household head, held a small vial, her eyes gleaming with calculation. Hearing the door, She turned provocatively and asks if the eldest young master had arrived. Myongju confirmed it. She asks whether the invitation had been delivered to the Gongdong rogue as instructed and, on hearing it had, drew the subordinate closer with pleased reward and orders him to bring Li Chielsu to her. He obeyed eagerly. Alone, she savored her plan, imagining turning a man like him into her plaything and believing her beauty had already carried her far. She decided she had not yet played enough. Night brightened Tangfu's streets. Blue-haired Yu Jinhee hurried toward Li Chielsu, apologizing breathlessly for the delay. He laughed that he had not waited long and says he had been distracted by the night market. She sighed in relief and smiled. Seeing her smile, Li Chielsu flushed and told himself to calm down. She asks with concern if he is all right. He waved it off and says they should hurry to the Serene Tea Assembly. She agreed gladly, and together they walked hand in hand. They arrived before a lavish hall. A host greeted them warmly and invites young hero Li inside, introducing himself as Myung Yi. Li Chielsu introduced his companion as the One-Sword Wanderer. The attendant praised her beauty, then asked them to leave their weapons, explaining that arms were not permitted. Sharing a glance, they sensed risk but complied to avoid suspicion, placing their swords in the box. Inside, decadent revelry spread before them. Laughter and intimate scenes between men and women filled the hall. Seeing this for the first time, Yu Jinhee flushed, dazed that people could behave so boldly. She glanced at Li Chielsu and saw his expression turn serious, eyes scanning the room. He thought her unease might simply be inexperience, but another concern tugged at him. With a sharp sense for scents, he detected something beneath the perfumes. An acrid undertone that did not belong. They moved deeper in, cautious. Li Chielsu soon recognized the smell as an aphrodisiac herb. He understood then that the true revel had only just begun.
Ho Huang Tower rose in the night like a jeweled relic, bright with lantern light yet heavy with hidden secrets. The wooden floor groaned as Chielsu and Jinhui stepped inside. Though he had prepared himself, he still felt stunned by the lavish interior. Jinhui stayed tense at his side, worry plain on her face. She tightened her grip on his hand and tells him that she will protect her junior brother. He responds with playful confidence and says that it is unclear who will end up protecting whom, which leaves her flustered. Myong Yi, acting as the tower's manager, comes forward with a wide smile and welcomes them. He asks how they like the place and boasts that he has prepared beautiful companions and fine wine. He adds with vulgar pride that both women and concubine maids are ready to entertain if needed. Chielsu keeps his disgust hidden and says that he only wants to know where Madame Ju is. Myong Yi explains that she is waiting on the top floor and gestures for them to follow. While they walk, Chielsu quietly tells Jinhui that when he gives the signal, she must use her full strength to subdue Madame Ju at once. His thoughts drift to memories from his past life. He recalls that early records of the Thandam Society were almost erased. Later, it became known that its leader Myang Ye used corrupt medicines to control and exploit women. His bribery and indulgence were exposed many times, showing his uncontrolled appetites. Back then, Chielsu only cared about learning the man's weakness, but now he suspects a deeper link to the blood cult. He remembers that the cult specialized in body, enhancing drugs that increased endurance and escapability, products that could fund an entire organization. That makes this tower a likely partner. He reasons that if Madame Ju manipulated Myang Yi under the cult's influence, then pushing him to strike the left general's residence and harm Chielsu's senior brother would fit the pattern. Records described Madame Ju as knowing martial arts only for defense, but Chielsu believes that if she truly serves the blood cult, she must be hiding her real skill. The guide stops and announces their arrival. Myang Yi points ahead, tells them to enjoy themselves and leaves. They enter a silent corridor where a thick fragrance grows stronger with every step. Chielsu feels heat rising in his body and covers his nose. Lantern light spills across the hall in a strange, shimmering glow. A woman inside calls out in welcome and says that honored guests have arrived. Madame Ju sits waiting with calm poise. She recognizes Jinhui as the One-Sword Wanderer and identifies Chielsu as the young recluse knight. He studies her and notes that her plain appearance differs from his expectations. She prepares tea, but a dense pale, purple liquid pours from the pot, not normal tea. She invites them to sit and explains that she prepared tea instead of alcohol because she heard he is abstaining. She encourages him to drink. Chielsu examines the cup. The surface looks clear, but the residue at the bottom resembles aphrodisiac sediment, not tea leaves. He realizes the trap is complex. Neutralizing such a drug would normally require a special antidote or balancing techniques. He knows such methods from his past service, but Jinhui does not. Since he cannot refuse without raising suspicion, he decides he will partially purge the toxin while keeping enough effect to maintain the act. Madame Ji watches him closely, smiling. As they prepare to drink, he quietly warns Jinhui that the tea is drugged and tells her that he will drink it, while she should decline. She reaches for the cup in concern, which startles him. He quickly acts cheerful. praises the drink, and says that Jinhui has not eaten and should let him finish it instead. Madame Ju observes them sharply and remarks that they look well matched. He answers with polite thanks and drinks. She continues testing him and says that rumors describe him as a former rival for the title of greatest rake, adding that such a man cannot lack companions. After finishing the cup, he sets it down hard. A violent wave of nausea hits him, stronger than any normal aphrodisiac. Madame Ju explains that indulgence marks both the beginning and end of a rake's path. A purple aura begins to leak from her body as she drops her polite mask. She suggests that the three of them should share pleasure together. Jinhui looks to Chiolsu, silently asking when to act. He trembles and sweats, appearing overwhelmed, then collapses onto the table. She rushes to support him and calls to him in alarm. Madame Ju shows satisfaction and says that the medicine is working. Chiolsu struggles to speak and asks what she mixed into the tea. She turns away and says with pride that she could not choose just one drug, so she added every kind she had. She explains that the water came from the northern cavern spring and claims its power is immense. Both realize the danger. They understand that the spring water was once tainted with blood chi before the mountain purge. Chiolsu concludes that the society's followers went mad from a blend of aphrodisiac and corrupted blood energy. This is not a simple stimulant but a demonic compound. He forces himself upright and mocks her, saying that it is fortunate the sword sect purified the springs in time or the central plains would have fallen into chaos. He accuses her of trying to destroy a young man's honor through drugs, and declares that her heart is more rotten than her appearance. Gathering his remaining strength, he feints an attack and shouts the prearranged signal for Jinhui to act. Jinhui launches forward in fury and declares that such depravity toward her junior brother is unforgivable. She strikes with all her force, but Madame Ju catches her arm with ease and says that Jinhui still has spirit left. With a casual motion, she throws her aside. She urges Jinhui to stop resisting and give in. Jinhui rises again and refuses, grabbing the woman's sash. Madame Ju warns that resistance is useless and threatens to ruin her. She lashes the sash and hurls Jinhui away. Jinhui draws her sword and cuts Madame Ju's face. Blood appears and Madame Ju's expression turns vicious. She seizes Jinhui and declares that her tastes have no limits, even toward women, and that she will show her where pleasure begins. She releases a burst of purple energy at close range that blasts Jinhui backward. Jinhui crashes down stunned. Madame Ju stands over her and explains that she has absorbed the drug directly and will die from ruptured meridians if she does not submit before nightfall. The sash snaps out again to bind her. A sharp voice interrupts and demands who gave permission. A fast projectile slices the sash apart before it reaches Jinhui. Chiolsu steps in. He reveals that he only pretended to be overcome. Using her lapse, he drives a heavy kick into Madame Ju's face and sends her flying. He lands lightly, chewing an antidote leaf, and declares that she is the one who will die. She stares in disbelief and says that he should be lost in hallucinations. A brief memory shows that he visited an apothecary beforehand and bought several antidotes, planning to counter any poison by controlled intake and refinement. Back in the room, he points at her and states that she and her associates used forbidden drugs and destabilized the martial world, and that her wound is proof. He says such crimes demand punishment. He raises a small wooden whistle and announces that this is the day she will answer for it. Remembering his master's instruction to use it if anything suspicious occurred, he blows it with full force. The piercing sound cuts across the rooftops. On a nearby roof, Jake Swall and his group hear the signal and move at once. Jiexal declares that the call has sounded and that the Heaven and Earth Society is arriving to assist. A new force enters the field, and the clash is about to begin. A few days earlier, morning light washed over an old, tranquil temple. In the main hall, someone carefully set incense into a bronze burner, and the air felt solemn and still. The calm ended when Nangwal Hong, burning with anger, vents her hatred and says that Yun Xiaolan will soon pay for her deeds. A novice monk rushes in and calls her name, startling her. The novice explains that the Grand Preceptor ordered that a letter be delivered to her at once if she was found. She opens and reads it. The message concerns the Heaven and Earth Society and makes her pause. The writer, who is compiling records about the Sword Marquis incident, asks for her help. The report states that shortly before that affair, 2 wagons of spirit herbs were sent out to be processed into medicine. Though the amount was small, the writer suspects hidden dealings and advises her to inspect taverns known for frequent banquets and review their wine ledgers. After reading, she crushes the letter and says that the blood cult must be plotting again. Back in the present, Chiolsu faces Madame Ju and declares that she used forbidden arts and drugs to disturb the martial world. He presents a vial as proof and says her crimes are exposed and judgment is due. Madame Ju collapses as the medicine reacts inside her. She looks up at him in disbelief and rage. A violent purple aura erupts from her body. She screams, her eyes turning pale, and her form swells into a monstrous shape. Despite the agony, she signals that she is not afraid. Seeing the danger rise, Chiolsu grabs Jinhui's hand and tells her they must retreat at once. The transformed Madame Ju roars and lunges after them. Chiolsu pulls Jinhui along, forcing a path through the chaos. When Madame Ju strikes, he shoves Jinhui aside to spare her and narrowly avoids the blow. She rolls, recovers instantly, and counters with a fierce kick to Madame Ju's face. While the monster is staggered, Chiolsu steps in and drives 2 fingers into a chest vital point, sealing her strength. Madame Ju reacts in shock and indicates she never expected his martial level to be so high. Chiolsu confirms that she is subdued and says her life will be spared for questioning about the heaven and earth society. At that moment, Jinhui shows distress. Her breathing turns ragged. She clutches herself in pain and falls. Chiolsu turns back in alarm. She reaches him and explains that he was struck by Chengsuen poison at close range and says it is extremely hard to resist. She urges him to detoxify quickly, yet she is also flushed and overheated from the drug's effect. His ki turns unstable. He notes that she has endured the toxin with impressive will. He produces a pill and explains that he prepared it to help her stay clear-headed. Instead, her restraint breaks first. Overcome by the drug, she pushes him down. He reacts in shock and asks what she is doing. Under the influence, she shows open infatuation and says that her junior brother cannot escape her now. She loosens her outer clothing and leans close with bold intent, adding a faintly playful tone that turns the moment awkwardly comedic. He panics and urges her to stop, but she pins him and insists he stay still. He is overwhelmed and confused, then realizes the truth he once ignored, that his senior is in fact a woman. He recalls that he once suspected it, but dismissed the thought due to lack of signs. The truth shakes him, bringing both surprise and a strange sense of betrayal, followed by a complicated, familiar warmth. His mind slips into memory. At their first meeting, he disliked this celebrated beauty, seeing the person only as an obstacle and a tool for his revenge plan because of their connection to the world's top figure. He remembers deciding to use, not trust, this senior. The memory shifts to a green forest afternoon where that senior turned back with a pure, sunlit smile, gentle and androgynous, a moment that quietly rooted itself in his heart. The scene fades. Back in the room, he is still pinned beneath her. He tells himself they are both intoxicated by the spring drug. He grips her wrist and urges her to calm down and circulate her inner energy to expel the toxin. She ignores the advice and says she wants to become one with him. She strokes his cheek, calls him foolish with teasing affection, and says there is no escape for him. She then kisses him suddenly. His composure nearly breaks, and he admits inwardly that he is close to losing control. He begins to respond before catching himself. The moment intensifies until a door explodes inward. Jiuxio Wall storms in, calling Kielsu's name and demanding to know if he is there. The sudden intrusion startles them both. She freezes at the doorway when she sees their intimate position, her face flushing with shock and anger. Yang runs in right after, cheerfully asking if her seniors are safe and failing at first to grasp the situation. Jiuxio Wall trembles with jealousy and fury and condemns what she sees as shameless behavior in broad daylight. Chiolsu hurriedly tries to explain that this is an emergency and asks for help detoxifying the spring poison. Jin Hui, still affected, ignores everyone and presses close to him again, pleading for him to grant her desire, which leaves him speechless. She kisses him once more despite the audience, throwing the room into chaos. He grips her collar and begs her to stop, but she answers with a sly smile. Jiuxi Wall's presence irritates Jin Hui, who wonders if the newcomer harbors feelings for the junior brother. Jiuxi Wall, meanwhile, regrets rushing and yet insists to herself that she came out of concern, not jealousy. Her anger redirects toward Jin Hui, whom she judges as the true instigator, fueled by envy. She imagines Jin Hui as a predatory seductress and fumes that an older woman dares chase someone so much younger. She denounces Jin Hui as indecent and unworthy. Jin Hui responds with open mockery and challenges her idea of propriety. Chiolsu notices with surprise that Jin Hui is already using her inner energy to purge the aphrodisiac without his aid. She rises and approaches Jiuxio Wall, tauntingly asking if those insults are meant for her. Jiuxio Wall asserts that even as a member of an unorthodox sect, she still honors righteous principles. She stomps, cracking the floor, and declares her stance as a proper martial artist. Pink inner force erupts from her as she condemns Jin Hui's conduct and methods of seduction. The energy surges through the room, yet Jin Hui remains steady and unaffected. Instead of fear, she shows excitement and recognizes the technique as the Flaming Talisman Fire King skill, a deep and powerful art. She realizes she can use this force to refine her own soul origin unified Q method and fill its gaps. Seeing opportunity, she gathers her will and decides not to waste the chance. Jiuxia Wall is stunned that her power fails to intimidate. A cold blue aura bursts from Jin Hui and cleanly cancels the flaming force. Jin Hui clasps her hands and says with satisfied gratitude that she has gained new insight thanks to the attack. Jiuxia Wall understands that her technique was copied and feels shaken. She admits inwardly that Jin Hui's level has reached that of an absolute master, a rare talent beyond normal limits, and worries how far that growth may yet go. Jiuxia Wall questions Jin Hui instead of lecturing her. She reasons that a Hyo realm expert should be over 30 and says it is improper for someone of that level to behave so boldly with a young man like Li Kielsu. Jin Hui laughs and says that assumption is wrong and that she is nowhere near 30. Jiuxia Wall is stunned and shows open disbelief, saying no one should reach that realm at such a young age and accusing her of lying. Jin Hui stays calm and tells her to confirm it with Yang, who knows her history. Pressured, Jiuxia Wall turns and asks for verification. Yang confirms that Jin Hui spoke truthfully and says she reached the Hyo realm long ago. Jiuxia Wall falls silent. Her pride takes a heavy blow. She reflects that she is famed as the foremost beauty and leader of the unorthodox Ha-O sect, yet now feels overshadowed by a younger woman. She recalls her harsh climb from nothing to power and status, and admits inwardly that age alone cannot close the gap in talent. Yu Jinhui then introduces herself formally as a disciple of the Gongdung sect and declares that Li Qiolsu promised to take her as his life partner. Jiuxiawal erupts in anger and says Yu Jinhui has no right to claim such a title. Caught between them, Li Qiolsu feels overwhelmed. He thinks that the earlier stage provocation went too far and regrets telling Yu Jinhui to push the claim. He steps in and says that personal disputes should wait because the crisis comes first. Yang points out the core problem and says a tightly guarded place should not have banned aphrodisiacs circulating. She proposes seizing all drugs as evidence and reporting to martial authorities. Li Qiolsu is surprised and realizes she is acting on behalf of the Heaven-Earth Society. He recalls that this group usually avoids cooperation except against the blood cult and notes how unusual this joint action is. Jiuxiawal still burns over the life-partner claim and wants clarity. Li Qiolsu apologizes gently and says the misunderstanding came from the drug's influence and reckless words. He asks her to forgive the shock. His calm tone softens her mood, and she says she will overlook it this time. He then asks Yang to detain Madame Qi and collect proof. Jiuxiawal orders her people to assist. Li Qiolsu looks at Madame Qi and says that from lust drugs to love incense, many demonic substances were used here. Yang says she did not expect Madame Qi to be tied to the blood cult. Madame Qi panics and insists she only arranged banquets. Yang rejects the excuse and strikes with silver needles, locking pressure points. Madame Qi screams as purple demonic chi bursts out and her body withers into a grotesque form. Yang points to her altered eyes and says they match the blood technique of the Mountain Blood sect, asking how she can still deny it. Madame Qi gives up denial and argues that she merely gave willing guests pleasure. She rants that so-called righteous men are hypocrites full of desire. Li Qiolsu counters that mutual affection between men and women is natural, but schemes that twist it into pure lust are the real crime. He crushes the aphrodisiac vial and says pleasure without sincerity has no worth, and that her fall today is deserved. Afterward, he asks Yang how the case will be handled. She explains that once evidence goes to the Martial Alliance, the Moyam noble house will be watched, the conspirators jailed, and any confirmed blood cult links shared with the Heaven-Earth Society. Participants in the brothel feast will lose their lung-fying assembly qualifications. Li Qiolsu quietly feels satisfied that several rivals are removed, making victory more likely. The narration notes that both orthodox and unorthodox paths contain good and evil alike. Elsewhere under a hazy moon, a red-cloaked figure sits and says Madame Qi has failed and the plan to corrupt young hairs through lust has collapsed. The figure considers a harsher new scheme for the demon cult and vows the next move will succeed. On a frozen peak, an ancient complex stands in the snow. A hidden observer notes that Gong Deng's recovery has improved since abandoning the demon sword technique. In a grand palace, the heavenly demon sits in thought. He wonders if Mount Hang can be saved and focuses on Lejan Hayoi, chief disciple of the Empty Movement sect and bearer of the heavenly martial body. He says that restoring the demon sword technique without that person would be nearly impossible. His subordinate Lu Deba kneels below, confused and afraid. The heavenly demon toys with a slip of paper and wonders if someone with that body type can finally relieve his boredom. Hearing his master show interest terrifies Lu Deba, who remembers that the heavenly demon defeated the previous ruler and reached the supreme demonic throne alone, breaking into the mysterious realm at 30. Lu Deba trembles at the thought that such a being is now intrigued by a newcomer. He accidentally drops the intelligence report about Lu Zhanyoi. The heavenly demon gives a brief order to spread word that he will personally wait for that person. The scene returns to Li Qiolsu and Yu Jinhui as they depart. He asks about her condition. She says she expelled the aphrodisiac with inner energy and tells him not to worry. Embarrassed, he explains that the earlier intimacy came from the drug, not his true intent, yet the memory still unsettles him. He awkwardly wonders if he must now address her differently. She signals that she does not mind. She then says she has completed the primordial chaos single Q technique thanks to insight gained from the clash with the Red Knight. He asks about it, and she explains that the encounter helped her refine the method and its mantra. As they walk through the quiet night streets, he says the technique will become the core art of their school and plans to memorize it. He admires that it does not require rare sun or moon ki, making it more accessible, and reflects that this shows the gift of a heavenly martial body. Yu Jinhui suddenly stops and admits she hid that she is a woman and apologizes. He is surprised but says it is acceptable and even sensible for reputation's sake. He asks if others in the sect know. She says their master already knows, but some outsiders were not told, and she will personally explain to another junior sister. He agrees. As they continue, her thoughts remain conflicted. She still thinks of him as her junior brother yet loves him. She believes she cannot bear children and therefore cannot be his proper spouse, but she still wishes to stay by his side no matter the form of the relationship. In another pavilion under a fading moon, Jiuxiawal vents her anger and says she did not remain at Shaolin merely to manage logistics and vows that one day she will bring down the supreme god monk. After calming herself, She admits the blood sect threat must be stopped, but her heart resists. She changes her appearance into Nang Wol and decides that her immediate goal is to win Lee Kyeolsu's whole heart. Thinking of Yu Jinhui, she admits that meeting her has shaken her entire world. Wolyang jolts when she notices someone outside the pavilion door. She quickly steadies herself, puts on a smile, and says that she has been expecting this visit. Yoon Seo-lan steps in and says it has been a long time. Wolyang answers that Seo-lan would not come without a serious reason and says she will skip empty greetings. She immediately proposes an alliance. Seo-lan reacts with suspicion and points out that Wolyang insulted her not long ago, yet now speaks of cooperation, which feels absurd and dangerous. Wolyang explains that she recently visited a market and happened to see young hero Lee walking with the sword wanderer, Yu Jinhui. She praises Yu Jinhui as shockingly beautiful, even comparable to Jeok Seowal, and watches for a reaction. Seo-lan's temper snaps. She jerks back into her chair furious. Wolyang presses harder and says Yu Jinhui openly boasts that Lee Kyeolsu treats her as his destined mate. Seo-lan turns cold inside, wondering if Elder Law truly introduced her benefactor to someone else. Wolyang adds that if Seo-lan doubts it, she should verify it herself and return. Seo-lan storms out, leaving Wolyang alone with her own tangled thoughts. As Seo-lan darts across the night, she insists to herself that she refuses to believe it, yet her panic betrays her. While running, she replays memories with her benefactor and convinces herself there were real feelings between them, so betrayal makes no sense. Driven by that certainty, she speeds up, determined to see the truth with her own eyes. A few voices carry through the night and jolt her. She regains focus, scans from above, and finds her target. Below, it really is Yu Jinhui with her benefactor, but they are headed somewhere other than the inn. Yu Jinhui senses the gaze and calmly lifts her eyes. She recognizes Seo-lan at once and thinks it is unexpected to meet the Sword Empress here. Seo-lan realizes she has been spotted and feels a flash of shock. She also recognizes that Yu Jinhui is not merely a famous prodigy, but a true transformation realm expert. Through voice transmission, Seo-lan informs Yu Jinhui that she will accept the role of guest disciple at Gongding sect, following young Master Lu's arrangement. Even as she delivers the message, Seo-lan feels ashamed and angry, thinking it shameless that a master of that level would hide her age and cling to the benefactor. Yu Jinhui answers through the same method, as if she has heard the thought itself. She says she is not faking her age and claims she is only a maiden who has just reached 30. She then needles Seo-lan by implying that one does not need such status to become Master Lu's spouse. Seo-lan goes silent, stunned by the deeper implication. She cannot accept that Yu Jinhui reached the transformation realm before 20. Jealousy surges as she watches this young woman openly hover around the man Seo-lan considers hers. In the courtyard, Yu Jinhui and Kyeolsu stop at a gate. Yu Jinhui looks up toward the roof and says she looks forward to their next meeting, addressing Seo-lan by her Sword Empress title. Then she leaves with Kyeolsu. Seo-lan remains frozen above, finally understanding why Wolyang offered an alliance. The scene returns to the earlier pavilion. Wolyang sits sipping tea as if everything unfolded exactly as expected. Seo-lan returns soon after with hard resolve. Wolyang pours tea with a calm smile and asks whether Seo-lan has seen enough. Seo-lan answers without hesitation and says she accepts the proposal. Far away, Kyeolsu and Yu Jinhui walk on. Yu Jinhui smiles softly, privately satisfied, thinking that she has won and that everything unfolded according to her plan. Kyeolsu notices her expression and asks what amuses her. She only gives a knowing smile and says others will be shocked. Under starlight, she presses a hand to her chest and vows that she will protect her junior brother, and that she alone will do it. At midnight, on a pavilion roof, Kyeolsu tells Yu Jinhui to wait there. He goes to a junior sister's room and knocks. Harin opens the door, her platinum hair catching the dim light. He apologizes for disturbing her so late and explains he must deliver urgent news on behalf of the second senior brother. Harin shyly says it is fine and admits she could not sleep anyway. As they walk, Kyeolsu tells her there was trouble at the banquet, but that the second senior brother resolved it cleanly. He gestures ahead and tells her to look. Harin follows his hand and freezes when she sees Yu Jinhui waiting in the distance. Under moonlight, Yu Jinhui's long blue hair and unmistakably feminine features are visible. Yu Jinhui asks, with bashful restraint, whether Harin can recognize her now. Harin is struck speechless, unable to believe that the Yu senior brother she has known is a woman. Yu Jinhui bows, revealing bandaged legs, and explains she disguised herself as a man to help revive the sect. She apologizes for hiding the truth. Harin finally understands, realizing that Yu senior brother's obsession and strange behavior toward Lee senior brother came from this secret. Though flustered, she thinks that perhaps this clears up what never made sense, and she recognizes how heavy a burden Yu senior brother carried alone for so long. Yu Jinhui says she revealed the secret because she trusts Harin. Harin smiles warmly and says that Yu senior brother will always be Yu senior brother to her, and that there is no need for guilt. Yu Jinhui's eyes fill with tears. She hugs Harin tightly, releasing days of strain. In her arms, Harin thinks that a terrifying rival has appeared, yet they are still family, and she will not surrender her feelings. She also realizes that, in an odd way, both she and Yu senior brother now stand as Lee senior brother's partners. The next day, a large arena swells with noise as an important event draws crowds. Fighters whisper that most orthodox heirs were eliminated due to the spring medicine scandal. Because of that purge, Li Chielsu of Gongdong sect advances without fighting the preliminaries and enters the main rounds directly. A huge man with a long blade slung over his shoulder strides and laughing, introduces himself as Bai Yu Chan of the Habubai family and asks for guidance. The crowd buzzes over the size difference. Some scoff that the thin Gongdong hero looks exhausted and could never withstand the Blade King. When someone calls him skin and bones, Chielsu shows irritation. He removes his outer robe and reveals a lean, rock-hard physique that contradicts the insult. He introduces himself as Li Chielsu of Gongdong sect, steady and confident. A spectator still sneers that such a frame will fold in one strike. Chielsu's frown deepens. Bai Yu Chan acts smug and says that no refinement or charm can compare to the body he was born with. Just before the bout begins, an announcement rings out that the princess has arrived. The stands erupt. Many assume her presence proves Chielsu's fame. The princess enters in noble yellow robes and takes her seat. Blade Emperor Yam Dunning, leader of the martial world, rises to greet her and notes the royal family's attention. The princess answers with practiced grace and says the royal house cares for the people. On the arena floor, Chielsu notices her and vows inwardly to fight his best for his lord. The princess returns a confident smile as if acknowledging his gaze. He takes it as encouragement. Her appearance lifts his spirit, and he resolves to win and prove he has grown. The match begins. Bai Yu Chan charges first, leaps, and brings his great blade down in a thunderous strike that throws off a shockwave. Chielsu slips aside and lands behind him. He smirks and says he only draws his sword for those who can recognize its worth, implying Bai Yu Chan is not worthy. The arrogance enrages Bai Yu Chan and stuns the audience, who believe refusing a sword against a supreme blade user is courting defeat. In the stands, Zheng He covers her mouth, anxious and confused by Chielsu's provocation. Jin Hui sits beside her and reassures her that the junior has the ability to win. Xiaolan, however, looks thrilled, understanding the message behind Chielsu's words and silently admiring how fearless he is. Above them, the princess watches and thinks about the women connected to her lord. She considers Yu Jinhui the most outstanding among them, and notes how different Yu Jinhui's temperament is from the previous life. She remembers that after her lord died in that past, the martial world fell into chaos and Yu Jinhui used both the eastern and western workshops to reach her. The princess recalls that version of Yu Jinhui as cold and almost inhuman, kneeling alone like a monster who did not understand hearts. She believes that without sect master Jianyang's upbringing, Yu Jinhui might have become a slaughtering star. Returning her focus to the arena, she decides the greatest variable in this life is Li Chielsu. She also realizes that in the previous life there was no one sword wanderer, and that it was her lord who turned the sword saint into a woman in this life. She sets the thoughts aside and chooses to watch her lord's display. On the arena, Chielsu settles into his stance and heat seems to radiate from him. Bai Yu Chan roars, furious that Chielsu dares face the Habubai blade arts barehanded. He gathers inner power and launches again, unleashing a fierce technique, the Five Tigers Breaking Gate blade. It slashes closing around Chielsu like steel jaws. Chielsu stays calm. He thrusts out a hand and stops the blade with a scorching palm. Bai Yu Chan is horrified, unable to grasp how a single hand can halt his weapon. Chielsu thinks that this is the palm art he cultivated for years, meant to open doors like a signature. Bai Yu Chan, panicking, wonders if it is the legendary empty, hand-seizing, white technique. Chielsu uses the opening, spins in, and strikes before Bai Yu Chan can reset. Bai Yu Chan cries out and stumbles. He tries to attack again, but Chielsu leaps away and dodges with smooth, effortless footwork. Then Chielsu drives a heavy kick into Bai Yu Chan's face. Bai Yu Chan flies and crashes onto the platform. He lets out a weak sound and loses consciousness. The stands erupt. No one expected such a clean win through barehanded skills and precise finger methods. Cheers thunder as it becomes clear Chielsu advances straight to the finals. As the noise swells, another figure steps onto the arena. A youthful hero in pink praises Chielsu's skill, introduces himself as Qian Bai Tian of Manhwa, and humbly mentions his nickname Sword Dragon. From the ground, Bai Yu Chan finally understands what Chielsu meant about worthiness and admits the duel was truly something to witness. Qian Bai Tian clasps his hands and formally asks that in the final, young master Li draw his sword and display it. Chielsu smiles at his coming opponent, draws his blade, and says Qian Bai Tian's fame has traveled far. He adds that today will be the last time that name stands above his. With blazing eyes and a confident grin, he accepts the challenge and declares that from this day forward, he will become the Sword Dragon. The arena was thick with tension, and everyone could feel that this would be no easy fight. Beneath the stands, Yu Jinhui called for her junior to stay calm while worrying that something about the match was wrong. Her thoughts drifted to an earlier encounter. Before the duel, Qian Bai Tian had stopped her while she hid beneath a conical hat. He had recognized her at once as the famous Gongdong sword hero, seized the chance, and challenged her with open arrogance, hoping to test her skill and shake her reputation. At that moment, she had finally understood why her junior had once urged her to travel under a false name. Trouble truly did come on its own. Back in the arena, the crowd loudly cheered for Li Chielsu. Many believed he would defeat the Sword Dragon without much delay. When the match began, Li Chielsu and Qian Bai Tian faced each other in deadly silence. Li Chielsu studied him calmly, In truth, he knew this man from a past life. Back then, Chanbai Tian had been Huaishan's brightest genius, a future pillar of the righteous sects, and someone expected to revive the martial world. But because he had never matched the level of his senior, he had grown resentful of Yu Jinhui, fallen into the hands of the demonic cult in the ninth madam, and eventually betrayed his own sect. Li Qiusu still remembered the sight of him walking away from the corpses of former comrades. Later, Chanbai Tian had destroyed his cultivation, gone mad, and spent the rest of his life in remorse. Looking at him now, Li Qiusu wondered whether this fate could still be changed, just as Nam Gungqing's had been. Chanbai Tian then acknowledged Li Qiusu's talent, noting that he had advanced through earlier matches with only fists, feet, and finger techniques. He also recalled that Li Qiusu's senior, young Hero Yu, had once defeated him with ease. Li Qiusu answered modestly that he was still far below his senior. Chanbai Tian drew his sword and asked whether his swordsmanship was worthy of Gongdong's teachings. Li Qiusu replied that it was. He then drew his own blade and prepared himself. Chanbai Tian declared that, after losing to Yu Jinhui, he had devoted himself completely to Huashan's swordsmanship, and he meant to show Li Qiusu its depth. Then he attacked. He opened with Huashan's ultimate illusion sword, a style that blended false and real strikes so perfectly that few could tell the difference. But Li Qiusu had seen too much in his former life to be deceived. When the storm of blades came, he parried them cleanly, shattered the illusions, and even absorbed the incoming sword ki, sending sparks scattering across the ring. Seeing an opening, he gathered his inner power into his sword and released one sword subdues demons. Blue light wrapped the blade, then burst across the arena in a massive bagua formation. The force stunned the audience into silence. Yet Chanbai Tian stepped out of the attack alive. He immediately recognized the move as the final technique of the lost subduing demon's sword art. Still, the blast had stripped his clothes to dust, and he barely managed to cover himself. The crowd exploded in laughter and jeers, mocking Li Qiusu as the Gongding odd hero for turning a serious duel into something indecent. Li Qiusu was embarrassed, but Chanbai Tian only laughed harder. Instead of shame, he felt exhilaration. He urged Li Qiusu to press harder, as if the madness of the fight delighted him. At that moment, Li Qiusu realized that the so-called sword dragon was less a noble dragon than a lunatic. Chanbai Tian's past seemed to rise before him. Once hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, he had lived with pride until Yu Jinhui defeated him in a single bout. That first loss had changed everything. From then on, he gave up drink, women, pleasure, and status. He refused invitations, cast aside vanity, and trained with obsessive focus for only one purpose: to overcome that sword. Now, facing Yu Jinhui's junior, he felt he had finally met a true rival. Even his ruined clothes did not matter. To him, throwing off such burdens felt like reaching a purer state of the sword path. With that warped clarity, he attacked again. Red sword ki flared, and plum blossoms burst around him as he formed plum blossom meteor flow. His power rose sharply. Li Qiusu could feel that Chanbai Tian had condensed a sword core and broken through into a higher realm. One mistake now would lead to instant demonic deviation. Driven back by the savage assault, Li Qiusu realized he had no choice. To end the fight, he would have to use his final trump card, Shame-Splitting Bone Sever. The two rushed at each other together. There was no testing left, only killing intent. Their swords crashed again and again, each collision throwing off sparks and shrill bursts of sound. Chanbai Tian's sword core was so sharp that it tore not only cloth but flesh. Before long, Li Qiusu's clothes were shredded as well, leaving him as exposed as his opponent. The crowd erupted once more and denounced the match as shameless. Li Qiusu grimly decided that if he had to suffer humiliation, he would rather be a victor mocked as a deviant than a loser remembered for nothing. He forced all his remaining cultivation into motion, even at the risk of overloading his body. A purple light flashed in his eyes. From the stands, Yu Jinhui realized that her junior was combining special techniques to push his yin-yang dual ki far beyond its usual limit. Then Li Qiusu unleashed Sword Steel. A massive wave of purple-black sword ki tore across the ring with crushing force. Chanbai Tian was horrified. He tried to defend, but the attack overwhelmed him completely. A violent explosion shattered the arena floor. When the dust settled, the scene was wrecked and silent. Chanbai Tian had been blasted from the ring and lay motionless outside it. Li Qiusu remained standing alone. His friends burst into celebration, shouting his name. The crowd stared in disbelief. The young hero Li had truly used Sword Steel, and the rumors about the Gongding Sword hero siblings suddenly seemed real. Yu Jinhui hurried to his side, worried for her junior's condition. She praised his effort, removed her cloak, and covered him at once. Li Qiusu thanked her awkwardly. Around them, people began discussing his new title. Since he had won the championship, many said Gongding Odd Hero no longer suited him. Someone proposed Strange Dragon instead, a name that matched his bizarre fighting style all too well. Li Qiusu froze in disbelief. He had expected something closer to Sword Dragon, not Strange Dragon, and the title left him both embarrassed and unsettled. Above, the princess watched with satisfaction. As expected, the man she had favored had won. She signaled to her attendant, and a guard loudly summoned Li Qiusu of the Gongding sect. Her Highness wished to receive him personally and bestow the prize. The guard instructed him to compose his appearance and await the summons. Li Qiusu and Yu Jinhui bowed. He respectfully stated that such favor was a great honor, though inwardly he could only console himself that, no matter how much face he had lost, victory was still victory. Looking toward the princess, he told himself that he would now present this hard-won triumph to the emperor. Later, at the camp tents, someone called from outside Li Qiolsu's tent. It was Qunbai Tian, once his opponent and now a man changed by their clash. After entering, Qunbai Tian apologized for the disturbance and explained that he had come only to offer congratulations. He then expressed deep gratitude, saying that thanks to Li Qiolsu, he had gained a great enlightenment and advanced to a new level in martial arts. Because of that, he asked to address him from then on as brother Li. Qunbai Tian's reverence left Li Qiolsu smiling awkwardly. Too many people had started idolizing him lately, and he still found it strange. When he accepted the address, Qunbai Tian lit up and bowed again in thanks. Li Qiolsu then asked whether Qunbai Tian had been invited to the Kington gathering. With skill like his, young Master Moyang had surely tried to recruit him. Qunbai Tian answered vaguely, neither confirming nor denying it, which only deepened Li Qiolsu's curiosity. Still, Qunbai Tian admitted that without their duel, he might have remained lost in confusion. He added that he had come to admire Li Qiolsu's relentless discipline. Speaking modestly, he said that anyone who bore the title of swordsman had to treat every moment as a chance to cultivate, and that this was the truth brother Li and Master Lu had shown him. Li Qiolsu was pleased. Inwardly, he thought that Qunbai Tian's fate had also turned for the better. He said that if the chance came later, they should sit down properly over tea, or perhaps something stronger. Qunbai Tian happily agreed, then took his leave, hoping they would meet again soon. Once he was gone, Li Qiolsu fell into thought. Qunbai Tian's strange style lingered in his mind, and he decided that if they met again, he would give him a truly memorable fight. Before he could think further, someone outside called in and said it was time to depart. After straightening his clothes, Li Qiolsu set out with the group for the palace. Since his rebirth, this was his first time returning here. The place felt both familiar and distant. Their destination was the county office, the hall where official affairs were handled. A servant quickly announced to Princess Yuanhua that young Master Li had arrived. A moment later, Li Qiolsu pushed open the door and entered. Princess Yuanhua sat on the throne, and the moment she saw him, her face brightened with open joy. She said that she had been waiting a long time. By protocol, Li Qiolsu knelt and bowed, but Yuanhua immediately came down from the throne, helped him up, and said that since they were alone, there was no need for excessive formality. Li Qiolsu smiled and answered her with the special form of address only they shared. The intimate note beneath the formal words stirred her at once. Blushing, she confessed that she had missed him deeply. She embraced him and admitted that no matter how long they were apart, his image never left her mind. Li Qiolsu gently answered that regardless of what others said, he would always remain loyal to his majesty. He added that, as promised, he had brought back the glory of victory from the Dragon Phoenix Society for her. Moved, Yuanhua leaned against him and said she had seen his performance herself. She praised his steady martial training, then teasingly remarked that even that embarrassing part of him had recovered as before. The remark struck straight at his pride. Li Qiolsu flushed, recalling the humiliating scene and inwardly blaming himself for letting her see him like that. Yuanhua noticed at once, took his hand, and told him that he had never once seemed ugly to her. To her, she said, he was the only family she had left. Her words moved him deeply. He answered that the emperor was also his only family, both in the modern world and in this martial world, and he thanked her for that kindness. Then Yuanhua turned serious and said there was something she wanted to ask. Li Qiolsu listened closely. She brought up the Eastern hero Yu Jinhui and said that she suspected Yu Jinhui was actually a woman. She added that this world was already changing from the life they once knew. Then she revealed the truth: she too was a returnee. Li Qiolsu was not surprised. He had long suspected that the emperor was like him. She was far too sharp not to notice such things. In his previous life, one sword wandering had never existed, and that alone had been enough to make him wary. Since she controlled the state, he reasoned that she must already have gathered enough evidence to confirm Yu Jinhui's identity. He told Yuanhua that her deduction was correct. He explained that because of private pain she could not reveal, his senior sister had hidden her true gender for a long time. Yuanhua nodded as if she had expected no less. Then she said with firm conviction that someone as fearsome as Yu Jinhui had remained human largely because of Li Qiolsu's influence. As the person closest to him, she declared that she would never grow careless or fall behind. After thanking him for clearing up her doubts, she listened as he urged her not to worry too much about Yu Jinhui. Then they embraced again. Held in his arms, Yuanhua felt a peace she found nowhere else. She rested her head against his chest and thought that to her he was everything, her one source of strength. Her grip tightened on his lapel as her thoughts turned possessive. She told herself that ordinary romance was too weak a word for what she felt, and she swore inwardly that she would never give him to anyone else. Possible rivals rose in her mind one by one. Jake Sawal, she dismissed as an old woman past 60. Yung Xiao Lan was already around 50. Jinghe Shuheron Y Zorian, and even Yu Jinhui did not truly concern her. Only one woman dead, the blue-haired beauty, the greatest beauty in the world and the one who spent the most time by his side. To Yuanhua, that woman was a real threat. Seeing her lost in thought, Li Qiusu finally said that he still had one question to ask. Yuanhua told him to continue. He explained what he had discovered at the Kington gathering hosted by young Master Moyang. He said that the blood sect had used the banquet to distribute a corrupting drug. As proof, he produced a small purple vial, clear evidence of their scheme. He still found it hard to believe they had dared commit such a crime right under Xiaolan's nose. Even in his previous life, he had never imagined matters reaching that point. Yuanha's face darkened. She admitted that in their former life, no one had truly possessed the power to stop the blood demons. Old memories rushed back. She recounted that after the Emperor's death in that life, she had spent decades preparing to abdicate. For a brief time, the realm had seemed peaceful, but she now realized that peace had only existed because he had gathered rare herbs while alive, delaying the blood demon's recovery. In her mind, she saw battlefields drenched in blood and covered in corpses. She said bitterly that by the time she had understood the truth, it had already been too late. Clutching her robe, she finally understood why they had collapsed so quickly in that former life. They had not first been broken from outside, they had been hollowed out from within. With cold resolve, Yuanhua declared that if this tragedy was to be avoided, she would have to mobilize the full power of the imperial family at once. Li Qiusu took her hand and answered just as firmly. He pledged his loyalty and said that if she ever needed his strength within the palace, she had only to command him. His words moved her more than she expected. She had not imagined he would support her so completely, and for a moment all she wanted was to lean on him and hide in his arms. But she quickly regained the bearing of a sovereign. Looking him in the eye, she said that internal affairs and the stability of the realm were burdens she herself had to carry, and that he need not worry because she could handle them properly. Li Qiusu bowed his head and accepted her decision. Once state matters were settled, Yuanhua smiled and changed the subject. Since he had returned victorious from the Dragon Phoenix Society and offered that triumph to her, she said she naturally had to reward him. Li Qiusu was surprised. He had thought the 10,000-year fire lyre was reward enough. Curious, he asked what she intended to grant him. Without answering directly, Yuanhua produced a small brocade box. Li Qiusu opened it and froze. Inside lay a finely crafted gold ring set with a large diamond that glittered brilliantly. Yuanhua explained that she had commissioned it herself, because she wanted something that would remind her of him whenever she saw it. She had intended that each of them would keep one as a token. Li Qiusu immediately understood that this was no ordinary gift. Stunned, he said it was far too lavish. Even so, he could not reject something made with such sincerity. He accepted it respectfully, thanked her for the immense gift, and promised to treasure it like something priceless. Yuanhua smiled softly and said that she would soon finish settling court affairs. She asked him to wait a little longer and promised that, when the time came, she would support him wholeheartedly. In answer, Li Qiusu gently stroked her head. The quiet gesture carried gratitude and trust more clearly than words. Yuanhua looked up at him with affection, her heart full. In that moment, it felt as though their hearts beat together. Li Qiusu looked into her eyes, and vowed that even if their bodies had to remain apart for a time, their hearts would never turn away from each other. Hearing this, Yuanhua smiled and played with the ring in her hand. She then said that whenever he looked at it, he should remember her. His gaze grew distant as old memories returned. The past unfolded before him. Peaceful days beside Yuanhua. Back then, she had still been a spoiled child who clung to his hand while walking through the palace, unwilling to stray even half a step. He had drawn her gently into his arms and promised that he would always stay by her side and remember every moment. Their bond, built over decades, had never been merely one of ruler and subject. It was something much deeper, though difficult to name. She had smiled then with star-bright eyes and told him to wait for her, until she reclaimed the throne in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. After leaving, Li Qiusu carefully put away the ring Wenhua had given him. He resolved to guard it closely, because it was an irreplaceable keepsake tied to the person he cherished most. But while he was still lost in thought, a shrill voice suddenly cut through the quiet. Startled, he turned and saw Yang Niang making a scene in the courtyard. She was pointing angrily at Dang Tianji and scolding him for daring to call her sister. She insisted that what she did was none of his business and demanded to know how he dared try to stop her. Someone wondered why Senior Dang was working as a waiter for the Gongdong faction, but Yu Jinhui seemed to care only that Li Qiusu had just met the princess. Later, when the same question came up again, Yu Jinhui casually made up an excuse and said that the lady had taken a liking to him earlier, so she wanted to remain near Li Qiusu. Watching the troublesome little junior sister act up again, Dang Tianji could only groan and tell her to restrain herself. His advice had almost no effect. In the end, half annoyed and half amused, he tossed her a manual and waved her away. Dang Tianji stared at the book in his hands, and his eyes lit up at once. He had realized that it was the precious gift his master had just given him, a compilation of medical and poison arts he had long wanted. Delighted, he gave a sly wink and thought that he now had one more useful tool for tormenting anyone foolish enough to irritate him. Right after that, Yang seized the moment and threw herself around Qiusu, declaring that from now on she would follow and protect this big brother alone. Kiyosu was so startled that he nearly shouted. Her overwhelming enthusiasm left him no time to react, turning the scene into pure chaos. Watching his own family member get snatched away in front of him, Dang Tianji could only cry out in despair, looking as though he wanted to drag her back and discipline her on the spot. Chiyosu broke into a cold sweat and privately thought that, if this kept up, the girl might one day poison him with her medical skills. Dang Tianji soon recovered his seriousness and formally introduced himself as the head of the poison sect, a notorious figure in the martial world known as the Soul Toxin. At once the oppressive aura of a true senior spread from him. In a hoarse voice filled with killing intent, he warned Chiyosu that if his sister shed even a single tear, he would make him understand what earthly hell meant. Faced with such a grim threat, Chiyosu could only tremble and hurriedly agree, doing his best not to collapse under the pressure. Once that private matter was settled, Dang Tianji turned to business. His expression darkened as he relayed an important order from above. He explained that, after Chiyosu's performance at the Grand Assembly, the Martial Alliance leader had taken a strong interest in him and ordered him to report at once to the Dingfeng County branch for instructions. Kiyosu was stunned. He had not expected to catch the attention of such a figure so quickly. The man in question was Sword Emperor Lam Dongli, the current leader of the Martial Alliance, a legend who had risen from nothing with a single blade and reached the transformation realm, his aura alone strong enough to shake the heavens. As Chiyosu approached the grand headquarters of the Martial Alliance, he felt both honored and uneasy. He knew that crossing its threshold would push his journey into a new chapter. At the entrance to the main hall, the mood suddenly turned solemn. The escort announced that the Alliance leader wished to speak privately with young hero Li and asked the others to wait in the reception room. Seeing this, Jinhoi's group urged their junior to be careful. Though it was a great honor, everyone knew that facing the head of the orthodox martial world was no small burden. Chiyosu calmly nodded and followed the guards inside. His expression never wavered, revealing the composure of someone who had endured many storms. The moment he stepped into the towering hall, a booming laugh rang down from above. The voice announced that this must be the strange dragon, Li Xiaosu, champion of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The sheer force of that voice made the entire room tremble. Before him stood Sword Emperor Lam Dongli. With a huge frame, heavy sideburns, and dark glasses, he radiated the crushing presence of a master at the transformation realm. He greeted Chiyosu warmly, clearly pleased to see him again. Chiyosu showed proper respect at once. He bowed with martial etiquette and said that meeting the Sword Emperor was a great honor for a junior like him. Though humble, he still carried himself with dignity. Lam Dongli waved him over to the tea table, and the two began a private conversation in which rank was, for a moment, set aside. While pouring tea, the Alliance leader admitted his surprise. He said that he had never expected such a young man to defeat a fierce opponent like Sword Dragon and claim glory at the Dragon Phoenix branch. Laughing in delight, he added that a late rising talent from an overlooked sect overturning expectations like this had surely stirred all 9 provinces. Then he addressed him again by that same title, Strange Dragon, with clear amusement. Chiyosu took a sip of tea, though a trace of puzzlement appeared on his face. He asked Elder Lam who had given him such an odd title, since the name did not please him. Lam Dongli proudly pointed at himself and laughed, claiming full credit. He argued that no other name better suited Kiyosu's eccentric and uncanny fighting style, but Kiyosu remained unconvinced. Looking him straight in the eye, he stated that Sword Dragon would be more fitting. He wanted a title tied to the weapon he trusted most. With calm conviction, he made clear that regardless of what others called him, he had always been a true swordsman at heart, someone who used the sword to decide fate and protect what mattered. Lam Dongli fell silent for a moment. Behind the dark glasses, his gaze sharpened as he reassessed the young man who dared oppose his judgment so directly. Then he burst out laughing again and generously admitted that the young hero spoke with reason. He said that if the champion wanted to change his epithet, he would not refuse. Chiyosu allowed himself a faint smile, relieved that the elder had taken no offense. Still, he knew such agreement would not come without a price. As expected, Lam Dongli's expression hardened. He laid down one condition. If Chiyosu wanted the title Sword Dragon, he would have to withstand a full power strike from him. If he succeeded, the name would officially be his. Without hesitation, Chiyosu rose, clasped his hands, and bowed. He formally accepted the challenge, not only for the sake of the title, but to prove his strength before the mightiest of men. Lam Dongli laughed and told him not to be too tense. Then he brought out a small wooden box and said that before they began, he would first grant him a reward. When the lid opened, a black elixir shone inside with a strange radiance. Chiyosu recognized it instantly as the Great Pill, a rare miraculous medicine said to increase inner power and heal severe wounds. Knowing how valuable it was, he thought that he did not need it now, but keeping it for a life or death crisis would be wise. After presenting the reward, the Alliance leader rose to his feet, his aura swelling sharply. He announced that the first prize had been given, and now it was time for the second. The two moved behind the tower to an ancient, solemn arena. It had not been used in ages and seemed built to witness historic moments. Carrying his enormous blade, Lam Dongli led the way and remarked that only a few people were ever granted the honor of using this place, a subtle sign of the respect he held for Kyeolsu. Soon the two faced each other in the windswept arena. Everything fell silent except for the wind moving through the mountain crevices. Lam Dongli then repeated the promise. He said that if Kyeolsu could block one strike from him, he would personally change his title from Strange Hero to Sword Dragon. The pressure in the air thickened immediately. Kyeolsu did not flinch. He lowered his stance and fixed his eyes sharply on his opponent, steadying himself for the fiercest blow he had ever faced. Lam Dongli curled his lips into a grin and warned that he would lower his inner power to Kyeolsu's level, so he should not complain if the strike still proved overwhelming. Excitement flashed behind his shades. With a roar he swung his blade in a great arc that tore through the air. The attack descended with immense force, and the arena trembled under the pressure. The contrast between them was stark. On one side stood a towering giant, and on the other a young man facing death with iron resolve. Kyeolsu was astonished by the subtlety of the elder's blade art. It was so deceptive that he could not tell which motions were feints and which carried the true killing force. One misstep would cost him his life. Even so, his gaze only deepened. He told himself that his own conviction ran just as deep. In that life and death instant, he summoned everything he had, searching for the single opening within that perfect strike. The scream of splitting wind filled the arena. Blade light swallowed Kyeolsu's smaller figure and created a breathtaking scene. He tightened his grip and concentrated all his inner power into one point. He did not retreat. Instead, he poured every ounce of strength into resisting the crushing pressure from above. The collision came with a violent explosion of energy. Sword and blade met in a burst of sparks. The ground cracked beneath them, and bolts of inner power shot in all directions, throwing the arena into chaos. Dust and smoke spread wide, and the shockwave reached even the distant mountains, leaving deep fissures across the stone floor. When the dust finally settled, the two figures emerged. Lam Dongli stood motionless, his face showing both surprise and admiration. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Kyeolsu was still standing. His clothes were torn, blood stained the corner of his mouth, and the sword in his hands trembled from the impact. Yet his eyes still burned with pride. Though badly injured, he had endured the impossible and proven that the title he sought was not an empty wish. Lam Dongli slowly sheathed his blade and spoke with open awe. He revealed that even the former sword dragon Yu had failed to withstand that strike, yet this young eunuch had managed to block it. In his eyes, that was truly formidable power. Kyeolsu exhaled, wiped the blood from his lips, and thought that a title like Sword Dragon could only be earned through a life and death trial. Lam Dongli's hearty laughter broke the tension at once. The Alliance leader formally congratulated young hero Lee on becoming the new Sword Dragon, then joked that Jade Dragon had not been a bad name either. Kyeolsu saluted and sincerely thanked him for both the recognition and the costly lesson. Mutual respect had now formed between the elder master and the young swordsman. Lam Dongli added with a chuckle that he could grant the title officially, but whether Jung would truly use it was another matter. Kyeolsu could only stare at the sly old man in disbelief. Then Lam Dongli's face turned serious. He handed over a secret letter and said that there was intelligence Kyeolsu should see. Kyeolsu read it carefully, and his expression quickly hardened. The demonic cult had sent a war letter. They demanded the return of Gongdong's lost supreme art and challenged the righteous sects to meet at Heavenly Mountain, where the younger generation would compete. A great conflict between the righteous and demonic paths was beginning, and for the new Sword Dragon, it marked the start of a dangerous new chapter. Holding the letter, Kyeolsu felt no fear. Instead, a strange excitement rose in him. At once, he thought of Bai Tianhua, the blonde beauty of the demonic cult with cold eyes and violet pupils. He realized that the time to meet Bai Tianhua again had come. As he and Lam Dongli discussed the matter, Kyeolsu reflected that the loss of Gongdong's manual was no surprise. The Great Demon War 50 years earlier had begun with the destruction of Gongdong itself. Memories of his previous life resurfaced. He remembered Yu Jinhui facing the heavenly demon, pouring out all her strength to reclaim the Gongdong manual and becoming a legend in the process. Now Kyeolsu understood the cult's intention. They were using the manual as bait. Lam Dongli explained that not only Gongdong, but also the Martial Alliance and the Left Dao Alliance, had been invited to Mount Tian. At present, 3 Suan realm powers dominated the martial world: Heavenly Demon Bai Wuliang, Left Dao King Jiok Sol, and Holy Monk Wonjuk. Bai Wuliang was a genius who had reached the peak young, yet remained lonely there. The only thing he desired was a worthy foe. That thought drew out another memory. In his past life, Yu Jinhui had charged alone into the cult's stronghold, cutting through countless enemies before facing the heavenly demon in a secret duel. Though defeated, she had preserved the dignity of a true swordsman. In the end, the heavenly demon had returned the Gongdong manual out of respect. Back in the present, Lam Dongli told Li Kyeolsu not to worry too much, since the situation had changed, but Li Kyeolsu declared firmly that he and his senior sister would represent Gongdong at Mount Tian and settle this grudge. Seeing that resolve, Lam Dongli smiled and promised full support and reinforcements. The scene shifted to the misty mountains of the Left Dao Alliance. In Jiaxawal's Grand Hall, a subordinate knelt and reported the news. The usually playful Snake Maiden spoke with rare respect. Jiexawal, seated high on her throne, smiled with open amusement the moment Li Keelsu's name was mentioned. A new scheme was already forming. Hyangmi bowed before Jiexawal, the famed beauty and leader of the Left Dao Alliance. Her beauty was as overwhelming as legend claimed, and she ruled with both authority and seduction. Jiexawal handed her the demonic cult's letter and explained that the heavenly demon martial trial would decide the top young talent of both the righteous and dark factions. It was clearly a trap, but also a grand stage. She then ordered Hyangmi, the left sex top dragon, to go to Mount Tian, investigate the demonic cult, and gather information on Sword Dragon Li Keelsu. At the mention of his name, Hyangmi froze. Her eyes wavered, her heart skipped, and a faint blush rose to her face. Memories of Li Keelsu and Gansu returned at once. Since their parting, longing had lingered in her heart, though she had never admitted it. She cursed the feeling inwardly. Thinking of him irritated her, yet desire burned beneath that irritation. Clutching the letter, flushed with excitement and embarrassment, she realized this mission was also her chance to see him again. Jiaxawal watched her reaction and asked whether she would go. After a moment of flustered silence, Hyangmi said that she must go. She wanted to meet him and finally understand the feelings that had tormented her. For an instant she even imagined throwing herself into his arms. Then she regained her composure, bowed and declared her obedience. Jiaxawal nodded in satisfaction. Beneath the slit of her gray robe, one slender leg showed as she considered whether she herself should disguise her identity and join the fun. A mischievous gleam flashed in her eyes. Without Jin Hui or Yun Xiaolan nearby, she believed Mount Tian might offer her the perfect chance to reclaim Li Keelsu's attention. The scene shifted again to an ancient shrine, where steam rose quietly from a cup of tea. There, Li Keelsu sat across from Master Wonjuk. Wonjuk asked what he planned to do about Mount Tian. Li Keelsu answered that he had not fully decided. Wonjuk smiled faintly and said that if this heavenly demon resembled the one from their former life, he would likely accept terms if Keongho's safety could be secured. The young monk clearly understood the enemy well. Li Keelsu remained calm and said that whether the heavenly demon agreed or not mattered little. Sooner or later, he would have to face that fate. Wonjuk silently admired his resolve. Then Wonjuk produced an old manual and handed it over. Li Keelsu was surprised at once. The book was no ordinary gift. It was the Dharma Wheel Saint King's art, a profound technique Wonjuk had created himself. Even from a quick glance, Li Keelsu could tell it was extraordinary. Wonjuk explained that this was his life's work, made specifically to counter the blood demon and his followers. It was a priceless safeguard for the road ahead. Holding the manual, Li Keelsu realized he had just been given a natural enemy of the blood cult. Wonjuk then set down his tea and began recounting the heavenly demon war 50 years earlier, the tragedy that had begun with Gongdong's destruction. His eyes turned grave as he revealed the hidden truth. The true mastermind behind that catastrophe, he said, had not been the demonic cult at all, but another force darker and far more mysterious. Li Keelsu froze in shock. If the demonic cult had not caused the heavenly demon war, then who had controlled events from the shadows? Wonjuk revealed that the former heavenly demon, whom he had once slain, had only been a puppet of the blood cult, secretly using blood arts that turned people into fiends and stained everything in crimson. Li Keelsu reacted in disbelief and asked whether that meant the blood cult had truly been behind the war. Wonjuk confirmed it and explained that the demonic cult had only served as a cover for their scheme. That raised another fear. Li Keelsu wondered whether the current heavenly demon, Bai Wuliang, might also be tied to the blood cult. Wonjuk gently denied it. In truth, Bai Wuliang had driven the blood cult's remnants out of the demonic cult. Though he had started as a low-ranking demon, he had risen by sheer strength and personally killed the former heavenly demon. Li Keelsu quickly understood why the blood cult had tried to seize the righteous sects through the debating assembly. They had lost control of the demonic cult and were searching for a new foothold. Wonjuk then gave him a small jade pendant that carried a pure spiritual aura. He carefully instructed him to crush it if danger came, and added that the Heaven-Earth Society would secretly watch over him wherever he went. That quiet promise gave Li Keelsu real strength. Clenching the jade, Li Keelsu said that he understood and accepted the support with full trust. Wonjuk folded his hands and warned him to be careful. Even if Bai Wuliang had expelled the blood cult, Mount Tian was still a tiger's den. Beneath the full moon, the small monk stood alone on the peak, and his warning lingered like an omen of bloodshed ahead. Later, beneath a clear sky, Li Keelsu finally returned to Gongdong Mountain. An eagle circled overhead as he stood before the steps and murmured that he had come home at last. With his companions beside him, he began the climb. Yang cheerfully announced that this was Gongdong Mountain, where the brothers and seniors trained, and urged everyone to keep moving. At the main gate, Li Keelsu found Jianyang waiting. He bowed and formally reported that his disciple had returned. Jianyang smiled warmly, welcomed him back, and proudly said he had heard about his first-place finish and the honor he had brought to the sect. He praised his hard work, then told the others to rest from the long journey. When he noticed Yang still clinging nearby, he said she could stay too. She turned shy and protested that she was still too young to deserve the title of senior. Later, master and disciple sat together over tea. Jianyang said he had gathered plenty of news from the Dragon Phoenix gathering, and teasingly mentioned hearing that Lee Hyolsu had fought the final match half undressed. Lee Hyolsu awkwardly explained that it had been an accident and apologized for causing worry. Jianyang only laughed and said that torn clothes meant little compared to winning first place and saving his senior sister. Then his tone changed. He said there was a far more serious matter. After hearing that Yu Jinhoi's true gender had been exposed, he had realized that forcing a child to live as a boy had been a mistake. Lee Hyolsu fell silent. In his previous life, Yu Jinhui had lived as a man until death, always seeming to him like a lifeless doll. He then took out a dark blue manual and solemnly handed it to Jianyang, explaining that Yu Jinhui had created it herself. Jianyang was stunned. Lee Hyolsu added that no matter what the world said, she was still the chief disciple Jianyang had raised, and that they should wait and speak with her properly. Those words moved Jianyang deeply. He felt that this disciple had grown far beyond what he once knew. Next, Lee Hyolsu offered him a wooden box containing the great pill and asked him to accept the monk's gift. Jianyang was startled by something so precious, but Lee Hyolsu reassured him that he had already received another pill as a reward and that the others had used spirit pills as well. Jianyang could only accept it with heartfelt gratitude. Just then, the door burst open and an urgent voice announced there was news for the sect leader. Both turned in surprise. Lee Hyolsu recognized the familiar voice at once. A scruffy old man vaulted into the room, still chewing as he proudly declared that he had climbed all the way up the mountain to deliver the message. When Jianyang asked why he had come in such haste, the messenger quickly explained. The heavenly demon had accepted the sword dragon hero's proposal. He added that the heavenly demon had guaranteed the absolute safety of the juniors from both the righteous and demonic sides when they traveled to Mount Tian. Lee Hyolsu was stunned. The messenger went on, saying that the demonic alliance had accepted as well. Black Serpent Lord Wizorian and Hai Fengyan Xiaoan, the second disciple of the masked shadow troop, were already on their way to Gamzak. At the mention of Hai Fengyan Xiaoan, Lee Hyolsu paused. The name felt oddly familiar, and with it came a rising unease. Then the memory struck, bringing a headache with it. Jianyang noticed and asked what was wrong, but Lee Hyolsu quickly said it was nothing. Jianyang then explained that traveling alongside the demonic faction would normally be impossible, but this was an exception, so he should go meet them at headquarters. The next day in a green forest, Lee Hyolsu warmed up among the trees. He reflected that much had changed since Hong Kao left. His master had used the great pill to break through to the pinnacle realm, while his own thoughts remained fixed on the two names he would soon meet, Wei Zhu Ryan and Yan Xiaoan. Then the truth returned fully. Hai Fengyan Xiaoan, the so-called second disciple of the masked shadow troop, was actually Jake Saul in disguise. Realizing it made his head throb even more. Soft steps rustled across the dry leaves. Two graceful figures approached. One remarked that his skill was as sharp as ever. Lee Hyolsu turned and recognized them immediately. He greeted Wei Zhu Ryan politely, saying that it had been a long time. She blushed at once and scolded him for forgetting his promise to call her elder sister properly. Her embarrassment was plain, and she could barely get the words out. Yan Xiaoan teased her and asked why she was acting so flustered. Wei Zhu Ryan quickly denied it. Yan Xiaoan then pressed further and asked whether that meant she was free to call Hero Lee her senior brother instead. Even Lee Hyolsu was left flustered by that. He folded his arms and thought sorely that such behavior hardly suited women of their age. Still, Wei Zhu Ryan eventually gave in, mumbled the proper address, and asked whether he was satisfied now. Lee Hyolsu smiled and casually ruffled her hair, remarking that she would have saved herself trouble if she had said it from the start. That simple gesture turned her face bright red, and she stammered for him to stop. He then looked to the other woman and asked whether she truly was Hai Fengyan Xiaoan. Her eyes brightened at once. She confirmed it cheerfully, then stepped close without hesitation and boldly declared that she had secretly loved Hero Lee since the contest between righteousness and evil. The confession left Lee Hyolsu utterly speechless. He could only stare at her in shock. Yan Seowal says that she has secretly loved Hero Lee ever since the righteous and evil contest. The confession hits Lee Hyolsu so suddenly that he can only react in stunned confusion. Seeing his flustered face, Seowal smiles in delight and inwardly rejoices, convinced that dressing like a youthful beauty was the right choice and that the rumors about men liking younger women may not have been wrong. Without giving him time to recover, she suddenly throws herself into his arms. She says that she will definitely become Lee Hero's woman, then lifts her moist eyes and asks whether he will accept her sincere feelings. Rian, standing nearby, is left nearly frozen. She stares wide-eyed, unable to understand how Seowal can act so boldly without the slightest hesitation. To Rian, Seowal truly looks like a woman in love, and she cannot help wondering whether this is what true femininity looks like. After a moment of silence, Lee Hyolsu hurriedly pushes Seowal away. Embarrassed, he awkwardly thanks her, but Seowal keeps pressing forward. Using her charm without restraint, she insists that every word is genuine. She says that his sword technique is so powerful and domineering that people call it the double-blade lust sword, and that she was completely captivated by it. Lee Hyolsu can only stand there in disbelief, inwardly groaning at her flowery way of speaking and wondering why she still acts like this at her age. To break the strange mood, he quickly says that he will lead the way and tells them to follow. Later, Chunha enters with a tea tray. Inside the room, Lee Kail-su, Yeon Seo-wol, and Waisari Yeon sit together properly. Waisari looks around and remarks that this must be a guest hall, marveling at how completely the place has changed. At that, Chung-ha suddenly slams the tea bowl onto the table and says that the gongdong in their memories is not the gongdong of today. The unusual sight leaves Lee Cheol-su slightly bewildered, and he even thinks in surprise that Chung-ha has taken his side for once. He then gently explains that although he will hear the detailed instructions from Master soon, the departure date and the members for the trip to the Sword Demon sect have already been decided. He says that they will first rest for a week at Gongdon Mountain, then depart after that. Before he can continue, Yeon Seo-wol's eyes shine with joy. She exclaims that this means she can remain beside her beloved Lee hero for an entire week, and says that the thought makes her thrilled. Waisari immediately stares at her in disbelief and protests that she only met him today. Seo-wol acts as though that means nothing and asks what could possibly be wrong with it. Seeing things growing awkward again, Lee Kyul-soo clears his throat and tells Miss Ryan that the two of them only met for the first time today, so he would appreciate it if she restrained herself from saying such things. Seo-wol pouts at once. She argues that there is nothing wrong with the first meeting, says that she has admired him ever since the righteous versus evil battle, and adds that after meeting him today, she pledged herself through a single sword. Waisari watches the exchange quietly, feeling embarrassed. Yet at the same time, she cannot help thinking that a woman who is that honest with her feelings looks incredibly beautiful. That thought makes her heart ache. Painful thoughts begin rising inside Waisari Yeon. Since childhood, she has lived as a man and eventually became the chief of the Black Dragon Gang. The first time her heart ever wavered was when she gained an elder brother for the first time in her life. Everything started then. For the last 2 years, even while knowing he would never come looking for her, she still kept wondering what it would feel like to be a younger sister. More than that, she found herself thinking more and more about becoming a woman. That is why Yeon Seo-wol strikes her like such a blow. Seo-wol is more feminine, prettier, and more alluring than she is. Waisari cannot stop herself from wondering what would happen if Jeolsu fell for Yeon Seo-wol. She knows he probably would not, yet the thought still stings. After a brief silence, Waisari hesitantly speaks. She tells Lee brother that what Miss Yeon is saying is not what matters right now, and urges him to continue explaining the trip to the Heavenly Demon. At once, Yeon Seo-wol frowns. A flash of displeasure appears in her eyes as she asks why Waisari is the one deciding what is important, even addressing her as sister in a pointed tone. Tension rises immediately, so Jeolsu quickly steps in and says that enough is enough. He reminds them that the important matter now is the information regarding the Heavenly Demon. Waisari lets out a cold snort and tells Miss Yeon to listen and put aside personal romantic matters for the moment. Just then, Ji-eun-young enters and thanks them for waiting. He says that he will now begin explaining the trip to the Heavenly Demon, but the moment he senses the room's atmosphere, he freezes. A chill runs down his spine, and he wonders what kind of mood he has just walked into. The scene then shifts to the bitter cold of Xinjiang, the harsh land ruled by the Heavenly Demon, a place once known as the Western region in ancient times. Deep footprints remain stamped into the white snow. Jeolsu and his senior brother represent the righteous sect, while Waisari Yeon and Yeon Seo-wol stand for the demonic side. Together, the group travels to take part in the Heavenly Demon Martial Tournament. At one point, Jeolsu thinks that Dang Young-myung's medical arts seem like quackery, but he also admits that since the elder's martial skill has reached the transformation realm, it may still help in an emergency. Then footsteps sound from the distance. Yu Jinchui instantly becomes alert and rushes forward to shield him. She warns her junior brother that someone is coming from that direction and that the approaching person is a master. A figure appears before them. He seems motionless, yet in the next instant he is suddenly right there. It is the Sword Demon. He coldly looks over the group and remarks that these must be the young members of the Righteous and Demonic Alliance. Jeolsu slightly frowns as he recognizes that overwhelming aura. This man is one of the 5 great demonic lieutenants who serve beneath the Heavenly Demon, one of the 5 demons themselves. The Sword Demon sneers and introduces himself. He says that he is the Sword Demon and that he has orders from the Lord to guide them to Mount Heaven. Yu Jinhui responds at once in a grave tone and gives her name. The Sword Demon lets out a cold laugh and mockingly says that she has a stronger aura than expected for someone from the righteous sect. He then looks at those beside her and identifies them as the Black Snake Dragon and the Whiskered Phoenix. Then his gaze suddenly locks onto Jeolsu. His expression changes at once and he points at him. He says that this must be the strange dragon Jeolsu, the one who won the Long Phoenix Gathering. Jeolsu immediately corrects him and says that he is the Sword Dragon, not the Strange Dragon. The Sword Demon laughs with scorn and says that news of Jeolsu's strangeness has already spread all the way to Xinjiang. He adds that even the lust demon of their sect has taken interest in the stories about him, then mockingly asks how someone like that could be called the Sword Dragon. At the mention of the lust demon, Jeolsu freezes for a moment. Confusion rises in him as he wonders why such a peerless master would be interested in him. Yu Jinhui then speaks again and sternly warns the Sword Demon that she will not tolerate any insult directed at her junior brother. The Sword Demon gives a faint laugh and says that he would gladly draw his sword at once, but that they cannot start fighting there. At that moment, the ground beneath the group begins to shake. Almost instantly, a tower appears as though it had always stood there. The Sword Demon softly welcomes them. The young members of the Righteous and Demonic Alliance are led inside the tower, where blazing flames stand in sharp contrast to the frozen snow outside. At the same time, the Sword Demon bows before the Heavenly Demon and proclaims his descent. His followers lower themselves in homage, declaring their submission to the divine cult and praising their leader again and again. In this way, the young Alliance members arrive at the Heavenly Demon Palace. Bai Wuliang coldly orders that they be admitted. As soon as he speaks, the doors open, and in the next moment, Jiaosu's group stands before him. The moment Bai Wuliang sees them, his gaze passes over each person one by one. It pauses on Jiaosu, and he identifies him as the Strange Dragon. Then it moves to Waisari Yan, and he recognizes her as the Black Snake Dragon. But when his eyes fall on the girl beside them, he immediately realizes that she is not truly Yan Seowol. That realization startles him. He inwardly questions why the Queen of Hell is here and cannot help wondering whether she has finally gone mad. At the same time, Sawol, hidden within Yan Seowol's form, senses that something is wrong and curls her lips slightly. Then Sawol speaks through her consciousness. She remarks that, as expected, the Heavenly Demon truly lives up to his title, and says that she would have been disappointed if he had failed to recognize her power. Bai Wuliang's eyes grow colder as he stares at Yan Seowol. Breathing heavily, he says that he had heard she was over 60 and that he did not summon an old woman pretending to be a young beauty. He mockingly asks whether she has grown senile. The moment her age is mentioned, Yan Seowol's expression turns fierce. She snaps back that he has no room to talk, saying that it is ridiculous for someone younger than her to babble about senility. She points out that he is already 45 and says that his prime is long gone. Then she adds that if he is so concerned about her, he should request a private audience with the Heavenly Demon. Contrary to expectation, Bai Wuliang calmly agrees. His gaze then shifts to Yu Jinhui. The instant she notices, she becomes alert. Bai Wuliang inwardly marvels and says that she has already reached the transformation realm, far beyond what he expected. Standing beside her, Li Kaolsu feels the crushing pressure filling the main hall, and sweat slips down his cheek. He realizes once again that the Heavenly Demon truly lives up to his name. In his past life, this same man had recognized Yu Jinhui as a worthy rival and become obsessed with her. Realizing how dangerous he is, Li Kaolsu quickly calls out to his senior sister. At that moment, Bai Wuliang releases a dense aura that engulfs the group. A huge surge of spiritual power rushes toward Yu Jinhui, and a shockwave erupts. The others hurriedly shield themselves. Yan Seowol immediately accuses the Heavenly Demon of breaking his promise to guarantee their safety. Bai Wuliang calmly replies that it was only a test and that he meant no harm, so she should step back. Then he looks toward Yu Jinhui again, intrigued. He thinks that her eyes carry the pride of a defiant genius, yet also a strange emptiness. That contradiction fascinates him, and with a smirk he tells her that the two of them are alike. Yu Jinhui shows no reaction and only thinks that this is yet another test. Bai Wuliang reflects on the Heavenly Demon's divine skill, a supreme demonic art that overturns heaven's order itself. At the same time, Yu Jinhui judges that even if he calls it a test, the killing intent within his true energy is real. Li Kaolsu asks with concern whether she truly plans to accept the Heavenly Demon's challenge. Yu Jinhui quietly makes up her mind. If she wants to protect her junior brother, then she must be able to stand alone even against someone like the Heavenly Demon. The moment Li Kaolsu sees her moving forward, he curses and rushes after her without hesitation. Furious, he thinks that everyone keeps treating his senior sister like something to be tested. His heart nearly screams in anger as he reaches out, grabs her hand, and tells her to stop. Yu Jinhui turns back in slight confusion and asks why. Li Kaolsu then tells Yu Jinhui that they should use a joint assault formation together. Yu Jinhui smiles and nods. Li Kaolsu smiles back, showing rare happiness, then tightens his grip on her hand and silently resolves to support his senior sister. A massive burst of spiritual power erupts and wraps around them both. The energy spreads and shatters Bai Wuliang's formation. Watching this, Bai Wuliang smiles faintly and remarks that, although it is temporary, the strange dragon has raised the formation by an entire level. He admits that he first thought Li Kaolsu was ordinary, but now sees that the young man possesses insight far beyond his realm. Then an explosion flashes through the hall with a deafening roar. When the smoke clears, the two are still standing without moving. Bai Wuliang coldly calls out that strange dragon Li Kaolsu is clearly no ordinary righteous rookie. Li Kaolsu answers without fear that he is indeed no mere rookie. He declares that he is the #1 new star of the righteous sect, Sword Dragon Li Kaolsu. That answer excites Bai Wuliang even more. Li Kaolsu quietly sighs, realizing that he has now seen the Heavenly Demon's divine sight for himself. Meanwhile, Bai Wuliang feels unsettled because he cannot read Li Kaolsu at all. The young man feels less like a rookie and more like a master strategist. At the same time, Yan Seowol grows furious and thinks that the Heavenly Demon is going too far. If he keeps this up, he will cross the line. Without warning, she rushes forward, slips into Li Kaolsu's arms, and clings to him while acting frightened. The group nearly freezes at the sight. Bai Wuliang angrily snaps that the Queen of Hell must have gone mad. Yon Seowol warns him to restrain his pressure and says that if he continues testing Lee Cheol-soo, she will treat it as a declaration of war against her. Bai Woo-young frowns and asks what that child means to her for her to defend him so personally. In response, she wraps her arm around Lee Cheol-soo even tighter and bashfully admits that Yon Seowol has fallen for Sword Dragon Lee Cheol-soo. Bai Woo-young's expression changes instantly in disgust. Yon Seowol then says that it is a long story and tells him not to ask further. After a pause, Bai Woo-young sighs helplessly and announces that the Heavenly Demon Tournament to choose the greatest new star will begin in 15 days. Until then, he tells them to remain in their quarters and explore the sect as they wish. He then tosses several jade amulets toward Lee Cheol-soo's group and tells them that if anyone dares block their way, they should show the black jade token he has given them. Soon after, the group leaves the hall. Lee Cheol-soo feels relieved that the meeting is finally over, while Yon Seowol giggles in satisfaction. Lee Cheol-soo coldly changes the subject and says that they are nearly back at the midday quarters. He adds that Miss Yeon and his little sister must both be tired from the long trip, so they should hurry and rest. Waisari blinks in surprise and asks whether he just called her his little sister. Lee Cheol-soo casually replies that of course he did, since no one else there fits the title. Yon Seowol immediately pouts and complains that Sir Lee never treats her like a little sister, calling that unfair. Lee Cheol-soo sharply pulls away and coldly tosses her aside. He says that he's returning to his room, then casually reaches toward Eugene Lee, smiles, and asks whether they should go, senior sister. Later, the two walk together beneath the moonlight. Eugene Lee laughs and says that the day had been a complete mess. She admits that they always seem to end up in the strangest situations. When they stop in front of the room, Eugene Lee suddenly stands still. Lee Cheol-soo politely says farewell for now, but instead she unexpectedly pushes him toward the opposite door. Lee Cheol-soo blushes and shyly calls to her. Yoo Jin-wee casually parts her robe and says that it has been a while, so perhaps they should spend some time strengthening their bond. Her face is faintly flushed as she steps closer. She says that she has not seen him in a long time and wants to socialize with him a little. Lee Cheol-soo freezes, his face turning red as he wonders what kind of socializing she means. Stammering, he asks for clarification. Yoo Jin-wee leans close to his ear to explain. But at that exact moment, a messenger suddenly bursts in and startles them both. He loudly calls out to the young hero and cuts through the awkward tension. Then he holds out a letter and says that the lust demon wishes to see him. Lee Cheol-soo takes the letter and wonders who would summon him at such an hour. After reading the letter, Lee Cheol-soo realizes it is a summons from the lust demon, one of the Ming sect's famous 5 demons. He cannot understand why someone of that rank would want to see him. Glancing at his senior sister, he feels a little disappointed that their private time has been interrupted. He turns to tell Yoo Jin-wee that he must leave for a while. She quietly agrees, but not before firmly instructing him to return early and not get involved in anything improper outside. Lee Cheol-soo smiles and tells her to trust him and wait for his return. Hearing that, she brightens, waves him off, and says that when he comes back, they must properly spend time together. Lee Cheol-soo walks away sweating, still unable to tell what kind of socializing she had in mind. His footsteps echo through the palace corridor. Ahead of him stands a magnificent hall under the full moon, beautiful yet unsettling. As he walks deeper inside, he recalls the rumors about the 5 demons, martial artists whose power stands just below the heavenly demon himself. The deeper he goes, the more the palace resembles a fortress of pleasure and corruption. Along the path stand statues of men and women in suggestive poses, and painted screens display obscene spring chamber scenes. Lee Cheol-soo's face stiffens with discomfort. He realizes that this is the pleasure palace of the Ming sect, a place infamous for its depravity, and every corner reeks of lust. A guide leads him to a blazing red door with a golden lion head handle, knocks, then opens it and invites him inside to meet the lust demon in the wine pond and flesh grove. The door opens onto a grotesquely extravagant sight, a hanging garden of meat and a pool of fine wine. Lee Cheol-soo inwardly remarks that this truly is the lavish madness of a depraved sect. Taking a breath, he steps forward to meet the master of the place. The quiet sound of water from the wine pool fills the night as he crosses a wooden bridge toward the center of the feast. There, on a stone platform beside a table overflowing with delicacies, a beauty waits for him. It is Na Yeon-bai. She watches him with a languid gaze, but the moment Lee Cheol-soo sees her, he feels something off. She is undeniably beautiful, yet he cannot fully think of her as a woman in the usual sense. The lust demon had originally been born male, once a prodigy of the pleasure palace and the brightest star of the sect. By the age of 30, after exhausting every pleasure available to a man, he had grown bored and chosen an even more extreme path. By combining a flawed manuscript of the Kneeling Flower Treasure Classic with the corrupt arts of the pleasure palace, he created the celestial sound transformation technique. After enduring a painful rebirth, he transformed himself into the stunning woman now seated before Lee Cheol-soo. That memory makes Lee Cheol-soo shudder inwardly. He can hardly believe someone would go so far as to castrate himself to cultivate such dark arts. To him, that can only belong to a true madman. He sits across from Na Yeon-bai and politely thanks her for inviting him. Resting her chin on one hand, she gazes at him with suggestive eyes and says that she feels honored to meet the famed sword dragon. Lee Cheol-soo forces a faint smile while silently judging her. He cannot help recalling his previous life when he had once come to her in desperation, hoping to recover his lost manhood. Back then, she had coldly told him that once it was gone, there was no way to restore it. Back in the present, Bai pours wine and introduces herself proudly as one of the Ming sect's 5 demons, the Lust Demon. She offers him a drink, but Lee Kailsu immediately refuses, saying that he cannot drink alcohol. When she asks why, he bluntly explains that it is harmful to his yang qi and to his masculine vitality. Bai can only smile awkwardly and admit that she had not considered that. She offers him tea instead, saying it may suit him better. Lee Kailsu accepts the cup and thanks her politely. As he smells the tea, aged over 30 years, he cannot help wondering whether it has been laced with aphrodisiacs the way Mother Go once did. Bai watches him with open expectation as he drinks. After tasting it, Lee Kailsu says that it is excellent. She beams and says that she brewed it herself, clearly pleased that he likes it. He then sets the cup down with a firm sound, his expression turning serious. He stops circling around the matter and directly asks why she wanted to see him. Bai looks at him flirtatiously and says that even from the far frontiers, she has heard endless rumors about the sword dragon stirring up the Central Plains. She says that people claim he has stolen the hearts of countless daughters from respectable families, that he spends every night with a different woman, and that he has charmed not only young ladies but even mature beauties such as the Sword Empress. Leaning closer with bright curiosity, she says that she wanted to see for herself what sort of marvelous womanizer he truly is. Hearing that, Lee Kailsu breaks into a cold sweat and inwardly curses the absurd rumors. He flatly denies everything and says that she should not believe such nonsense, because he has never slept with anyone. Then, holding his teacup, he calmly asks what she thinks of him now that they have met. Bai licks her lips and reacts as though utterly bewitched. Suddenly, she flips the banquet table with force, sending dishes and food crashing across the floor. Then she climbs onto the overturned table and presses herself close to him in a shameless pose. With flushed cheeks, she gently raises a hand to stop him from speaking and confesses that, in this moment, she wants to belong to him more than ever. Then she boldly invites him to perform a morning ritual with her right there in the middle of the flesh grove and wine pond. Lee Kailsu can only gape in complete shock. He can barely believe what he is hearing. Bai smiles with satisfaction, clearly serious. Then a dry snap cuts through the air. Lee Kailsu firmly knocks her hand aside and bluntly declares that he has no interest in any indecent play there. Bai is left dumbfounded, unable to believe she has been rejected so directly. She wonders what exactly she lacks, while Lee Kailsu inwardly thinks that the problem is obvious. To him, she is still, essentially, a man. Even with her hand still resting seductively on his shoulder, Lee Kailsu begins lecturing her. He says that what he wants is harmony between the soul and the body, not empty physical indulgence. Hearing such lofty words, Bai's eyes fill with genuine surprise. Then she suddenly clutches her chest and bursts into delighted laughter. Her laughter echoes through the hall beneath the glittering lights. Holding her forehead, she says that Dai Long is truly the most interesting person she has ever met. She repeats his words about harmony of soul and body to herself and seems deeply pleased by them. Then she bows slightly and admits that although his view is a little extreme, it is still perfectly reasonable. Still amused, she says that she never expected someone to enlighten her about desire itself. Lee Kailsu calmly asks whether that means he has passed her test. Bai nods approvingly, then unexpectedly proposes that they become sworn siblings. She extends her hand and invites him to swear an oath to share fortune and hardship together. Lee Kailsu hesitates because of the divide between righteous and unorthodox paths, but she casually dismisses that concern. Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Lee Kailsu realizes that she truly means it. He then sets a condition. He says that he will agree only if she teaches him the heavenly yin transformation technique. That art, which can change a man's body into a woman's, is exactly what he wants. Bai smiles and agrees at once, treating it as a gift to her new brother. Still curious, she asks why he would want such a heterodox technique. At that moment, the image of his senior sister flashes through Lee Kailsu's mind. He wants to use it to treat the cold key damaging her body. Still, he answers slyly that he simply wishes to understand women better. Then, the two raise their cups and swear their oath. With a crisp clink, a new alliance is formed. They vow to cherish one another as blood siblings and to share life and death together. Lee Kailsu drains his cup, officially becoming the Lust Demon's sworn brother. The moment he swallows, however, his face twists at the awful bitterness of the drink. Bai then mentions that in 8 days, the Grand Princess will host a grand banquet gathering stars from both the righteous and unorthodox factions. The moment Baek Chunhwa's name is mentioned, Lee Kailsu cannot hide his surprise. The scene then shifts into the quiet night outside the demon sect. In a dim hall, heavenly demon Bai Wuliang stands in silence, radiating authority. His thoughts drift to Yu Jinyui, whom he once believed to be a monster just like himself. Yet when he recalls both Lee Kailsu and Yu Jinyui together, he senses a strange contrast. He cannot understand how Lee Kailsu still possesses enough humanity to accept others and protect them. Because of that, he decides to keep watching, determined to find the answer to that curiosity. Then footsteps echo nearby. Bai Wuliang remarks that the visitor seems to be in an unusually good mood today. He turns with sharp eyes toward the newcomer. The one who appears is Helching Yan-swol. The heavenly demon asks the reason for her unexpected visit. She reports that the blood sect has begun moving in the shadows once more. At her words, memories of the brutal war in which the Ming sect was seized by the blood sect rise again, vivid and grim. As the leader of dark righteousness, Yan-swol cannot help mocking the heavenly demon's watchfulness. Bai Wuliang coldly states that he himself killed the traitors and severed all ties with the blood sect. Yan-swol remains unconvinced. She questions whether there are truly no spies left among the 5 demons. But Bai Wuliang dismisses such infiltrators as insignificant shrimp, too trivial to matter. Then he laughs arrogantly and says that, in truth, he almost hopes they rebel, because that would make his dull life more entertaining. Yan Xiaowol stared at Bai Wuliang in disbelief and thought that even among eccentric masters, the heavenly demon was abnormal. He mockingly implied that her dry life had finally met a spring breeze, then pressed her about Li Keolsu. He says that her protection of him earlier had been genuine and asks whether she had truly fallen for him. Xiaowol flushed red and rejects the idea at once, but Bai Wuliang steps closer and says that anyone could see she was in love. She is shaken that such words are coming from the heavenly demon himself. She tries to deny it, telling herself that maybe her old disguises had felt something but not her true self. Yet painful memories rise one after another. She remembers being abandoned by her mother, then remembers her master trying to violate his own disciple. In her mind, every tragedy seems tied to her beauty. She thinks that trusting or loving anyone has always brought pain. She tells herself that protecting Li Keolsu had only been her duty toward a member of the Celestial Association. Bai Wuliang sees through the excuse and says that she is still refusing to face her own heart. He recalls that he himself has lived almost without emotion since childhood. Neither women nor children ever interested him. Only powerful masters who could stir his blood ever mattered to him. Then he tells her to stop hiding behind petty excuses. She can only cry out in confusion. His true ki surges out and crushes down on her like a storm. She shouts that she has no evil intentions toward Li Keolsu, but Bai Wuliang coldly says that even if her words are not false, her face and heartbeat are exposing her. In her mind appears the image of herself following the man she loves. Bai Wuliang finds it absurd that someone of her level could lose reason over a much weaker man and forces her to face that truth. Trembling, she remembers Wanjuk once telling her to be honest with herself. Through tears, she cries that honesty only leads to her being hurt and asks what is wrong with hiding behind a mask. Bai Wuliang says that a martial elder with 60 years of life is now behaving like a child under 20. His words silence her. Then more memories surface. She remembers that Li Keolsu was the only person who ever treated her like a real human being. She remembers his warm presence, his remark that she was like a peony without fragrance, the shame she felt while hiding behind false identities, and the way she silently followed him while wanting his attention. Even her provocations had only been desperate attempts to make him notice her. In the end, she realizes that he was the first to see her not as treasure or monster, but as a person. At last, she closes her eyes and lets those buried feelings overflow. She admits to herself that fate bound them from the very first glance. Then she drops the disguise, reverts to her true self, and releases her aura. Through tears, she openly confesses that she loves Li Keolsu. Bai Wuliang raises a brow, then laughs in surprise. He had not expected such a blunt confession. She immediately asks what the point of this whole conversation was. He says that he will keep quiet about her obsession with Li Keolsu, but warns her to hide it well if she does not want him to notice. She scoffs and asks whether a man who knows nothing of love plans to lecture her. Bai Wuliang rises and says with cold pity that he almost feels sorry for both her and the man who may one day become her husband. To him, such emotions insult the martial path. She laughs and asks whether martial arts truly mean everything to him and whether he thinks that alone is a person's whole reason to live. That question leaves him silent. She turns and walks away, ending the argument. Bai Wuliang clicks his tongue and watches her leave. Later, sitting alone on his throne, he grows quiet. A lonely look appears on his face as old memories return. He remembers a little blonde girl offering him a flower wreath and looking up at him like a daughter begging for affection, only for him to walk past her without stopping. In the present, he begins to wonder whether the joy he has long chased in emptiness was really a form of affection after all. Meanwhile, Seol walks away annoyed at herself for being shaken by Bai Wuliang's words, but the argument has made her heart clear. She returns to her Yan Seol form with a confident smile. She is now fully accepted that Li Cheolsu is the one she wants. When she enters the room, Waisari Yan is sitting there alone among the paintings. Waisari looks surprised to see her. Seowol greets her and asks whether she had been waiting. After an evasive reply, Waisari produces a letter and says that the Heavenly Demon's banquet is approaching. She then asks Seowol for help. Her expression darkens as she admits that whenever she sees other women around Li Cheolsu, she feels inferior. She thinks of herself as rough, sweaty, and far less delicate than other women. Seeing that weakness at once, Seowol proposes that the two of them should appear especially feminine at the banquet. A sharp light flashes in Seowol's crimson eyes. Tempted by the idea, Waisari agrees immediately. Seowol is pleased. Now that she has admitted her love, her ambition has changed as well. She wants the place of principal wife beside Li Cheolsu. She says that managing concubines is the duty of a true wife. and declares that any woman who wishes to stand beside her future husband must first pass through her. Then she takes Waisari's hand and begins laying out their plan. With sweet words, she wins Waisari completely to her side. Blushing, Waisari agrees, and the handshake marks a new alliance between the two women. Later, under the hazy moonlight, Lee Chiolsu strolls back toward his quarters. The corridor is quiet and his footsteps echo softly. But as soon as he enters, he finds Yu Jingwei waiting with an unhappy face. She throws herself into his arms, but her sharp senses immediately pick up something strange. She says that she smells strong alcohol on him. Lee Kuolsu awkwardly explains that he only drank and talked with friends. Her expression hardens further when she also notices another woman's scent on his clothes. Lee Cheolsu breaks into a cold sweat. Then he explains that Na Yeonbai kept insisting on becoming sworn siblings with him, and says that he did everything he could to refuse, but failed. Yu Jinwei asks suspiciously whether he likes that woman more than her. Lee Cheolsu immediately denies it and says that of course his senior sister comes first. Satisfied by his answer, she softens again. Then she suddenly says that if he wants to wash away that woman's scent, the two of them should bathe together. She insists that comrades should do everything together to deepen their bond. Lee Kielsu is horrified and can only wonder whether his senior sister has any awareness at all of her own womanhood. At that exact moment, a terrifying murderous aura sweeps through the room. Both of them freeze, then rush outside. There, in the night sky, Bai Wuliang is hovering in the air, wrapped in a dazzling purple demonic aura. He descends slowly, every step carrying crushing authority. When he reaches the ground, he looks straight at Lee Cheolsu and says that he has a few questions for the Dragon Master, and that he will ask them right there in the middle of the night. Bai Wuliang descended beneath the night sky wrapped in a terrifying violet aura. Standing beside his sworn sister, Cheolsu immediately told him to suppress the pressure before asking why he had come so late at night. Jin Shui instantly moved protectively in front of Cheolsu while Cheolsu himself nearly panicked, shrinking into a nervous state covered in sweat. The moment Wuliang landed, he stated that he had something important to ask. Without hesitation, he revealed that he had heard Cheolsu taught Neonbai about the joy of the heart and filled the emptiness inside her. Cheolsu froze internally, wondering what nonsense Neonbai had told this terrifying patriarch. However, Wuliang did not seem angry. Instead, he looked sincerely curious. Earlier that night, Neonbai had been quietly reflecting on Cheolsu's words about the joy of the heart when a massive violet aura suddenly filled her room. Bai Wuliang appeared before her, and she immediately knelt in respect. He casually told her to rise. Maintaining her composure, she asked why someone of his status had personally come to such a humble place. Sitting opposite her, Wuliang explained that he had heard she understood the 7 emotions and 6 desires of mortals. He then directly asked whether she could teach him about love and feelings. Neonbai admitted that another person understood such things far better than she did. She revealed that the person was her sworn brother, Lee Cheolsu. Wuliang showed surprise after hearing she had sworn siblinghood with Cheolsu. Meanwhile, Neonbai proudly clasped her hands together as though she had achieved something remarkable. She confessed that despite experiencing every physical pleasure imaginable, she had only found emptiness afterward. Returning to the present, she explained that Cheolsu was the one who made her realize that truth. She stated that this was why she insisted on becoming his sworn sister and seeking the joy of the heart. She also admitted she intentionally directed Wuliang toward Cheolsu. Back in the room, Cheolsu poured tea and asked whether Wuliang truly came all this way at night just to learn about the joy of the heart. Resting his chin on one hand, Wuliang quietly asked what that concept really meant. Cheolsu explained that joy existed in many forms and that shallow pleasure held little value. He stated that it was better to live as a starving human than a satisfied pig, and better to be a suffering philosopher than a foolish man drowned in shallow happiness. He emphasized that physical pleasure alone was merely animal instinct. Pointing toward lovers driven only by desire, he explained that physical intimacy alone could never erase true emptiness because humans desired something deeper. Wuliang silently recalled the countless pleasures he had indulged in throughout his life. Even after all of them, he remembered feeling absolutely nothing. Cheolsu continued by saying that intimacy should only express genuine feelings rather than become the ultimate goal. He explained that true fulfillment came when 2 souls resonated together and affirmed their love. Wuliang froze briefly before seriously asking whether Cheolsu meant he actually needed to love his wives. Cheolsu firmly nodded. He then added that a man incapable of caring for his own wife and children could never hope to rule the world or reach the ultimate realm. That statement struck Wuliang deeply. Cheolsu silently observed him while remembering Bai Wuliang's tragic future from his previous life. Grand Princess Baek Chunhua had desperately sought her father's affection and pushed herself endlessly to become the junior cult leader, yet Wuliang still treated her with cold indifference. That despair eventually drove the demon sect into a devastating civil war. In the end, Chunhua died beneath her own father's blade. Afterward, the demon sect suffered enormous losses and was forced into isolation while the blood cult leader smugly enjoyed the collapse he had engineered. Remembering that tragedy, Cheolsu clenched his fists and resolved to prevent the future from repeating itself. No matter what, he intended to teach this cold heavenly demon the meaning of love. As Wuliang quietly pondered everything he heard, Cheolsu leaned closer and whispered that there was actually an easier method. Curious, Wuliang listened carefully. The more he heard, the more amused he became before bursting into hearty laughter, surprised that someone as shameless as Kaosu could suggest something so bold. Kaosu smugly encouraged him to try it. Woolyong declared that the idea sounded interesting before rising to leave. He stated they would meet again after the Heavenly Demon ceremony and added that he hoped their next meeting would remain entertaining. Later that night, beneath the moonlit training grounds, Baek Chunhwa relentlessly practiced her swordsmanship. Her blade tore through the darkness again and again, yet frustration filled her heart. No matter how hard she trained, she still felt painfully inferior compared to her father. The endless competition around her only worsened the pressure. For her siblings to the 5 demons, everyone sought to surpass her. She constantly questioned why she could not break through the wall standing before her. Despite inheriting supreme martial arts from both sides of her bloodline, she still felt trapped. What haunted her most was her father's cold, indifferent gaze. In her memories, Bai Wuliang emotionlessly asked whether that was truly the limit of her abilities. Even now, that pain remained buried deep inside her chest. Clutching her robe tightly, she wondered what she needed to do just to receive a single approving glance from him. She bitterly assumed that only prodigies like Yu Jinwei could satisfy her father. Suddenly, a figure silently appeared atop the roof. Bai Wuliang looked down at his daughter while silently criticizing how immature and directionless she still seemed. In his hand rested an incredibly precious martial manual. Kyosu's words echoed in his mind again, telling him to start by showing concern for the Grand Princess. Kyosu insisted that the talent Wuliang dismissed as ordinary would bloom if given praise and attention. Wuliang descended directly into the training ground. Startled by her father's sudden appearance, Chunhua hurriedly knelt in respect while trembling nervously. Wuliang calmly told her to stand before extending the scroll toward her. The manual contained the heaven-shattering demon banishing technique, one of the sect's greatest martial arts personally cultivated by him. He casually stated that he no longer needed it and told her to use it however she wished. Chunhua stood frozen in disbelief. Holding the manual with trembling hands, she struggled to understand why her father had suddenly shown interest in her. Tears streamed down her face as hope finally bloomed inside her heart. Wuliang quietly watched her reaction. Though his expression remained cold, the atmosphere between them softened slightly. Remembering Kaosu's advice that once Chunhua improved through his guidance, fatherly affection would naturally emerge. Looking at his daughter, he admitted that only her success could truly satisfy his heart. Turning away awkwardly, he muttered that this was not some great favor deserving gratitude. Before leaving, he reminded her to prepare properly for the Heavenly Demon banquet the following day. Receiving genuine acknowledgement from her father for the first time in her life, Chunhua broke down emotionally while thanking him through tears. After completing his awkward fatherly duty, Wuliang vanished back into the darkness. Earlier, Kaolsu mocks Wuliang, wondering how a legendary heavenly demon could fail to teach his own daughter properly. Meanwhile, Chunhua's face overflowed with happiness as the wall separating father and daughter finally began to crumble. He smiled for the first time as everything was unfolding exactly as Li Chaeolsu planned. Soon afterward, Kaolsu and senior sister Jin Hui stopped in front of a magnificent tavern. Curious about the Heavenly Demon Martial Gathering, Kaolsu explained that it resembled the Righteous Sect's Dragon Phoenix Tournament, a competition meant to discover the greatest talents of the demon realm. However, unlike righteous tournaments with organized brackets and strict rules, the Heavenly Demon Gathering forced participants to survive independently within the brutal demon realm filled with monsters and danger. Victory depended not only on martial strength but also survival instincts. Jin Hui confidently declared that she would personally protect Gyolsu once they entered the demon realm. Gyolsu simply smiled helplessly at her enthusiasm. The two approached the banquet grounds where a solemn tower glowed beneath countless lanterns. Kaolsu quietly wondered what kind of person the infamous young demon sect leader, the girl nicknamed the Devil, truly was. The festival atmosphere overflowed with energy as lanterns illuminated the ancient streets and demon sect warriors crowded every corner. The moment Kaolsu and Jin Hui stepped inside, they were swallowed by loud voices and oppressive hostility. Every gaze carried scrutiny and killing intent, making it painfully clear they had entered enemy territory. Nearby demon fighters glared at Chiolsu with naked hatred. Chiolsu thought that if he kept meeting the hostile gazes around him, someone would inevitably target him soon. Rather than feeling worried, he welcomed it. He believed provoking trouble here would give him the perfect excuse to crush someone publicly and raise his prestige within the righteous sect. Soon, he began fantasizing about becoming famous enough to be surrounded by countless admiring beauties. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by hurried footsteps and a woman calling his name intimately. Before he could react, Jiak Sewol rushed toward him and hugged him tightly beneath falling petals. The red-haired girl buried her face into his chest while happily saying she had missed him terribly since their last meeting. Kolsu panicked and tried pushing her away, embarrassed by such bold behavior in public. He desperately called for help while noticing the surrounding crowd staring and pointing at him. Internally, he wondered whether the girl had completely lost her mind. At that moment, another hand gently tugged the back of his robe. Rioni shyly called him Big Brother with flushed cheeks. Today, Rioni looked unusually pretty. Light makeup softened her appearance while a butterfly hairpin decorated her short black hair. Kyolsu stared in surprise, wondering why she suddenly cared so much about dressing up. The surrounding fighters quickly began whispering among themselves. Seeing Kailsu surrounded by 2 beautiful women of the demon sect, they called him the Strange Dragon and praised him as an incredible charmer. The men nearby looked both envious and impressed that someone from the righteous sect could so easily captivate women from the demon realm. Kyosu endured the humiliation while sweating heavily as increasingly absurd rumors spread around him. Some claimed he was a shameless womanizer who changed partners every night. In his tiny form, he felt completely helpless against the girls clinging to him. Internally, he screamed that he was a righteous sect prodigy, not the degenerate everyone imagined. Then, another seductive voice called out to him as elegant black heels approached. Neonbai appeared wearing a provocative purple dress with a high slit. Smiling teasingly, she asked whether Kyosu had already stolen both girls' hearts. Before he could react, she boldly wrapped an arm around his neck and proudly declared that this is why he was her sworn brother. Kyosu could only force out an awkward smile while his expression darkened. He helplessly addressed her as sister while failing to explain the bizarre misunderstanding. Neonbai gracefully walked away afterward, waving casually and promising they would meet again soon. The banquet immediately exploded with rumors claiming the strange dragon and the infamous lust demon had become sworn siblings. The crowd became even more impressed with Kailsu, believing that although he belonged to the righteous sect, his personality suited the demon world perfectly. Kailsu nearly exploded in anger. Internally, he prayed someone would finally challenge him instead of praising him with such ridiculous rumors. At that moment, the crowd suddenly parted as an overwhelming rose-colored presence approached. Big Chunhua herself had arrived. The entire banquet fell silent upon recognizing the young master of the demon sect. Fighters throughout the hall immediately knelt respectfully as Chunhua walked forward with cold authority. Far away, Jielsu quietly watched her approach while standing beside the girls. Stopping directly in front of him, Chunhua pointed at Jielsu with open disdain. She declared that she once held some expectations for a famous righteous sect star, only to discover he was nothing more than a fool consumed by lust. She mockingly questioned whether he had finally abandoned the hypocritical mask of the righteous sect. Gyolsu remained silent at first, but inwardly smiled with satisfaction. He realized this was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. Straightening proudly, he mocked Chunhua in return by saying her judgment did not live up to her reputation. Chunhua narrowed her eyes slightly and remarked that he seemed extremely confident. She then brought up the countless rumors surrounding his promiscuous behavior to provoke him further. Gyolsu calmly listened while an amusing idea flashed through his mind. Looking directly into her eyes, he declared that if she truly believed those rumors, he could not simply remain silent while she judged him freely. Inside, he celebrated. Everything was unfolding perfectly. The atmosphere between the two instantly became tense, as Kaolsu prepared to challenge her publicly and make a name for himself in the banquet hall. Suddenly, Jiaxol stepped between them protectively. The red-haired girl glared fiercely at Chunhua and angrily demanded to know who she thought she was for insulting her appa. Rioni also stepped forward and demanded that the Grand Princess stop harassing Kaolsu. The entire banquet became stunned by the scene. Kaolsu stood helplessly surrounded by the girls while Chunhua's forehead bulged with veins. She could hardly believe she had just been insulted so openly. Soul even stuck out her tongue teasingly while declaring that insulting Kyosu was the same as insulting her. She showed absolutely no fear toward the young master. Seeing the tension rise, Sowell gripped her sword hilt tightly and warned that she would personally teach Chunhua a lesson if she dared step forward. Enraged, Chunhua immediately drew her sword as blue lightning crackled around the blade. She intended to demonstrate the true authority of the sect. Sowell mocked her by claiming she possessed only arrogance without true strength. The two women glared at one another while murderous intent filled the air. Then a deep voice suddenly ordered them to stop. A solemn figure slowly appeared behind them. The moment everyone recognized the newcomer, the atmosphere froze completely. It was the heavenly demon himself. His mere presence caused the surrounding fighters to tremble in fear. Faces turned pale while the entire banquet immediately knelt and welcomed the supreme leader. Only Kaolsu and the girls remained standing in the center. Bai Wuliang called Soul by her real name, Yan Soul, before reminding everyone that today was meant for the faction gathering rather than childish conflict. He then coldly warned Soul that if she continued causing trouble, blood would be spilled here tonight. Soul inwardly scoffed, suspecting the heavenly demon was only protecting his own daughter. Still, she reluctantly backed down under the overwhelming authority of his words. Meanwhile, Chunhua remained kneeling with her sword lowered. Jinhui watched in shock, sensing some strange exchange occurring silently between Kaolsu and the heavenly demon that outsiders could not perceive. Looking up fearfully, Chunhua quietly addressed Wuliang as father while remaining in penitence. He said that Shielsu was declared as the lust demon's sworn brother. Wuliang then admonished his daughter, stating that true members of the sect prove themselves through martial skill rather than meaningless arguments. Blue petals drifted through the air as Chunhua stared at the glowing blossom of energy forming near her chest, as though receiving guidance directly from her father. Immediately, she respectfully obeyed. For the first time, Chunhua felt that her father had genuinely acknowledged and guided her. Joy quietly filled her heart as she realized her countless efforts had finally earned sincere recognition. Clenching the hilt of her sword tightly, her eyes sharpened with determination. At last, she understood what she needed to do next. Cheolsu broke into a cold sweat beneath Baek Chunhwa's sharp gaze. Feeling the invisible pressure crushing the arena, he watched as the Grand Princess rose, unsheathed her sword, and formally challenged him before the heavenly demon and the entire gathering. She declared that she would use her blade to expose the hypocrisy of the righteous sect youth. Her sword crackled with electric light while Cheolsu calmly accepted the duel with confidence. Yet, behind that composed expression, his thoughts wandered somewhere completely inappropriate. He blushed while imagining himself conquering the proud princess and making her his concubine. In his fantasy, the arrogant Grand Princess knelt obediently before him and called him her husband. Later, the demon cult arena roared with excitement. From above, heavenly demon Bai Wuliang leisurely sipped tea while silently observing everything. Earlier, Yan Sewol had continued teasing Chunhwa without the slightest nervousness. He mockingly remarked that it was pathetic for an experienced expert to argue with someone half a century younger. Bai Wuliang suddenly felt something unfamiliar stir within him. Remembering Cheolsu's teachings, he wondered whether this strange sensation was what people called emotion. Back in the arena, Cheolsu and Chunhwa faced each other. One side held the proud princess of the demon cult, while the other held the strange dragon whose calmness unnerved everyone. The spectators buzzed with excitement. Some placed their hopes on the princess while others feared Cheolsu's rumored strength. Stories about him imperfectly wielding sword Qi during the Righteous Sect tournament only made them more curious. Cheolsu calmly listened to the disciples analyzing him, while secretly marveling at how quickly the demon cult had prepared the arena. Chunhwa coldly ordered him to draw his sword, declaring she would defeat him using the demon cult's supreme techniques. As the duel officially began, both assumed battle stances. Cheolsu casually gestured for her to attack first. Provoked by his confidence, Chunhwa immediately unleashed a brilliant purple demonic aura. Their blades collided violently as waves of internal energy spread across the arena. During the clash, Cheolsu noticed something strange. Based on Chunhwa's background, she should have trained in gentler sword arts, yet her attacks clearly carried traces of the forbidden heaven-breaking demon technique. Cheolsu tightened his grip, realizing this timeline had changed far more than expected. To counter her overwhelming demonic energy, he unleashed primal chaos Qi. Golden and purple light exploded across the arena as the two exchanged strikes at terrifying speed. The spectators stared in shock at the overwhelming power displayed by both youths. Chunhwa gritted her teeth and increased her strength, trying to overpower him. Yet Cheolsu stood immovable, each parry perfectly calculated. He immediately realized the heavenly demon had truly taken his advice about raising his daughter seriously. Suddenly, Cheolsu blasted Chunhwa backward before unleashing a roaring sword strike that shattered her momentum. Sparks and halos of swordlight illuminated the arena as he slipped through the gaps in her sword formation with flawless footwork. The two swords locked together once more as both entered a brutal contest of endurance. Chunhwa poured every ounce of strength into suppressing him, while long cracks formed across the arena floor from the pressure of their Qi. Then the black sword in Cheolsu's hand began glowing like a sky filled with stars. He decided to end the duel with the next attack. From the stands, Jinhui stared in disbelief at the terrifying sword Qi, while Yan Sewol looked equally shocked by how quickly Cheolsu reached such a realm. Cheolsu declared that it was over before unleashing a gigantic beam of sword light that descended from above like it intended to split the heavens apart. Chunhwa initially remained confident, believing she could stop it. Reality proved otherwise. Hairline cracks spread across her sword before the blade shattered completely into countless fragments. A massive explosion erupted in the center of the arena, throwing rubble and dust everywhere. Chunhwa was blasted backward and coughed violently amid the destruction. Through the smoke, Cheolsu slowly emerged like a god of war. Silence instantly swallowed the entire arena. Walking forward calmly, he pressed the cold tip of his sword against Chunhwa's throat and asked whether there was anything left she wished to prove. Her face flushed red with humiliation and rage. Cheolsu assumed she simply could not accept losing to a so-called righteous hypocrite. Yet, instead of reacting normally, Chunhwa suddenly stared at herself in confusion. She realized her clothes remained completely intact. Her expression instantly turned frightening. Then, in front of everyone, she angrily demanded to know why Cheolsu had not torn her clothes apart. The bizarre accusation completely froze Cheolsu. He immediately protested that he fought seriously and had no idea what nonsense she was talking about. However, the crowd instantly turned against him, accusing him of lying. Rumors spread that the strange dragon always humiliated defeated opponents by tearing their clothes apart and forcing women to become his concubines afterward. The cultists confidently declared that Chunhwa's intact clothing proved Cheolsu intentionally held back for her sake. Cheolsu broke into cold sweat, completely speechless at their insane imagination. Meanwhile, Chunhwa insisted he was mocking her because the heavenly demon was watching. Clenching her fists, she swore she would never forget today's humiliation. She loudly declared before the entire sect that she would reclaim everything during the upcoming martial gathering, proclaiming that the strong survive while the weak perish. Her fierce spirit sent the disciples into an uproar of support. Cheolsu could only sigh helplessly. He never expected demon cult members to value humiliation even less than defeat itself. Quietly sheathing his sword, he declared that he would accept challenges from anyone at any time. The arena erupted into cheers once again. Then a slow yet overwhelming applause echoed from above. Heavenly Demon Bai Wuliang rose from his seat and expressed satisfaction with the duel, admitting tonight's spectacle exceeded expectations. He especially praised Chunhua's rapid progress, commending her mastery of the heaven-breaking demon technique in such a short time. However, he also stated that her sword could no longer keep up with her martial skill. Before leaving, Bai Wuliang announced that he held high expectations for everyone's performance during the upcoming martial assembly. Chunhua respectfully answered her father while secretly feeling relieved the troublesome duel had ended. Elsewhere, Jinghui watched with growing concern. She feared that at this rate, even someone as arrogant as Princess Chunhua might develop feelings for Kaolsu. Unlike Jinhui's troubled expression, Yon Sewol celebrated loudly while cheering for Kaolsu non-stop. Jinshui narrowed her eyes toward the mysterious woman known as the Flame Phoenix. She found Sewol incredibly suspicious. Not only had the woman suddenly appeared and attached herself to Kaolsu like a shadow, but she had also secretly communicated with the heavenly demon through mind transmission. Even before the terrifying cult leader, Yon Sewol showed no fear whatsoever. Seeing the overwhelming red spiritual aura surrounding her, Jin Shui became convinced the woman hid terrifying strength and wondered about her true identity. Meanwhile, Jin Shui silently decided that even if she could never become Chaosu's wife, she still could not ignore what was happening around her junior brother. She silently vowed not to allow suspicious women to approach her man while hiding their true identity. Jin Tui stepped forward first and called out to her. Soul covered her mouth with a fake smile and sweetly asked what brought senior sister here. Her syrupy politeness resembled something straight from the underworld. Jin Fui immediately stated that they should speak privately somewhere quiet. She no longer wished to ignore her suspicions. Still pretending innocence, Yan Sewol asked whether senior sister was truly alright, though her eyes contained no concern whatsoever. The two eventually stopped beneath a lonely tree. Twisting her hair casually, Yan Sewol calmly asked whether the conversation was truly important while maintaining complete composure. Jinhui stared directly into her eyes before delivering a decisive question about whether she was truly the real person she claimed to be. Without flinching, Yan Sewol confidently declared herself to be the second disciple and mocked the question as ridiculous. However, Jinhui instantly shut down the lie. She declared that a master standing at the peak would never secretly converse with the heavenly demon. The moment those words landed, Yan Sewol's face lost color. She had never expected Jinhui to notice the secret exchange. Her innocent mask immediately began cracking apart. At the same time, Sewol worried internally about whether Jinhui also discovered her own dealings with the heavenly demon. Both women carried secrets they desperately wished to hide. Quickly regaining composure, Yan Sewol casually walked forward and quoted a wandering swordsman's saying about hiding 30% of one's true strength. She calmly claimed she was simply playing her assigned role. Jin Shui glared fiercely, her face reddening with anger. She bluntly declared that she could not tolerate a suspicious woman pretending to love her junior brother just to stay close to him. Her warning carried the authority of a righteous senior sister determined to protect her junior. The atmosphere instantly exploded with tension. The pressure radiating from both women became so intense it felt as though the air itself might split apart. Neither side intended to retreat. Yan Sewol inwardly cursed Jin Fui for daring to challenge her. However, she had already prepared countermeasures using the secrets she uncovered beforehand. Earlier, at Kyeolsu's request, Yan Sewol had spent countless hours investigating Jin Fui inside the reading hall. Acting like a seasoned detective, she gathered piles of classified information. Official records placed Jin Shui at the peak of the transcendent realm, but Sewol always doubted that was her true level. The deeper she dug, the stranger the records became. After Jin Shui trained under Jin Piseon, every trace of her existence mysteriously disappeared. It was clearly an intentional cover-up hiding a massive leap in power. Not long afterward, the name One Sword Fairy began spreading through the underworld. Rumors spoke of a mysterious female swordswoman whose terrifying strength struck fear into countless enemies. That woman was Jin Huai. Yan Sewai followed every clue until she uncovered her senior sister's hidden identity. Now she held a dangerous trump card. Back in the present, Sewol smiled sweetly and asked Jin Shui not to casually dismiss her feelings for Chiolsu. She sharply pointed out that even a senior had no right to judge another person's heart. Her words struck directly at Jin Hua's pride. Stepping closer, Yan Sewol whispered that Jin Fai was not the only person hiding her identity here. Then she delivered the decisive blow by exposing the title of One Sword Fairy, the legendary wandering swordswoman of the underworld. Jin Hui instantly fell silent. She never imagined Yan Sewol knew the secret. In a single moment, the entire situation reversed. Yan Sewol smirked triumphantly while signaling her to stay quiet. She mockingly pointed out that both of them were hiding secrets just to stay near the same young man. Because of that, she questioned what right Jin Fui had to lecture her. Gaol pressed even harder, asking how Cheosu would react if he learned the senior he respected so deeply was actually a professional deceiver. She fully enjoyed her victory, but suddenly, Jin Hui slowly raised her head. The fear in her eyes had vanished completely. In a calm voice, she apologized strangely before revealing something Yan Sewol never expected. Kaolsu already knew she was a woman. The revelation instantly shattered all of Sewol's calculations. A deep blue aura surrounded Jin Hui as her confidence returned. Standing beneath the falling petals like a goddess, she remembered the moment she revealed her identity to Kaolsu. Instead of rejecting her, he accepted her warmly with a bright smile. That memory became her greatest source of strength. Smiling gently yet firmly, Jin Hui declared that no matter what identity she carried, she would never bend before threats. Yan Sewol stood speechless in disbelief. The unexpected counterattack completely destroyed her psychological advantage. She staggered slightly while wondering how someone like Kaolsu, who despised lies so much, could forgive such a massive secret so easily. Jin Hui then turned back and issued one final warning. Whatever Yan Sewol's true identity might be, if she refused to reveal her intentions honestly, she had better stay away from her junior brother. After saying that, Jin Hui left. Meanwhile, Yan Sewol lowered her head as rage boiled inside her. Her red hair-covered eyes filled with fury. She had never felt so humiliated before. Grinding her teeth, she swore that a few threats would never make her back down. Absolutely never. As the sun slowly set behind the mountains, the chaotic day finally came to an end, though it felt more like the beginning of something far worse. The banquet gradually dispersed while Kaolsu anxiously searched the courtyard for his missing senior sister. Hearing someone call from behind, he turned and finally saw Jin Hui approaching. Relief immediately spread across his face. Kaolsu lightly scolded her for wandering alone inside the demon sect's territory. Jin Hui scratched her head awkwardly and apologized, explaining she had been discussing a few matters with Miss Yan. At the mention of Yan Sewol, Kaolsu looked slightly embarrassed, surprised his senior sister paid so much attention to the red-haired woman. However, Jin Hui seriously warned that her instincts told her Yan Sewol was definitely hiding something suspicious. Kaolsu nodded quietly while admiring how sharp his senior sister's senses were. With the heavenly demon martial gathering approaching, remaining vigilant was essential. As Jin Hui looked at her junior, all the tension from earlier seemed to melt away. Suddenly growing excited, she proudly praised her own instincts before unexpectedly lunging forward and hugging Kaolsu tightly. The poor junior instantly turned bright red in embarrassment while crying out in shock at his unpredictable senior sister. Afterward, Jin Hui grabbed his hand and happily suggested they return to their room to rest. Kaolsu obediently followed behind her, his face still burning red. Against the sunset, the pagoda towered peacefully beneath the crimson sky, though dangerous schemes quietly lurked beneath the calm scenery. Inside a dark underground chamber, a cloaked figure carrying a torch walked along a red carpet deep into a sinister palace. Grotesque statues lined the hall while flickering flames cast twisted shadows across the walls. The figure was the sword demon. Stopping before a giant candle, he lit it and began a secret ritual. From the darkness, a gigantic figure wrapped in raging flames slowly emerged. Its blazing red eyes and monstrous fangs radiated terrifying pressure. It was the corpse demon king. The creature greeted Sword Demon after their long separation with a sinister grin and a voice filled with arrogance. Sword Demon reported that, following orders, he had secretly repaired the mechanisms inside the Heavenly Devil tomb hidden within the demon realm. An invasion plan was steadily progressing. He smugly claimed the younger generation outside would never notice the hidden traps, let alone infiltrate the area. The corpse demon king appeared pleased. He then revealed that the little demon queen sleeping within the Heavenly Devil tomb was nearing maturity. An eerie image appeared of a young girl sleeping inside a cocoon of blazing crimson energy. The Corpse Demon King declared that she would become the strongest corpse demon ever created, powerful enough that even the current Heavenly Devil would struggle against her. A true weapon of destruction was awakening. Sword Demon then reminded him of the promise to make him the next Heavenly Devil. Ambition was the only thing binding these dangerous allies together. As deputy leader of the Blood Sect and representative of the Supreme, the Corpse Demon King vowed to fulfill that promise. Laughing triumphantly, he demanded that Sword Demon keep his side of the agreement and officially join the Blood Sect. In return, he promised to raise Sword Demon to the very peak of the demon realm. Their sinister alliance was sealed beneath the flickering flames, while an unstoppable storm quietly began to gather. Jin Hui and Li Qiuolsu arrived at the Valley of 10,000 Demons just as the long-awaited Heavenly Demon Martial Festival began. The entire valley was overflowing with excitement as countless martial artists gathered and streamed toward the grand ceremonial stage. Jin Hui looked around in amazement, unable to hide her surprise at the incredible scale of the festival. As they blended into the crowd, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind, prompting Kaolsu to turn around. The person approaching was Wei Seryon, dressed in a magnificent purple cheongsam embroidered with elegant dragons. The sight of her left Kaolsu momentarily speechless. Although she looked stunning, Seryon appeared visibly uncomfortable, seemingly bothered by how tightly the outfit fit. Kaolsu noticed her uneasiness and gently asked whether she was feeling alright. Before she could respond, Yan Sewol suddenly rushed over with her usual tearful expression, loudly demanding that Kaolsu pay attention to her instead. Kaolsu merely gave her a brief, emotionless reply before turning away without another glance. Leaving the stunned woman standing there in disbelief, he urged everyone to continue forward. Seryon briefly looked back at Sewol before quietly following after him. Kaolsu reflected on the warning his senior sister had given him. He thought that he needed to keep his distance from Yan Seowol and believed their long and troublesome relationship should finally come to an end. Not long afterward, the Grand Princess Baekchunhwa appeared alongside a rugged-looking young man. Kyeolsu politely greeted the princess first, but she merely snorted dismissively before walking past him with obvious arrogance. He had never expected a warm response from her anyway. Instead, his attention remained fixed on the man beside her, Mok D1, the son of the infamous Sword Demon. In Kyeolsu's memories, the Sword Demon had been both experienced and merciless, as well as one of the greatest enemies his sect had ever faced. After the Heavenly Demon was defeated by Jin Fui in Kyeolsu's previous life, the Sword Demon had exploited the chaos by provoking a civil war within the demon cult. He had sent Mok D1 to assist Baekchunhwa and ignite internal bloodshed. Remembering the message left by the divine monk, Kyeolsu's suspicions only deepened. The note had revealed that one of the 5 great demon leaders had secretly allied with the blood cult. If the Sword Demon's true objective in attacking the Empty Cave sect instead of the Kunlun sect had been to eliminate the successor of the Hanyuan Boundless Blade, then there was every possibility that he was the hidden traitor mentioned in the warning. Kyeolsu quietly narrowed his eyes while studying Mok D1, feeling that everything was slowly falling into place. Seeing him lost in thought, Jin Tui gently held his hand and reminded him to stay cautious during the upcoming round. She revealed a soft smile, looking noticeably more at ease with Kyeolsu standing beside her. Kyeolsu smiled in return and assured her that he would protect his senior sister no matter what happened. He knew the blood cult's primary targets would certainly be talented individuals like himself and Jin Wei. The Valley of 10,000 Demons, covered in thick fog and dangerous terrain, provided the perfect environment for assassinations. Even so, Kyeolsu felt no fear. Instead, he almost hoped to encounter the blood cult's leaders and finally discover who they truly were. When the ceremony officially began, every martial student assembled in the enormous square beneath the ceremonial platform. Standing above everyone, the heavenly demon Baek Maryong addressed the competitors with a majestic voice that echoed throughout the valley. Cups filled with white liquor had already been prepared on every participant's table. The rules were straightforward. Whoever passed through the 5 demonic gates at the valley's exit first would be declared the victor. Baek Maryong explained that the festival was not merely a martial competition but also a trial of survival. As every contestant raised their cups, he loudly declared that they should prove their strength within the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Thunderous cheers erupted across the square as everyone's fighting spirit ignited. Only Kyeolsu sensed something unusual. Looking down at the wine in his hand, he wondered whether it contained a sleeping medicine. Although he immediately realized it was a trap, he calmly drank every last drop without hesitation. The moment the liquor reached his stomach, overwhelming drowsiness swept over him. His cup slipped from his fingers and darkness swallowed his vision. When Kyeolsu regained consciousness, he found himself alone inside a gloomy cave. The steady sound of dripping water gradually cleared his mind as he slowly opened his eyes and examined his surroundings. Everything had unfolded exactly as he expected. Every participant had been randomly scattered throughout the valley, making the opening trial strangely fair. Thick purple mist filled the cave, saturated with oppressive demonic energy. Without internal energy protecting the body, even breathing became increasingly difficult. Kyeolsu immediately activated the Royal Wheel's sacred energy. Brilliant blue lightning burst around him, surrounding his body with pure power. He silently thanked the divine monk for passing down such a remarkable technique, one capable of suppressing demonic arts. The sacred energy purified the poisonous mist around him, allowing him to sense nearby presences far more clearly as he swiftly advanced through the valley. He felt no concern for Jinhui, knowing she had already reached the supreme realm. As for Yana Seowol, her true identity as the capable Jiok Seowol meant she could certainly survive on her own. His highest priority was locating Wei Serian. After extending his senses, he quickly found her location and immediately landed before her, startling her badly. Saryon nervously asked why he had suddenly appeared there. Kyeolsu simply replied that he had come specifically to find her. Although his answer caused her heart to waver, she stubbornly insisted that they were opponents in the tournament and should travel separately. Kyeolsu sighed before calling her foolish. He asked how she could possibly wander alone through such a dangerous place, and questioned what she intended to do if something happened to her. Saryon then questioned why he suddenly cared when he had ignored her earlier. Kyeolsu honestly explained that he had been avoiding Yan Seowol, not her. He further revealed that Yan Seowol possessed far too many suspicious traits, leaving Saryon staring at him with widened eyes. Kyeolsu then smiled brightly and suggested that they search for the 5 demonic gates together. Extending his hand toward her, he offered a trustworthy invitation. Looking at his back, Saryon quietly wondered just how many secrets this mysterious man was still hiding. After a brief hesitation, she silently nodded and accepted. Before they could travel very far, however, numerous savage monsters suddenly emerged from the darkness, exposing sharp claws and fangs as they lunged toward them. Kyeolsu and Wei Serian fought together flawlessly. Their coordinated swordsmanship effortlessly cut down the monsters, whose strength was insignificant compared to theirs. Kyeolsu unleashed powerful slashes that instantly eliminated every creature attempting to attack from behind. His movements remained swift, decisive, and overwhelming. Serion proved equally impressive, constantly supporting him while carefully watching his surroundings. She urgently warned him that a pack of demonic wolves with glowing crimson eyes was charging toward them. Kaelsu merely looked at the beasts as though they were already dead. A powerful shout echoed through the valley as he unleashed a final devastating slash. The sword in his hand radiated suppressive sacred energy. Blood sprayed through the air as the entire wolf pack collapsed from a single strike. Calmly, Chiyosu sheathed his sword as though nothing remarkable had occurred. Once the battle ended, Chiyosu began reconstructing the valley's layout inside his mind. He considered whether they should continue searching for the demonic gates or prioritize protecting his junior sister. Suddenly, he stopped. He sensed a mysterious force devouring the lingering shockwaves produced by his sacred energy. Chiyosu immediately turned toward a distant gray stone wall where the demonic aura was exceptionally dense, while blue lightning continued dancing across his body. Suspecting it might conceal one of the 5 demonic gates, he asked Serion whether she wished to investigate alongside him. He explained that the area ahead felt extremely suspicious. Since they needed to locate the exit regardless, Serion trusted his judgment completely and quietly followed behind. The deeper they ventured, the more tangled vines and gigantic roots blocked their path, intertwining like an enormous spiderweb. Serion commented that the place resembled a dead end far more than an actual route, and asked once more whether he was certain. Chiyosu simply smiled and explained that they would know the truth once they entered. Drawing his sword, he released a brilliant golden slash that tore through the ancient vines, which were as hard as solid stone. The tremendous impact shook the surrounding ground as shattered fragments scattered everywhere. With the final disguise destroyed, the hidden entrance was finally revealed. Serion froze in complete disbelief. A massive stone sign hung above the entrance, and the carved words alone were enough to send chills through anyone who read them. They declared that it was the Heavenly Demon's Tomb. Saryan could hardly believe such a place existed in such a remote corner of the valley, while Kaelsu instead appeared genuinely excited. He realized that this explained the unusually concentrated demonic aura. Despite knowing unimaginable dangers undoubtedly awaited inside, he decided this opportunity could not be ignored. Whether it contained an incredible treasure or a shocking secret, he intended to uncover it. Turning toward Serion, he asked for her thoughts. He explained that he intended to enter because no martial artist could simply ignore a place like this, and asked whether she wished to accompany him. Looking at Kaelsu's confident expression, Serion's heart suddenly began beating much faster. She remembered that the very first thing he had done after awakening was search for her. Secretly, she wondered whether he had believed she was the weakest person and needed protection. Normally, her pride as a genius would have made such treatment unbearable, and she would have immediately scolded anyone who underestimated her. Yet this time, she felt no irritation whatsoever. Instead, she found herself wondering why his concern did not bother her at all. As she quietly stared at his back, she realized she had already placed complete trust in him. She could not understand why simply standing beside him made her feel so comfortable. Finally abandoning her pride, she stepped forward and nervously grabbed Kiyosu's sleeve with a trembling hand. Kiyosu turned around in mild surprise before quietly asking what was wrong. Blushing deeply, Serion timidly raised her eyes and sincerely asked whether he would allow her to accompany him if she wished to go with him. The entrance to the Heavenly Demon's tomb remained wide open before them, silently waiting. Elsewhere in the valley, Jin Hui continued cutting through endless hordes of monsters, blood spraying across the battlefield with every strike. She had grown increasingly anxious because the overwhelming demonic energy made locating Kiyosu nearly impossible. Earlier, she had deliberately left the special scent on Kiyosu so she could track him if they became separated. However, every trace had now completely disappeared, as though the earth itself had swallowed him. While she struggled to understand what had happened, she suddenly sensed someone quietly approaching from behind. Knowing that anyone inside this demonic realm could become an enemy, Jin Hui refused to lower her guard even for a single moment. Choosing to attack first and seize the initiative, she immediately clashed with Seowal. The ringing sound of colliding blades echoed throughout the darkness as Seowal revealed a provocative smile. Their violent collision released a brilliant shockwave that illuminated the gloomy surroundings. The force of the collision pushed both women backward, and they immediately widened the distance between them to measure each other's strength. Seowal clenched her teeth, instantly realizing that the woman before her was far from an ordinary opponent. Jin Hui, however, remained calm and greeted her as casually as if they had only happened to meet on the street. Jin Hui blamed herself inwardly, thinking that she should have protected Kaelsu instead of allowing her younger brother to get lost in this dreadful place. Seeing her expression, Seowal felt that this woman was somewhat abnormal, and provoking her any further would only make her even more dangerous. Jin Hui quietly watched her, waiting to see what scheme Seowal intended to use next inside the dark cave. Unexpectedly, Seowal suggested that they search for Chaelsu together, her eyes sparkling like those of a devoted fangirl. The sudden proposal from someone who had just been an enemy left Jin Hui stunned for a moment. Then she sighed slightly in relief, as meeting someone familiar seemed to cool her heated emotions a little. After considering it carefully, Jin Hui decided that keeping Seowal within her sight was safer than letting her roam around behind her. Like that, a fragile alliance formed, and the two beauties began searching for the missing younger brother. Meanwhile, Kiyosu and Serion advanced through a cave that showed clear traces of human excavation. Serion suddenly pointed forward, appearing to have discovered something strange. Before them stretched a vast underground lake, glowing with a mysterious blue light that illuminated the entire cavern. Their path had completely ended, and there was no visible sign of the heavenly demon's tomb described in the rumors. Chiyosu activated his golden eyes and sensed holy energy violently clashing with the demonic energy surrounding the area. To force the hidden tomb to reveal itself, he decided to launch a powerful attack directly into the lake. Brilliant golden energy exploded beneath the water, shaking the ground so violently that it felt as though the cave might collapse. Saryon quickly stepped back in defense, shocked and unable to understand what kind of disaster had been triggered. From beneath the lake, a gigantic crimson serpent monster emerged, opening its blood-red mouth in a terrifying threat. Kyosu immediately confirmed that the tomb truly lay beneath the lake. The monster roared, and dozens of smaller snakeheads burst from its body, whipping violently toward them. Kyosu and Saryon leapt onto the steep cliff walls to avoid the assault from below. However, Saryon slipped on the wet stone, and a dry cracking sound echoed. She frowned in pain from a sudden cramp in her leg, making the situation much worse. Since she was not used to fighting at such heights, Saryon struggled against the swarm of snakeheads surrounding her. Seeing his companion in danger, Kyosu shot toward her like an arrow. He swung his sword and severed the snakeheads that were about to attack her. Then he caught Saryon just in time in a princess carry and worriedly asked if she was alright. Saryon blushed from embarrassment and blamed herself for being useless at such an important moment. During the chaos, Saryon quickly grabbed the silver flower hairpin that on her head. She looked at the delicate accessory and quietly murmured that such feminine things do not suit her as she steeled herself to fight. The giant serpent monster continued its furious assault, sending dozens of small snakeheads to surround them. Saryon stomped hard and used the monster's own body as a foothold to charge forward. Her eyes became cold and determined as she prepared to strike. With a graceful curved slash, she severed several snakeheads, scattering blood through the air. She shouted to signal Kyosu, telling him to quickly end this pointless battle. Kyosu smiled confidently, trusting Saryon's flawless teamwork. The two charged toward the serpent monster together with incredible speed and force. While Saryon moved in to restrain it, Kyosu began gathering spiritual energy for the finishing blow. The serpent seemed to sense the danger, and its enormous eye flashed crimson with hatred. Kyosu's entire body became wrapped in surging spiritual energy. The monster roared in agony as his sacred power completely suppressed its demonic energy. Both of them leapt high above the serpent's head at the same time, moving together as if they had trained for years. Saryon poured all her strength into a supporting slash to create an opening for Kyosu's final strike. Her powerful attack split the serpent's head apart, and blood poured down like rain. Kyosu stepped onto the serpent's body for momentum and prepared his strongest technique. With a fierce roar, he poured all his power into the golden tip of his sword. The demon-subduing technique erupted, and a massive beam of light severed the monster's main head completely. The serpent gave one final roar before falling into water dead under the terrifying force. The battle ended with Kyosu and Saryon standing on the rock, watching the remains slowly sink into the deep blue lake. Kyosu turned to ask whether Saryon had been injured in the battle. The silver flower hairpin that had fallen earlier lay alone on the dusty ground. Saryon looked at it with sorrowful eyes, as if she carried many thoughts she could not say aloud. Kyosu noticed her strange expression and asked whether the accessory was precious to her. She gently shook her head and urged him to continue, saying her efforts would be wasted if they failed to find the tomb. Kyosu nodded and told Saryon to hold tightly onto him as they prepared to dive. He held her close, and the two jumped spectacularly into the bottom of the lake. They sank deep underwater, leaving a white splash behind in the dark cave. At the lake's bottom, a glowing blue portal appeared, leading them further into the hidden center. After struggling underwater for some time, Kyosu finally stepped onto the stone floor of an inner chamber. Looking around the ancient space, he wondered if this truly was the heavenly demon's tomb while Saryon was still coming out of the water. Seeing her exhausted appearance, Kyosu worriedly asked if her leg had cramped again. He lifted her from the cold water, but the action made her extremely flustered. Saryon blushed deeply as her soaked clothes clung tightly to her body, making her feel embarrassed. She struggled to get down, afraid that such a messy appearance would make Kyosu see her as too masculine. Saryon became insecure and explained that she had been raised like a boy, so she knew nothing about elegance or femininity. Kyosu silently looked into her eyes and asked why she was so certain that he did not see her as a woman. His sincere question left Saryon frozen, and her heart began pounding wildly. But immediately afterward, she noticed something unusual below Kyosu and stared. A terrifying silence filled the chamber as both of them realized Kyosu's untimely natural reaction. Kyosu panicked and sweated as he tried to explain that it was a misunderstanding, while Saryon shouted for him to let her go. In her embarrassment, Saryon shoved him with tremendous force, sending him flying. The ground beneath him cracked from the impact of her panicked attack. With a bright red face filled with anger and shame, she shouted that he was a pervert, ending the awkward yet ridiculous situation right after they entered the tomb. After escaping the water trap, Saryon wrung out her soaked clothes. Kyosu scratched his head and explained that using that movement technique had a certain embarrassing side effect. Then he looked into her eyes and added that, besides, she looked very beautiful just now. Sarion froze instantly, her face turning bright red. She became completely flustered, her thoughts spinning from the unexpected compliment. She quickly covered her face, afraid she might fall too deeply into these feelings. Trying to act cold, she scolded Kailsu and said that men only cared about women's bodies. Kailsu fell silent for a moment, and his eyes suddenly became serious. He stated that he had accepted becoming her older brother because he truly wanted to have her. Then he clarified that by having her, he meant he would take responsibility for her entire life. His straightforward confession left Sarion standing in complete shock. In her mind appeared the image of Lee Chaeolsu, the man who had completely changed her world. Yet she also worried, knowing that someone like him would surely have countless women around him. Seeing her silence, Kyosu finally asked if something was wrong. Sarion smiled gently and told him that if he made such a promise, he had to keep it properly. The two continued deeper into the tomb and arrived before a narrow stone passage. Remaining extremely cautious, Kyosu picked up a stone near his feet to test for traps. He threw it forward with force to activate any hidden mechanisms. The moment the stone touched the ground, bright red symbols on the walls lit up all at once. Instantly, countless arrows shot wildly from both sides of the corridor. After the trap finished firing, Kyosu picked up one arrow and examined it. He realized that the arrows were not rusted at all, and even the poison coating their tips remained fresh. At the end of the corridor, a gigantic stone gate blocked their path. Kyosu gestured for Sarion to step back while he found a way to open it. He activated his fire inner energy, and scorching heat spread across the stone floor. The intense heat melted the stone gears and shattered them completely. The gate opened, revealing a room filled with red evil energy surrounding a massive stone platform. Sarion wondered if the platform in the center was actually a stone coffin. Kailsu confirmed that the coffin was continuously absorbing the surrounding demonic energy. When the lid began to move, he immediately drew his sword and prepared himself. He focused completely and slashed the coffin. The heavy stone lid slid aside, revealing a space filled with pitch-black demonic energy. Both of them held their breath and watched as a figure slowly rose from within. A small silhouette gradually appeared through the coffin's dark mist. It was a silver-haired little girl with glowing red eyes. She looked at Chaeolsu and called him father. Kailsu froze, his face going blank at the sudden title. Then he immediately denied it in panic, saying that he was still a virgin. The little girl released overwhelming demonic energy, causing the entire room to shake violently. Sarion sensed the terrifying killing intent and quickly warned Kyosu. Kailsu gritted his teeth, trying to remember which generation of the demon cult's heavenly demon this could be. The little girl fully stepped out of the coffin, her red eyes seeming ready to devour everything. Seeing the traps and blood formation around them, Kailsu realized that she was the legendary Bikri Jak. He was shocked to discover that the Blood Church had stolen the previous heavenly demon's corpse to create a zombie. He confirmed that this girl was the legendary white-handed demon queen, Bikri Jak. She had once belonged to the Crescent Moon Demon Palace and had mastered the greatest cold techniques. Jailsu feared that a master turned into a zombie would become even stronger than before, and that a single careless mistake could kill him. Sweat ran down his forehead as he faced this enormous, unexpected variable. He held his breath and tried to stay calm in order to survive the desperate situation. Then the silver-haired girl suddenly rushed forward and hugged Kyosu, leaving him completely stunned. She looked up at him innocently and said that her father's eyes looked very strange. Kyosu could hardly believe how harmless she appeared in that moment. Sarion watched from behind and realized that the child truly saw Kyosu as her father. Kyosu checked the girl's pulse and was shocked to find that it was still beating clearly. He wondered how that was possible when Bikri Jak should have died 2 generations ago. He then realized that the heavenly demon from 2 generations ago had merely been a servant of the blood demon who had arranged everything in secret. They had not killed her. Instead, they had turned her into a living zombie, the Blood Church's ultimate weapon. Kyosu smiled faintly after realizing that he had stolen the enemy's grand plan. The little girl innocently asked where her mother was. She looked around the stone room, searching for the mother in her imagination. Her eyes lit up when she noticed Sarion standing nearby. Without hesitation, she ran over, hugged Sarion's leg tightly, and called her mother again and again. Sarion was so shocked that her face turned red, while the girl kept urging her mother to hurry and hug father. Seeing both of them frozen, the girl tilted her head and asked if her parents had just argued. To calm her down, Kailsu had no choice but to wrap his arm around Sarion's shoulder and claim that they were still deeply in love. Sarion became extremely flustered and silently cursed, wondering what on earth Kyosu was trying to do. Kyosu signaled for her to play along temporarily so they could keep the dangerous child under control. The two forced smiles and acted like a happy married couple in front of their unwilling daughter. The girl was overjoyed to see her parents getting along, and the evil energy surrounding her gradually calmed. Kyosu decided that they needed to take the girl out of this eerie tomb immediately. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to a dark cave filled with evil spirits and the aura of death. The Blood Church leader knelt in prayer, passionately calling for the rebirth of the Blood Demon. Beneath him churned a bubbling blood pool, releasing terrifying heat. The Blood Demon slowly rose from the blood, his muscular body overflowing with majesty. He frowned after realizing that heavenly fate had changed, preventing him from seeing the future. The Jiangshi Demon Lord panicked upon hearing that his master's prophecy had been nullified. Trembling, he asked whether this had happened because they had lost the heavenly demon zombie inside the tomb. In a deep voice, the blood demon confirmed that the connection to the vessel he had painstakingly created had been severed. The loss posed a serious threat to the Blood Church's entire plan for domination. The Jiangxi demon lord bowed again and again, begging for forgiveness and declaring himself ready to accept any punishment. The blood demon was furious, realizing that the successor of the primordial infinity sword had become an unpredictable variable. Even so, he spared his servant for now and ordered the leader to personally deal with the aftermath. After giving that command, the blood demon sank back into the deep crimson blood pool. He swam through the sea of blood, already planning to activate his backup plan earlier than expected if his servant failed. A sinister smile spread across his face, signaling that a storm would soon descend upon Kielsu. With cruel amusement, the blood demon secretly vowed to make the arrogant successor of the primordial sword emperor kneel before him. Outside, Xiaolan and Sabin moved swiftly through the forest together. Sabin cried out in excitement when the gates of the Gongdong sect finally appeared before her. Xiaolan smiled and nodded, confirming that they had reached the right place. Then she blushed slightly as she thought that this was Kielsu's home and wondered whether her visit would bother him. Sabin cleared her throat to regain her composure. Once they arrived at the main gate, she called out and asked whether anyone was inside. The sect gate slowly opened, releasing a dazzling beam of light. Harin and Yongyong stepped out to welcome the guests. Harin smiled brightly and greeted Xiaolan's group with warmth, then enthusiastically invited everyone inside the sect to rest. Little Yongyong looked up at Xiaolan and asked if she would call her older sister again this time. Xiaolan smiled, patted her head, and urged everyone to go meet sect leader Jian Yang, who was waiting inside. The scenery within the Gongdong sect was calm and beautiful, with lotus ponds and schools of koi swimming peacefully through the water. The group walked leisurely along the stone corridors while admiring the tranquil view. Seeing the sect's peaceful atmosphere, Xiaolan thought of Kaolsu, and a faint emptiness rose in her chest. She briefly worried about him, remembering the hidden dangers surrounding the demonic cult. Meanwhile, Bikrijiak suddenly grew excited, her eyes shining as if she had discovered something fascinating. In the next moment, Kaolsu, Serion, and Jacques found themselves standing outside the tomb. Kaolsu turned to Serion and admitted that he still was not used to being called father. Then he smiled and asked whether she liked being called mother. Serion clasped her hand shyly and admitted that she had always wanted a younger sister like that. Kaolsu scratched his head, secretly thinking that even the usually rough Serion could be unexpectedly gentle sometimes. Bikrijiak looked around and announced that they had reached a dead end. The little girl turned back and asked her father and mother what their family should do next. Chiolsu smiled, patted Jiak on the head, and suggested that they play a diving game together. The little girl happily agreed, her eyes narrowing with joy. The three of them dove into the clear waters of the spiritual realm together. From the depths, a mysterious blue light suddenly began to glow. After some time, they finally returned to the shore. Jiak spread her arms and laughed loudly, delighted by how fun the diving game had been. Before them lay a gigantic red dragon, and Jiak gazed at it in wonder. The dragon serpent remained motionless. Despite the danger, Jiak innocently ran toward it, seemingly wanting to befriend the creature. Serion shouted in panic, telling her not to approach such a terrifying monster. Jiak touched the dragon's head, and bursts of lightning-like energy immediately erupted. Her body glowed with dark red demonic aura, and her eyes suddenly turned cold. An unknown force then blasted the little girl away. Serion rushed forward and caught Jiak, embracing her. Jiak looked at Serion with unfamiliar eyes and coldly demanded that she release this one immediately. From a distance, Chiolsu realized that the memories of the heavenly demon within her were gradually awakening. Serion ignored the change and continued holding Jiak gently while comforting her. Under her protection, Jiak slowly calmed down. Her eyes returned to innocence, then drooped with exhaustion. Kiyosu felt uneasy after witnessing the sudden shift in her personality. He recalled that the blood cult had intended to refine her into the third heavenly demon corpse, but his group had intercepted her first. Kiyosu worried that if the blood cult leader discovered this, he would send his strongest experts to reclaim such a precious weapon. According to information from the Heaven and Earth Society, the blood cult possessed experts between the Supreme Master and Transcended Supreme Master levels, known as Cult Masters. Above those cult masters stood envoys with divine realm strength, terrifying figures of immense power. Kaolsu judged that he might barely handle an envoy, but facing a mystic realm expert would be impossible. To survive the coming crisis, he needed enough strength to endure until reinforcements from the Heaven and Earth Society arrived. Serion looked at him with concern and asked what he was thinking. Looking at the sleeping Jiak, Chiolsu once again revealed that her true identity was the third-generation heavenly demon. Saryon was shocked to learn that such a small child was actually a terrifying expert. Kielsu confirmed that the blood cult had definitely noticed her disappearance by now, so they needed to prepare for battle immediately. He took out a blazing red inner core and asked Serion to protect him while he attempted a dangerous breakthrough. Serion stared at the inner core in his hand with astonishment. Bikrijiak lay quietly on the ground while Chiolsu prepared to enter an extreme cultivation state. Kiolsu sat in meditation as demonic energy from the inner core began spreading around him. He was determined to break through his current realm, even though his hands became covered in blood from the immense pressure of the energy. If the enemy sent someone at the level of a deputy cult leader, no one there would have any chance of surviving. Chaeolsu looked at Sarion's back and silently hoped he would find a way to escape instead of dying in battle. Then he hesitated no longer and swallowed the blazing red inner core. The Gongdong sect's internal art was perfected to reverse blood flow, and its aura shared similarities with demonic arts. Because of that, this was a gamble he had to win. Chaeolsu gritted his teeth and tried to absorb the violent demonic energy as if it were internal energy. The process was extremely dangerous, and even the smallest mistake could cause an instant cultivation backlash. At that moment, Bikrijak suddenly opened her eyes, her red pupils staring blankly into the air. She softly called for her father after sensing the terrifying energy coming from Chaeolsu. Jiak broke free from Sarion's embrace and insisted on reaching the red pupil, as if she were being forced forward by the power surrounding Chaeolsu. Sarion realized in panic that the white-handed demon empress had awakened, and she feared the child had been drawn in by the inner core's demonic energy. Despite Sarion's attempt to stop her, Jiak still rushed toward Chaeolsu while calling out desperately. She ran quickly through the energy mist surrounding her father. Sarion shouted for her to stop, fearing that her life would be in danger. Chaeolsu was also shocked when he saw Jiak charge straight into his energy vortex. The moment their powers collided, both of them were swallowed by dazzling blue-white light. A massive force swept them away. Sarion could only call Chaeolsu's name in despair beneath the silent forest night. The cave they had taken shelter in trembled violently under the pressure of the breakthrough. At the blood cult's base, Jiangxi was furious because the plan had been ruined. Rage consumed him when he learned that the heavenly demon front had fallen and that Chunhua had been drawn into the blood cult's schemes. Jiangxi declared that the demonic cult's civil war was now only a matter of time. If the issue was not resolved properly, he feared he would have to ask the blood-tiered demon lord for help and lose his achievement. His hand clenched tightly in anger, revealing his determination to let nothing obstruct him. Jiangxi roared with hatred and swore that he would personally kill the little brats who dared to steal his possession. Inside a room filled with maps, the blood cult subordinate sighed in relief after reporting the situation. He had reported the Ninth Lady's defeat and the unbelievable theft of the heavenly demon corpse. Beneath the guard's feet, darkness spread across the cold floor. A figure slowly rose from within the shadows. The subordinate trembled while awaiting orders from one of the highest representatives of the blood cult. The blood-tiered demon, Venerable, stood tall, his blood-red hair and muscular bare chest freezing the atmosphere around him. With sharp eyes, he commanded the entire army to prepare an attack on the demonic cult in order to clear the path for the Supreme One. He declared that if the corpse retrieval failed, they would immediately launch a full assault, and the subordinate could only bow and obey. The blood-tiered demon Venerable turned toward the wall map, a sinister plot forming in his mind. A cruel sneer appeared on his lips as he thought that the time had come to reclaim what belonged to him inside the demonic cult. The image of the heavenly demon Bai Wuliang, the enemy he hated most, appeared in his mind. The blood-tiered demon Venerable gritted his teeth and swore to make that enemy repay old grudges twice over. Elsewhere, Chaeolsu floated in a pure white space while Jiak held him tightly. Sarion rushed toward them in panic as they collapsed after the violent shockwave. Both Chaeolsu and Jiak were unconscious, lying motionless on the cold ground. Suddenly, a crimson vortex of energy erupted from Chaeolsu's body, leaving Sarion shocked. The terrifying demonic energy spread outward, and she could only gasp before the pressure pushed her back. A massive explosion of energy threw Sarion away, making her groan in pain. Lying helplessly on the ground, she blamed herself for everything that had happened. Sarion forced herself to stand, though her vision was fading from exhaustion. Chaeolsu remained still with his eyes closed, as if trapped in an endless dream. She held Chaeolsu and Jiak in her arms, tears falling from helplessness. Chaeolsu's face looked strangely peaceful, even while his body underwent a terrifying transformation. At that moment, Chaeolsu's soul awakened inside a mystical space filled with sparkling nebulas. He frowned and groaned, his mind still dizzy after the collision of spiritual consciousness. Looking around the star-filled realm, Chaeolsu wondered if this was his own spiritual consciousness space. Chaeolsu looked at his glowing hands, still unable to understand what was happening. He recalled trying to absorb the demonic energy of the Blackhorn blood serpent, and using a dangerous evil technique before losing consciousness. Chaeolsu gritted his teeth, knowing he had nearly fallen into demonic deviation. He stared in shock at the magnificent galaxy around him, unable to understand how he had arrived there. The voice calmly told him not to worry about his physical body outside. From within the light, Bikrijak appeared as a beautiful young girl with blazing red eyes and long white hair. Chaeolsu immediately recognized her as the white-handed demon empress, the soul that had been hiding all along. She smiled proudly and introduced her powerful identity within the demon cult. Chaeolsu realized that she had recovered part of her strength after absorbing the blood serpent's energy. Secretly, he was amazed by how quickly her consciousness had awakened. Bikrijak explained that the collision of their demonic energies had created this strange harmony. She smiled slyly and praised the intelligence of her fake father. Chaeolsu, however, had no interest in wasting words and coldly demanded that she reveal why she had approached him. Bikri Jiak only sneered, her eyes glittering as if she had found something entertaining. Within the colorful spiritual consciousness space, her spirit form floated calmly before him. She warned Kaolsu that although he had not yet fallen into demonic deviation, it would be unavoidable if he failed to control the massive demonic energy inside him. Outside, Kaolsu's body was drenched in sweat as he desperately struggled to maintain his mind against the overwhelming demonic energy. Seeing her chance, Bikri Jiak offered him a tempting deal in exchange for her assistance. She promised to show him a shortcut to becoming a peerless master and reaching the peak of martial arts. In return, Kaolsu had to help remove the restrictions sealing her original body in the outside world. Kaolsu's gaze turned cold, refusing to easily trust the words of such a great demon. He questioned her, saying she had pushed him into danger first and now wanted to use martial arts as bait to force cooperation. Bikri Jiak was surprised by his firmness and tried to answer, but Kaolsu cut her off. With a confident smile, he declared that, in this place, he was her master. Bikri Jiak opened her mouth in disbelief, stunned by his arrogance. He reminded her that their positions had already changed, and the one who needed to beg was her, not him. Her face reddened with anger, but Kaolsu calmly stated that he could break through the transcendent realm without her help. Inside this spiritual consciousness space, he was not merely an ordinary master, he was the one who controlled life and death. Kaolsu released terrifying spiritual pressure, forcing Bikri Jiak to clutch her head in agony. She collapsed to her knees, unable to withstand the power crushing her soul. Under his sharp gaze, she trembled, finally realizing that she had greatly underestimated him. The growing pressure made Bikri Jiak feel small and powerless before Kaolsu's overwhelming presence. She screamed in fear, realizing he was not the ordinary young man she had believed him to be. Kaolsu sneered and declared that in this place he could freely use power far beyond a normal realm. Bikri Jiak became trapped halfway inside spiritual crystals, completely losing her ability to resist. Kaolsu walked closer, looked at her like a victor, and mockingly asked what she would do now. He asked who truly held authority in this space. Even while suppressed, Bikri Jiak argued stubbornly and mocked him as a eunuch attempting to practice a supreme evil technique. Her face turned bright red with shame, fearing that he might do something disgraceful to her soul. Kaolsu looked at her seriously and declared that he was the master she had to call father without exception. Then he criticized her for reacting too slowly despite nearly becoming a weapon of the blood cult. Kaolsu exposed the blood cult scheme, explaining that they would never have left her free without a way to control her. Her regression into a child was actually part of an extremely sophisticated spiritual control plan. They had placed a restriction on her soul, forcing her to obey the first person who cared for her after she awakened. In Bikri Jiak's mind, she saw herself bound by blazing red demonic energy chains. She explained that even after recovering her consciousness, breaking this restriction would be extremely difficult. From Kaolsu's perspective, gaining a heavenly demon-level servant was an enormous advantage. Bikri Jiak blushed deeply and struggled before finally uttering the humiliating title. Kaolsu pretended not to hear her and deliberately teased her into repeating it. She shouted in frustration, while Kaolsu calmly stated that he would remove the restriction if she obeyed him. He clenched his glowing fist, ready for the important breakthrough about to begin. Suddenly, the ice shattered, and Bikri Jiak was freed. She immediately knelt before him. The two stared at each other, silently reaching an agreement to coexist. Kaolsu became serious and declared that he had to break through to the transcendent realm immediately in order to face the blood cult's threat. Bikri Jiak wondered why someone with such a powerful spiritual space still desired more strength. Kaolsu calmly explained that his physical body outside still lacked the necessary enlightenment to advance his realm. He added that because he had accidentally taken her with him, they would soon be hunted relentlessly by their enemies. Bikri Jiak listened thoughtfully. Kaolsu respectfully clasped his hands and lowered his voice, asking the Demon Empress to guide him toward breaking through the transcendent realm. Bikri Jiak fell silent for a moment, her blazing red eyes studying his determination. Then her attitude changed completely. She sweetly called him father and said that he did not need to be so formal. She claimed that as his daughter, she could never refuse a request like guiding his martial arts. With a bright smile and playful wink, surrounded by floating flowers and hearts, Bikri Jiak proudly told her father to fully trust his daughter. Kaolsu and the Demon Empress faced each other inside the pitch-black mental world, both preparing for a real battle. Jiak moved slightly, her black dress drifting through the darkness as the air grew heavy. She gave a challenging smile, signaling for Kaolsu to begin their sparring session. As soon as it started, Jiak unleashed the 100 Ice Divine Art, a technique from the Ice Palace equal in power to the Imperial family's Sunflower Manual. Kaolsu drew his sword as it shone with golden light, wondering whether the ancestral demon art suited him better than the heavenly demon divine art. While attacking, Jiak asked why he still sought to comprehend the transformation realm when his mind had already reached the mysterious realm. Kaolsu swung his sword fiercely with blazing flames and admitted that the Demon Empress truly was extraordinary. Then he smeared and called her his obedient daughter, striking directly at her pride. Dark purple demonic energy wrapped around Jiak, its pressure shaking the mental world. Her figure vanished instantly. She suddenly appeared beside Kaolsu, whispering provocatively near him with a victorious smile. Sparks of energy exploded as they clashed, and Jayak's speed forced Kailsu into a difficult defense. She praised his reflexes, but coldly stated that the gap between them was still enormous. Kailsu gritted his teeth as the sword in his hand trembled beneath her relentless attacks. Their figures crossed through the air like streaks of light, the battle reaching incredible speed. During the fight, Kailsu noticed that the Sunflower Manual strangely resonated with Jayak's inner energy. Jayak moved like a ghost, her smile growing more eerie within the purple mist. Kailsu shouted inwardly that he never wanted to deal with such terrifying martial arts again. He swung a wide slash and blew away the cold energy surrounding him. Jayak stepped back and admitted that her father's senses were truly terrifying. Kailsu stared at his glowing fists and realized that his right arm alone could not handle such a massive amount of inner energy. Jayak spread her arms, and countless sparkling ice crystals appeared, turning the surroundings into a frozen prison. The entire mental world froze over, leaving Kailsu shocked that her demon art had reached such an ultimate level. She gathered all her demonic energy into her palm, preparing a strike that would wipe everything away. Countless sharp ice spikes shot toward Kailsu, forcing him to move constantly through the icy rain. Kailsu leapt high with momentum, his thunderous shout showing his complete focus on the counterattack. He descended like a shooting star, his sword drawing a brilliant arc that tore through space. The impact of his landing created a huge shockwave, yet the Demon Empress calmly observed from afar. Kailsu leapt again, raised his sword high, and gathered energy at its shining tip. His face showed absolute determination as he unleashed his decisive attack. Jag stood still, her glowing red eyes fixed on him while waiting for the collision. A tremendous explosion erupted the instant his attack struck her barrier. However, Kailsu was shocked to realize that all his effort had been completely nullified. Jayak caught his sword blade between two fingers and smiled lightly, saying that this was far from enough. She explained that if he continued trying to forcibly destroy the reality she had created, he would never comprehend anything new. Jayak continued, saying that he still could not organize and refine everything he had learned. Kailsu bit his lip, realizing that the old method of martial training could not help him truly enter the Harmony realm. He sank into deep contemplation, understanding that he had to approach the fundamental principles of martial arts. The image of the Manhwa sect appeared in his mind, its essence represented by the unyielding plum blossom. Next came the Wudang sect, whose principle lay in the balanced cycle of the supreme ultimate. Finally came the demon cult, with its proud and unyielding path of defying heaven. Kailsu asked himself what the true foundation of the Gongdong sect was as freezing energy surrounded him to test his will. Then he realized the key was reversal of positions, also known as yin-yang reversal, while his master's image appeared in his mind. The primordial sword would emerge when the two Harmony divine art reached its highest level, allowing one to realize the primordial infinite Tao. However, Kailsu had never used that supreme mantra before. He looked within at the surging inner power. He remembered when the old master of the Gongdong sect had wanted to pass the position of sect leader to him, though Kailsu had never desired it. He had always kept his distance from the two Harmony divine art out of fear of losing control. But now, times had changed, and he could no longer avoid it. To achieve absolute spiritual power, Kailsu was willing to sacrifice everything. A dazzling spiritual aura erupted from his body. Standing opposite him, Jayak was surprised to see the flow of true energy inside his body changing in a strange way. If the core principle of the Gongdong sect was yin-yang reversal, then Kailsu wondered whether he could go beyond that. Could he even reverse the external forces affecting him at will? A loud explosion rang out as he activated his art. Jayak could not help admiring the sudden transformation, realizing that he was doing something extremely reckless yet magnificent. This was no longer merely shifting power. It was completely reversing ordinary rules according to Kailsu's own will. Perfect balance appeared between black and white, front and back, left and right, as the supreme ultimate vortex slowly rotated. It was the thin boundary between acceptance and complete rejection, and Kailsu stood before the gate of a new realm. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, feeling everything around him fade until only absolute concentration remained. He focused his entire mind on his heart, where surging inner energy pulsed and brilliant blue lightning spread through his body. Kailsu stood silently, yet the pressure around him was terrifying. His aura formed a protective armor over his body. His eyes suddenly opened wide, releasing dazzling white light as the final moment of breakthrough arrived. A massive pillar of light descended from the sky, shattering the entire frozen mental world into countless fragments. Jayak covered her face in shock, unable to believe the terrifying power Kailsu had unleashed. Kailsu smiled confidently within the light, having found his own path free from all restrictions. A shocking explosion erupted in the sky as lightning crashed down, announcing the birth of a second-stage transformation realm master. Jayak screamed in fear as the force threw her away, and the mental barrier she had created completely collapsed. Feeling new power flowing through his veins, he clenched his fist and sensed the purity of his inner energy, proudly realizing that he had reached the second step of the transformation realm. His eyes slowly returned to normal, but deep within them remained the coldness of someone who had crossed the boundary between life and death. However, his joy vanished when he saw Sarian collapsed on the ground. He rushed over in shock and asked whether she had tried to separate him and Jayak. It turned out that Seryun had forcefully interfered with the violently resonating demonic energy to protect him, placing herself in great danger. Jiak warned that Seryun would suffer energy deviation and lose her sanity, while Seryun trembled as blood flowed from her lips. Chiolsu panicked and held her, unable to understand why she had done something so reckless. When he checked her pulse, he found it completely chaotic. Seeing her move faintly, he desperately called her name, hoping she still had even a final trace of consciousness. With cloudy eyes, Seryun weakly told Cheolsu that she had to stay by his side and protect him no matter the cost. Cheolsu was left speechless before her blind yet touching loyalty. He could only hold his wounded companion tightly. He gritted his teeth and regretted letting the situation reach this point. If he had known his breakthrough would cause such danger, he would have been more careful. Seryun collapsed fully into his arms with broken breaths, and Cheolsu realized that he could never ignore her condition.